This video contains spoilers for Undertale and DeltaRune. If you haven't played the games, or certain parts of it, and don't want to be spoiled, I recommend playing them first. This video also contains swearing and deals with topics many might not be comfortable hearing, and is not intended for younger audiences, and is instead intended for ages 13 and up. All images, music, and footage are owned by their respective owners. Don't go after or harass anyone mentioned in this video. Hey everyone, I am Red, and welcome to the compilation of An Overstuffed Undertale and DeltaRune Iceberg Explained. From March to August of this year, 2025, I made a series of videos covering an iceberg chart I made concerning Undertale and DeltaRune. Wait a minute, can we zoom in closer on that please? Much better. With over 1,000 entries, this iceberg contains almost everything pertaining to knowledge of Undertale and DeltaRune from over the course of over 10 years. From lore and in-game secrets that can be found in special events, to the various memes, merchandise, and fan content out there, to theories and rumors and speculation made about the games, to knowledge of the people who helped to bring these games to life as well as the things that helped to inspire their existence, to knowledge of the code and files found within the games, the more drama-filled side of the fandom, and of course, brief overviews of one of the biggest rabbit holes you could come across surrounding fandoms, the Undertale AU multiverse. For today's video, I'm compiling all the videos and updating and adding new information regarding these entries, correcting things I got wrong, and adding entirely new entries onto the iceberg and individual tiers. This iceberg really has all of it, and as you can see by the runtime, maybe too much. Because of this, I have timestamps in the description for certain things like the tiers, analyses, and additions. I do want to go over some things before we get into the iceberg. For one, this isn't the first Undertale or DeltaRune iceberg, and it won't be the last. I used a lot of different icebergs to help compile information in this iceberg, and then added like over 100 or 200 of my own entries into the iceberg. And that's excluding the additions seen in this video. As a token of respect, I'll put those icebergs in the document in the description. Second, this is an iceberg that uses different colored text to tell you what kind of topic the entry is talking about. To explain what each of them are, black or white entries are related to anything in-game, factual about Undertale and DeltaRune, as well as any person who was involved within the games, among other things. Red entries are related to anything speculative, whether it's a theory or rumor. Orange entries are related to glitches, debugs, or anything within the code for the games, and within stuff like code related to Undertale and DeltaRune. Yellow entries relate to certain fan-made stuff, jokes, and memes, and references to Undertale and DeltaRune. Green entries are about anything relating to fangamer or merchandise. Blue entries are related to music or sounds. And purple entries relate to the AUs created by the fandom, and some fan games. Third, I do have some problems talking, such as misspeaking, miswording, or sometimes speaking too fast. These were also some of the first videos I made for YouTube, so sound balancing will be off for some of the tiers. Apologies if you have a hard time hearing me. And finally, please note that neither this iceberg nor the videos covering them are perfect. Some of these entries are misplaced, and then there are some that in hindsight probably shouldn't be on here anymore, or just aren't explained properly. Some information becomes outdated or needs to be updated, and sometimes I may get information wrong, and there may have been entries I didn't think to add until later when the series was already being made. But that's why we're doing these corrections and additions. A few of the entries will be removed for a variety of reasons, either because I don't think it's worth it being on the iceberg anymore, I'm merging it with another entry, or it's a theory that's been proven right and thus makes me feel like it shouldn't be on there anymore. I'll also appear like this when I'm making corrections, adding information, or updating an entry. So with all that out of the way, let's return to An Overstuffed Undertale and DeltaRune Iceberg Explained. Tier 1, Mount Ebit / the Noob. You're somewhat familiar with Undertale and DeltaRune. You've seen the Skeleton Brothers, you've heard about Gaster and the Genocide Run. After hearing about it so much, you're curious to find out what it's about. This tier contains all the stuff that even people who are only aware / familiar of Undertale and DeltaRune will know. It will also contain entries that are here for entries that appear later in the iceberg, or pretty much just set up topics. Toby Fox. Toby Radiation Fox is the creator of both UnderTale and DeltaRune. He was born on October 11th, 1991, and coded, made the sprites, composed for, and wrote most of both of the games. His mascot or persona is often the annoying dog, or the annoying dog with a mustache and hat. Toby has also worked on other projects outside of UnderTale and DeltaRune, mostly for music, before and after UnderTale. This includes Pokemon, The Greatest Living Show, and Homestuck. My personal favorite song of his outside of UnderTale and DeltaRune is Pale Rain. Toby also does many of the voices of his characters in his games, which he admitted to in 2023. Around that same time, he made a voice acting cameo in We Baby Bears, where he voices a skeleton parrot named Jared. There's also another recent VA role that he's done, but we'll save that for later in the Iceberg. Temmie Chang. Born April 3rd, 1993, Temmie Chang is a freelance illustrator and animator who has helped in the creation of UnderTale and DeltaRune. She helped Toby with a lot of the coding, the art, and the sprites. If the first name sounds familiar, it's because in both UnderTale and DeltaRune, we have a character and species named after her, known as the Temmies and Bob. She worked on the logo, the borders of the game for the console versions, and helped on cutscenes. The monsters she worked on with Toby include Lukes, Vegetoid, Papyrus, Lesser Dog, Greater Dog, Mad Mew Mew, Undyne, and her armor, Aaron, and the Temmies, of course. Other things she has worked on besides UnderTale and DeltaRune include Dwellers of the Mountains Forest, Soul Beacon of the Netherworld, Escaped Chasm, and Dweller's Empty Path. ABC_123_A.ogg. This is one of the first files you can find when you compile the game. The audio that plays seems to be a message from Toby himself, which states,
"Hello, have some respect and don't spoil the game. It's impossible to have mysteries nowadays.
Because of nosy people like you.
Please keep all of this between us.
If you post it online, I won't make any more secrets.
No one will be impressed.
It will be your fault."
In version 1.0.0.1, the audio was changed into just laughter similar to the previous audio. This is most likely done because everyone knows the secrets by now along with this audio. Sans UnderTale meme. Sans is the most popular character that came from UnderTale. It's to the point where he's part of internet culture, so perhaps the most popular UnderTale meme is the Sans UnderTale meme. It originated from several years ago after UnderTale's release. The meme was a bait and switch as they would display a character before replacing it with Sans with his blue eye as Megalovania starts playing. As to be talked about later, the perception of his DeltaRune counterpart, however, has changed thanks to the end of Chapter 4. Song that might play when you fight Sans. This is the 70-second music track within the UnderTale soundtrack. Despite its name, it never appears at any point when you fight Sans. And Toby might have made this song and put it in the soundtrack to mess with fans who have never actually played the game, leading them to believe you fight him at some point in the neutral route. Megalovania. Megalovania is perhaps the most famous and popular song that Toby Fox ever composed, and in any of UnderTale and DeltaRune soundtracks. It is famous for being the real song that plays when fighting Sans in the genocide route. It is well known for being the most unique song in the game, partially because it's the one to feature the least amount of leitmotifs, apart from one of the credits in the pacifist route. This, along with other unique elements of the boss battle, has left it as probably one of the most iconic final boss fights and boss music. During the 10th anniversary livestream, a new version of Megalovania, titled Song That Plays When Somebody vs. Sans, plays whenever you fight Sans during the livestream. Earthbound Inspiration. Earthbound, otherwise known as Mother, is a series of video games that first released on June 5th, 1995 as Earthbound Beginnings. It's also a video game that UnderTale often gets compared to. Toby Fox is a massive fan of the game, and there are plenty of similarities between this game and UnderTale. For example, Frisk's shirt is striped, just like the other main characters like Ness. Other examples include both having strange and silly villages, having a creepy final boss, having talking flowers, and so much more. More references will be linked in a video in the description below. Toby also made a ROM hack, but he doesn't like to talk about it for various reasons, calling it a bad ROM hack with swears. We'll We'll talk about the reasons why later, but just note that there will be more references later in the Iceberg. Toby was actually able to meet the creator of Earthbound, Shigesato Itoi, in 2016, and the two were seen in a picture. Different routes. Throughout UnderTale, the game will change based on your choices, mostly through fighting. This results in the 3 routes: True Pacifist, or just Pacifist, Neutral, and Genocide, or No Mercy. The True Pacifist route is the true route of the game. You get it by sparing all monsters and not killing anyone, as well as doing extra stuff like hanging out with Alphys and Undyne. The Neutral route is the route that's obtained when either not completing all requirements for True Pacifist, and or mostly killing some but not all monsters. Of all the routes, this one has the most diverse variations because while all variations result in the same ending, what happens in the underground changes. Of all 3 routes, the Genocide route has the most differences. To get this ending, you have to grind in all areas, killing every single monster you come across. This results in changes that include story, new music and changes to the music, area changes where NPCs are missing and most shopkeepers disappear, and Undyne and Mettaton's fights are replaced with Undyne the Undying and Mettaton Neo, and Sans is the final boss of the route. Fanbase. UnderTale and DeltaRune are well known for having a large fanbase, a lot of which consists of young people, including kids and teens. This, along with so many other factors such as shipping and whatnot, has given the fandom a pretty bad reputation to the point where a lot of people have considered it to be one of the most toxic fandoms out there, some of which will be mentioned in Tier 8. Since then, however, the negative reputation has cooled down, and it's slowly been getting better. Fanins. Fanins are fan canons that are often held in the fandom, most of the time being a misinterpretation of an element within the franchise. UnderTale and DeltaRune have plenty of these fanins, which are often the result of fan theories becoming too mainstream, or an element on something in Undertale that isn't explored with much detail. A few of these fanins will be covered in the Iceberg. An example would be Sans' eye glowing like fire, when in reality it just glows blue and yellow, and the fire aspect was just something added by artists. Alternate universes. The Undertale fandom is very well known for creating many AUs and ATs, or alternate universes and alternate timelines. Listing them all could take hours upon hours, so just to list a few, we have Underswap, Underfell, Xtale/Underverse, Aftertale, Altertale, Horrortale, Dusttale, Undertale Last Breath, Undertale Yellow, Inktale, Airtale, Underfresh, Glitchtale, Outertale, Dreamtale, and so much more. A lot of these AUs have been made into fan games, but most are incomplete, and there are many variations of the alternate universes, characters, and the multiverse as a whole. A good reason for why there are so many AUs could be due to the fact that Undertale deals with timelines. Whenever the OG characters get brought up in the AUs, they're often referred to as classic. Tier 5 will be dedicated to these fan games and AUs. Fangamer. Fangamer is a video game merchandising company and game publisher that makes merchandise and works with popular video games. Undertale and DeltaRune's official merchandise are made by Fangamer, including the plushies, the cookingware, and clothing. They also hold the events for Undertale and DeltaRune, like the 6th anniversary livestream and Spamton sweepstakes. Other games that Fangamer work with include, but are not limited to, Omori, Hollow Knight, Hades, Pizza Tower, and Castlevania. Mad Mew Mew. Mad Mew Mew is a secret boss in Sans Papyrus' house in the Nintendo Switch version of Undertale who can be interacted with after defeating Mettaton X. She is the mad dummy made into a new body that resembles Mew Mew Kissy Cutie. After sparing her in the True Pacifist route, you can meet her outside of Undyne's house. Despite being exclusive to the Switch, she has become a popular staple of the Undertale franchise. Kickstarter. On June 24th, 2013, a Kickstarter for Undertale was launched. The original goal was $5,000, but managed to make a very large $51,125. Like many Kickstarters, there were tiers of donations which were described in the video by Sans Papyrus. The video also contains some sprites that aren't found in the game. Those who donated over $100 could implement a background character of the backer's choice into the game. 2 of these characters being Muffet and Glide. The $1,000 tier said that the backer's fan troll would be canon in the game. This was supposed to be a joke tier, but someone actually donated that amount of money and that's how we got So Sorry. So Sorry. So Sorry is a secret character in Undertale. This was the fan troll that ended up being added into the game, and it turned out to be someone's persona. When you walk on magical glass in Hotland, you'll be able to find a secret room. In said room, there is a sign that states, Art Club, meet here, next meeting, October 10th, 8 p.m. When the clock is set to this time, reading the sign will trigger the character So Sorry to appear, causing a mini boss fight to occur. As will be talked about in Tier 8, proceed with caution when researching the character. In Chapter 4, there is a secret room to get the egg of that chapter, being a hidden art club with many unseen people, although it can be interpreted that one of them could be So Sorry. This isn't too surprising considering the second sanctuary seems to have a reference to Muffet, another character who was made by a donator in the Kickstarter. Sans' bedroom. If you save back in 3 times after talking to Sans in the Judgment Hall in the Pacifist route, Sans will give you a key to his bedroom for the truth. Upon going into his bedroom, it's a dark room that seems endless and infinite until you hear a sound, and the screen turns black, before Papyrus turns the lights on to reveal the room, and that you are walking on the treadmill. Once seeing you, he asks if Sans is pricking you across time and space, and how he hates it when he does it. Upon reading the note on the treadmill, it reads, "The truth is that you got owned, nerd." Sans' workshop. Sans' workshop is an area that can be accessed behind Sans and Papyrus' house once obtaining the silver key from Sans' dresser. In this room, you can find some mysterious blueprints, a machine which is hidden underneath a covering, and some notes and papers with messy handwriting along with a badge, and one paper that's particularly interesting. The original drawer contained a drawing of Sans with other people the player doesn't recognize, but in the update, there was an addition of an image of 3 people smiling with the words, "Don't forget," most likely being a reference to DeltaRune. W.D. Gaster. W.D. Gaster, or just Gaster, is perhaps the biggest mystery of Undertale and DeltaRune. You can find certain things related to the character depending on what fun value you get. Very little is factually known about this character, but based on what we can find from his followers, he was the world scientist before Alphys and created the core. And one day, his experiments went wrong and he fell into them, whatever that means, causing him to shatter across time and space. Many people suspect that Gaster is in DeltaRune in some shape or form, with many theories speculating how this could be and many connections appearing. Gaster followers. The Gaster followers are 3 characters that can be found depending on your fun value. These characters are black and white versions of characters from Undertale and DeltaRune, and most of our information surrounding Gaster comes from them. The only thing we know of is the characters they're based on, one of which can only be seen in DeltaRune. Goner Kid. Goner Kid is a character you can encounter in Waterfall if your fun value is set between 90 to 100. Their appearance is very similar to Monster Kid and the Gaster followers, but it's unknown whether or not they're actually a Gaster follower, since they don't mention Gaster at any point. Rather, Goner Kid talks about how there are worlds that are normal and the same, except for where you don't exist, and they function properly, which terrifies him. If you hand them an umbrella, they'll say, "An umbrella? But it's not raining." Referencing this song, it's raining somewhere else. Entry 17. There is a room in the files called room_Gaster, which upon playing, we see the text in the Wingdings text font with muse_smile playing in the background. The text that follows is Gaster's entry 17, which goes,
Entry number 17. Dark, darker, darker. The darkness keeps growing. The shadows cutting deeper. Photon readings negative. This next experiment seems very interesting. What do you two think?
After this text appears, the game closes. What's interesting to note is that while roaming around True Lab, there is no entry to read. With that said, this isn't Alphys' actual 17, and we'll get to what it is in Tier 6. Jevil. Jevil is the secret boss in DeltaRune Chapter 1. You can find him by collecting all parts of a broken key, fixing them, and then going to the lowest floor of Card Castle, where you can fight him. The fight was well known due to his fight being the hardest of the chapter. terms of mystery, he seems to be on the level of Gaster, as there isn't much we know of him similar to Spamton. You'll get the Devil's Tail if you spare him, or the Devil's Knife if you fight him. Spamton Neo. Spamton Neo is the secret boss of DeltaRune Chapter 2, and an updated fight of Spamton's mini-boss fight. If you insert Spamton into a DVD from the basement in Queen's Castle, you can place him inside of a robot suit, at which point, the Spamton boss fight will commence. This fight will also be the final boss fight in the Snowgrave route. Spamton G. Spamton as a character is someone who also has a lot of speculation similar to Jevil. And more has been revealed about him in Chapter 3, which I'll get to later, but the gist of it is that he has connections to Aunt Tenna from TV World. On a normal route, you'll get the Deal Maker by sparing him, or the Puppet Scarf if you fight him. The Bunker. At the further southern part of Hometown, there is a mound with 2 big locked doors, which may lead to an underground bunker. Whenever you're around the doors, Muse_Smile starts playing. It's unknown where this bunker leads to, or if we'll ever get answers as to what this is, though Muse_Smile implies that Gaster might be connected to it. In Chapter 3, it was revealed that the bunker appears to be the base of the Knight's operations, with it being locked by a code that we haven't learned of yet, though we do know of the first 3 numbers as 122. Megalo Strike Back. Megalo Strike Back was a song composed by Toby Fox for an Earthbound fan album called I Miss You in 2012. It became a popular song in the UnderTale and DeltaRune community to where it has become one of the most popular canon/non-canon songs in UnderTale. It is most famously used as Kara's theme. Weird Route or Snowgrave Route. The Weird Route or Snowgrave Route is the genocide route, if you will, of DeltaRune Chapter 2. In this route, you use Noelle to freeze all the Dark Mirrors in Cyberworld. This ultimately culminates in you freezing Burley with the Snowgrave ability. After all this is done, the game plays out differently. You can go to Queen's Castle earlier, the castle will be taken over by Spamton, and you don't get to fight Queen, and instead Spamton Neo takes on as the final boss of the Snowgrave route, and the fate of Burley becomes mysterious, but probably not good. There's not a lot of content for this route in Chapter 3 outside of some dialogue changes, but there's plenty more in Chapter 4. For one, we see that Burley is in the hospital in a coma after what happened in Chapter 2, resulting in the library closed down due to no one volunteering to help. We also experience a different version of the events seen in this chapter after Chris rips out the soul, where we force Noelle to put on the Thorn Ring, and Chris kicks us over and over again for this. After this, there are various different details of the story, including Ralsei feeling uncomfortable where things have gone, and a different version of the last scene in Chapter 4 will occur. Also, a quick fun fact, Snowgrave is an anagram for Ron Safe. The Legend. The Legend is the prophecy of the DeltaRune, as explained by Ralsei in DeltaRune Chapter 1, which also serves as the introduction to the world of DeltaRune. It explains that for a long time, the worlds of light and dark have lived in balance, but that if the balance were to be shattered, a cataclysmic event would occur that would forever destroy the balance. Only 3 heroes, a human, a monster, and a prince from the dark can work together to seal away the balance so that balance can be maintained. For a long time, balance has been maintained, until recently, a dark found has occurred which threatens this balance. The rest of the legend, or prophecy, is revealed in Chapter 4, and is pretty much the focal point of the chapter. A lot more is detailed about what's in it, including the events that have happened thus far, including stuff with Lancer, Queen, and Tenna, and including ones that haven't happened, like Jonkyton growing a beard, or Asgore being trapped in some kind of asylum, and what will happen for balance to be restored. Leitmotifs. Throughout UnderTale and DeltaRune's soundtracks, there are repeating melodies and themes which are referred to as leitmotifs or just motifs. These melodies will often be linked to a character. For example, the melody heard in the track UnderTale plays whenever a point describing the lore of the game or whenever an important story beat occurs. Another is that the melody in the track Memory happens whenever there's a part with Asriel, and there are some motifs that come from UnderTale and can be heard in DeltaRune. There are plenty of videos talking about these motifs, and it's a joke to say that Toby wrote very little in terms of music. Smash Meat Costume. In 2019, Sans was revealed to be a character you could play as for the Mii Gunner in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Upon being announced, the news absolutely broke the internet. Toby also composed the remix of Megalovania for the game. Sans' Ness. Game Theory is a very well-known YouTube channel formerly run by Matthew Patrick, otherwise known as MatPat. Game theory and its sister channels, film theory, food theory, and style theory, have had a reputation for coming up with theories that most of the time make no sense. Among their most well-known theories includes one that was released in 2016. This theory claims that Sans from UnderTale is actually a deceased version of Ness from Earthbound. Like some other videos and theories, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, and other evidence such as Sans and Ness's names almost being a complete anagram for each other just make this video come off as very reachy. It also addressed things such as the Earthbound Halloween hack. The video quickly spreaded and started to get memed on heavily because of how ridiculous of a theory it is. Some other theories have been made to parody the ridiculousness of this theory, claiming that Sans is other characters from fictional franchises, but they're not really supposed to be taken seriously and they're all just meant to be jokes. Toby initially wasn't thrilled about the video due to it bringing up the Earthbound Halloween hack, which we've already stated is something he's not proud of. However, around MatPat's retirement, Toby made some art of Sans Papyrus dressing up as Sans as a reference to the theory. In fact, the theory is so unknown that it has a reference in the Five Nights at Freddy's movie, where MatPat's character's name tag has Ness written on it. All this has led to Sans' Ness becoming a staple in the UnderTale and DeltaRune community, and a part of game theory's legacy. To the bone. JT Machinima, or JT Music, is a music artist that makes fan music for video games. Their most well-known song is perhaps their UnderTale fan song, To the Bone, which is easily the most fondly remembered UnderTale fan song.
Welcome to the underground. How was the fall? If you wanna look around, give us a call.
If you've been a fan for a while, I'm sure hearing that clip filled you with a lot of nostalgia. Maybe even made you sing a bit. It had a brief rise in the 2020s thanks to the Give Us Your Balls meme, which was popularized by Silent Man Joe.
Give us your balls.
And the remastered version of the song released in 2023 with an animated video made by Coda. The River Person. The River Person is a mysterious hooded and cloaked monster who can be found after entering Hotland. They can travel between Snowdin, Waterfall, and Hotland. They seem to be a very knowledgeable person as well traveling. They say some texts, some of which are random, others of which are potentially interesting connections with certain things within the game. They talk about the river, mushrooms, spiders, Asgore, and even potentially Gaster. The Knight. The Knight is a character in DeltaRune who we haven't seen yet, but have heard of several times throughout both chapters 1 and 2. From what we can gather, they are the main antagonists of the game. It seems that they are causing the various dark worlds and fountains to appear across Hometown, and is a character who may or may not be trying to summon the Roaring. They also helped manipulate the Spade King and locked away the other kings, along with promising Queen to make the world better. It is also said that they are a Lightner. After Chapter 2's release, there have been plenty of theories as to who the Knight could be, and Chapter 2 itself seems to imply that Chris could be the Knight himself, but we'll just have to see what the rest of DeltaRune has to offer to us. Okay, so we got a lot of new content pertaining to the Knight in Chapters 3 and 4. For one, in Chapter 3, we get to see the Knight in person, whose appearance is very interesting as they resemble the Titans. And they serve as the secret boss of Chapter 3 that we can't lose to as part of the story, but are able to beat, especially if you have the Shadow Mantle equipped. Beating them will grant you the Black Shard. We also know that for some reason, the Knight is trying to kidnap Toriel, only to be thwarted by Undyne, who they kidnap instead and lock in the bunker at the end of the chapter, where it also seems to be their base of operations. And in Chapter 4, we see them again in the Sanctuary, likely trying to find Toriel, and they summon the first Titan seen in person in the game. So we know that whoever they are, and whatever their plans are, they are not fucking around. We also know that while Chris isn't the Knight as they appear to be two different people, they are working with them as they stop us from reading the full code to the bunker. We see what may be their phone calls with them. When the Knight is taking down the fun game after their boss fight in Chapter 3, you can briefly see the Knight knighting Chris. And if you manage to get through all the Knight's blades at the beginning of the Sanctuary, Chris will not attack them. With their appearances, speculation about them is at an all-time high, and a lot of people are now speculating that they could either be Des, which is the popular theory, or maybe even Carol to some extent. 5th Anniversary Concert. On September 15th, 2020, for the 5th UnderTale anniversary, Fangamer and 8to4 gave a digital recording of a concert performed by Music Engine and was streamed to YouTube on the UnderTale official YouTube channel, where they played the entire UnderTale soundtrack. Afterwards, we see Toby, as the annoying dog, playing the piano. It's still on YouTube if you want to watch it. 6th anniversary livestream. On September 15th, 2021, Fangamer held a livestream where they played all of DeltaRune Chapter 1 for some reason. In this livestream, Tubby appeared within his annoying dog persona with a text-to-speech robot playing instead of his default voice.
Everyone thought he was an adult, and so I was so concerned that I added a bunch of dialogue saying he was a boy. I was like, please guys, is a boy.
In this livestream, they talked about DeltaRune, described ideas, the inspirations of certain elements, and showed concept art. It was revealed at the end that the reason for this was to announce DeltaRune Chapter 2, which would be released 2 days after, and the chat went crazy over this. I can only imagine what they'll do to announce the next chapters. Well, we know now. Fun value. Fun value is a number that is selected for every game in UnderTale and changes with every reset. With these numbers, you have a chance of something unique occurring in your game. Some of the fun value is featured in the livestream, albeit altered. Pizza call. If the fun value is between 46 to 50, Alphys will call the player in the middle of Snowden Forest, ordering some pizza, before accidentally sending some ASCII anime cat girl art. Sans refrigerator call. If your fun value is between 40 to 45, Sans will call you in the middle of Snowden Forest to tell you that your refrigerator is running. Hello, can I speak to... If the fun value is between 2 to 39, you'll get a random call from an unknown character saying, hello, can I speak to... Before realizing that they've called the wrong number, then proceed to seeing the wrong number son. Most people believe that the G is referring to Gaster. A remix of the Wrong Number song created by Camellia was featured during the 10th anniversary livestream, which interestingly enough, features a few references to the code within the game. Title anagram. It's no secret that DeltaRune is an anagram of UnderTale, which means to rearrange the letters in a word to make a new one. The anagram could be due to the fact that DeltaRune takes place in a world similar to UnderTale but different. Or if you're a joker, the anagram could also be for things such as Nut Dealer or Nude Alert. Mystery Key. The Mystery Key is an item you can buy from Caddy and Bratty for 600 gold. This key gives you access to Metaton's house. Within the house are 6 diaries. They talk about the beginnings of his robot body and his friendship with Alphys. Rousey smoking a fat blunt. Rousey smoking a fat blunt, otherwise known as Doobie Rousey, is a meme concerning an image of Rousey smoking a large cigarette, with the image being based on the Super Mario smoking weed meme. Since it was released around Chapter 2, which is when DeltaRune started getting more popular, this became a household meme in the community. This got referenced in the 2024 newsletter, where Rousey mentions that Susie has been trying to get him to try and smoke rolls of paper like it's a cigarette. God fucking damn it, Chris, where the fuck are we? This was a meme that spawned after Chapter 2's release. It was a meme focused around Chris and the goofy sprite of Susie from the chapter, and it revolves around Chris and Susie appearing in either their light or dark world attires in different franchises and fan projects, and Susie yelling at Chris, God fucking damn it, Chris, where the fuck are we? Chris, get the banana! In the scene where Chris is driving on the freeway, Queen tells them to stop the car and to get a banana which is on the street. Doing so will have Queen respond with, Potassium! This became a meme due to how funny and random the original scene was. Sound check. If the fun value is set to 65, you can go to the Snowden Forest room with a fishing pole, having a 50% chance of activating the sound test room. In this room you can access 4 unused songs. Happy Town, Meat Factory, Trouble Dingle, and most famously, Gaster's theme. After playing Gaster's theme, you're unable to play any other song, and once the song ends, the sound test will say, Thanks for the feedback, see you soon, before booting you out of the sound test and into the fishing room. Room 268 and Room 269. If the fun value is set to 66, Room 268/Room Water Fake Hallway will appear, which is a hallway with a 10% chance of containing a great door. Upon entering the great door, you'll go into Room 269, Room_Mystery Man, where a figure stands in the middle of a grey room. Upon trying to interact with the person, a sound effect plays with the figure looking surprised and vanishing. After leaving the two rooms, the fun value will reset to 0. It is widely believed that the person is Gaster and that this is his true form. Another interesting thing I noticed while editing Tier 1 is that the number of the fun value where the event occurs, 66, correlates with Gaster's association with the number 6. Also, during the 10th anniversary livestream, we see a colored in version of the door appear, although we never enter into it. Muse_Smile. Muse_Smile is a song that plays at different points in Undertale and DeltaRune. In Undertale, this song occurs when viewing Entry 17. In DeltaRune, it occurs when you try calling in the Dark World and when you're near the bunker. Because of Entry 17, it's been associated with Gaster. Hard Mode. Hard Mode occurs when you name yourself Frisk, the name of the player, at the beginning of the game. When doing so, the game will state, "Warning! This game will make your life hell. Proceed anyway?" By doing so, Hard Mode officially begins, giving you harder enemies and less useful healing items. Hard Mode ends after being tutorial where the annoying dog, or Toby Fox, comes in and interrupts the fight. The game then states that the rest of Hard Mode may or may not come to the game. Most believe that it won't, and that this was a bit of a troll, which is most likely true since Hard Mode hasn't been updated since its release, at least not with the rest of the game. Christopher Moon. Christopher Moon is the Justin Y of Undertale comments, and is one of the most active members of the community. Elutran. Elutran is the person who uploaded the entire Undertale soundtrack on YouTube. Outside of this, he's talked about bug fables. Earlier in 2025, Elutran's YouTube channels got terminated due to a wave of multiple copyright strikes, despite them having Materia's permission from 2020 to keep the videos up. They have since then been trying to upload some old videos onto a new main channel, except for the Undertale content. Undertale Yellow. Undertale Yellow is a really well-known Undertale AU and fan game prequel by Master Sword and Team Undertale Yellow. It tells the story of the human who possessed the yellow human soul, named Clover in the AU, falling into the underground, and what the story was like. It got a lot of attention due to its length, the expansion of the underground, new and interesting characters, good music, and just generally capturing a lot of the charm Undertale had. Ralsei is Asriel. A common interpretation of Ralsei is that he was created to help Chris cope with Asriel going away. This explains why he sounds and looks similar to Asriel, and why Susie has her reaction to Ralsei's look under the cloak and hat. Shadow Crystals. Shadow Crystals are items that can be obtained from defeating secret bosses in DeltaRune. You can give them to Sham, who then explains that the crystals are found with powerful enemies and that they are invisible, but can still cast a shadow. Mike. Mike is a mysterious character mentioned in DeltaRune. We don't know much as to who he is, but Spamton seems to have had some sort of connection to him. Spamton also mentioned,
Chris, don't believe anything you see on TV. The man's a criminal, I tell you! A criminal!
which may mean that Mike is someone we shouldn't be fooling around with. Mike could be the guy that gave Spamton his success. He could also be the guy who made Spamton the man we meet in Chapter 2. Plenty of things have gone revealed about Mike in both Chapters 3 and 4. In Chapter 3, it's revealed that Mike seems to act as a sort of TV producer for Tenna in TV Time. As for how Spamton knows him, we know that Spamton and Tenna were at one point business partners. Again, I'll get into that later. So it makes sense for Spamton to know Mike. And furthermore is revealed about him in Chapter 4. Sort of. He acts as a sort of secret boss or optional boss, and during this, we encounter 3 imposters that pretended to be Mike, due to no one actually knowing who Mike is, besides probably Tenna? These 3 being Small Mike, or Batat, who's just a green Pippin, Cat Mike, or Pluie, who's just a shadow guy, and Tall Mike, or Jongler, who's just a zapper. The green Mike is particularly remembered for his rant after the battle where he has zero idea who the real Mike is. After the fight concludes, you have the option to go into another room, which is a long dark hallway, which may show us the real Mike, which is just a giant real microphone image. After the fight, you can play minigames run by the mics. The Roaring. The Roaring is an apocalyptic event explained by Ralsei at the end of Chapter 2 that explains what would happen if there were too many dawns at once. The balance of light and dark will be destroyed, and beings known as the Titans will emerge and wreak destruction across both worlds. All darkness will turn to stone, and Enlighteners would have to fend for themselves in a world filled with darkness. Soulless Pacifist Ending. This is a version of the Pacifist route achieved after doing the Genocide route. After completing the Pacifist route after the Genocide route, the endings are left very different from the original. When you decide not to live with Toriel in the end, we see a photo of Frisk and our friends with the words, "The End" below the photo. However, this time, the 6 monsters' face have been crossed off, with Frisk being replaced by Kara, and the text now being red, with anticipation playing at a slower speed, and the annoying dog doesn't show up. If you decide to live with Toriel, the same cutscene plays where she leaves you with some pie while you're asleep. However, this time, after she leaves, Frisk's head turns, opening their eyes with the same smile and cheeks as Kara's with red eyes. And when the game turns black, we hear a haunting laugh, which is Omega Flowey's laugh slowed down. Both endings are a haunting reminder of what you did. Your choices don't matter. This is a major theme that's within DeltaRune. This is most prevalent in Chapter 1, as when you try to kill enemies, they just run away, and no matter what you do, you can never get their EXP. Topia has also stated that DeltaRune will have one definitive ending. However, things are looking to be changing after what happened in Chapter 2, where doing certain things will have different results. Topia may have this theme in the game because of the ending he wants to make, but due to what Chapter 2 brings to the table, it's possible that we might have an ending similar to the neutral route of UnderTale, where the outcome will be the same, but what happens afterwards will be different depending on your choices. Dog Shrine. The Dog Shrine is an area in UnderTale exclusive on console versions. You can access it after opening Sands of Papyrus' sink and walking into it. In the Nintendo Switch version, the area is used to encounter Mad Mew Mew. In the PlayStation version of the game, gold is used to upgrade the statue and add objects. In the Xbox version of the game, the shrine is taken over by stuff for a casino. Des. December Holiday, or just Des for short, is the as of now unseen older sister of Noelle. We don't know too much about her, but from what we can gather, she may be either dead or missing. A few things have been revealed about Des in the most recent chapters. For one, we see a silhouette of a younger Des from a flashback, which doesn't give us a full idea as to what their appearance was like, but it's still interesting to see it nonetheless. But most of all, in Chapter 4, we get to see her bedroom, which is very different in contrast to not just Noelle's bedroom, but also the entire house. But most interestingly, her guitar has the codes of the bunker. This helps with most speculating that Des is the knight and she's currently the most popular theory, especially because the knight appears to have antlers and she has a lot of sports equipment with the knight's sword looking like a baseball bat. And many people speculate that whatever happens to Des helps to transform her into the knight. The eggs. The eggs are secret items found in both chapters of DeltaRune. In both chapters, you have to find a mysterious tree with a mysterious man behind it. When you interact with the man, you obtain an egg and then disappear. Their only use is to put them in items across the town. In Chapter 1, you could put it in Asgore's fridge, and in Chapter 2, you could put one in one of the egg pellets in Sans' grocery store. And it seems to be something to expect in the rest of the chapters. It's highly speculated that the mystery man is Gaster. Within Chapter 3, we get an idea as to who is giving us these eggs: the Forgotten Man, who is worried that Chris will forget them, and that they will forget themselves. Their schedule often correlates with the places we find the eggs. In terms of where we put the new eggs, for the first and second sections of walking around hometown in Chapter 4, if you manage to get the egg from Chapter 3, you can put it and other eggs you've collected onto Burley's desk. We have yet to see where we can put the Chapter 4 egg. Legendary Artifact. In Waterfall, there is a room with a piano in it. When you play the first part of the melody from the song Memory, a room will reveal itself, and walking in will show a red orb called the Legendary Artifact on a stone pedestal. If you try to pick up the Legendary Artifact, the game will state, "You're carrying too many dogs." Upon opening your inventory, it will show that you are carrying the annoying dog. When you drop the annoying dog, it will appear in the overworld, absorb the artifact, and leave. When you check your inventory, it will have dog residue. If you try to remove the annoying dog from your inventory through hacking, and then try to take the artifact, the game will state, "This will never happen." Secret Snowden Door. On the east of Snowden, there was a large secret door in the room that looked similar to Waterfall. After dodging all of the Kickstarter credits and the pacifist credits, you can get a key into the door. Opening it reveals the annoying dog who has coded the entire game and is working hard. This is most likely Toby Fox himself working hard in DeltaRune. There's another Easter egg similar to this in Chapter 1, where their computer lab is locked because the dog is using it to seemingly make a game, and is not letting others in, which likely references Toby working on Chapter 2. Back to the door though, in the 10th anniversary livestream, the mysterious door can be entered, which upon doing so, gives way to a new area called Dog Hole, which features new encounters. Glide. Glide is a hidden character you encounter in Snowden Forest. He was a character submitted during the Kickstarter by Mike Reed. Glide can be encountered by going outside the mysterious door with the 4 mushrooms, and then moving for 2 minutes. It must happen before the fight with Papyrus, and you mustn't kill any fleeable enemies in Snowden Forest. A full-colored sprite of Glide can be featured in the 10th anniversary livestream after defeating Asriel. Peepus. Peepus are Spamton's minions, if you will. They are enemies that appear in Spamton Neo's fight and in the Snowgrave route in Queen's Castle. They're pretty strange things in DeltaRune, and we don't know too much in terms of what they are. Spamton Sweepstakes. Spamton Sweepstakes was a charity event held by Fangamer for DeltaRune Chapter 2's first anniversary. There are multiple elements to the event. This includes some Easter eggs, possible hints as to what Chris and Susie's relationship before the game was like, secret links, Noelle's blog, prizes, and the main attraction, the Spamton Sweepstakes video made by the Spamton Value Network. This video was both really funny, also really weird. It was a video made to parody sweepstakes back in 1997, and it contained 2 characters named Spamton A. Spamton and Spamton B. Spamton, and a vibe that the whole theme was deteriorating quickly. Still up on YouTube if you ever want to see this video. The characters are not exclusive to the event, as they appeared when Fangamer had Spamton A. Spamton promoting newly released UnderTale and DeltaRune merchandise on Valentine's Day with the Spamton Love Network. It's clear now that this was teasing Chapter 3 with various things like images and sounds. Spamton A. Spamton is played by Twitch streamer Wayne Radio TV, who did actually get a Spamton A. Spamton plush from Fangamer, and Spamton B. Spamton is played by YouTuber Bulb. Additionally, the ending of the video and fate of the sweepstakes were up to the donors, as they can either have Spamton silenced or not. Additionally, Wayne would return as Spamton A. Spamton in the 10th anniversary livestream, where he would hijack the Sand State, replacing him with Spamton for a bit before turning into a cup. More to be talked about in Spamton's silence. Asriel post-pacifist interactions. During the post-pacifist epilogue, you can backtrack going all the way back to where the game began, the flower bed at the ruins. Here, you can see Asriel, who is looking after the flowers while waiting to turn back into Flowey. You can speak to him, and he'll talk of how he can't come back because he doesn't want to break everyone's hearts again. He'll also talk about Kara, their hate for humanity, their unhappy reasons for falling underground, and how they wanted to use their fused power against the humans in the village. He tells Frisk that he wishes he would have been friends with Frisk instead, and warns them to be careful because out there in the world, there's a lot of Floweys, and how not everything can be done by just being nice, before he ultimately tells Frisk,
"Don't kill, and don't be killed."
Quiche. In a secret area in Waterfall, you can find a bench, and when you look under it, you can find a quiche underneath it. The item is named Abandoned Quiche and heals 35 HP. Toby Fox stated in a now deleted tweet that he originally had ideas to skip dialogue in game with said quiche. Burly rejected concept. In the soundtrack for DeltaRune Chapter 2, there's an earlier version of Burly's theme at the end of the soundtrack. It's interesting, as similar to the song that might play when you fight Sans, it doesn't play any part of the game, and it's also unique as it's the first time we've had an unused song in a soundtrack outside of collector's editions or special versions of the soundtracks. Don't you have anything better to do? If you try to talk to Asriel after his post-pacifist dialogue, he'll say,
Frisk, don't you have anything better to do?
Additionally, after beating Undertale's neutral route 6 times, Flowey will ask,
Don't you have anything better to do?
A PS4 trophy also has the line as the name, achieved after getting the other trophies. Tier 1. The first tier end video in the Iceberg. You know, it's nice to see this look more nice and less impact by comparison to the others, having a total of 68 entries. Though we are going to change that a bit. Again, sorry for the audio troubles. But anyways, as for the changes and additions, I'm going to be merging Toby Fox's entry with one from Tier 4, which I'll get to when I get to the Tier 4 analysis, and we'll be adding 12 entries to this tier, bringing it up to 80 entries. So let's get through our first set of additions. Dark Worlds and Dark Fountains. Dark Worlds are alternate dimensions that can be accessed by those in the Light World, or real world, dubbed Lightners, by summoning a Dark Fountain through using their determination into a sharp and piercing object on the floor. Dark Worlds, and the people who live in them, dubbed Darkners, usually take their forms from the surrounding environment, and seem to also be influenced by the person creating the Dark Fountain. Whenever a Lightner enters a Dark World, their appearance usually changes, which usually reflects them in some way. Only one fountain is considered to be made of pure darkness, which is the one in the school's janitor closet, which gives us access to Castletown. Despite these Dark Worlds appearing at different parts of the world, and having different influences, as well as being opened up at different times, it's very hinted that Darkners from all different parts of the Dark World, and various fountains, do have shared history, whether it's Banton knowing Tenna, and seemingly Jevil, and King and Queen sharing a history with one another. It's also shown that putting items from the Light World that already manifested into the Dark World will cause those Darkners to enter into those Dark Worlds. However, if they stay there for too long, they can turn to stone, with Rousey being the only one who can willingly travel between all Dark Worlds without needing the light, and also not being able to turn to stone. The only way to seal Dark Fountains is by going to the fountain in the Dark World, and then sealing them with a Lightner's soul. If too many Dark Fountains are opened or summoned, it will cause the roaring to occur, which will result in the Light World being covered in darkness, with Titans roaming the land, and as shown in Chapter 4 that creating another Dark Fountain in the Dark World can cause a Titan to appear. So far, 6 Dark Worlds and 8 Dark Fountains have appeared in DeltaRune. Castletown, Card World in the classroom next to the closet, Cyber World in the computer lab at the library, TV World in the Dreamer's residence or living room, 3 fountains appeared in the church in Chapter 4 to create the Dark Sanctuaries, and there was another Dark Fountain in the bunker, with more to be made and discovered in future chapters. Titans. The Titans are titanic black and white beasts made from pure darkness that can be summoned during both the roaring or seemingly while summoning a Dark Fountain inside of a Dark World. These Titans seem to possess a lot of abilities and seem to be powerful enough to roam both the Light and Dark World. It is also shown to be destroyed or sealed in a similar action to sealing Dark Fountains by using Determination or the Soul. What's very interesting is that the Knight looks very similar to the Titans, which might imply that summoning the Titans is in their interest, and isn't just something that they're willing to do to throw off our heroes, and perhaps is some sort of agent for them. Secret Bosses. In each chapter, there's a secret boss that you have the choice to play. These are often the hardest to fight in each chapter, with each one requiring you to do certain things like finding or obtaining objects, but beating them will give you a new item, a shadow crystal, new dialogue, and in at least one case, new scenes. There's also an added trend of these characters becoming fan favorites in the fandom and memes surrounding them. In Chapter 1, it's Jevil, in Chapter 2, it's Banton Neo, in Chapter 3, it's the Knight, although instead of having the choice of fighting them, you fight them at the end of the chapter, and it can be one of those boss fights where you can either win or lose and the story continues either way, and you can use the Shadow Mantle to help you in the fight. And in Chapter 4, it's Gerson. The Sword Route. The Sword Route is a secret part of Chapter 3 that involves playing minigames that can lead you to a myriad of things like getting new items, the Egg of the Chapter, and the Shadow Mantle, which can help you fight against the Knight in the same chapter. It is notable for featuring many concepts seen in the Weird Route, and there's even one secret scene that can play between Susie and Chris that's been making Cruzy fans go wild. The only way to access the room is by getting an S, T, or Z rank, and it must be done after getting through both the first 2 sections of TV Time and after returning to the Green Room from roaming around TV World. The Old Man. The Old Man refers to a resurrected form of Gerson Boom that we meet in the Dark Sanctuary in Chapter 4. He was manifested from a glass casing that contained his dust, hammer, and a picture of him, and was kept in the desk of his son, Father Alvin. Gerson also serves as a secret boss of Chapter 4, known as the Hammer of Justice, where Susie is trying to get the Justice Axe, with Gerson saying he'll let her have it if she's able to hit him, and you do get it if you beat him. When he lived, he was a historian and teacher who became a fantasy writer of the book series Lord of the Hammer. Fandom eras. This is referring to the various eras of the fandom that are all marked by the process of which UnderTale and DeltaRune were released, as well as how the fandom was at the time, especially when it comes to fan content, memes, and theories and speculation. The first era would be the Kickstarter and UnderTale demo era. This existed from around May 2013 to September 2015. During this era was when the Kickstarter was made and funded, and when the demos for UnderTale were released. The second era would be the post-UnderTale launch era, where the official full game of UnderTale was released, and it really gained a lot of attraction. This was arguably when the fandom was at its height in popularity, and where many of its popular AUs and fan projects originated and came from. However, this was also probably its most controversial time, as this was when the fandom was young, and so you had many instances where they weren't so nicest to others on the internet, and when various things like shipping wars and the needle cookie incident came out, which really damaged the fandom and gave it a reputation of being one of the most toxic out there. This era would end on October 30th, 2018, when the official UnderTale Twitter account was seemingly hacked and sending strange tweets, preparing the fandom for something big. This is where the DeltaRune eras begin on October 31st, 2018, with the first demo containing the first chapter releases. During this era, many were introduced into a world with characters we were familiar with but were different, along with brand new faces and new worlds never seen before in UnderTale. This era would end on September 15th, 2021, when for the 6th UnderTale anniversary, they announced that Chapter 2 would be released 2 days later. This would mark the beginning of the Chapter 2 era of the fandom, where DeltaRune's popularity has skyrocketed. This was probably the height of speculation for where the next few chapters could go, especially in regards to what would happen in Chapter 3 and who the net could be. This was also where the rise of fake leaks began, along with the rise in DeltaRune fan games. The era would end in June 2025, when the next 2 chapters were released with the official launch of the game on multiple platforms, although it was already starting to end when in April of that year, they had announced the next 2 chapters. This brings us to the current era, the post-Chapters 3 and 4, or post-DeltaRune launch era, where the official game got released along with Chapters 3 and 4, and blew the fandom away with how the game was presented, revealing the villain of the game with speculation surrounding them at the highest, with people getting a better idea as to who they could be, as well as other things like Asgore the next possible chapter, and us getting our first good idea as to when the next chapter will be released, which will be in the year 2026, which also hints to the idea that these eras are going to get shorter and shorter. The next few eras will most likely come when the next chapters arrive. Asgore running over Des. This is the poster boy for all the Chapters 3 and 4 memes. The meme revolves around an animated GIF that was based on a scene from Open Season, where Asgore smiles evilly at the viewer before fading to a scene where he ran over Des with his truck. This meme exploded in popularity and is one of those memes that people have taken and used for other characters from both within and outside of UnderTale and DeltaRune. Heck, I even got into the action myself and made a few images for it. Many other memes have come off of this due to both Chapter 4 heavily hinting of Asgore's importance in the next chapter, and the deer in the headlights theory, which I'll get to in the next set of editions. Chapter 3 Spamton cutscene. If you have either the Puppet Scarf or Dealmaker in your inventory from beating Spamton Neo on the normal route, then during the scene where a Peepus comes out of Tenna's cabinet, instead of the usual scene occurring, Tenna will be nervous and worried about people finding out and saying that he'd rather work with Spamton again than have the secret get exposed. The item will then come out of Chris's pocket where Spamton physically manifests, surprised to see that Tenna still kept it. Unfortunately, Tenna does not recognize Spamton at all and starts freaking out before spraying him in foam and then leaving with the Peepus. Spamton then says he's never doing that again and then goes back into Chris's pocket. You're taking too long. This is in reference to the battle with Jackenstein in Chapter 4. Starting with the second attack, after getting the keys in every attack, a black pumpkin will come in yelling, "You're taking too long," before chasing the player down to the exit. This became even more famous due to the jokey shitposting nature of the fight, often making edits of the phrase, and the pumpkin crying like Mario when being touched with light. Spamton's silence. In a newsletter released by Toby of this year, 2025, Toby revealed that the alternate ending people could have selected for was now available to watch, known as Spamton Sweepstakes Part 2, or Spamton Silence by the community. In this ending, everything on the website changes to a grayscale version of the items, a reference to Spamton's shop after inserting Spamton into the disc, with certain other things changing, and the website teased things that would be seen in Chapter 4. Rank rooms. Depending on which rank you get from the various challenges during TV time, you'll get access to a variety of different rooms. From best to worst, getting a T rank grants access to the T rank changing room, a dark corridor lit by screens looping with multiple Tenna spinning doing a TV pose. S rank grants access to the Star Changing Room, which despite its high ranking, is actually run down, but can lead the party to the backstage area for the sword route. A rank grants access to the Arcade Room, which allows you to replay physical challenges. B rank grants access to the Ball Machine Room, where spending a certain amount of points allows you to earn certain things. C rank grants access to the Cooler Room, which is where you fight the infamous water cooler enemy. And if you get Z rank, you'll get an even worse room than the Star Changing Room, and has stuff in it that alludes to Spamton and Tennis past, as well as a manhole that leads to the backstage area. Nintendo references. There are a lot of references to Nintendo throughout Undertale and DeltaRune, which makes sense given how many Nintendo games have influenced Toby, and how they've worked together for things like having both games on the Switch and Switch 2, as well as Sans' Smash Bros. To give a few, there are mentions of a game called Super Smashing Fighters, an obvious reference to Smash Bros. The styles of the minigames from Chapter 3 are reminiscent of the first Legend of Zelda games. Berdly accuses Chris of wave dashing, an infamous move from Smash Bros. And speaking of which, Berdly dresses similar to Star Fox characters. 10th Anniversary Livestream. For Undertale's 10th anniversary, Fangamer held another livestream similar to the 6th anniversary livestream, where on September 20th and the 21st, they held a two-part livestream where Toby and the dads from the previous stream, Ridian, Dan, and Charlie, did a playthrough of Undertale where Toby would talk about various cut content, inspirations, fun facts, and concept art. During the livestream, viewers could also donate to a charity they were doing during the livestream, Doctors Without Borders, where they successfully raised a total of $361,407.76. The live streams are famous across the fandom due to the live stream featuring many new content, including additions to the game that weren't there before, altered changes to the environment and fun events, and some events that could be played once they raised enough money. Some of these additions included brand new NPCs, environments and areas, and battles. Some of these changes will be, or have already been discussed, though I won't be able to cover them all. Tier 2. Hometown or the Fan. You're officially part of the fandom. You have played the games and want more from this community and franchise that intrigues you. This tier is a continuation of Tier 1, but a bit more obscure. This is also the first topic/obscurity oriented tier, so it will contain memes and people known from within the online communities. It will also include merchandise from Fangamer. Annoying Dog Car. In DeltaRune Chapter 2, there's a room you can access through the traffic section of Cyberworld. Upon entering the room, if you keep going right, all of a sudden, the annoying dog comes in driving a cozy coupe-like car and starts attacking the player until they're dead. Afterwards, the Undertale game over screen plays until the dog abruptly drives into it, and then you respawn. The dog car appears again in Chapter 4 if you play Megalovania on the piano. Character trapped in code. In the files of DeltaRune, several strings of text can be found. The style of these texts suggests the idea that a character is trapped within the codes. The text includes: Where am I? Hello? Anyone? Is anybody out there? Someone? Anyone? Can anyone hear me? It's dark. It's so dark here. Someone. Anyone. If you can hear me, say something. Please. No one can hear me, can they? I guess not. To be honest, I'm not even sure I can hear myself. So quiet and good. Sometimes, I swear I hear something. Something like scratching? There are theories saying that this character could be the true Spamton, or at the very least, are contacting through him. As when you talk to him in the shop, it seems like he has a familiar text and speech pattern whenever Spamton's eyes go static. And seeing how the texts were updated for Chapter 2, we can assume more will be included in the coming chapters. More is found in Chapters 3 and 4 with them saying, What is this place anyway? How did I get here? As if I haven't asked that question a million times already. I In the current era of DeltaRune, the popular theory for who could be saying this is Des herself after she disappeared. The Dark World is a game. In Chapter 1, when Chris and Susie reappear in the Light World, they end up in a classroom, where a bunch of items parallel to the Dark World appear, some of which resemble a game. At the beginning of Chapter 2, Rouse tells Chris to go collect stuff from the Dark World, referring to the stuff we see in the classroom. If this is a game, it's certainly not one about a fictional world. Gaster is the Skelebro's father. This is by far the most well-known fanon/fan theory in the fandom. There's a few reasons why people think this is true, but here's the list. Gaster's appearance is very interesting, and a lot of people have thought of it to look like a skeleton. He's one of the only characters to be named after fonts, Wingdings and Aster, and uses Wingdings to speak. The unreadable symbols in Sans' labs could possibly be Wingdings, and it's possible that the three people could be the Gaster followers, and when you talk to the Snowden shopkeeper, she talks about how the Skelebros just showed up one day. But perhaps the biggest hint is that in Sans' boss fight, he uses these skulls that shoot blasters, and in the code, they're called Gaster Blasters. This hints at Sans, and possibly by extension Papyrus, being either related to or having connections with Gaster himself. The Angel. The Angel is a prophecy from the underground in UnderTale. The prophecy states, an angel who has seen the surface will come, and the underground will go empty. The DeltaRune, more specifically the wings and circle, are meant to represent the angel. Most people interpret this to be the pacifist route, the genocide route, or both, as an angel from the surface empties the underground, this being either Azrael or Kara. Snowball Golf and Human Souls Connection. In Snowden Forest, there's an optional minigame with golf. Depending on what flag you get, it tells you how you played. If you're able to get the ball within the whole 6 seconds within your first try, the flag will turn red and state the following: bravery, justice, integrity, kindness, perseverance, patience. Using these, you are able to win that ball game. What's interesting about the text is that the colors of the 6 adjectives match with the 6 human souls, which has led fans to believe that these adjectives are meant to describe the previous 6 humans. The mayor is Noelle's mom. This is a theory that's all but confirmed, as Alfie states that Chris is neighbors with the mayor, and since Noelle is a friend and neighbor of Chris since they were children, and saying things such as how her mother doesn't like to be interrupted while busy, this theory seems to have some leniency. It actually has been confirmed by multiple characters that Noelle's mother, Carol Holiday, is the mayor of Hometown. She's a very interesting character as, by contrast to her apparent habits and house, her appearance, voice, and song all appear dead instead of lively. And it's because of when she appears, the fact she has a katana, and her dialogue, that many believe that she's either helping the knight or is the knight themselves. Sans-Patrick connection. In 2019, fans found that Sans' voice came from a sample of Patrick Starr's speaking in the SpongeBob SquarePants episode titled Something Smells.
Maybe it's the way you're dressed.
After the discovery, it became a big meme, especially because it happened around the Smash Me costume reveal and became another format to the Sans' Nest memes. What those two thought. In the final part of entry 17 we hear, what do you two think? Which asks the question, what did these two think? The answer could change depending on what you think the story of Gaster is about. Could mean Sans and Alphys, Sans and Papyrus, or just two characters we haven't met yet. 10 out of 10. Whenever you encounter Temmie in UnderTale and check her description in game, it says, Temmie, rated 10 out of 10, loves to pet cute humans, but you're allergic. What's strange is that the 10 out of 10 part, which is obviously a pun on 10 out of 10, replaces her attack and defense info. Kara is the narrator. This is a large theory talking about all the evidence in UnderTale that suggests that Kara is a ghost that narrates your journey. Evidence includes the fact that the narrator has more character than it should, isn't omniscient or all-knowing some of the times, along with flavor text changing in Genocide, including the change of the text despite everything is still you into, it's me, Kara. Most people thought that when the red text appears in Genocide, that's when Kara speaks, but considering that the last line is in normal text, that's not the case. And there's a lot more evidence that can be talked about in this video, so if you're interested, I recommend checking the link in the description below. and watching the Softs video, which was recently uploaded. When does Undertale take place? The time period of Undertale is debated among fans. Kara fell into the underground in 201X, meaning 2010, and the trophy in Asgore's house has 98 on it, which implies that he won the trophy in 1998. However, a few things don't line up. Papyrus's internet name is CoolDude95, while Undyne's name is Drawnfish91. With names like these, it correlates with the user's birth year. If they were born in the 1990s, it wouldn't make sense because they were born after Kara's time and didn't know what Toriel looks like. So it's likely that they were born in the 2090s. It makes sense as Toriel and Asgore are boss monsters who can live for hundreds of years. This might mean that Frisk could have landed a century after Kara's death, somewhere in the 2110s. Fallen Down monsters. Fallen Down is a term used to describe monsters who are on the verge of death. Atlas uses this term in her entries. It is explained more in Monster History Part 6, which states, "Unfortunately, monsters are not experienced with illness. However, when monsters are about to expire to age, they lie down immobile. We call this state fallen down. A person who has fallen down will soon perish." Asgore also mentions this in the Undertale alarm clock when talking about Rudy and saying that he fell down. Subreddits. As to be expected, on Reddit there are a few subreddits that are dedicated to Undertale and DeltaRune related stuff, including r/Undertale, r/DeltaRune, and r/Underminers. Clam Girl. If the fun value is set between 80 and 89, you can find an NPC in Waterfall called Clam Girl. When talking to her, she mentions her neighbor's daughter, Susie, and how you two should meet sometime. She also states that fate may have a way for you two to meet. In version 1.0.0.1, there is new dialogue which states, "In life's grand scheme, she might be why you came here in the first place." In this patch, talking to her makes the Don't Forget note appear in Sans' True Lab. In the Nintendo Switch version of the game, Fun Value 81 will have her start off with the same dialogue in other versions, but then her sprite changes and becomes grayscale, and she'll say how your time to meet her is soon fast approaching before disappearing like Mystery Man. Sense of Deja Vu. One of the most well-known mechanics of Undertale is its sense of deja vu that can occur through resets and reloads. This sense of deja vu comes from when characters claim that Frisk looks familiar to them or that they feel like they knew what their decision would be, such as when Papyrus talks to Sans about how the human looks familiar to him, or Toriel being able to know your decision for pie before asking your options. You will regret this. If you refuse to sell an item twice to the Thames shopkeeper, she'll say,
You will regret this.
Dirty hacker ending. By hacking in the game, or just having the game experience a bug, the neutral route's phone call will be different. It will have Sans calling that this is an error message and to tell the creator about that, before telling the player, "You're just a dirty hacker, aren't you? Yeah, get out of here." Your choices do matter. This is a theory that contradicts the idea in DeltaRune that your choices don't matter. This does have a lot to back up behind it after what happened in the Snowgrave route, where you freeze enemies, and by doing so, while we can have similar scenes to the normal route, we'll get smaller new ones, or scenes that play out differently. This also begs the question of what will the ending be like for DeltaRune? Will we have a similar situation with the neutral route, where the outcome will be the same, but the consequences can lead to different versions of it? It's something we'll just have to see. Merg. Merg is a gaming YouTuber most well known from playing Undertale, DeltaRune, and its many fan games, especially those surrounding the AUs. In recent years, he's branched out and plays other things than Undertale and DeltaRune the fan games, like Friday Night Funkin' and Five Nights at Freddy's. He's so well known that fan games reference him at every chance they get. Every Undertale fan game be like. This is probably the he's not beating Goku of the Undertale community. Because Undertale and DeltaRune are really popular video games, there are bound to be fan games based off them, including ones that revolve around the many AUs. This is a meme that talks about how many Undertale fan games are really hard, have crazy mechanics, and usually have some cheesy fan reasons for it. And don't forget, a lot of these are based off of the Sans boss fight. This will also have the added joke of Merg being able to somehow dodge all of it due to the time and effort he takes into beating these games in his videos, especially for no damage videos.
Now I have attack 99 defense 99 because I'm Sans Phase 2!
Photoshop Flowey name confusion. Among the community, Flowey's form in his boss fight has two names. Photoshop Flowey, which is the official name in this form, and Omega Flowey, which was given to him by the fans. Even more confusion is that in the files, the form is called Flowey X. To make things a bit more confusing, during the 10th anniversary livestream, Toby refers to Flowey in this form as Omega Flowey, which kind of leads to the idea that both this and Photoshop Flowey can both be correct names for this form. Area before Rousey's castle. This is the first area you enter in the Dark World, yet also one of the more interesting and mysterious because it doesn't have a name, is completely desolate of life, and seems to have a few references to Kara. What's interesting is that the beginning of TV World looks very much similar to this area, which may hint to a connection between them, and what could be inside the closet in the Light World. Don't forget. Don't forget is a phrase that appears between UnderTale and DeltaRune. You can find it written on Sans' note in UnderTale, and it's the sound that plays at the end of DeltaRune Chapter 1, which ends with the phrase,
Don't forget, I'm with you in the dark.
Susie cast Pacify on the king. If you don't do a pacifist take on DeltaRune and befriend everyone, then instead of the Darkness coming to save you from Kane, Susie will instead distract him for Rousey to use Pacify on him. Bandage. The bandage is an item in UnderTale that you can equip as an armor piece. Every time you take damage, you'll be given 1 HP when it's your turn. There's a special note when getting the neutral ending with the bandage still on you and never removed where Sans asks,
Well, just going to ask, did you ever take off that gross bandage?
It also has a counterpart in DeltaRune where it serves the same purpose, but can only be accessed by hacking. The anomaly. During Sans' boss fight, he mentions how there's an anomaly appearing all over the timeline and is repeatedly stopping and starting. This is likely referring to the save points across the underground that the player can find and how determination affects them. Rousey's manual pages. After finishing the tutorial room in Chapter 1, Rousey will give you a manual. If you try to throw it away, he'll tell you to stop, and if you try again, he says he's sorry and promises to make a better one. You can't read the manual in-game, but you can in the assets. The pages detail how to play the game, and it's all drawn like a young kid. During the 6th anniversary livestream, Toby Fox mentions Temmie Chain recreated a physical version of the manual. Shay. Shay is a popular UnderTale and DeltaRune streamer and YouTuber. They do speedruns and also play mods and UnderTale and DeltaRune fan games. They've also done tier list rankings and use Frogget as their logo. So normally we don't talk about dark stuff this early in the Iceberg, but since this video is late, I might as well mention the Frogget in the room. In November of this year, plenty of accusations were placed on Shay by their former fans and ex-partner for sexual coercion, harassment, and assault, grooming, and piloting minors. These people would release a multi-page document that will be linked in the description that details the various victims' stories. It's definitely shaken the UTDR community to see a once beloved creator among the community be capable of such horrid actions. And so because of this, their entry will be moved to Tier 8. I hope nothing else that the victims and anyone else who was affected by Shay like this are in a safer and better environment. Intro looks. Both in the UnderTale demo and when Photoshop Flowey takes over the world, the goat monster that appears in the beginning of the prologue is replaced with a monster that looks like Luke's. It's likely this happens in the latter as a nod to those that played the demo. Or it could also be Toby forgetting how it's supposed to be. The 3 people smiling is the fun game. It's commonly believed, especially after DeltaRune's release, that the 3 people in the Don't Forget note in Sans' lab could be the fun game, or Chris, Rousey, and Susie. Fingers in his ass. Fingers in his ass refers to a meme with Nagito Komaeda, I'm sorry if I butchered that name, a character from Danganronpa, and Sans, who sings about how Kanye West likes fingers up his ass to the tune of Asgore. Toriel accidentally killing you. During Toriel's boss fight, when you're low on HP, the fireballs will intentionally try to avoid hitting you. However, if you are on one of the walls, you can still be damaged. Once you hit 0 HP, there's a split second where you can see Toriel's shocked expression as she realizes that she just killed you, clearly not trying to in the first place. Beta screenshot on Steam page. On Steam and Steam page, you can find many screenshots for the game you selected. UnderTale is no exception, but if you look closely at the third image, which is where you appear in the game for the first time, you may realize that this isn't an image from the game itself, where it goes to the right, but from the demo, where the entrance is above the start. This is either a mistake made by someone, or a nice nod to the backers and people who played the demo. UnderLab. UnderLab is a YouTube channel that dedicates itself to UnderTale, talking about the game and theories. It's been branching out to other topics though. If you've been an UnderTale fan for a while at this point, you may have seen a few videos from this channel. Nick Nitro. Nick Nitro is an EDM rock music artist who's made music, remixes, and covers based on video games. Most noticeably, he's made covers and remixes on Touhou and UnderTale and DeltaRune. He's currently also working on his own video game. Dorked. Dorked is a YouTuber who makes video essays on various topics in video games and franchises she enjoys. She's most well known for her UnderTale and DeltaRune analyses and video essays. She also created Inverted Fate, as well as creating The Crow Cries at Midnight and Antipode. She has talked more outside of UnderTale and DeltaRune, including Sonic and Kingdom Hearts. Birdley's Gamerpad. After the release of Chapter 2, YouTuber Squeakrilla released a video that contains audio of Snapped Cube's Sonic 06 fandom, which depicts Rousey and Birdley with Silver and Mephilis's voices and dialogue from the dub.
I'd like to be in the friend zone. I'd like friends.
It's not as pleasant as you'd think. They don't treat you like a friend. They treat you like an item.
Waiting for Toriel. After Toriel gives you a phone in the ruins, she leaves to deal with errands at her home. After she leaves, you're supposed to continue through the ruins and make it to her house before she finds you again and takes you to your room. However, if you stand still for 5 minutes, you get a call from Toriel, telling you to keep waiting and that errands are taking longer than expected. 5 minutes later after that, she finds the flower she was looking for, only for the annoying dog to snatch it. 5 more minutes later, and the annoying dog snatches her phone. Another 5 minutes later, you get a call where you hear the annoying dog sleeping with the phone and Toriel trying to get it. And yet another 5 minutes later, the dog sneezes, with Toriel realizing that they've kept us waiting for a long time. 5 minutes later, who would have thought that, the dog continues to sleep with Toriel getting tired. Finally, after another 5 minutes, the dog just sleeps, and if you try to call during this time, it will be deflected by the dog. After he leaves the room, Toriel tells you what happened to her phone before giving the usual dialogue in this scene. Power of Nero Icarus Remix. A few months after UnderTale's release, Blast Proceed released a remix for Power of Neo that extended it for a hypothetical Mettaton Neo boss fight that went longer. This was commonly used for the hypothetical extended boss fight, at least until Toby released the unfinished extended version of Power of Neo. Power of Neo Unfinished Version. As we are all familiar with, the official version of Power of Neo released in UnderTale is as short as the boss fight, and doesn't go on for too long. For UnderTale's 9th anniversary, Toby Fox shared unused music for DeltaRune Chapter 2. In this, he explains that after UnderTale's release, he made a goal to give the fans a real version of Power of Neo in DeltaRune. However, he couldn't find a version that satisfied him, and he made multiple versions of the extended idea, which later transitioned to having a more Spamton theme when he had the idea of Spamton Neo. Man on the Internet. Man on the Internet is a YouTube channel that lyricalizes many video game songs, creates songs, and make musicals around video games. Man on the Internet made a musical series of UnderTale where they take the original UnderTale soundtrack and lyricalize it. They have done the same to DeltaRune Chapters 1 and 2, and will likely do the same for the future chapters. If you like lyricalized version of songs, or also just like musicals, I recommend giving it a listen. Human, I Remember Your Genocides. These are probably the r/Batman Arkham memes of the UnderTale and DeltaRune community. The original image was a photoshopped image of the first encounter with Sans, where instead of the usual banter, Sans confronts the human, stating that he remembers all of their genocide runs. This would quickly spread in 2023, leading to a series of memes where Sans, or one of the other UnderTale or DeltaRune characters, confront the player saying that they remember a series of routes, or just a photoshopped image of the character speaking with the text glowing colors. Sometimes it even involves the fan games and AUs. During this no grave route in chapter 4, when Susie tries to high-five you, she notices that Chris is a bit out of it, and the apparent tension between them and Noelle, before famously saying, hey, maybe things took a weird route right now. This has been another big source of memes within the DeltaRune community, due to it both seemingly acknowledging I remember your genocides, and how on the nose the dialogue is. Some have also taken the dialogue with Carol in the normal route where she tells Chris they're always welcome back to her home, as another possible reference due to the word you being colored red. Under Event. Under Event is a YouTube channel that talks about the latest UnderTale stuff from the community to showcase and celebrate its growth and creativity. They try to make it more than an UnderTale version of Nintendo Direct, and put stuff in between to make it more unique. The Poop Shitters. This refers to a meme surrounding an image of 5 photorealistic stanzas with the text of the same name above them. It is based on a YouTube channel that posts low-quality versions and samples of music, and within the description of the videos is a fictional story telling of the band's history going back to the late 1990s. Naming yourself after characters. If you choose your name as any of the characters from the game while choosing your name, the game will have some unique texts where the characters in-game respond to it. Some of them, like Asgore, Toriel, Undyne, and Alphys, will not allow you to pick their names, while others, like Papyrus, Gerson, and Caddy and Bratty, will allow it. Meme and comic dub channels. On YouTube, there are many channels whose whole shtick is to dub or voice over fan-made UnderTale and DeltaRune comics and memes. Revtrocity. Revtrocity is a content creator and voice actor who does a lot of fan dubs for different characters in different franchises, where he says various things as those characters. He's most well known for his UnderTale and DeltaRune videos, where he also voices comics and memes, and his Saying Things As series. DeltaRune takes place in a different universe. Toby confirmed in interviews that DeltaRune doesn't take place in the same world as UnderTale. Rather, it's a different story with the same characters. This all but confirms the idea that DeltaRune takes place in a different universe/timeline. Papyrus finds a human. In May of 2016, Pymations created an animated UnderTale video where Papyrus tries to capture the human and keeps failing.
I caught it, Sans! I caught it!
Wait, really?
Damn! My cooking was too amazing!
Kara buried under a flower bed. It is said that after Kara died, Asgore wanted to put them in a coffin in a new home, but Toriel took their body and gave it a proper burial in the ruins, because Kara said how they wanted to see the flowers before their death. At the end of Genocide, Kara states that it was the player's power that awakened them. It's possible that it was when they fell on the flower bed where they were buried. Another weird coincidence is that when Frisk is knocked out and sees the flashback where Asriel meets Kara for the first time, when they awake, they're on a golden flower bed. And the final piece of evidence is that at the end of True Pacifist, we see Asriel looking over the flowers from the beginning, telling Frisk that someone has to look after these flowers. Similar to what Toriel says when you go to talk to her after sparing her. The red soul is not Chris's soul. There's a lot of evidence to point that the red soul is not Chris's soul, but rather the player's. One of the biggest is when they rip out the soul and are able to move fine without it, while the player can only move the heart. Along with this, the Dark World describes Chris as a human body with a human soul. Not there, but And the inhabitants of Hometown say how Chris hasn't been themselves as of late. This could also explain why Chris has options that they wouldn't be aware of, but the player would be if they had played UnderTale. Onion Sand's secret. After meeting Onion Sand in the lake in DeltaRune Chapter 1, he'll tell you to meet him in the lake, saying, "I want to tell you something tomorrow. Something I can only tell a friend." With a sinister look to him before disappearing. When talking to him in Chapter 2, he says that he's familiar with an old song at the bottom of the sea. This somewhat correlates with one of the river person's songs, "Tra-la-la, do you ever hear the old song coming from the sea?" We'll see what else he has to say in future chapters. You can't talk to Onion Sand in Chapter 4, but if you try to wait for Onion Sand in the night after sealing all the Dark Sanctuary worlds, Chris and Susie will sit down, and Susie will talk of a melody she can hear from the other side of the lake. The angel is the player. The theory suggests that the angel could be referring to the player in the genocide run as you come from the surface and go on to kill every monster. An alternative version of this theory to explain how the player is the angel is that, for one, when you see the angel section in the prophecy in chapter 4, the angel will have no image. When having the image at high resolution, it will show an image of Castletown, which can be named after you. The angel's hidden desire could also be referring to our hidden desire as fans to play a complete DeltaRune. One interpretation is that DeltaRune's good ending will only come if we, the player, are banished and never return. r/Underminers. r/Underminers is a subreddit that is dedicated to data mining UnderTale and DeltaRune and talking about the discoveries in each game. A lot of hidden secrets and mysteries have been uncovered by the subreddit, including things about Gaster. Andrew Cunningham. Andrew Cunningham is a member of the UnderTale and DeltaRune community who makes video essays on both games. He has also made a few live streams where he played UnderTale fan games. Outside of UnderTale and DeltaRune, he's also working on a video game called RAM, Random Access Mayhem. Other UnderTale and DeltaRune icebergs. This entry is on the iceberg out of respect for the other UnderTale and DeltaRune icebergs that gained a lot of attraction and inspired this one. This isn't the first UnderTale or DeltaRune iceberg, and I don't think it'll be the last one. 2 of these were covered by Silent Chatterbox 52, as stated in the previous video. So cool. A popular UnderTale meme from back in the day is audio where Sans keeps saying and posting, "so cool," with the pirates getting progressively more and more annoyed until he finally tells Sans to shut it.
So cool.
Shut the fuck up, son!
So cool.
UnderTale art book. On Fangamer, you can buy the official UnderTale art book, which has concept art, early designs, and early sketches, all of which has commentary from Toby Fox, Temmie Chain, and other artists who helped in the creation of the game. Vinyl soundtrack hidden encounter. The back of the UnderTale soundtrack has an UnderTale-style encounter of you fighting against it. The eyes theory. This theory proposes that hiding eyes and faces is used in DeltaRune to hide who the characters were until they go through an arc and reveal these features. In chapter 1, we don't see Susie's eyes until she feels empathy and saves Chris in the end. Us seeing Lancer's eyes at some point could be him expressing his true self, along with Rouse uncovering his hat and showing us what he looks like under it at the end of chapter 1. And Chris showing their eyes at the end of chapter 1 hints at who the true Chris is. House's Snowden background. If you look to the background of the entrance to the mysterious store in Snowden, you can find a lonely house in Snowden's forest with lit lights from the inside. You're even able to see a lone figure exiting it and entering the house. It's unknown whose house this is or who is leaving and entering the house. During the 10th anniversary livestream, we seemingly get to meet the person who lives in the house, and my favorite NPC from the livestream, a lumberjack monster who's been cutting trees, and in the pacifist epilogue, decides to offer hats to the trees instead. Naming yourself Gaster. If you try to name yourself Gaster at the beginning of UnderTale, it boots you back to the intro and you have to try a different name. The same thing can happen in DeltaRune, with earlier versions of the Chapter 1 demo causing the game to crash instead of restarting. Murder Dance. The Murder Dance is a movement used in the Genocide run in order to get more encounters. It's kind of become a staple and meme in the UnderTale community, especially because it's a tactic used in Genocide run speedruns. There have also been a few fan games that have called out the trick. Mettaton hired Muffet. This is a theory that said that Mettaton hired Muffet to kill you. Muffet talks in her boss fight of how someone paid her a lot of money to kill you. She also says that the person had a changing form and a sweet smile. It's never stated who it is, but it can be interpreted to be Mettaton because he does have a lot of money and can change form, and he has hired monsters to kill the player. Sans is a Darkner. This isn't a parody to mock Sans' Ness. The theory proposes the idea that Sans isn't a skeleton monster, but rather a Darkner. Sans bleeding is very unique unless you think it was ketchup. The only way that Sans would bleed is if he wasn't a monster, but rather a Darkner. Not to mention, the fire underneath Sans' room is a lot like the doors in the Dark World that help the player travel. The pirates also described the room as another world. Alarm Clock app. The UnderTale Alarm Clock app was the $32,500 stretch goal for the Kickstarter. Development was paused on the app for various reasons, one of which being that Toby wanted to work on DeltaRune instead. The texts from this app were posted on Undertale's 5th anniversary, where the characters from Undertale are asked about their opinions on winter and talk about the Christmas party held by Papyrus. The app gives us some interesting insights, such as a bit of what Flowey's life was like in the ruins, and confirming that Rudy Holiday is a monster in the underground who passed away before Frisk fell into the underground. It also has 2 daughters, likely Noelle and Des. Super Smash Bros. Reference. In DeltaRune, Toriel mentions a game that Chris and Asriel used to play a lot called Super Smashing Fighters, and how the Green Lizard was Asriel's favorite. This is obviously a reference to Super Smash Bros. And Yoshi. Being spammed to Neo with a full inventory. After being spammed to Neo in a normal Chapter 2 run, you will be granted a Shadow Crystal. At this point, most players, especially if it's your first time, would have their inventory open. However, if your inventory is full, Spamton will suddenly freak out over the fact that he cannot join Chris at the moment. It can only be picked up in a red chest if the player's inventory is open. Bed Inspector. If you check every bed in Card Castle, you'll be granted the title of Bed Inspector. If you have it during Chapter 2 and check Chris's bed in the Dark World, you'll have a more in-depth description of the bed. There are other titles you can get throughout the game. These include Chris getting Moss Finder, Moss Mystery, Ice Blazer, and Dark Beat. Other characters can also get title changes, like Susie getting Moss Enjoyer and Acts of Justice, Rouse getting Fluffy Prince, Prickly Prince, and titles that change from what kind of pose occurs when taking a photo in Chapter 2, and Noelle getting Frostmancer, Ice Trancer, and Moss Neutral. Mettaton made Spamton Neil's body. According to this theory, there seems to be a connection between Spamton and Mettaton. Not just because the two have a form with Neo at the end, but also because of the body that Spamton was implemented in. The original body was made by a Lightner who imbued the machine with their hopes and dreams with the help of Swatch. Unfortunately though, nothing came of it. It's possible that the machine was Mettaton's, as it does resemble some of Mettaton Neo's form. Sands of Papyrus came from DeltaRune. A popular theory which says Sands of Papyrus didn't originate from the world of Undertale, but instead DeltaRune's. This includes all the connections that Sans seems to have with the Dark World, and would explain the shopkeeper saying to Snowden that the brothers just popped in one day. This is especially more interesting coming from the fact that wherever Sans Papyrus came from, it has green grass, which Hometown does have. What did Chris say? During the Spam to Sweepstakes event, there was a private blog we can read made by Noelle. Within this blog, we see that prior to Chapter 1, Susie really has it out for Chris for some reason. Susie tried to get a reaction out of Chris, but they kept looking at her with indifference, which got her to threaten them with biting their head off. Chris somehow found it amusing, at which Susie threw an apple at them and Chris caught it. This made her even more mad, telling them that there will come a day when their mother won't love them. At which Chris says something to her, and then Susie walks out. Plenty of people have been speculating as to what they could have said to her that made her give up. Flowey is the anomaly. This is a theory proposing that the anomaly that Sans had spoken about in his boss fight is not Frisk as he thought, but instead Flowey. Frisk hasn't been in the underground long enough for Sans or someone else to notice an anomaly, and when you talk to Flowey after 4 neutral routes are complete, he'll say not to tell Sans of your abilities and to be careful because
he's caused me more than my fair share of resets.
It's likely that Flowey is the anomaly that Sans is looking for, but because he can't find him, and Frisk is someone who came in recently, he assumed that Frisk was the anomaly. The red soul represents ball game. In the same text that gives us colored trait text, we see that ball game being colored red. Because of this, and the fact that we don't see determination in red in the same text, it's been a joke to say that the red soul trait represents the ball game. The angel is Noelle. In the Dark World, Noelle wears an attire similar to that of an angel, potentially linking her to the prophecy from Undertale, but that doesn't stop there. When you talk to Spamton when buying the Ring of Thorns, he calls Noelle an angel, and considering that she unwillingly participates in the Snowgrave route, this has some potential. So Sorry Overworld Sprite. Tempe Chain made an overworld sprite for So Sorry that wasn't used in the game, except for the Switch version where you can see him standing next to the art club in the True Pacifist ending and even talk to him. Alternate Mad Mew Mew overworld sprites. When you open the doors of the Dog Shrine, Mad Mew Mew will have one of 3 random overworld sprites. She would be wearing either a pink dress, a white dress, or the rarest, a black dress. Spamton Acid Theory. The theory goes that the reason for Spamton being shorter than other Addisons, despite that he is one, could be that he bathed in Queen's Acid River while living in her mansion. The evidence comes from how he talks about being in the burning acid, and one of the few things he says while I talk to him is,
I used to be nothing but the email guy. Now I'm the it burns. Oh, stop! Help me! It burns guy.
Tea theory. In DeltaRune Chapter 2, there is a character who will sell you tea for each of the characters, and the amount of health the tea heals depends on how your teammates feel about that character. The weird thing is that when Chris drinks Rousey tea, they are only healed 60 HP, which is the lowest of the other teas they can drink. According to this theory, this could be due to how the player and Chris are separate, so their opinions on everything are different. This overall begs the question, why does Frisk favor his other friends over Rousey? A few reasons from this theory could be that either A, Rousey parallels Asriel and Chris feels abandoned by him. B, Susie is someone that Chris feels somewhat more comfortable with. Or C, Chris is aware of Rousey's shitty behavior. The Rousey tea can increase to healing 100 HP in Chapter 4 after telling Rousey it's okay not to smile. Aborting genocide. A common misconception is that by sparing any enemy in the game, it will immediately abort the genocide route. However, sparing any monster doesn't immediately abort genocide. It only works for special encounters like Monster Kid, Shiren, and the Canine unit. This is due to how there are around 16 switches that activate that continue the genocide run, and these switches are in unique fights, and when sparing these special enemies, it will cause the route to be aborted. Inside Fangamer plushies. When you cut the Fangamer plushies for Undertale and DeltaRune, you can find some interesting things. In Toriel, you can find a monster soul, referencing her death. Inside Papyrus, you'll find the annoying dog with a bone, referencing his boss battle where the dog steals a special attack. In Sans, you'll find red cotton to represent his blood when you kill him in the genocide route. Inside Temmie, you'll find Temmie flakes. Inside Napstablook, you'll find a ghost sandwich. And in Rousey, you'll find a crayon drawing made by him. And in Spamton, you'll find one single peepus. Character pin set 1 name changing. On Fangamer, there is a set of pins of Chris, Rousey, Susie, and Lancer from Chapter 1, which can be sold for $12 US. Every once in a while, the name of the set changes to any of the choices you get for naming the group, that being Fun Gang, Lancer Fan Club, and Squad. As of the time of recording, the name is set to Lancer Fan Club. Flowey discount. During the early days of Undertale, when you're in the Undertale section of Fangamer, you can order a bundle of merch called the Determination Combo. If you look underneath the merch info on the right, you'll see a link which asks if you want a discount. If you click on the link, it'll take you to a page where Flowey offers you a discount, and you have the option of whether you want to accept or decline the offer. If you decline, it'll direct you to a Google search page which has cartoons for loser babies or whatever on the search bar. If you accept, you'll get $1 off the Determination Combo. If you didn't use the discount, you would get a postcard which is meant to be a recreation of the pacifist route with art made by Gigi. However, if you choose to go with the discount, the postcard will instead resemble the soulless pacifist ending photo. Skeleton Snow Globe Origins. On both Reddit and X, Fishap talked about how he finally had gotten the skeleton globe from the Spamton sweepstakes, though when he got it, instead came as many musical peepees and a photograph with a letter and artwork done by Toby explaining how they were unable to successfully send the snow globe, so they sent him this and some money instead. It's likely that this was to be an elaborate reference to the shady nature of sweepstakes. BlueBubble.rodeo. In Spamton sweepstakes, one of the many rewards is a roll of toilet paper with text saying to go to BlueBubble.rodeo. Going onto the website will show Chris and Susie in cowboy attire. Upon clicking on the sprites, you'll hear a whipping sound. This was clearly a tease for the cowboy sections of Chapter 3. Unused sprites and cross-stitch book. There's an Undertale cross-stitch book on Fangamer. In this, we have some typical sprite designs, along with some designs made exclusively for the book. Like one where it's spaced whenever you're lying down and feeling like trash with Napstablook, along with some fully colored boss designs. Though it's been confirmed that the fully colored boss designs aren't canon and are there in case you get tired of the typical black and white. Undertale Collector's Edition. On Fangamer is the UnderTale Collector's Edition. With it, you can get a version of UnderTale based on any of the playable console or PC options, a CD box which consists of the soundtrack and bonus tracks, some sheet music for UnderTale, a booklet based on the intro, and a golden heart locket which also counts as a music box of memory. Censored Tarot Cards. On Fangamer, they sell a set of UnderTale-themed tarot cards. Tumblr artist Godbomber made the art for the cards. With that said, there are some cards that have changed for some reason. Dog Bomber posted all the art he had for the card deck. The changes included Frisk being renamed to the Human, the amalgamates being heavily darkened for Alphys, Kara's black round eyes were replaced with red eyes, and Gaster being removed entirely. Hidden Morse code in Your Best Nightmare shirt. On Fangamer, there is a Your Best Nightmare shirt. On the inside of it, there is Morse code, which when translated says, "You called for help, but nobody came," which is obviously a reference to that scene in the fight. Legends of Localization. On Fangamer, there is a series called Legends of Localization, a series of books for Legends of Zelda, Mother 2, and UnderTale that use these games to help introduce the reader to the Japanese language. These include the passports and the big hardcover books. UnderTale has its own passport and is the topic of Book 3. Book 3 has been somewhat infamous for having some supposed lore that reveals secret things in the lore of UnderTale. However, just know that when you're going into this book, it's not intended to explore lore, and is more so intended to explain the localization for UnderTale and why certain decisions were made. Noelle created Spamton. In one of Noelle's blog posts, she talks about a game called Cat Peters 2. The basic premise is to take care of a cat, raise it, and possibly breed it. She describes it as a very deep animation and breeding system that allows players to mod the game and add new pets. These pets included birds, hamsters, cars, cartoon characters, and a lot more. Because the breeding system isn't perfect, sometimes you would get freaks of nature, or worse, a message that states the pet is incompatible, resulting in the game crashing. Noelle was so scared of this possibility that she would make sure the pets never fell in love, and if an egg appeared, she would immediately throw it in the trash. However, in one story she linked in this page, there was an egg she got called Special that never hatched, and no matter what she did, it couldn't be thrown away. After treating it like a normal pet, the egg disappeared the next day with a message saying that it left home due to happiness, when usually it would say it left due to sadness. The egg also had a name that she couldn't remember. This theory proposes that Noelle managed to, at least partially, create the first peepis, which are usually treated like eggs, and with Spamton often referring to Noelle as Hooch Mama. It's possible that Spamton could have been involved in this, maybe being hatched from it, creating the salesman we all know and love. So Spamton himself in a Q&A confirmed that Noelle did not create him, but the special egg she got did come from him. There's also an alternative to this theory, which is to say that this event is what created Friend. Flowey calling you out after going back from killing Toriel. UnderTale has a way to recall things that the player has done. If you kill Toriel and then reload before killing her and then spare her, Flowey will call you out. This is one of the first things that occur in the game that you can do, which reveals that the game is much more self-aware than we realize upon first glance. That Comedian glitch. This famous line was only supposed to happen if you're on a genocide run and interact with a save point and haven't killed Snowdrake. Unfortunately, due to a glitch, it happens whenever you interact with a save point in Snowden. This led many to think that this was referring to Sans. Baby girl, daddy's home. This is a meme based off of a flip-a-clip animation of a poorly drawn, muscular Sans with red lips getting ready to do... well... the deed, if you know what I mean. UnderTale and DeltaRune SoundCloud communities. On SoundCloud, there are many fan songs revolving around UnderTale and DeltaRune and their AUs. It's a place many fan song creators upload as it is easier to post on there than any other music platforms, and it's usually used as an alternative to listening to it on YouTube.
You'd be dead where you stand.
This famous line is said by Sans during the dinner date in Metaton Resort. The reason why it's on the Iceberg is due to the vagueness of the statement that many don't think. Possibilities could include Sans killing the human, Sans capturing and taking the human to Asgore, or also the idea that Sans could have been protecting us from unseen threats, and that if he hadn't, we wouldn't have gotten to that point. Tumblr Sexy Man Tournament. In 2022, a tournament was held consisting of Tumblr Sexy Men to determine who the sexiest man on the internet is. Among the contestants were Sans, Spamton, The Onceler, Reagan, Megamind, Keen Dice, and Herobrine. In the final round, it came down to Sans and Reagan from Mob Psycho. The results were incredibly close, but at the end of it, Sans won by a single vote, declared him to be the sexiest man on the internet. This gained a lot of attention, and Toby Fox even posted a fanfic on the matter on Twitter. Alfie's pronunciation. In the notes made on how Alfie's name is pronounced, Toby Fox reveals that it's pronounced Alphys. I might have pronounced her name as Alphys before, but that's because that's how I've used it for a long time, and only recently has it been revealed to me that canonically it is pronounced as Alphys. Burley's limp arm. If Burley or Queen are defeated through fighting in her boss fight, Burley will try to pull the plug off of his face, which results in him getting electrocuted and having his right arm injured. This results in him unable to move his arm in the light world, which he assumes to be because it's sleepy, and Noel has to carry his books for him. If you do this, then in Chapter 4, the library will be closed as Burley is in the hospital waiting for his arm to be all healed up. Sybil's GD. Sybil's GD is a YouTuber who makes content on UnderTale and DeltaRune. She posts videos discussing memes, challenges, popular fan games, and other topics revolving around UnderTale and DeltaRune. She also made the AI mods that will be discussed in Tier 5. Mystic Slime. Mystic Slime is a YouTuber who makes videos and shorts based on UnderTale and DeltaRune. These include analyses, fan games, reactions, and facts. The Human and Sans' Tarot Card Symbolism. In Sans' Tarot card, we can see Frisk in the reflection of the window, perfectly on the symbol for the DeltaRune. This could be more evidence for the player being the angel. Tier 2 is when these tiers start to get bigger, having about 103 entries in this tier. It was very fun going through the memes, merchandise, and members of the community. As for the corrections, I'll be removing the Mayor is Noel's mom because it's been established and confirmed, so I don't see a reason for keeping it in the Iceberg, other than to say, hey, the community got this right. I'm also going to rename Bed Inspector to Title Changes, as that entry will instead focus on all of the title changes, and I'm going to move Underfell and Underswap to this tier because I think it's too well known to be in Tier 3. And Super Smash Bros. References will be combined with the Nintendo references in Tier 1. As for additions, I'm adding 20 new entries. This all results in this tier having 123 entries in total. Mic minigames and Pluie. After beating the mics, you can play minigames based on each of the mics, and the names of the minigames have been what many people have called each of the mics. For Small Mike, you play Bat Hat, for Big Mike, you play Jongler, and most notably, for Cat Mike, you play Pluie. The reason for its notability is because before Chapters 3 and 4 were released, Toby had posted on Blue Sky about the updates of them implementing Pluie. This caused a bit of discussion and memes in the DeltaRune community over what it could be. Boss monsters. Boss monsters are unique types of monsters. They're notable for 1. Fully matured adult boss monsters are able to live as long as possible as long as they don't have children, and 2. Instead of their souls disintegrating with their bodies when they turn to dust, they persist for a few minutes before also disintegrating. So far, the only known boss monsters are the Dreamers. Deer in the Headlights Theory. The Deer in the Headlights theory is a theory and concept that has existed since the Chapter 2 era of the fandom, but has become more popular in the Chapters 3 and 4 era of the fandom. The idea behind the theory is that Asgore's divorce and losing his position as the police chief is connected to Dessa's unknown fate. The most common interpretation being that he hit her with his car and her being petrified like a deer in the headlights. Sans DeltaRune hate. This quote-unquote hate is more of a joke and a meme than anything from the chapters 3 and 4 era. The reason why Sans DeltaRune, and sort of to some extent Toriel DeltaRune, gets this is because of the ending of chapter 4. After Chris and Susie come back from all the experience in the Dark World and thinking Toriel got caught by the night, they go back home in the middle of the night, only to find that A, Toriel has not been captured, and B, and most importantly to this discussion, she's drunk and dancing with Sans while playing loud music. This scene has lived in infamy for fans due to the awkwardness and uncomfortableness behind this scene, how neither of the two adults seem to care about Chris or Susie's well-being, especially in the seemingly bad weather, or the former's personal space, Toriel not telling either of them that she cancelled choir practice, and then of course there's the common fan joke of Sans potentially Toriel, the main character's mom. Pepper Wreath has released a pretty good video talking about this, which I am going to link in the description. Funny Bone. Funny Bone is an Undertale animated video released in September 2016, made by Lightsen. The animation covers Sans and Papyrus moving into Snowdin and trying to introduce themselves and make a good impression to the other monsters.
It's a real great icebreaker too.
I should have known.
Carpet. Carpet refers to the shitpost memes that Toby posted on Blue Sky, which included videos and music with lyrics from Burning Man's Soul from Persona, and sketches of the annoying dog moving with him moving in a pattern. As chapter 4 would reveal, this was a tease for not just the climbing sections of the chapter, but also most importantly, the optional race against the annoying dog in the same chapter. UnderTale London Concert. On June 22nd, 2025, to celebrate 10 years of Undertale, a concert called the Determination Symphony was held, produced by Lambert Jackson Productions at the Even Tim Apollo in London. It was an orchestra performance featuring 25 pieces from the Undertale soundtrack. Red Soul Trait. It's debated as to what the Red Soul Trait could be, especially considering the characteristics of the other 6 souls. Most interpret the Red Soul Trait to be determination, though many disagree as all humans happen to possess determination, and so how could one have more than others? However, DeltaRune does seem to support this theory due to red often being seen as the sign of determination in a few instances. DeltaRune tomorrow. This was a common phrase that people would say, awaiting for the announcement for when the next chapters of DeltaRune would be released. Once the day before DeltaRune chapters 3 and 4 came, everyone, even the creative team behind DeltaRune, began chanting this phrase too. Freedom Leitmotif. This is a leitmotif that people had begun noticing for secret bosses starting in chapter 2, specifically with Jevil and Spamton Neo, with Rolled Revolving, and Big Shot. Black Knife doesn't seem to have one, which makes sense given the boss fight and character isn't the same as the others, and the motif used in Gerson's is a lot more subtle, which makes sense given he's a unique case for both Lightners and Darkners. It's also a meme among the DeltaRune community, often remixing and making songs where the leitmotif fits. Spamton and Tenna were partners. Through details, scenes, and dialogue shown in chapters 2 and 3, we learned that after Spamton made it big and became a big shot, he and Tenna became business partners, with Spamton promising to teach him about technology and how to make it big as long as he helped with TV commercials and make him a star. The deal ended when Spamton got a call on the phone and took off running, abandoning and calling off the deal, with the two still being bitter about it to this day and blaming each other. Asgore's flowers reference Flowey and the human souls. If you go to Asgore's basement in chapter 1 after playing Undertale, you will immediately notice with the 7 flowers that the one in the middle references Flowey from Undertale, while the other 6 are corresponding with the 6 human souls that the monsters captured. Annoying Dog Race. If you go back into the chase room that's unlocked at the end of this dark sanctuary from Gerson's study after sealing the first 2 fountains, you can have an optional race with the annoying dog, where you're both trying to race to the top of the pillars where a chest containing a dog dollar is. The annoying dog will beat you, but is not interested in the prize and is instead interested in a bone near it. W.OGG and D.OGG. These were songs that were added in DeltaRune chapters 1 and 2. W.OGG plays after the Goner Maker sequence, while D.OGG is the song that plays during the Birdley scene in the Snowgrave route before his fight in that route. Possible Gaster-DeltaRune connection. A big majority of the vocal fandom has the theory that Gaster is connected to DeltaRune in some way, whether that's him being speculated to be the knight in the pre-chapters 3 and 4 eras, or the idea that DeltaRune is an experiment run by Gaster, or that he's influencing how the eggs work. Gotcha Room _unknown. This is a room accessible by inserting 1,225 points into the gumball machine from the B rank room, and then entering the gumball machine. The room appears as a maze-like red carpet room that consists of a room with no collision, allowing you to move anywhere, and has findher.ogg playing. The only interactable item in the area is a blue gachapon machine. Interacting with it results in dialogue that says a dark triangle object had come out, and Chris tried to take it, but it instead slips through their hand, and they couldn't find the object anymore. And then there is a message which says that Chris's hand is unfoundable before fading to black and taking Chris back to the B rank room, which had changed to remove the gumball machine, dispenser, and sign. Many fans consider this to be a reference to deaths with the number 1225 correlating with Christmas. The song is called Find Her and has the Lost Girl leitmotif, and the dark triangle object possibly correlating with a guitar pick. Sword Route and Weird Route similarities. There are similarities in the minigame seen in the Sword Route to the Snowgrave Route. In this route, there's a figure with white robes and ice powers who helps you to kill enemies, you must hunt a blue bird, and the third area in the third minigame strongly resembles the alley that will reach you to Queen's Mansion earlier in the Snowgrave Route. Clopen. After talking to Sans about how the window says open despite the store being closed, if you walk to a new screen and then return, instead of saying open, it will say Clopen. If Susie says to change it again, doing the same thing again and then coming back will just show the sign of Sans' face. Adding furniture in Castletown bedrooms. There are various accessories that can be added to the bedrooms in Castletown depending on if you interact with them or not, or do something special. For Chris, you can have the manual appear on their dresser, or a trash can if you toss it in front of Rousey, decorative moss from Chapter 1, an Ice Siege statue from Chapter 2, and the Golden Tennis statue from Chapter 3. For Susie, you can give her the statue of her from Noelle's room in Queen's Mansion, or a slush plush if you give it to her. And for Rousey, he can get a trash can by not getting the Icy statue, or one Icy statue of his own if you do get it, a Rousey plush if you give it to Rousey, and a ladder and a couch pillow from the Dark Sanctuary. DeltaRune unofficial message boards. The DeltaRune unofficial message boards is, as it sounds, a recently made message board forums website for fans of both UnderTale and DeltaRune to come together to talk about UnderTale and DeltaRune, similar to other message boards like GameFAQs and Starman.net. Birdly likes caramel. This was a joke started by Salty DK Dan and Biza Bizo that made fun of various fanins within the DeltaRune community and an odd obsession with Birdly loving caramel. Susie's room. During the scene where Rousey explains how dark worlds work, we see a bedroom that slowly transforms into a dark world. While we've never seen this room before, given that he's explaining it to Susie, as well as how the room looks along with the poster, most interpret this to be Susie's bedroom. Tier 3, the Ruins or the Speedrunner. You decide that no matter how good these characters are, you've become so obsessed with the game, you just want to explore every possibility, every call, every version of their routes. You go through endless playthroughs and complete multiple challenges in shorter and shorter time. This tier will contain information a bit more obscure, as well as include tactics players and speedrunners use during UnderTale and DeltaRune. And this tier will talk about other people who have worked on UnderTale and DeltaRune but don't get as much attention as Toby or Temmie. In this land, only eyes blinded by darkness can see the way. This is a line that is seen in the first area of the Dark World. This sort of implies that in the Light World, the Dark World would be too dark to see through, and can only be seen within the Dark World itself. Miss Peepus. There is a 1% chance of a Miss Peepus to replace a regular Peepus. There is nothing special about it outside of a pink bow. Steven after not surviving. Steven after not surviving is a troll pasta that's one of the many jokes and theories that parodies the Sans' Nest theory. This theory states that Sans is Steven Universe. In the shitpost, it explains that Steven became Sans after he contracted cancer and got a jacket after getting cold, and then died and being buried underground, leaving on in his new persona, Sans, which stands for Steven after not surviving. Underfell and Underswap. Underfell and Underswaps are perhaps a few of, if not the most well-known Undertale AUs. Underswap is a switch-up AU originally created by Popcorn Prince, which switches the roles and personalities of characters like Sans and Papyrus, Toriel and Asgore, Alpha San Undyne, and so much more. With that said, the popular interpretation of Underswap has drastically departed from the original AU, as will be mentioned in Tier 8. Underswap is nicknamed Blueberry. Underfell, on the other hand, is an AU originally created by Vic the Underfella that has a lot of the colors red, black, and gold, and the main concept of the AU is where Flowey is helping you through the underground, where the monsters are more aggressive and embrace the kill or be killed ideology. Underfell Sans is nicknamed Edge. While both creators have deleted the original posts that started these AUs, from what I heard, Vic has returned, and while they do have their own version of the AU, they welcome other versions and interpretations of Underfell. These AUs are very influential in creating different variations of other Undertale AUs. Newsletters. Both people who are signed up and on Toby Fox's Fangamer website, Toby will send out newsletters every few months and on anniversaries. You can sign up for it with your email and can select a different tier. Minimal subscribers will only be told when a new chapter of DeltaRune is coming out. Normal subscribers will get seasonal letters as well as being updated on new info on the games and events. Super members will get instant updates on any project Toby Fox worked on, even if it's not related to Undertale and DeltaRune. And Truck Freaks will be given even more stuff. Sham referencing Gaster. After defeating Jevil and going to Sham's shop, they'll say how they were forced to lock Jevil away. They say, as the court mage and his only companion, I was forced to lock him away, or rather, lock us all away in his own words. Since that time, the strange words he said have stuck inside my cotton, and my view of this world has become darker, yet darker. These two words are in the word search puzzle in Snowden Forest. On the list of words to find, the word is misspelled using a U instead of an E. It also appears in DeltaRune Chapter 2 spelling puzzles, which showcased Ice-E when done with them. Toby answer in Metaton's essay. During Metaton X's boss fight, he'll give you an essay where you can type anything you want. If you type in Toby, he'll say, Toby? What the hell is that? Sounds sexy. But it refused wordplay. But it refused is a wordplay for when the soul literally refuses back together in Asriel's boss fight. Leading brand Undertale type software. If the game has any issues loading or just crashes, a message will pop up saying, leading brand Undertale type software, the program name for Undertale, has crashed. Funny cheat. During Spamton Neo's boss fight, there's a move you can do where after holding the big shot technique, you can spam the button again to fire more big shots, a glitch which has been dubbed as Funny Cheat. After doing this, Spamton becomes enraged with this, and his face will turn red with smoke coming out of his head. On PC, you can perform this by having one of the firing buttons pressed down, while the other one is repeatedly pressed to shoot big shots. And Spamton will do more damage as a result. UnderTale. UnderTale is a popular basic change AU originally made by Mimi Pipinski, where instead of the monsters being sealed underground, they're sealed in space, specifically on the moon. Monsters have a more space-themed attire and wear more capes and long draping clothes, with the colors being white, gold, and deep blue. Their attacks are more based on space and stars, and when they die, they turn into stardust. The AU is well known for its artistic style, the music associated with it made by Jeffrey Watkins, and the unique idea of it. Toho inspiration. Toho Project, or just Toho for short, is a Japanese bullet hell shoot 'em up video game series made by independent developer team Shanghai Alice. Toby is a massive Toho fan and has been since elementary school. He's even made an OC named Apple Girlington who he wrote songs for. It would take too long to explain all the references and inspirations, but to give a few examples, Undertale and DeltaRune's bullet hell elements are very much inspired by Toho. But along with that, the music is also inspired by Touhou music, specifically stuff with Undyne, like Spirit of Justice and Battle Against a True Hero, which uses a bunch of trumpets similar to Touhou's music. Ariel's boss fight is also inspired by Marissa, since they both share a rainbow/stars aesthetic, and his design and name seem to be inspired by Serial. On May 23rd, 2018, Toby was able to meet Touhou's creator, Zune, and talk over a few beers. He was surprised that Zune liked playing Undertale and enjoyed Undyne's music. And that's not all. In the last few years, Toby revealed that he and Zune have collaborated on a track, Yuen, Owen Has a Hero, that appears in the officially sanctioned Touhou fan game, Touhou Danmaku Kagura, Fantasia Lost. The part Zune worked on consisted of his rendition of Battle Against a True Hero, which is very fitting considering it was based on Touhou. And that's not the only one, because this year, they collabed with each other again, with Tobo creating Necrolovania and Zune creating Megalovania of the Empty Course, with obvious Megalovania inspirations behind both tracks. Papyrus is not what he seems. There is a lot about Papyrus that makes him almost as mysterious as Sans, and gives hints that he is holding back against his enemies. Even in Genocide, where the player is clearly dangerous, Papyrus refuses to kill you, and even gives you the choice to change. Not to mention that in Genocide, both of his stats are 17 lower than a normal battle, where his stats are attack 20, defense 20. Even more interestingly, Sans is supposed to be the weakest enemy in the game, and Papyrus's normal stats are 20 times that of his brothers, and as will be discussed in a bit, he might be hiding even more of his attacks. Image_friend. If you look closely in one of the black areas in one of the rooms in Queen's basement, you'll see a creepy smiling face with yellow and pink eyes similar to Spamton. The image's file is image_friend, and no one seems to know why this is in the game, but people have come up with theories. This thing has appeared several more times in the more recent chapters of DeltaRune. They appear again in the beginning of chapter 3, looking quite different, almost resembling Endogyny, as Rouse explains some of the dangers of the Dark World and how Darkners aren't real, and they proceed to jump scare us. And during the Mantle minigame. Due to his appearance as a cat, and his appearance in the same room as Spamtonio's body, some associate him with the experiences of Cat Pitters 2 that Noelle experienced in her blog. JoJo references. There are a few references to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure in Undertale, most of which can be found in Mad Dummy's boss fight. This includes saying a word 3 times in a row, which is pretty common in JoJo, where they yell out, "Futile, futile, futile!" which is sometimes something that the main villain Dio says, "Buddha, Buddha, Buddha!" which can be translated to futile and useless. There's also a moment where Mad Dummy throws a single knife, misses, and says how he's out. Another reference to the climactic battle between Dio, who uses knives, and Jotaro in Stardust Crusaders. Another lesser known reference is with the Ice Cream cards, where the game says, "Hurrah! You rip out the punch card, your hands are burning," which references Jotaro's battle cry of "Hurrah! Ura! Ura!" It's also said that part of Mettaton X's design could have been inspired by JoJo because they both have a belt buckle with a heart. His cheeks could have been inspired by Darby, and the colors for his overworld sprite could have been inspired by Tony Starby's stand. Susie is Susie. When you talk to Clamgirl in the epilogue of the pacifist route in the Nintendo Switch version of Undertale, she states how you haven't met Susie, before telling you that your time to meet her is fast approaching before disappearing. This was the last set of Undertale content before the release of DeltaRune, where one of the main characters is Susie, spelled differently with an S-I-E at the end instead of a Z-Y. And if you remember, talking to Clamgirl makes the Don't Forget note appear in Sansa's lap. It's probably considered among fans that Susie could most likely be a different version of Susie from DeltaRune. This is possible since Rudy is said to be in Undertale but died before the player fell into the underground. Flowey is an analogy of the player. During the Genocide route, Flowey explains his life before Frisk fell underground. In this, he explains that he had the power to save and reset, which he discovered after he tried to end his own life again and again. At first, he used it to make friends with the other monsters and solve all their problems, but after a while, it got too boring and predictable, so he decided to have fun and experiment on what would have happened if he started toying, hurting, or flat out kill other monsters. This could be an analogy of players in communities both inside and outside of Undertale, as there will be games where you quick save and then go on a huge killing spree of various people including NPCs before going back and saving. Usually this is caused by boredom, which leads to curiosity of what could happen, and trying to squeeze every bit of content in the game, even if it means doing wrong things. Flowey's Echo Flower. If you backtrack at the end of the Echo Flower room, you'll be able to go to an Echo Flower where Flowey will say what Toriel says after you fight with her. What the flower says depends on what route you're on. If you spare Toriel, he'll say how she'll likely forget about you and move on to the next human child. If you kill her, he'll quote what she said as she died. And when you're doing the genocide route, the Echo Flower is silent. Alarm Clock dialogue confirms Flowey leaves the underground. In the Alarm Clock app, we see that the characters from UnderTale had a Christmas party, which happens after the Pacifist run, and is talked about in all conversations from different POVs. What's interesting about this is that Flowey was also asked about what the party was like, and he talks of him seeing Toriel on the ground. This implies that while at the end of the game, Asriel says he'll look after the flowers, after he turned back to Flowey, he may have left the underground with the other monsters and now lives among them. How did Frisk escape the underground in the neutral route? A question that has plagued UnderTale fans since its release. The game has stated many times that for a human or monster to leave the underground, either one needs to have both a human and monster soul. However, at the end of a neutral run, Asgore, the monster who you can kill and take his soul, dies, and his soul is shattered by Flowey. Therefore, Frisk shouldn't be able to leave the underground, yet they somehow do so anyway. Because of that, this has been something that's been speculated to death in the community for a long time, and there are many theories to explain this. Fighting Asriel without saving. If you fight Asriel without ever saving, the text flavor during Asriel's second phase will say, "Saving over Asriel's file seems like the only way to defeat him, but having never saved before, you lack the power to do it." Halberd pun. The weapon that Berdly wields is called a halberd, a pun on the fact that Berdly is, well, a bird. Mad Mew Mew's Super Mario World reference. Whenever you do a no-hit run when encountering Mad Mew Mew, she'll say some words which are meant to be a reference to the names of levels within Special Zone from Super Mario World. Mew Mew. Mew Mew is the nickname Alphys gave the cat that she thinks is drinking her milk. The nickname obviously coming from Mew Mew Kissy Cutie. That word appears on UnderTale's window title before fighting Photoshop Flowey. Vacation to Hell. When talking to Spanton in his shop, at some point he'll tell us to take a vacation straight to hell, which could be a reference to Burger Pants in UnderTale where he says how he doesn't have any more vacation days, thus he can't go to hell. Rude Buster does more damage if you press Z. If you press Z while the beam is after an enemy, the damage will increase more than it should. Sands and Papyrus are remnants of Gaster. Game Theory made a series of videos talking about who and where Gaster could possibly be. The conclusion MatPat made was that Gaster got split into Sans and Papyrus, and that each of them represent the two halves of Gaster's brain and personality, with Sans representing the left, verbal or logical side of the brain, and Papyrus representing the right, visual or creative side of the brain. Hush Puppy. Hush Puppy is a consumable item that can be obtained by giving a hot dog to the dog behind the rightmost door at Metatown Resort. It can be used to end the endogyny fight early. You surely would have been blasted too. After sparing Papyrus in a genocide run and dating him, when you check the bones, Papyrus says how it's good that he didn't use his special attack as he states that "you surely would have been blasted too" before he stops himself. This implies that he too can use Gaster blasters, and that's what could have been used in the special attack. This is further implied in the UnderTale art book when we see a skull-looking bone in his box of bones, which says, probably not a skull. You're really kind of a freak, huh? If you reload after killing Sans twice, he'll say, "That expression that you're wearing. You're really kind of a freak, huh?" Undyne Neutral Route Dialogue. Depending on which monsters you killed in the neutral route, Undyne will talk about a monster who you killed. These pieces of dialogue give us some interesting info on how she feels about others. If you didn't kill any monster except for one of the following, she'll say something about them and say how they were killed because of a single human. If you only kill Snowdrake, she'll comment on how he's a teenage comedian who fell in the wrong crowd. If you only kill Chiron, she'll say how she was just learning to sing. If Doggo was killed, she'll mention how he always made her laugh. If only Lesser Dog was slain, she'll say how he wanted nothing more than affection. If Dogami and Doggeressa were killed, she'll comment how sweet and loving they were to each other. And if only Greater Dog was killed, she'll say how he wanted nothing more than to play. If all K9 Royal Guards were killed, she'll say, "The Snowden K9 unit had been completely decimated. My troops and friends destroyed. Is that fun?" The most unique one is when you kill Papyrus, where instead of shouting a speech of how she'll destroy you, she'll instead stop and talk about how he's disappeared and hasn't answered any of her calls, or how Sansa's disappeared. Ending with when the human steps forward, she will kill them. Sideways attack power. If you compliment Lancer too many times when you first fight him, the game will state, instead of going up or down, his attack power goes sideways? This also makes the damage point sideways. Punch card exploit. The exploit is often used in speedruns in order to skip dialogue and cutscenes. By accessing the menu and punch card really fast, the game will think you can roam freely and will let you do so. You can also use it to go back to earlier spots through doors. Toby said how he was originally going to patch it, but decided best not to. Wrist Protector. Wrist Protector is an item used to skip text faster than usual. You can get it by accessing the Dark World in less than 8 minutes. It'll be on the floor in the first room. Clicking pop-up ads. A neat feature in Chapter 2 is that while finding the pop-ups, whenever a pop-up ad appears, you can use your mouse on the X icon and close it. Fred Wood. Fred Wood is a video game developer who has been working on DeltaRune since Chapter 2 and mostly works on things in the overworld. A few of the things he has worked on are the vase mechanics from Chapter 2 and the Newbert Room. Other games he has worked on / developed are Nuclear Throne, Ultra Bugs, Love 1, 2, and 3, Polstario, Mort Story, and Mort's Dream Jump. Gene Canals. Gene Canals is a video game developer who joined DeltaRune's development starting in Chapter 2. He handles most battle designs and some of the bullet attacks. Some of the things he has worked on include the Giga Queen encounter and Spamton Neil's angry reaction to the Big Shot sheet. Other games he has worked on include, but are not limited to, Death's Gambit and Secret. Taxiderby. Taxiderby, or Juju, is a video game developer, designer, writer, and self-proclaimed belligerent trash mage who works on DeltaRune. They handle a variety of things including bullets. They were the one responsible for the Spamton Cherub. They have also worked on Idra and the Little Fish, Lucid Drifter, Moment to Midnight, Puro, Pip Sweep, and Electra. It only occurred to me later when working on Tier 5 that they also made the popular UnderTale fan character Red. Chess. Chess is a streamer and game developer who has been working as Toby's little helper since late in UnderTale's development. She has drawn the original image of Burley's Dark World form and has worked on pixel art for overworld sprites like the Dark World forms of Susie and Birdley. Gigi. Gigi is an artist and good friend of Toby Fox. They've helped in the development of UnderTale and DeltaRune's concept art, testing for the games, and outfit designs for characters like Undyne and the Dark World costumes for Chris and Susie. They also designed the Metatom poster. Other things they've worked on include Cucumber Quest and Lady of the Shard. Gibby Noel T. Despite having her own comments on the Rousey and Susie teas, there isn't any actual way for her to drink the tea due to her technically no longer being in the party at that point in the gameplay. UnderTale has 93 endings. Believe it or not, there are almost 100 endings in UnderTale, 93 to be exact, unless you want to include the hacker ending, in which case it's 94. This includes not only hard mode and the neutral routes, but also branches from the genocide and pacifist routes. By the way, I was going to say something, but I forgot. After talking to Sans at Grillby's, before he leaves, Sans says, "By the way, I was going to say something, but I forgot." It's a strange line to say in the middle of nowhere, but one theory states that he says this in order to not look weird to the other NPCs in the room after freezing time. Elements. Elements are a hidden property in DeltaRune where certain party armor can protect one of the characters against certain bullets. As of now, only Element 1 and 6 are revealed to be Holy/Alec and Cat/Puppy, with other elements being speculated on. Element 5 has been revealed to be Dark and Star. Q&As. From time to time, UnderTale has Q&As released where the cast of UnderTale can answer questions either from fans or just from the interviewer. Night Night takes more damage if she is asleep. An interesting detail while fighting Night Night is that if you manage to get her to fall asleep, you can actually deal more damage to her than you usually do. Equipping armor during Mettaton X's fight. Every time you equip armor in Mettaton X's fight, you'll gain 1500 ratings for fashion, which allows you to beat the fight before Mettaton's essay. UnderTale sprites drawn in MS Paint. In a Q&A, Toby was asked what he used to draw the graphics, to which he responded saying that he used MS Paint, while Temmie and the other artists used graphics scale. You stop to smell the flowers. South of the vent room where you encounter Muffet, there was a lone cactus with flowers on it. If you time the interaction button perfectly, you'll get the line, "You stop to smell the flowers." Shadow Crystal flavor text. When you observe the Shadow Crystal in both the dark and light worlds, text will display which shows things you can't see at the moment. Whenever you're in the dark world, you see the rooms that the dark world takes place in, like the toy room or the library. However, when you're in the light world, not only would the crystal show your hand missing through it, but there's also detail where a version of Susie is glaring at you coldly. I know what you did. If you look in the trash can of Alphys's lab, the game will state there's a message crumpled up in the trash can. It's in a strange kind of handwriting. It says, "I know what you did." It's likely to have been written by Flowey, with the message being a reference to the determination experiments in the True Lab. This is kind of in line with Flowey, considering that he does like to mock the player and the choices they make. You just remembered something funny. Depending on your actions, when you inspect the bag of dog food in Alphys's lab, the text will be different. On a pacifist route, inspecting it will say, "It's a bag of dog food. It's half full." If you're on a neutral route, it will instead say, "It's a half-empty bag of dog food." And if you have a kill count of at least 21 and have killed the canine unit, the narration will state, "It's a half-empty bag of dog food." You just remembered something funny. Strange tweets. Toby has posted some strange things before, including some stuff on Twitter or X. Most of these are just meant to be funny, but what this is specifically talking about is a series of tweets that were posted, starting off with a thread of tweets made by Toby stating, "The success of UnderTale has been incredible. Thank you to the artists, the fans, and to my friends for supporting me in 2015. But lately, something has left me feeling unsettled. A burning, inexplicable feeling. You could say, its very nature is shrouded in darkness." Then, on October 30th, 2018, the official UnderTale Twitter account looked like it was hijacked. The mysterious person tweeted,
"Welcome. Have you been looking for me? How wonderful. I have been looking for you as well. I have something I want to show you. Something I think you will find very, very interesting. But it is not complete yet. No, it is far from complete. Thus, I have a small favor to ask of you. Return here in 24 hours. At that time, I will ask you a few questions. Then, using your responses, you will approach its realization. Thank you very much for your time. I will be in contact again soon."
The next day, on October 31st, 2018, the mystery person sent various tweets, with the last one being a link to DeltaRune.com, with the download link for the demo of DeltaRune Chapter 1. Once the game got released, there was a lot of hype behind it. What's even more interesting is that the tweets seem to have a speech pattern similar to Gaster, which makes the connection between DeltaRune and Gaster even greater. Apparently, whenever new chapters are about to be released, this voice will take over the official UnderTale and DeltaRune Twitters again. PS OuterTale. Project Spacetime, or PS OuterTale, is a take on OuterTale made by many artists and contributors with space fluff at the helm. In this version of UnderTale, the monsters came from another planet instead of coming from the same planet with humans, and were banished to an abandoned outpost instead of a moon, after their homeworld was destroyed. The plot is mostly the same as UnderTale, but also has plenty of differences, like different ending routes, a subplot with Mettaton and his cousins, and Burger Pants no longer working for him. I don't want to spoil everything because I have played the game myself, and I really enjoyed it, so I'll link it in the description below. Napstablook is invincible. This refers to the fact that even in the genocide route, you can't kill Napstablook due to the fact that there are ghosts who doesn't have a body like Mad Mew Mew or Glad Dummy in the genocide route, and Mettaton, the latter two of which both take damage and die. During the True Pacifist epilogue, they mentioned how they saw a flash of light that wanted to come in, but they just closed the blinds, meaning that they weren't absorbed when Asriel became absolute god of hyperdeath. It's debated whether or not this is because Napstablook is invincible, or because they didn't let the light in. Nelnull. Nelnull is an illustrator and character artist that gave the character designs for Sweet Cap'n Cake and Task Manager. They were one of the many fans of UnderTale and DeltaRune, and would then get the job to design the characters, and is the reason for the trio existing, as they made 3 designs for a character with a boombox design, and when they showed all 3 to Toby, he decided to use all 3. Nelnull would also help to create Lenino and El Nina. Other things they've worked on include Pokemon, Ratatan, as well as work on their own characters, and published an art book featuring their work. Room_water_redacted. Room_water_redacted, or room_272, is an unused area/room in UnderTale. Within this room, Premonition plays, and there is a strange figure who says redacted in lowercase wingdings. If you try to leave the room, you'll encounter the sound test room. A lot of people believe that this could be the true form of Gaster, which has some leeway considering he's the only character to speak in Wingdings, besides Gaster's entry 17, and when it speaks, it uses the same noise as Gaster does, all making this very likely. Kenju. Kenju is an artist who has made art for video games. They were a hyper tester and tile artist in UnderTale who worked on areas 3 and 4. Other games they have worked on are Rivals of Aether and Katana Zero. Marigo. Marigo is a pixel artist who made some background art for UnderTale. They made art for the Gate to the Surface, the background shot overlooking the ruins, the overlook of the castle and waterfall, the overlook of the core and hotlands, the background of Bratty and Caddy's shop, the background of Mettaton's restaurant, and the shot of the sunrise on the surface. Magnolia Porter. Magnolia Porter is a freelance artist and comic illustrator. She has helped in creating designs of a few of the monsters. She has worked on Gift Drop with some help from Toby, Ice Cap, Jerry, Monster Kid, Snowdrake, and Vulcan. Outside of UnderTale, she has worked on The Golden Boar, Monster Pulse, and Tiffany's Griffin. Mystery Man and Redacted on vinyl cover. On the vinyl cover for UnderTale, there's a heart that is shaped with various sprites from the game. Interestingly enough, this includes the Mystery Man and Redacted sprites into it as well. Canatines designing characters. Tumblr artist Canatines made the card characters for a card game. Toby asked if he could use these designs, and the artist was very surprised that the characters gained a life of their own. Royal Sciences LLC. Royal Sciences LLC is the copyright holder for UnderTale and DeltaRune. September 15th, 2021 livestream build differences. During the 6th anniversary livestream, there are a few noticeable differences between the version of the game shown in the livestream and the actual game itself. For example, when trying to choose your vessel's favorite type of food, instead of saying pain, it says nacho flamin' cheese. And when you say for the first time, instead of saying Chris as usual, it says empty. Lena Raine. Lena Raine is a music composer who makes music for video games. She's perhaps most well known for working on most of Minecraft's most recent soundtrack additions. However, she's also worked with Toby Fox on a few songs for DeltaRune Chapter 2. She worked on Attack of the Killer Queen alongside Marcy Neighbors and Cyber Battles solo. Other things she has worked on include but aren't limited to Celeste, Sackboy, A Big Adventure, and Guild Wars 2 Heart of Thorns. She also edited the audio for piano that may not be played that well. Name redacted in credits. In the credits, there's an unnamed name in the credits referred to as name redacted. This was a specific request made by someone. Clyde Mandolin. Clyde Mandolin, otherwise known as Tomato or Motto for short, is a professional translator and friend of Toby Fox who helped in the localization of Undertale and DeltaRune from English to Japanese. He's also the person that wrote the Legends of Localization books that I talked about in Tier 2. Giga Queen's Hidden No Damage third phase. If you avoid getting any damage during Giga Queen's boss fight, you'll get a secret phase where you and Queen have increased damage. Gaster created DeltaRune. This theory suggests the idea that Gaster created the universe of DeltaRune as part of his experiments, which may be what Entry 17 refers to and why Muse_Smile and other Gaster references appear. Splendid Land. Splendid Land, otherwise known as Samanthuel, is a video game developer and friend of Toby Fox. She did plenty of concept art for DeltaRune. She did art for the Ambulance, Pop-Ups, the Hacker, Cyberworld, and more characters that didn't make it in the finished product. Other things Splendid Land has worked on / is working on include Amazing Treasure Valley, the Mega Man Sprite game, Mickey's Dig Smasher, and even made the original Don't Talk to Me or My Son Ever Again meme. Clairvoyeur. Clairvoyeur is a sprite animator and programmer who did the sprite animations and testing for Undertale. They also did sprite cleanup for Tenna's animations, and was the general pixel art assistant in Chapter 4. EasyNam. EasyNam is a software engineer who is a game dev, artist, and composer as a hobby. They helped with overworld art in Undertale. Guzusuru. Angela Sham, otherwise known as Guzusuru, is an artist and animator who's most well known for their animations for Homestuck. They served as an animation assistant in Undertale and helped with the animation for Asgore's spear reveal. Chris is terrified about Spam to Neo due to them being able to relate about freedom. This theory suggests that the reason why Spamton Neo made Chris feel uncomfortable is because Spamton's strings in supposed lack of free will reminds them of how they have strings attached to them by the player and soul. Sans' footwear inconsistency. In-game, Sans wears slippers, and in the overworld, we can see they appear white. However, most merchandise and art like to depict him with pink slippers, and in his tarot card, they're blue. But in his Steam card, he's wearing blue sneakers instead. Rousey quoting Flowey. While in the tutorial in Chapter 1, Rousey will say, "See that heart? That's your soul, the culmination of your being." This is a similar line to Flowey when you first meet him when he says, "See that heart? That is your soul, the culmination of your being." It's likely this was said because both characters are introducing you to how the gameplay works, but it's still an interesting connection. Luke's Eyewalker. If you check Luke's, it'll say, "Don't pick on him. Family home, Eyewalker." As a result, Luke's full name is Luke's Eyewalker, a pun on the Star Wars character Luke Skywalker. Child Noel and Keyboard Puzzle Scene. In Chapter 2, there is a scene where Chris and Noelle walk on different sides of the room to solve a puzzle. During this scene, Noelle talks of when they were younger. While she's talking, you can see a silhouette of her when she was a younger kid. The only time we've ever seen a similar silhouette is when Burley is talking about his experience of winning the spelling bee, while we also see a child silhouette of himself. But what makes this even more interesting is how we don't see a younger version of Chris. We see another silhouette of the younger Noelle in a flashback from Tenna, and she appears behind the tree in Snowdon during the 10th anniversary livestream, though unfortunately we don't interact with her. Everdrade. Everdrade is an artist who helped to make assets and animations for Photoshop Flowey, as well as making the Undertale release trailer. He also worked on Photoshop edits and Weird Anim for Chapter 3, being responsible for photographic assets, as well as editing the video for Tenna's intro. Flashy Goodness. Flashy Goodness is a video game developer who works on the music, designs, and programs for the projects they work on. They provided help with the programming of Undertale. Other projects they have worked on include but not limited to the Rivals of Aether series, Super Secret Service, and Bean Dreams. Leon Arnott. Leon Arnott is an occasional web game maker. He provided programming help for the production of Undertale, and has also helped in porting the game to Mac OS X. Other things he has worked on / is working on include but not limited to Twine and You Are Spam Zapper 3.1. Lightner Darkner sprite differences. In DeltaRune, the characters from the light world such as Susie, Toriel, and others remain black and white like in UnderTale. Meanwhile, characters from the dark world like Rouse, Keen, Lancer, and others have a colored sprite. In the UnderTale 6th anniversary livestream, Toby explains that the reason for this is to distinguish the characters and show where they came from. Papyrus's battle body references. On Papyrus's shirt, you can find a symbol. The ordinary fan might not immediately recognize the symbol, but if you're an Earthbound fan, or someone who has played the Super Smash Bros. Games, you'll recognize that the symbol also appeared on Starman's suit. Additionally, Papyrus's battle pose could be a reference to the Oingo Boingo brothers from JoJo, and referring to his costume as his battle body is a reference to Sigma from Mega Man X3, who refers to his suit as his battle body. Purple Guy. When you talk to Pizza Pants outside of Icy's Pizza, he'll talk about one of the characters who is called Purple Guy. This led to a lot of people believing that this is a reference to Five Nights at Freddy's because there's a character named William Afton, who's also referred to as Purple Guy, who is depicted as purple, working at a pizza place and wearing a mascot uniform. However, on the 6th anniversary livestream, Toby claimed that he didn't know what their reference was. He could possibly be joking, but there's no way of knowing for sure. Game Maker Studios. Game Maker Studios is the video game creating software that was used to create UnderTale and DeltaRune. 3D Toriel. During the development of UnderTale, they had a hi-fi 3D Toriel sketched out. The render was made by Chelsea Saunders, who claims it's the best thing she ever made. Toby has claimed that this is canon somehow, but it could be a joke for all we know. Actually, it's probably most definitely a joke. It has appeared on UnderTale's release for both the PC and Nintendo versions, and the 6th anniversary livestream. Saunders would return to DeltaRune, but I'll get to that in her own entry in the Tier 3 editions. Bold and Brash in DeltaRune. In the classroom you end up inside of in Chapter 1, there's a drawing on a door to a cabinet. Due to the resemblance, some people believe this is a reference to Bold and Brash, a painting that Squidward made in SpongeBob. During the 6th anniversary livestream, Toby Soma confirmed this, though also said that it was a drawing that Gerson's son, Alvin, made when he was young. Delta Traveler. Delta Traveler is an UnderTale/DeltaRune fan game created by Violet Bunny. It's a fan game based on the Chris Where Are We meme, where Chris, Susie, and Rouse travel through different worlds, each section being a different video game. Some of the games include UnderTale, Earthbound, Toontown, and TS Underswap. Rouse blushing when near Chris. Whenever Chris stands near Rouse for a certain amount of time, Rouse will start blushing. In the files of DeltaRune, there was a sprite of Chris blushing while walking, which was supposed to be used during the arcade session of Chapter 2. Does Papyrus wear a cape or a scarf? A lot of artists, when trying to draw UnderTale, sometimes have a hard time trying to decide what a specific element could be. One of these hard things is Papyrus' scarf or cape. He looks like he is wearing a scarf, but both the way his battle sprite looks, and how in one overworld sprite his scarf is blowing in the wind, it almost resembles a cape. It's possible that on the one hand, it could be a scarf because he lives in a snowy environment, but on the other, it could be a short cape due to the whole royal guard aesthetic. Gaster caused Jevel's insanity. The basis for this theory is how, one day, Jevel saw someone and his outlook on life changed. You could argue that someone meeting Gaster would change their whole view of the world, and Gaster's theme can even be heard in Jevel's theme. Flowey stalking. When you walk back after encountering special events in UnderTale, there's a chance to find Flowey going into the ground, showing that he's been watching you the entire time. Flowey's Ronald McDonald lines. The various noises that Flowey makes are sampled sounds from Ronald McDonald talking in an old McDonald's commercial.
Hark! That's a wonderful idea!
That's a wonderful idea!
The noises from the amalgamates also come from the same commercial.
Some triple thick McDonald's shakes?
Alphas Takes Action. Alphas Takes Action is an UnderTale fan song made by Robin Blend. This song is often used as the hypothetical boss fight theme for Alphas in the Genocide run, as you can't actually fight her at any point in the game. Hotland Tree and Puddle. If you pour all the water from the cooler in Hotland, a small tree will start to grow in the passive ascending. Jerry missing in the character cast. As you are focused on reading all of the character credits in the True Pacifist ending, something you may not notice is how Jerry never actually appears in the credits at any point. Open coffins and mummy wrappings. After being Asriel, all coffins are opened up apart from Kara's. When you check, the game says you didn't notice before, but there's something like mummy wrappings at the bottom of it. This means that when the monsters bury the human children, they also probably mummify them. This could also be a symbolism for how the human souls disappeared. The mummy wrappings also make the line, "It's as comfortable as it looks," all the more creepy. Papyrus using an asterisk. A small detail you might not realize is that every character starts with an asterisk. The only exception is Papyrus. The only time he uses it is when he imitates someone. Temmie Chain didn't design Temmie. While Temmies are based on Chain's persona, the design was made by a Twitter artist who never actually saw her and based the design on her personality. Sound_text pap in DeltaRune. When you look into the sound files for Spamton, there is one called sound_text pap. Pap is of course short for Papyrus, meaning that either A, it's a troll, or B, he was going to appear in Chapter 2 but ended up being scrapped, or C, it's for future use. Sans voice clip in Cyberworld spelling puzzles. If you make a spelling mistake, you'll have a small chance of hearing Sans' voice. Gaster is the knight. Multiple theories suggest that Gaster could possibly be the knight in DeltaRune. Part of this comes from the idea that Gaster is the one that gives you eggs. How the spectrogram of Muse_Smile, as will be mentioned some point later in the Iceberg, may be Gaster riding a horse, and the knight being mentioned to have using their hand, which Gaster is very well known for speaking with. One version of the theory went on to say that the Mystery Man could be the Light World Gaster, while Redacted is his Dark World form. There's also the added detail of the knight having hands probably similar to Gaster. The Titan symbol. As many have pointed out, one of the Titans seen in the cutscene where Rousey explains to Roaring has multiple symbols which resemble the eye symbol seen in the first area of the Dark World we encountered. There are many theories and speculation as to what this could mean, and why this symbol appears in the Dark World. The eyes appear many times as a design motif throughout the game, whether on the Titan Tower seen in Chapter 4, the walls of the first area of TV World, or even the carpet of the Dreamers. Snow on top of all sentry stations. A detail you might not have noticed is that when looking at all the sentry stations, even the ones in Waterfall and Hotland, they all have snow on them. One of the hot dog customers even mentioned how strange it is. A theory is that it's because Sans teleports them like he does. Sweet Cap'n Cake attacks timed with music. Sweet Cap'n Cakes are characters from the Cyberworld who are all based on music players. You most likely already knew this, but something you might not have noticed as easily in your first time playing, but you will notice once you memorize their song, is that when you take a look at their moves, the attacks are coordinated with the song playing in this fight. UnderTale Last Breath. UnderTale Last Breath is a fan game which takes the Sans boss fight and gives it 2 extra phases. It also deals with Gaster joining in the fight in Phase 3, and is one of the more influential Undertale fan games. It's also pretty well known due to the meme associated with it, with Gaster telling Sans dying is gay.
Remember, son, dying is gay. Yes, father.
Blue Attack's color change. In version 1.0.0.1, the color of the blue attacks were changed to be deeper to help colorblind players see better. Also Undertale. The physical cover of the PS4 version of Undertale has a reversible cover which says, also Undertale. Don't rip sprite messages. Within the files, there is a message in some sprite sheets that says, please don't upload these huge sprite sheets online. Just because most weird things here are used, I'd rather them be seen in context first. Wait like a year first. If you're just ripping normally seen sprites for Spriter's resource or something, I don't care if you use these to make it easier though. Pink names. In the ruins, there is a Froggy who could change the entire mechanics of the game. When you talk to it, it says,
Surely you know by now a monster wears a yellow name when you can spare it. What do you think of that?
The options being very helpful, or it's bad. If you choose the latter, it says,
Really? Then I'll tell all my friends to tell their friends' friends never use yellow names. How about that?
You can choose whether or not to keep the yellow names. After this, the enemies' names can never change to yellow, so you can't tell if they can be spared or not. Once you complete the game without these names and talk to the frog, it will say,
How was your adventure? Must have been difficult without being able to tell the enemy's feelings.
But if you talk to the frog again beforehand, it will say,
How are you doing without yellow names?
You can tell it to bring them back, which he says,
Huh? It's rather inconvenient that you changed your mind like this. Since I told everyone not to use yellow names, everyone threw theirs out. Well, last year it was fashionable to have pink names. I think everyone still has those in their closet somewhere. I'll ask everyone to look, but this is the last time!
After this, the enemies' names will be pink instead of yellow. Another fun Easter egg is that after telling the frog to throw away the yellow names, the narration for the garbage in the dumps will say how there's a pile of yellow names in the dump. Along with this, if you beat the game on the pacifist run with pink names and talk to the frog again, he'll say,
Finally, we can all remove these aging pink names. Everyone gave you a big favor today. Try to respect that.
UnderTale takes place in the Dark World. The theory suggests that the underground is a dark world. One big piece of evidence is that the stories are very similar, as a kid who falls into a strange world must find a way to escape. However, the theory doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, as there's plenty of differences between the underground and the dark world. Especially given that all the character sprites in UnderTale are black and white instead of being full colored like the Darkners. I know UnderTale was made before DeltaRune, but I still feel like that's an important detail to discuss. Flowey equals Kara plus Asriel. While it is true that Flowey is Asriel, we know that before he died, Asriel and Kara's souls were merged into one, so it's possible that Flowey could have been a combination between some of the traits of Asriel and Kara. The dark side of soul traits. Many people have talked about how while the traits associated with the 7 human souls are seen as positive, they can also have a double meaning to them, one positive and one negative. Especially because these traits can have different meanings depending on your POV and morality. I will link Shay's video discussing this topic in the description below. Correct capitalization of UnderTale. Toby has clarified that the correct way to capitalize UnderTale is by capitalizing the U and the T. However, official sources has capitalized UnderTale with only the U, and there have been sources where Toby and others have written it in all caps. DeltaRune inspired by a fever dream. In a Japanese interview on Nintendo's website, Toby had this to say of how he came up with DeltaRune. In 2011, when I was living away from home, while I was in college, I had a flashy illness. I couldn't get any medicine, and when I was sleeping with a high fever, I had a very vivid dream. It was a dream with the ending of the game, and since then I've been obsessed with the idea that I have to make it once in 2012. I really liked the artist Canatines I found on Tumblr, and I used that person's character design, but at that time, I ended up giving up development without completing a single room. However, some of the songs I made at the time became the BGM of UnderTale. For example, the song Heartache was originally titled Joker Battle, and Beltrazzle was intended to be the main theme of the game. And when the Kickstarter solicited investment in UnderTale 2013, if UnderTale could be completed, the next game would be a mix of UnderTale and that dream concept, I decided. In another interview, Toby said, I felt like I had to make the game with that ending. I don't even know if it's particularly good, but I have to do it. This is one of the more intriguing tiers to me, although all of them are interesting in their own rights. The original tier had a total of 117 entries, although Underfell and Underswap and Image_friend are being moved to tier 2 due to how well known they are. And I'm going to be adding 38 new entries, which is the largest number of entries this year, to this tier, along with adding Sarah to the tier, bringing it up to 155 entries in total. Speaking of which, Robert Sevazon. Robert Sevazon is the producer of DeltaRune and was hired during the development of chapters 3 and 4 to speed up the game's development. Other things he has worked on or helped to produce include another Metroid 2 remake, Pokemon, Bo, Path of the Teal Lotus. He translated Famitsu and helped translate various Japanese interviews and designs Harajuku fashion as a hobby. Unknown letter. For the Winter 2024 newsletter, there were various love letters to celebrate Valentine's Day. For one of these, there was a letter that wasn't sent from anywhere, but based on the wording could be Gaster or the Gunner Maker. The letter itself is the person saying Happy New Year and how he thinks Valentine's Day is pointless as we should share love every day, but there is one person who they can't seem to remember for some odd reason. This sort of connects the letter to the Forgotten Man, as they seem to be forgotten by everyone. Not defending yourself in Undyne's fight. During Undyne's normal battle in UnderTale, if you don't block any of the first attacks from Undyne, she'll make comments about how you're not understanding how it should work, getting more and more annoyed until she stops caring. The Ron Crowd. If you kill Snowdrake during a neutral run, Undyne will talk about him, saying how he was a comedian that fell into the Ron Crowd. Which does ask the question as to what this Ron Crowd could be. Perhaps it's some delinquents in Snowden, or maybe he's had past legal troubles. Pixelated Crown. Chelsea Saunders, or Pixelated Crown, is an artist and game developer. As said earlier, she helped to create 3D Toriel, and she helped to model, animate, pose, and render tennis sprites, and helped animate his intro. And she was responsible for the 3D Rousey seen in the intro, as well as assisting in DeltaRune with its cutscenes. Outside of all of this, she worked on Proto World, the 2017 Google Valentine's Day game, Kitsukuroi, as well as work on toy design and 3D printing. Audrey Wagner. Audrey Wagner is a mixed media artist and graphic designer who did the typography design for the word art that appears in Tennis Design, and TV Time's logo. Outside of DeltaRune, she's a designer for Fangamer, where she designs a number of pieces of merchandise for the company, which includes some items for UnderTale and DeltaRune. Small Boo Animation. Small Boo Animation is a husband and wife animation team that consists of Alex Small Butera and Lindsay Carolyn Small Butera. They provided animation and editing assistance for chapters 3 and 4 of DeltaRune, specifically with the posing of Tenna's introduction, and created the animation of Chris playing piano, and the amazing animation of the Titan's hand. Outside of DeltaRune, they created the web series Bumman Piderman, co-developed later Alligator, and also worked on a number of shows including Adventure Time, which got Lindsay an Emmy for outstanding individual achievements in animation for working on the episode Catch Up, The Owl House, and Smiling Friends. Pulsar Cannons. The Pulsar Cannons are the guns that fire during the round 1 cooking game when pressing W in chapter 3. In Rousey's unused guide, it does make a brief mention of how doing this will bring in the Pulsar Cannons.
See you later, Kara.
This is the last line that Flowey says at the end of him telling us not to reset so as to not ruin the happy ending that the characters had obtained. This line is very interesting as beforehand, it sounded like Flowey was talking to us, and Asriel does realize that we're not Kara. It's possible that Flowey is talking to Kara, who he recognizes may have helped us to free monsters, and the player, who clearly has the power to reset. Spamton Cherub. If you press F1 or R3 during Spamton's mini boss fight, a Spamton Cherub will come down and heal your full health. Rousey Snowgrave dialogue differences. After completing the weird route in chapter 2, when talking to Rousey at certain points of the future chapters, there will be differences made when talking about Noelle, like him being shocked and even worried that you want to go to the festival with her, seemingly knowing full well what happened. the Egg Art Club Room Therapy Session. When you enter the room where you find the egg in Chapter 4, you'll encounter an art club in a hospital setting where the Forgotten Man can be found. Based on the dialogue and setting, this might be a sort of art therapy. Chris picks up a pencil, but ends up smearing the whole canvas where a tree grows, and that's how you get the egg. When trying to wash your hands, you'll get dialogue where some pencil stays there and you can never wash it away. Many have taken this to mean that Chris wants to forget something they saw or something they feel guilty for. The dark world is the physical form of escapism. This is a common interpretation of the dark worlds, saying that each one we see is a manifestation of escapism. Card World represents escapism through games, Cyber World represents escapism through the internet, TV World represents escapism through television, and the Sanctuary represents escapism through religion. Lancer Cookie Exploit. If you sell or eat a Lancer cookie, Lancer will just give you another one. Players can use it to get extra money, but the problem is that it sells for $1 dark dollar, so you're not getting a whole lot. Chris's extra damage against Tenna. If you manage to complete the Sword Route minigame, Chris will do triple times more damage against Tenna during his boss fight. Dog Button. During the rules fight of Chapter 3, if you wait long enough, all buttons will turn into dog buttons that resemble the annoying dog. Pressing it will cause the annoying dog to appear, with a Smash Bros. Style card of the dogs joining the battle playing before the dog leaves and pacifies the enemies by 20%. Pushing Lancer in Queen's Mansion. After Lancer turns to stone in Chapter 2, you can push Lancer. If you manage to push him to the end of the dining table, a plate of spaghetti and a bib will fall down for him. Sarah O'Donnell. Sarah O'Donnell is a video game developer and member of the development team who handled porting the original Chapter 1 demo to consoles and porting UnderTale to the Xbox One. Outside of UnderTale and DeltaRune, she's developed Joystick, 8-4, Giant Bomb, Rock Paper Shotgun, Kotaku, and Comics. Zan Weatherall. Zan Weatherall was a member of the main development team for DeltaRune Chapter 2. They were also credited as an operation coordinator for Mini Motor Race. Sarah Spalding. Sarah Spalding is a programmer and game designer who provided programming assistance for Chapter 2 and is a main team member as of May 2024. She also works on her YouTube channel where she publishes many tutorials for the GameMaker engine and worked on Another Perspective as well as working on Pokepoke. Juju Adams. Juju Adams is an English programmer who helped with the creation of development tools for DeltaRune used starting from Chapter 2. He's also known for working on several commercial games and creating several popular open source libraries for use in GameMaker. Alex Emdahl and Pure Question. Alex Emdahl and Pure Question are game developers, with Alex Emdahl also being an artist. They were initially super testers for Chapter 2 before becoming members of the main development team during Chapter 3. They founded the game development team, Team D13, which developed Star of Providence and created the Hermit for a mod for Slay the Spire. Andy Brophy. Andy Brophy is an Australian game designer who is credited as the bike maker for the PC version of Chapter 4. He's been working with the GameMaker engine since 2005 and developed many games including Knuckle Sandwich and co-runs Stinko, where he's making Surf Club. See you soon. During the first minigame for the Sword Route, if you go back with max level to the pyramid instead of getting the Ice Key, you'll encounter a room where the Shadow Mantle holder flies off. Walking around certain parts of the room reveals the words, "See you soon." Ralsei is Chris's red headband. A popular theory about what Ralsei could be is the theory that Ralsei manifests from Chris's headband from when they were younger. The Knight hides in closets. In Chapter 2, after sealing the Dark Fountain in the computer lab, you can interact with the closet, to which the narration will say how it's possible for a large person to hide in here. This in of itself is interesting, although you could argue it's just a throwaway line, until you get to the church closet after sealing all Dark Fountains in the church, where it makes the same remark, which sort of implies that the Knight does hide in these closets after making the fountains, especially when considering the fact that if you try to turn the doorknob for the last door, Chris will only turn the doorknob and then do nothing else, hinting that they also know this and don't want us to know who it is. Chris threatens Spamton. If you try to talk to Spamton about the night, he'll try to say something about them before he starts glitching and then immediately saying he's sorry and that he didn't mean to do something. With what we know about Chris now, some have interpreted this to mean that Chris is threatening Spamton so as to not have the night's secret revealed to us. Discarding Ball of Junk. If you try to discard the ball of junk, the narration will say that you have a really bad feeling about this before asking if you're sure. And if you say yes, it says that you've dropped it all and feel bitter about the action. During Chapter 4, you can no longer discard the ball of junk. Laura Shigihara. Laura Shigihara is a singer and composer who's saying, "Don't forget," and "until next time." Outside of UnderTale and DeltaRune, she's featured in To the Moon, Plants vs. Zombies, which she won an award from the Game Audio Network Guild, Rakuen, and Mr. Saito, which Toby also worked on. Marcy Neighbors. Marcy Neighbors is a sound designer and composer. Outside of working on Attack of the Killer Queen alongside Toby Fox and Lena Raine, she also worked on cleanup for Adventure Board, Raise Up Your Bat, and the rhythm version of Knock You Down. Outside of Deltarune, alongside Toby and Alex Rossetti, she was a member of the Homestuck music team, and she has worked with Jamie Page. Alex Rossetti. Alex Rossetti is a game developer and composer who handled the arrangement of Yeah! Outside of Deltarune, they were also previously a member of the Homestuck music team. Itoki Hana. Itoki Hana is a Japanese singer and songwriter. She's worked with Toby Fox before on songs like 74, Skies Forever Blue, and The Greatest Living Show, and she provided the vocals heard in Dark Sanctuary and Never Ending Night. Ron Warp. A speedrun trick for Deltarune Chapter 2 speedruns. After respawning, you walk to a screen transition, which will send you to another position elsewhere once the transition is complete, allowing you to skip certain sequences. This glitch would later get patched, but only so that you had to press X and Z at the same time. Dog check. By altering certain inaccessible and non-existent rooms, or if the save file has been severely corrupted, the annoying dog will appear when the game launches, with the window title changing to DeltaRune. When this happens in Chapter 1, the dog is seen sleeping. In Chapter 2, he drives with his car along with other smaller dogs in their cars. In Chapter 3, an 8-bit annoying dog in the style of the minigames from the chapter is standing in front of us, and in Chapter 4, a prophecy screen of the annoying dog appears before us floating. 824 Ltd. 824 Ltd is a Japanese video game localization company that performs Japanese to English and English to Japanese translation and localization for Undertale and Deltarune, and various other games including Monster Hunter, Nier, Dragon Quest, Fire Emblem, and more. Keiko Fukuichi. Keiko Fukuichi is the primary Japanese translator of Deltarune and handles the translation of Undertale. Outside of Undertale and Deltarune, she's worked on the localizations of Enter the Gungeon, Return of the Obra Dinn, My Friend Pedro, and Hades. 256 Graph. 256 Graph is a Japanese game development and graphic production company that handles outsourced graphic design work for other studios. They were credited with creating the Japanese versions of graphics that contain text. 256 Graph also created Japanese assets for the games Shovel Knight and Rogue Legacy. Exec Buffet is made of Peepus. Because of the buffet being described as a blue caviar and Peepus being a lot like eggs, it can be interpreted that the Exec Buffet is made with Peepus, which isn't too unlikely considering we know Tenna does keep a Peepus. J.R.R. Tolkien. John Ronald Reuel Tolkien, or J.R.R. Tolkien for short, was a professor, historian, and the man responsible for The Hobbit, The Lord of the Rings, and the world and lore behind them. In Deltarune, it's very apparent that a lot about Gerson is based on Tolkien himself. Not just from his design, but also how they were both religious historians and teachers who later became fantasy writers, with the name of Gerson's series, Lord of the Hammer, being an obvious nod to the Lord of the Rings, and both left their work unfinished at the time of their deaths. Tier 4. Snowden or the Fan Artist. You've grown so attached to Undertale and DeltaRune that you feel you must express it with art. You start to make fan art of these lovable characters and start posting them to your social media. This tier talks about more unknown stuff, music, and sounds. Finally, it will also include inspirations and references within the games. Spamton has closed eyes. This is a debate over one of Spamton's expressions in his shop, where people discuss whether his eyes are closed or his are just that big. Rousey is not what he seems. There's plenty of evidence to suggest that Rousey isn't what he puts on in front of us. Evidence includes the fact that Rousey doesn't resemble the prince from the Dark Hall that much, along with him mirroring Flowey in certain ways, and him not being what he seems could be part of that. It also doesn't help that he doesn't change much within the first 2 chapters of DeltaRune. He might in future chapters, but we'll have to see in the future. And some more suspicious stuff includes the fact that Rousey never turns stone into Cyberworld, and whenever you're given the choice to see what Susie is doing with Noelle and say no, he gets very pushy and says that you should be wondering what they're doing. So, in Chapter 4, some of the behavior does get explained as Rousey acts certain ways because he doesn't know how to act with the Lightners, seeing his existence as serving them and nothing more, or when to tell people of certain things. He also tries to act in a way so that Chris and Susie don't see certain parts of the prophecy, like the final bit that's shown after beating the Titan. As for why Rousey never turns to stone, we still don't know why, but people do have their own theories behind it, which I'll get to in Tier 9. Nightmare. Whenever the fun value is set between 56 and 57, a new character who looks like a snowman with Icy's face on it will appear on the Monster Kids word search puzzle with the name/word Nightmare above them. Live instruments. There are some instruments used in both Undertale and DeltaRune soundtracks that were played by Toby himself. This includes some of the guitar for the song Undertale and the piano for Last Goodbye. Azrael connection. Many people have pointed out the similarities between Azrael and the angel Azrael. Azrael is an angel from some Abrahamic religions who takes the role as God's angel of death and helps transport souls into the afterlife. Azrael also happens to be called the absolute god of hyperdeath. The common consensus on the topic is that this was intentional from the start, and it's just one of the many wordplay on the Dreamers. Risk and issue. Similar to Rousey being an anagram, Chris is an anagram for the word risk, and Susie is an anagram for the word issue. Dreamer anagrams and meanings. Azrael's name meaning is many things, including a reference to Azrael, the combination of Asgore and Toriel's names, and an anagram of Rousey. However, it's also an anagram of the word serial, and the name Dreamer is an anagram for the word murderer, meaning that when you put the two together you get serial murderer, which is pretty fitting considering Azrael is Flowey, and we know he killed plenty of monsters in his time. When it comes to Asgore, his name is an anagram of agros, a Latin word that, among other things, mean anxious, sad, difficult, and reluctant, which is pretty fitting for Asgore as a character. And if we're to think that Chris has the Dreamer name, Chris Dreamer would be an anagram for a risk murderer. You can do with that information what you will. Somewhat related to the Dreamers, an interesting fact a lot of people might not know about is that Kara is a real name, acting as both a feminine first name, which can be short for Charlotte or the alternative form of Kara and Kara, and a surname. Everyman. Everyman is one of Toby's strangest characters. He appears as a character for Reaper Bird's attacks, as toys in Toriel and Asgore's home, is graffiti in Hometown, appears as one of the pop-up ads, appears as one of the users in one of Queen's attacks, though never attacks when Breen brings up drama, and may or may not be the inspiration for the dummy. The description for him in the art book is, just a good guy who shows up on occasion. Sans' room is in another world. This ties in the idea that Sans is a darkener. Not only is Sans' door reminiscent of the Dark World's teleporting doors, but Papyrus also says that the room itself is like another world. And it doesn't help that there's a tornado in his room that consists of multiple objects, including clothes and paper. Jevil is aware he's in a video game. After fighting Jevil, Sham states that he's started to view the world as a game. Whether or not he's aware that he's actually in a video game, however, is unknown. Rousey is a green crayon. There's a small theory that has the idea that Rousey is actually a green crayon brought to life in the Dark World. Other theories as to what Rousey could be include an actual Rousey plush, and Asriel's dust, or fur. But more will be explained in Tier 9 as stated before. Chris's save file. When you save for the first time in DeltaRune, there will be another file named Chris which gets overwritten. Combining words in Metaton's essay. If you manage to combine all your words in Metaton's essay, he'll say how he loves how passionate you are despite not understanding what you said. Before the story on PS4 theme. Before being used in the DeltaRune soundtrack, before the story was used for the PS4 UnderTale theme. Megalovania and Bring It In, Guys. If you listen closely to the song, Bring It In, Guys, specifically at the Sans Papyrus part, you can hear a melody of Megalovania, which is interesting as it's the only part where Megalovania gets a leitmotif. Bone Trazzle trailer version. This version of Bone Trazzle, as the name implies, plays in Undertale's trailer. It's an extended version of the song that can be found in the collector's edition of the UnderTale soundtrack. Cyan Last Goodbye. If you listen closely to the end of the piano bit of Last Goodbye, you could hear a quiet sigh. This is likely because Toby was recording himself playing the piano for the song. Empty House. This is a song that plays when you go back to Toriel's house after killing her. It's listed in the demo soundtrack, but nowhere in the final soundtrack, probably because it's a version of Fallen Down that's slowed down and then pitched up. But Nobody Came sped up. But Nobody Came is a song that plays in the genocide route of Undertale whenever you're in an encounter and there's no monster there. When you speed up the music by 1200%, you'll hear a small part of Your Best Friend. Which makes sense due to how you follow Flowey's way of kill or be killed. First Anniversary Unreleased Tracks. On Undertale's first anniversary, 5 unreleased tracks were posted to Tumblr. They were Doghole, Dogtroid, and early versions of Spear of Justice, UnderTale, and my personal favorite, Alphys, which is sometimes referred to as Alphys' Lab. Reasons for why the first 2 were cancelled were because the parts they were made for ended up being cut, and the reason why the last 3 didn't make it was because they either sounded too similar to other songs or just didn't fit the characters. 9th Anniversary Unreleased Tracks. Similar to the unused tracks for the first anniversary, for Undertale's 9th anniversary, Toby showed tracks that were unused for DeltaRune Chapter 2. These were Power of Neo Extended, and older versions of Spamton Neo's theme, Spamton's battle theme, Giga Queen's theme, Castletown, Rule's battle theme, and Queen's battle theme, which is my personal favorite. Origin of Megalovania. Toby composed the first version of Megalovania, originally called Megalomania, for the Earthbound Halloween hack for Dr. Angel Nuts' theme. According to Toby, at the time he couldn't think of anything, and so yelled whatever he felt like into the microphone and then copied it. Megalomania was also inspired by the SFC/SNES version of Gato Ba Doror from Brandish 2, The Planet Buster. It was eventually recomposed and homestuck as S_Wake, and later aired on Homestuck's 6th album, Air Transparent, and this is when the song was called Megalovania. The song would later be composed again for Undertale during Sans' boss fight, giving us Toby Fox's most famous and iconic song, for better or for worse. Leaving Napstablook's music on when leaving. If you leave Napstablook's music on while leaving, future encounters will involve monsters commenting on the strange music, which could have some interesting results, including a mention in the credits where it says that instead of Aaron still flexing, he becomes a paranormal investigator. Fun Song versus Your Best Friend. The song Your Best Friend and the Fun Song from SpongeBob seem to share a similar melody. It's very hard to hear the melodies, but just try to sing that fun song in the same way the beat goes in Your Best Friend. Actually, don't even need to imagine it, let me just play for you right now.
F is for friends who do stuff together. U is for you and me. N is for anywhere and anytime at all. Down here in the deep blue sea.
This wouldn't be the first time Toby pulled something from SpongeBob, seeing as how Squibber's Pains seems to also appear in DeltaRune, and Sans' voice comes from Patrick. Muse_Pre-Dummy. Muse_Pre-Dummy is the song that plays when Mad Dummy comes to lecture and attack you. What's strange is that no one, not even Toby, seems to remember this song. There's no remixes, and it's not in the OST. Big Shot Hidden Vocals. In the middle of Big Shot, if you were to listen carefully, you can hear some hidden vocals, probably from Spamton. Fans have been trying to figure out what these lyrics could be. Using Spectrogram, the lyrics are, I think he's coming from me answer the phone. I can't explain it to you all alone. Pull the strings and make them ring until your heart starts breaking up. I think it's coming from me answer the I can't explain it until you're all alone. Pull the strings and tell me what you're selling, Big Shot. Final Power Reversed. Final Power is the song that plays when Asriel uses the souls to break the barrier. If you listen closely, the song sounds like it's in reverse. Upon reversing, speeding up, and changing the pitch, you'll get a clip of Save the World. Nightmare Night Leitmotifs. Toby made a song for Cucumber Quest titled Nightmare Night, which seems to have a few motifs in some of his songs, including Amalgam, The Door, The Chase, The World Revolving, Fountain, Scrapped, The Dark Truth, You Know What This Is, and Friendship from Toby Fox's website, not the one from DeltaRune. Muse_Star. Star.ogg, or Muse_Star, is an unused song in Undertale, which uses the same instruments from Star Fox on the SNES. It was supposed to be played during Magic's fight, where the player stands still and an attack using the weakened chasing orbs turns into healing orbs. This is cut due to it being too complicated since the chorus theme loops, even during encounters. Muse_Keen Description. Muse_Keen Description is an unused song for when Asgore is being described. The song itself is a more regal sounding version of the song Determination, which could be a reason as to why Toby scrapped it. My Castletown and 5th Undertale Anniversary Concert. Near the end of Undertale's 5th anniversary, Toby, presented as the annoying dog, plays on the piano. One of the melodies he plays is My Castletown, which is more than a year before the Chapter 2 soundtrack was released. Patient. Patient is an earlier version of Another Medium, which was created for Homestuck and is a remixed version of Doctor. Geiger's static noises in Another Hymn. The The static noises in the song Another Hymn seems to share similarities to the static noises in Gyges' theme from Earthbound. Meat Factory and FC Castle Rampart similarities. The unused song Meat Factory sounds similar to an instrument used in a song from Yume Nikki, FC Castle Ramparts. Gallery Reversed is Gaster's theme. Gallery in DeltaRune Reversed sounds like it has Gaster's motif in it if you listen hard enough. Toby voices his characters. Toby Fox has confirmed that he voices/has done voices for some of his characters. Before this, it was speculated that he voiced Jeffel due to the line "I can do everything" having the same voice in the Japanese version of the game. And Toby Fox is known for speaking full Japanese. Megalovania is the player's theme. Megalovania is most well known for playing in Sans' boss fight in the Genocide run. Most people associate it as one of Sans' themes, however many instead believe that this is the player's theme. For one, unlike the other fights, Sans attacks first, and for another, the name Megalovania is based on megalomaniac, which is a person who is obsessed with their own power, which doesn't describe Sans but the player. Snowden dog snoring to the tune of Determination. When sleeping in Snowden Inn, if you wait long enough, you can hear the sleeping dog snoring to the Game Over song, Determination. Red smileys on True Lab screens. Entries 8 and 18 are the entries in the True Lab that talk about Flowey, and are the only entries to have a red smiley face unlike the others which have green writing. It's unknown as to why the Flowey entries have this, but it could be a stylistic choice made by Toby and Temmie, since smileys are synonymous with Flowey. Gray pixels in Muffet's sprite. Muffet's battle sprite is the only one to have black, white, and gray colored pixels. Chiron's body. Chiron is pretty much two separate monsters. Her head is the real Chiron, who is a floating fish-like monster, and in her battle, she is on a monster that resembles her body. It turns out this monster may be her talent agent. Final form Asriel and DeltaRune resemblance. When Asriel is in his final form in his boss fight, he looks similar to the way the angel is depicted on the DeltaRune. Collector's Edition bonus songs. On the Collector's Edition of Undertale, it contains a CD for the soundtrack and bonus songs. These bonus songs are Mysterious Shrine and Overly Familiar Shrine, which can both be found in the Dog's Shrine in the Nintendo Switch version of the game. Dating Start FM version. Bereavement, which is my personal favorite. Bone Trazzle trailer version. Dog Dating. And Before the Story, which is in DeltaRune's official soundtrack. Gaster Blasters on Hotland doors. A very hard design to tell, but if you look closely at the doors in Hotland, it resembles a one-eyed Gaster Blaster. Rousey design inconsistency. Rousey's design seems to have a few inconsistencies with his appearance. whether that's the direction of his horns, the direction of his heart on his clothes, or the color of his sleeves. Asgore's armor is the DeltaRune. When you look at Asgore's armor in Undertale, it may look familiar. That's because if you look even closer, it resembles the DeltaRune. Gaster's disappearance sound is Gaster's theme. If you took the Mystery Man's disappearance sound effect, looped, reversed, and slowed it down, it'll sound like Gaster's theme. Gaster upside down face. When you flip Mystery Man's sprite, you notice a face. This might be Gaster's true form, but we'll never know. Asriel's attacks are inspired by others. If you pay close attention to the attacks that Asriel uses in his boss fight, you'll notice that they share a lot of similarities with other monsters' attacks. The first attack and the attack at the end of the final phase with fireballs parallel Toriel's fireballs. The Chaos Blaster imitates a Gaster Blaster, the Chaos Saber could be him imitating Asgore's spear attack, and the Hypergoner could be parallel to both a Gaster Blaster and the Determination Extractor from the True Lab. Jevil Fight Background. The background image for Jevil's fight is a distorted grayscale version of a carousel image. Asriel's background origin. Air Duel is a vertically scrolling shooter arcade game released in 1990. The background we see on Asriel's wings in his final form is an image that came from the game. Grandpa Semi. The audio file for Grandpa Semi was initially found in the Korean Undertale RPG. The audio in question is very similar to the beginning of Metal Crusher. In the game, the file became Grandpa Temmie, where you can find it being played whenever you refuse to give a Temmie Flake during her battle. It's highly speculated among fans that Grandpa Semi could have been a cut character in Undertale who would have been Sans Papyrus' grandfather, mostly from the fact that Semi is part of the font name Semi-Serent. It's also speculated that Semi and his erasure could have been inspired by, or straight up inspired, Gaster. Helvetica comic inspiration. Helvetica is a webcomic created by G.N. Weedle, a friend of Toby, that tells the story of a man who has died and now lives in a different world as a living skeleton. This is the comic from which Toby was inspired to create Sans Papyrus. The skeletons in the comic are even named after fonts. Weedle also served as special inspiration for Metaton and gave Undyne's fashion design. Papyrus is based on Deaden. On January 18th, 2017, Toby tweeted out Papyrus' early designs. One of these designs had a fedora and talked like a neckbeard, which is further cemented in the Undertale art book, with Toby saying that this version of Papyrus has no redeeming qualities. The skull also looks really different, but Toby did confirm that it was intentionally supposed to resemble Deaden from Off. The Cauldron of Hell. During the genocide fight against Royal Guards 1 and Royal Guard 2, you're able to get the following text. I see two lovers staring over the edge of the Cauldron of Hell. Do they both wish for death? That means their love will end in hell. I couldn't stop laughing. This is a direct quote from the book Kitchen by Banana Yoshimoto, which deals with death and grieving. Flowey based on Godzilla NES creepypasta. In the Undertale art book, Toby states that Flowey was partially inspired by the character Face from the NES Godzilla creepypasta made by CosbyDef. In the creepypasta, he has an innocent demeanor until at one point he stabs the narrator in the back and forces him to play his least favorite character. He also has a unique trait in the story where he makes weird faces depending on the answers the player gives them. All these traits can be found with Flowey, minus forcing the player to be someone he's not supposed to be. He seems innocent at first, before stabbing the player in the back, and he makes many faces throughout the game, with Flowey's and Face's devious faces looking very similar. Of course, in a way, Face still helps the player, but even then, Face still sort of betrays them by forcing them to be a character they don't want to be, so the comparison still stands. Muse_Smile has Muffet's laugh. If you speed up Muse_Smile, you'll be able to hear Muffet's laugh. Serious Mode. Serious Mode is a mode activated if the fight is deemed as serious. Items that were shortened for jokes will be shortened more to be not funny. This happens when fighting Toriel, Asgore, Asriel, Undyne the Undying, and Sans. DeltaRune.com/secret and DeltaRune.com/chair. This is another link/website that was made for Spamton Sweepstakes. On this page, there are 16 closets that you can click on to see what's inside. Some of these have something inside of them, others do not. These include a gumball machine, Ralsei's Hatless plush, Peepus, and most interestingly, DeltaRune.com/chair. In this link, there is a chair partly covered, and upon clicking it, it is covered by fog, with the same audio of the river person locations playing. Like most of Spamton Sweepstakes, this was teasing Chapter 3, with both the cabinet seen in the chapter and the chair is used during the scene where Ralsei explains the nature of Dark Worlds. Brandish Inspiration. Brandish is a video game action RPG series made by Nihon Falcom. Toby has stated that it inspired some of UnderTale and DeltaRune. Part of it is that Megalovania is inspired by Gado Badorer in Brandish 2, as mentioned earlier. Another interesting Easter egg is that in the Earthbound Halloween hack, you can play as Varric, the protagonist of Brandish, who also could have inspired the design of Chris. Speaking of which, Susie and Chris falling into the Dark World was also inspired by Brandish. Toby has also said that the rune's name is a reference to Brandish as well. Sans Sleep Font. When Sans falls asleep in his battle, large capital Z's appear above him. This also happens in DeltaRune when casting Pacify on any Darkner. A big guess is that the font is Aster, but when you compare the two, they're actually kind of different. Queen Majin Sonic Connection. The design for Queen and her mech seem to have a resemblance to the infamous Majin Sonic Easter egg, leading many to believe that it was meant to possibly resemble it. However, it is worth mentioning that when Toby talked about her earlier designs, he did not mention at any point of the Majin Sonic inspiration. He didn't mention the mech, but this still may be a coincidence. Mannequin's dress is Mettaton's dress. If you look closely, the mannequin in Cyberworld wears the same dress that Mettaton wears during his musical performance in UnderTale, and the Lion wears in the Pacifist route. Cucumber Quest. Cucumber Quest is a webcomic made by GGDG. It revolves around Cucumber and Almond, who are on a quest to defeat the Nightmare King. Toby had composed for a song for the character Muse Master, which had a melody reused for Metal Crusher and Mettaton's music as a whole. It also had the song Nightmare Night, which, as we discussed earlier, also inspired many of Toby Fox's other songs. Flowey's Laugh is reused from the Lord Lane. If you look at one of the songs Toby composed for Homestuck, the Lord Lane, you can hear Flowey's laugh at the end of the song. Toby Fox Camp Fangamer interview. In July 2015, before the release of UnderTale, Fangamer held an interview with Toby Fox in Camp Fangamer, talking about UnderTale. Within this interview, we see him transform from his normal human self into his annoying dog persona, and he roasts the hosts for not playing the demo. He also talks about how Earthbound inspired the game, and his thought process for creating it. The interview at one point also features a puppet show between Toby and Pac-Man. This interview is in 3 parts on YouTube, which I will link all parts of in the description. Big Shot inspired by Metallic Madness, Japan/European version. Metallic Madness from Sonic CD and Big Shot seem to share a lot in common as they have a lot of similar sequences, melodies, and structuring. Sean's theme in PS4 launch trailer. Lantern, Sean's theme, is in the first few seconds on the UnderTale PS4 launch trailer. Keep in mind that this was before DeltaRune's release. Not monitored by the USDA. The United States Department of Agriculture, or USDA for short, is a government facility that works to help provide food, agriculture, nutritional resources, rural development, nutrition, and similar issues in the US. In Vegetoid's description, in the English version, it says, "not monitored by the USDA," an obvious reference to them. People like to use this to suggest that UnderTale takes place in America. Your stolen soul. After killing Toriel in the genocide route, Flowey will say,
Listen, I have a plan to become all-powerful. Even more powerful than you and your stolen soul.
This alludes to the idea that since Flowey thinks we are Kara, he believes that their soul is stolen. Dentata. The Omega Flowey attack that has green virus-looking creatures with teeth is called Dentata, which means teeth. The name also involves a folktale where a man tries to rape a woman, only to find that the vagina has teeth on them. Let's move on quickly. Stray Pixels. There's 2 stray pixels that appear in DeltaRune. One of them is in King's Fight, while the other appears in Queen's Fight. It can be assumed that we will see more of these in the next upcoming chapters. There's another one seen in Chapter 3 during Tenna's boss fight, and in Chapter 4, when roaming around the church after the sermon, you can see a stray pixel in the black area around the room. Device_Goner_Maker and Device_Contact. Device_Contact refers to the part of the game where you create your vessel, and Device_Goner_Maker refers to the data your vessel is stored in. With a name like this, it asks a lot of questions and the possible relation between this and Gaster and his followers and Goner Kid. It also asks what kind of devices are being used. Ice-E is always in pain. In Ice-E's hospital room, there was a note that says, at 0 pain, he's happy. At 10 pain, he's happy and sweating. And based on the fact that he's happy and sweating in the word puzzle, this hints that Ice-E may always be in pain. Parks and Recreation possible reference. Parks and Recreation is a sitcom from 2009 to 2015. The name Jerry could be referenced to one of the sitcom's characters, Jerry, a character who everyone makes fun of. Asriel's shirt and Flowey have the same colors. As you can probably guess, Flowey and Asriel have the same colors, white, yellow, and green, with the same shades in there as well. This is of course because Asriel and Flowey are the same person. Undyne's eye patch flipping. There's a weird part of Undyne's sprite where in a certain part of UnderTale, you can see her head looking to her right, and we can see her left eye uncovered. This is weird considering that Undyne's left eye is usually covered with an eye patch. Magic Glass. In 2015, Toby tweeted out a set of posts saying, Bug, this character can walk over pits while following you. Walk around? My solution. Magic glass that appears when they walk over pits. Tester, you can sort of slip out of bounds here harmlessly. Me, looks like it's time for magical glass. Magical glass floor that appears only when you step on it. The solution to every game dev problem. I don't like this character very much. Magical glass floor that replaces the character you don't like when you step on it. This whole game isn't good. Magical glass that covers up the whole game when you step on it. Magical glass has been used in DeltaRune Chapter 2 for when Susie and Rouse need to get to Chris quickly. It's also been used in UnderTale to go to the art club, for when Undyne is chasing you, and when you need to quickly get on the conveyor belts in Hotland. And in March of this year, Toby said, very embarrassed because I had to explain to the testers what magical glass is. Homestuck references. Homestuck is an internet fiction series made by Andrew Hussey. Since Toby helped with Homestuck, there's been many references in UnderTale. Some of it includes Aaron possibly being a reference to Equus and his Lucis, and his relation to a cat-like character. Pyrops is a reference to Terezi Pyrope. My Gospel seems to be a reference to Gamzee Makara. The Business Manticore has a resemblance to Jade Harley. Alphys' appearance is based on John Egbert, Queen baking a battery acid pie is a reference to sober slime pie, and the areas in the underground could be references to areas in Homestuck. Also, the music has referenced the soundtrack plenty of times, not including Megalovania. Alright, this isn't really related to UnderTale or DeltaRune, but it is related to Toby Fox, so let's talk about the elephant in the room. Recently, an animated pilot for an official Homestuck series has been announced, with the studio working on it being the same as the one that worked on Hell of a Boss and Has Been Hotel, although apparently Busy Pop is not directly tied into it. What's really weird and interesting is that John Egbert is voiced by Toby Fox himself, and the recording was apparently done from 2017, although I don't know how correct any of this is. I'm not a Homestuck fan, so I don't know what else to say about this other than, that's pretty crazy. Loose line clown stickers. A lot of Jevils quotes can be traced back to the loose line clown stickers. These include I Can Do Anything and Metamorphosis. Chris's rug. In Castletown, Chris's rug has the DeltaRune, but the way it's colored is interesting. The top two triangles are colored pink and blue, similar to Chris and Susie, while the bottom upside down triangle is colored green, similar to Ralsei. And if you want to go even further, the circle and wings might represent Noel. Boob in Chapter 1 ending. In Chapter 1, there are blue letter blocks that have certain letters capitalized in their sentences. After defeating Keen, you can find them all in the right order, lined up, spelling out the word boob. Different snow piles on Frisk's head. The snow that piles on Frisk's head during Snowden doesn't always look the same. It can look like a normal pile of snow, the annoying dog, a duck, a house, or a hat. Sans Me costume trailer references Frisk, Kara, and Flowey. During the Sans Me costume trailer, Sans can be seen fighting two villagers, one of which has a stick, and the other having a knife, which is likely to represent Frisk and Kara, and a yellow piranha plant, which is likely a reference to Flowey. Superbad.com inspired Spamton Sweepstakes. The style of Spamton Sweepstakes was inspired by Superbad, which was launched in the year 1997, a fitting year for our favorite #1 salesman. Mismatched DeltaRune clocks. After Chris and Susie leave the Dark World in Chapter 1, you can roam freely throughout the school and see their rooms and the rest of Hometown. Whenever you see clocks, they display different times when they should all be displaying the same time like normal clocks. One Reddit comment that I found while researching this topic said that it's possible that the unused classroom's clock is broken, while the other classrooms might have had each other's clocks mirrored by accident. UnderTale content and Halloween hack. Aside from using the first version of Megalovania, other similarities between UnderTale and the Earthbound Halloween hack include a talking flower that states that they were created as an experiment by Dr. Andonuts in the Halloween hack, while in UnderTale, it is confirmed that Alphys created Flowey. Another similarity is that in the Halloween hack, Andonuts taunts you when you die before laughing, which also happens in UnderTale when you fight against Photoshop Flowey. There's also enemies called Amalgamates, a detail of Eric hunting a monster who killed a human child, similar to how the humans killed Asriel after assuming he killed Kara, and before fighting Andonuts, his sprite becomes something that a lot of people believe could have inspired Mystery Man's design. Defeated Ralsei sprite. The sprite for Ralsei whenever he's defeated has him vanish and only has his clothes remain. It's possible that the reason for this is that Ralsei is made from the Dark World and not in the Light World. Gerson Boom name origin. Gerson Boom, the shopkeeper in Waterfall and well-renowned author in DeltaRune, is referenced to top Smash 64 players Super Boom Fan, or just Boom, and Gerson, and how they had a match that went on for an hour due to non-stop turtling, a defensive strategy in Smash Bros. That involves avoiding the opponent by using ranged attacks. This is why we have an 8-minute timer in Smash Bros. And why High Roller Castle is now banned. Black and White Overworld Sprite. Unlike other monsters, Frog's Overworld Sprite is black and white, just like his Battle Sprite, which technically makes him the only character in Undertale to have colored in battle sprites. Papyrus looking through the phone. Papyrus seems to know what the player is doing by looking through their phone. This happens after Alphys upgrades the player's phone. The idea that the phone could have video calls makes sense considering that it can also give the player a jetpack. Temmie knows about the save function. While talking about wearing Temmie armor with the Tem shopkeeper, she'll offer you a scholarship to help lower the price of the armor. She'll say,
"If you lose a lot of battles, Tem will lower the price."
This implies that she knows of saves and resets. Homestar Runner reference. The trio, Sweet Cap'n Cakes, seems to be a reference to a moment from Homestar Runner, an animated web series created by the Brothers Chaps. This references the name, the way KK dances, and the music that plays when they dance.
Crazy cartoons usually have titles that have nothing to do with the cartoon itself. You know, like Sweet Cuppin' Cakes. My head would be an old keyboard, and when I get mad, it'd play the demo.
The arcade sequence and the explosions that occur at the end are also a reference to Homestar Runner. Asgore's lines inconsistent between Game Over Screen and Asriel's tapes. When comparing the Game Over Screen with the tape of Kara on their deathbed, the lines that Asgore says are somewhat different. On the Game Over screen, Asgore says, "You cannot give up just yet," and "Stay determined." However, on the tape, he says, "You can't give up just yet," and "You have to stay determined." It's possible this is because of the quality of the tapes being used, or the idea that if Kara is the narrator and the dialogue in the Game Over screen is from their memory, then it could be them misremembering the wording. Or maybe Toby made a mistake. Frisk's absence in the UnderTale alarm clock. As mentioned before, the alarm clock has dialogues from the main characters. However, that's without Frisk, as they don't have a Q&A and don't feature in any of the other conversations, which leads to so many questions. The answer to their absence may be that Frisk doesn't have any actual dialogue in the game, and just a dialogue box talking about what you did, said, and so much more, nor do they have a talking sprite. It could also be that Frisk is literally supposed to represent the player who wasn't at this event. What became Susie's axe? In DeltaRune, we see that Chris's sword from the Dark World came from a pencil in the Light World. However, that begs the question, what gave Susie her axe in the Dark World? Regular animals. In both UnderTale and DeltaRune, there are plenty of references to there not just being anthropomorphic animals like goats, dogs, or fish, but also normal animals, even in the underground. The annoying dog has appeared plenty of times in the games. There are birds that can be mentioned and heard, and even Alphys has mentioned a cat. Inverted Fate versus TS Underswap. There are a set of AUs put against each other due to their similarities. Inverted Fate is an AU created by Dork and worked on by others that takes place in a version of UnderTale that was created after a failed pacifist run, which resulted in a new version of the world where the 6 main monsters switch roles but not their personalities, resulting in a different version of the Underground's history and culture. Meanwhile, Team Switched Underswap, or just TS Underswap for short, the more famous of the two, is a version of Underswap created by Team Switched, where the monsters keep their personalities and have different roles. But the way the world is handled is very different than what Underswap or Inverted Fate have to offer.
I think nowadays, if you were to ask me what my favorite AU is, I think my first answer would be Inverted Fate.
Mettaton's musical reflects his true feelings about humanity. Within the lyrics of Mettaton's musical number, he refers to Asgore as the villain who wants to separate Mettaton and the player. It could be interpreted that these are meant to convey his disagreement of Asgore's plans, because then it becomes impossible for him to be a star among humanity. Mettaton knows about saves. During Mettaton's musical number, he mentions how you'll die a lot, hinting that he is aware of the human's ability to save. Toriel was Kara's favorite and Asgore's Asriel's. It's speculated that Kara favored Toriel over Asgore due to them greeting the player with a "greetings" similar to Toriel, while Asriel could have favored Asgore due to him greeting the player with a "howdy." Along with this, Flowey didn't seek Toriel until he got bored with Asgore. Mew Mew is Susie. When you talk to Alphys in Chapter 1, she talks about how she's never seen Mew Mew, but assumes anyway that it is a cat that's drinking the milk. This theory suggests that the person drinking the milk isn't actually a cat, but rather Susie, based on how many times we see her eating things and her potential home life not being the best. This has more evidence in Chapter 4, where going into the alley will show Catty licking the milk, with Susie saying that's her milk instead in a very aggressive tone, which I am going to talk about later in the Iceberg. Golden flowers or gorse flowers? In a theory made by YouTuber Gaijin Goomba, he talks about how the golden flowers in Undertale parallel Irish gorse flowers based on their shape, color, its widespread patches, and blooming durability. It's even used to make drinks. Why are there gift boxes in New Home? There are gifts wrapped up which give us the locket and the worn dagger, but considering Asriel and Kara are dead and the dagger is already worn, why would there be gifts here in the first place? Wow, you are super fast at being wrong. If you pull the wrong switch before tutorial can explain it, a buzzer will ring saying, "Wow, you are super fast at being wrong!" Attack and defense lies. A lot of the info for attack and defense on Undertale is inaccurate, as they're either weaker or stronger. An example is how Mettaton's Neo's defense is said to be 9, but his actual defense is negative 40,000. Ultimate fate of hard mode. This talks about the fact that the full version of hard mode will never likely come to be, especially with Toby working on DeltaRune. The existence of bathrooms in the underground. The existence of bathrooms in the underground has come into question. For one, aside from the shower and True Lab, there isn't any other place where you can go to a bathroom. It's likely that Toby didn't put them in so that he didn't have even more work on his hands, but it might also be because monster food in biology is different to human food in biology. Determination is golden. This is a theory proposed by Tumblr user Starlight Shore, which suggests what the color of determination from humans could really be. The theory says that the red heart is meant to represent the player and is not natural to Chris or this world. Evidence comes from the fact that humans seem to have a stronger connection to their souls and emotions than monsters, and that throughout the game, determination is often using the gold/yellow flavor text. The theory says that Frisk and Kara have gold souls, while Chris either has a blue soul or none whatsoever. Grillbert? There's some concept art of Grillby where he looks like the character Dilbert. At the bottom, Toby puts Grillbert under the text. Lancer's stomach mouth. In Canatine's artwork for Lancer, he has a stomach mouth which he does not have in the game, like his father. It's possible that Lancer will grow this mouth whenever he matures, but we'll see. Vulcan assures you the plane turning tiny is, like, completely intentional. If you encounter Sunderplane and Vulcan at the same time and have spared Sunderplane, there will be a flavor text that says, Vulcan assures you that the plane turning tiny is, like, completely intentional. Which is meant to reference how when you spare them, their sprite shows a smaller plane. Flavor text suggests that this small plane is a glitch, and it seems like Toby didn't know or want to fix it. Aaron created to troll Temmie. A friend of Toby's jokingly told Toby to put in a character that was strong and muscular. Toby then took this opportunity to make Temmie Chain draw a muscular horse because she hates drawing muscles and horses. Electricopolis. Electricopolis is a collection of webcomic stories that focuses on the people in a walled society, with primary focus being on the employees from the top-tier collection company. Bob Sparker served as a special inspiration for Mettaton. Moon Remix RPG Adventure. Moon Remix RPG Adventure is a role-playing adventure game developed by Love Delic and first released in Japan in 1997 before being localized in recent years, and is available in English on Steam. Similar to Earthbound, this game made a big impact on Toby in the development of Undertale and DeltaRune, as it has a meta-narrative and deconstructs RPG elements, has its own love system that works differently from Undertale, and even has a knight antagonist that the player comes to conflict with. Off. Off is a French RPG released in 2008, made by Unproductive Funtime, that has a cult following due to its story, characters, and atmosphere. This game and Undertale share a lot of similarities, like the genocide run in the Sands boss fight, the inspiration for Beta Papyrus as mentioned earlier, off being a subversive RPG that has humor similar to Undertale, with further writing and music probably influencing it, and Ghost Fight being influenced by Pepper Steak. Keygen YTP reference. The Keygen moment in DeltaRune is apparently a reference to a very old YTP from 2009 called The Keen Downloads Sony Vegas. Another one comes from Rule's card during chapter 1, where he'll say, "Lost? Frightened? Confused? Good!" Which comes from I Am Mean.
Lost, frightened, confused. Good!
Shouldn't proceed yet. During the genocide route, if you try to fight Undyne and Waterfall without killing every monster in the underground, the narrator will say, "Strongly left, insert a number, left. Shouldn't proceed yet." And the game will not allow you to continue until you have killed them all. Simpsons reference. When you talk to Alphys after leaving the Dark World in Chapter 1, you can tell her about not being able to get the chalk. She will then say that it's okay, and for trying, she'll give you an award, that being a DVD collection of The Simpsons, a sitcom about a middle-class monster family that ran for 28 seasons and is very quotable, but you shouldn't pass the second season due to it losing track of itself. This is an obvious reference to the real-world animated show, The Simpsons. Giant Toilet. If you try to enter the second mouse room after passing through traffic with Susie and Rouse, you'll encounter a giant toilet blocking the way. During the making of DeltaRune's beta, Toby asked an artist, Tuyoki, to create a sprite toilet which turned out to be too big. He tweeted about it and decided to use it to prevent you from passing at a certain point. Tiny Car in Castletown. If you recruit less than 3 cars in Chapter 2, a small car will appear at the gate in Castletown. Winking Dog on Steam page. There's a neat little Easter egg if you go on the Steam page for Undertale. If you scroll down from the top, you can see that one of the dogs glows white and winks, and then turns back to normal if you scroll back up. Metaton inspired by Wallace and Gromit. Many people have correctly speculated that Metaton was inspired by the cooker from the Wallace and Gromit short film, A Grand Day Out. Prunzel. On February 27th, 2021, Tumblr user TimmyCat described a strange dream they had about Undertale. To quote them, "I had a dream I was playing Undertale and I got to the snowy area and it was mostly the same, but Papyrus was replaced with this new character, Prunzel. Prunzel's sprite was a high contrast black and white photorealistic eyeball, roughly twice as big as Papyrus, and looking directly at the viewer. Whenever Prunzel spoke, the music completely cut out and instead of text, it was an ominous red glow emanating from the text box. She also posted an image of what the dream was like. Prunzel has become a staple in the Undertale and DeltaRune fandom, and there's a joke that he's Sans' brother in DeltaRune. Amalgamate Overworld Sprites. When it comes to the Amalgamates, a few of their Overworld sprites don't match their battle sprites. More specifically, Reaper Bird, Lemon Bread, and Snowdrake's mother, while the others, Endogeny and the Memory Heads, have their sprites match or be pretty similar. It's unknown as to why this is because Overworld sprite designs are usually consistent with battle sprite designs. Game Chops. Game Chops is a game music record label that works on producing licensed remixes of video game music. They've helped to distribute remixes of Undertale and DeltaRune. This includes lo-fi remixes and Arcean and Holder remixes. Other games they've helped to remix include Zelda, Pokemon, Kirby, Avatar, Sonic, and more. A Tale of Two Cities connection. At the beginning of Chapter 2, Ridley starts to read a novel that has text similar to A Tale of Two Cities. While it does turn into a joke, if you look close enough, there's actually plenty of similarities in the text as talked about by Reddit user Ryohira the Introvert. The Depths. During Jevel's speech, he mentions how, "Soon, the Queen returns. Hell's roar bubbles from the depths." The theory behind what this place could be is that the depths is the name where all darkness originates from, and where the dark world comes from. This darkness is sealed behind a barrier that can be poked through once a fountain is created, letting out the darkness to create a dark fountain. Through this lens, if there are too many dark fountains/holes, the seal will be destroyed like a balloon, unleashing the roaring. Grinning plugs in mansion basement. Whenever you're in the same room as the plugs that attack you in Queen's basement and don't move on and stay still, the plugs will stare at you and smile. It'll soon go back to normal when you engage with it again. Mike Ditka 1997 Big Shot commercial. In 1997, there was a commercial for a drink company called Big Shot Soda that featured Mike Ditka. This commercial does have a few similarities with Spamton when it comes to both the name of the person and company, and the year it was made in. Mars needs cunnilingus. Get your head out of the gutter, this is not what you think this is. Mars needs cunnilingus is the font used for the name LV and HP in Undertale's battle UI. Flowey hired Muffet. This is the alternative theory to Mettaton hired Muffet, which might make more sense. For one, Muffet would most likely know who Mettaton is, not only because he's one of the most famous names in the underground, but also because he's a room away from her. And doing all this in secrecy isn't like Mettaton, as he would want a lot more attention to this, especially with lights, cameras, and action. Flowey is a trickster who wants to see Frisk dead and knows information about you and the spiders in the ruins, which many characters do not. Flowey is able to change features of himself, more specifically his face, and it's possible he could have stolen a lot of money to pay Muffet. Heartache was Jevel's theme originally. Going back to the interview where Toby said how he got the idea of DeltaRune, he talked of how Heartache was originally called Joker Battle. This gives the idea that Heartache was originally going to be Jevel's theme because he is a jester, or joker. Submarine Castle Town. YouTuber Bricks VGM proposes the idea that the reason why the Grand Fountain is special and made of pure darkness is because it extends downwards into the depths, like a metaphorical submarine, instead of upwards into the light world. This can also explain how Rouse is able to travel between dark worlds as he is traveling through the depths, and perhaps, according to this theory, if it is within the depths, it will provide sanctuary for darkness and lightners for it if the roaring happens. I will link this video in the description below if you want to know more about the depths or this theory. The Temmie's behavior is an act. While most of the Temmies have an act where they all speak the same goofy way, there are two instances where the Thames shopkeeper acts out of character with her dialect. The first one is her famous line of, "You will regret this," when refusing to sell her something. The second comes from when you refuse to sell her things after she graduates college, where she says,
Is this a joke? Are you having a chuckle? Ha ha! Very funny. I'm the one with a degree.
When you consider how Bob the Temmie speaks in perfect English, this all suggests the idea that their behavior is a facade. Lemon bread comes from melon bread. In the Legends of Localization, it's revealed that Lemon Bread's name is a reference to Melon Bread from Gunstar Heroes. What makes this reference even more fun is how lemon is an anagram for melon. Slow Soul. When you're fighting monsters in Undertale and DeltaRune, you can press X or Shift to move at half speed while dodging attacks. Additionally, if you do this whenever your controls are inverted while fighting against magic, this will cause you to go faster instead. Goner is a Final Fantasy reference. Goner, which is a term that's been applied to different things in Undertale and DeltaRune, was taken from the ultimate attack used by the final boss in Final Fantasy VI. Gaster censored from merchandise. Mystery Man, or Gaster, has been used in certain merchandise like the soundtrack vinyl cover and tarot cards, but then gets censored in the final product. It's possible that Toby doesn't want any merchandise based on Gaster due to him being a big mystery, and he doesn't want to confirm what Gaster's true form is based on fan art or merchandise. Ebot is Toby spelled backwards. If you spelled Ebot backwards, you would get Mount Toby, which is pronounced the same way as Toby. This seems to be another Mother reference, where Mount Itoi references the creator Shigesato Itoi. It was definitely one of the more interesting and fun tiers to look into for me personally, and when all of the videos originally had intros, it was the first one to reach over an hour long. The original tier was also one of the largest, having around 142 entries. I'm going to combine Toby voices his characters with Toby's own entry in tier 1, because the more I think about it, the more I feel like it shouldn't be on the Iceberg, and instead should be talked alongside with the other stuff he did in that entry. I'm also going to be adding 36 new entries, resulting in tier 4 having 177 entries in total, making it currently the largest tier on the Iceberg. Tenna animation sources. The various dances and movements Tenna makes throughout DeltaRune were based on stock animations found on Miximo. Bud-Dink similarities. The cat dad from DeltaRune can be interpreted to be a reference to Bud-Dink from the animated show Duck. This comes from how he says Asriel doesn't like his wife's cooking and misnaming him for Duck, along with him having a seemingly less than great grill and the two of them both being colored purple. Family Guy funny moments in Queen's social media attack. During Queen's internet attack, there's a chance to get a combination of words that can read out top 10 Family Guy funny moments. Lancer turning to stone in TV World. In Chapter 3, if you manage to backtrack to the room where you get all of Lancer's controllers after leaving and getting them, you can see him turn to stone like in Chapter 2. Chapter 3 icon changing. When opening the game before beating Chapter 3, the icon for selecting to play Chapter 3 is Tenna smiling before being replaced with the Knight's smile when beating the chapter. Carol is ruining Hometown. As the theory goes, Carol runs unopposed and isn't able to be voted out. The police in the town are mishandled, with Undyne incompetent at her job, and Napstablook not wanting to be a cop. And Grillby's was thriving in Undertale, but then gets driven out and replaced with a grocery store, while Icy's Pizza replaces it. She also has suspiciously high income despite how small the town appears to be, which may further hint to her being corrupt and/or draining taxpayer money. And we know that politics bears more than willing to accept bribes, meaning there are some corruptible elements in the system. That thing on your body. When you go on a date with Papyrus, he'll make a comment about the armor you're wearing. He'll recognize every piece of armor, be it the bandage, ribbon, bandana, tutu, glasses, apron, cowboy hat, and locket, but the one exception is the Temmie armor, where he won't recognize it and just call it a thing. Reset Easter egg. If you interact with the mic bomb in the mic's room, you have the option to reset all of your scores. After doing so, you type Michael into it before the bomb goes off and resets. This is a neat Easter egg to how typing Gaster's name causes Undertale to reset. Dog ending happier than Pacifist. If you go on a neutral run and only kill Toriel, Papyrus, Undyne, and Metaton, you'll get a rather comedic version of the neutral ending dubbed the dog ending, where a small white dog becomes president of the underground, and all it does is sleep on the throne. During this, Sans makes a comment on how this seems to be the best life for everyone thanks to the player. It could then be interpreted that this is a better outcome than the pacifist route. Red Eyes. Red Eyes appear numerous times in DeltaRune, mostly with Chris, whether it be when characters are summoning a Dark World, when Chris is landing into the Dark World, or a mention of them flickering red during the Mantle minigame. Friend and Batat. Batat is notorious for being hard and intentionally endless, but if you manage to play the game long enough and get a high enough score, you'll be able to see Friend appear with the cats. Tenna TV Face. Some people have noticed that if you take Tenna's face and rotate it sideways, you'll get the letters TV. Sound_night_pulse slowed is the real voice. This sound refers to the noise the knight makes before their boss fight in Chapter 3. Upon slowing down the sound effect, we hear a voice that we've never heard of before. Some may take it to mean that this is Des' first appearance of her voice, though it is worth noting that Rules was at one point going to have a voice before that got scrapped, so we'll just see. Car Jam Songs. If you stay by the traffic jam in Chapter 2 before going into the library, you can hear one of 3 UnderTale songs: Metal Crusher, Undyne's theme, and Your Best Friend. Mike references fandom speculation. The designs, behavior, and whole idea of the mics in Chapter 4 are based on the fandom speculation from the Chapter 2 era, where many speculated that Mike, or someone else, would appear in Chapter 3 in some form, whether as the TV antagonist seen at the end of Chapter 2, or as the secret boss. With Batat referencing the TV Mike that people thought of, Pluie referencing the idea that maybe he's a cat, and Jongler referencing the Woody theory. DeltaRune is somewhere else. In UnderTale, there is a song from its OST that plays when dating Sans called It's Raining Somewhere Else. In DeltaRune, after sealing all the dark fountains in the church and leaving, before going back to Chris's house, a song that is incredibly reminiscent of It's Raining Somewhere Else plays, and the song is titled The Place Where It Rained. This heavily hints to the idea that DeltaRune is the place where the song says it's raining, and further connects this to both Sans and Goner Kid. Toriel is based on the Mimiga. While the Dreamers are mostly based on Nubian goats, Toby stated in the UnderTale art book that Toriel's design was partially based on the Mimiga from one of his all-time favorite games, Cave Story. Chris playing the Holidays piano in Chapter 4. During Chapter 4, while you and Chris are apart and you watch them in the kitchen, they'll go to the piano and start playing music. The songs include ones from both the soundtrack and some original pieces. Noelle attacked Cyberworld. When we enter to Cyberworld, it appears damaged and cracked, with many NPCs afraid of a she attacking them. After seeing this, we see Noelle on the ground who appears distraught, similar to Snowgrave, before getting captured. One piece of speculation is that Noelle was the one who did all of this damage instead of Queen, which could also explain why Queen is so fixated on having Noelle on her side. Water Cooler Gain. In TV World, if you encounter the water cool enemy again and then try to leave, you'll notice that a group of 2 water coolers are blocking your way. If you keep entering and exiting the doorway from both sides, eventually there will be a group of 4 water coolers from both sides surrounding you, leaving you no choice but to fight them. Adaptive Difficulty. While DeltaRune doesn't have a changeable difficulty system, there are times in the game where difficulty of certain parts will be changed to suit the player, whether how the difficulty of the music physical challenge will be affected by how you did in the tutorial, or if you get hit enough by the attacks from the Gerson statue, the screen will flash red on each side to help you see where the attacks are coming from. Dog Stat. In Chapter 1, there's a very small chance for one of Chris's stats to say dog, and then show a sleeping annoying dog. Chris dying against Sweet Cap'n Cakes. During Chapter 2 speedruns, if Chris died while fighting against Sweet Cap'n Cakes, it allows for Rousey and Susie to instantly use their dance animation during the fight, which makes the fight faster and results in a version of the dance cutscene where instead of Chris dancing, they're just laying fatally. Papyrus goes too far. This refers to a .exe UnderTale fan game from 2019 made by Kwaisaki243. The whole game revolves around Sans looking for Papyrus until he finds Papyrus in a fiery room who is wanting to kill Sans. It would later be remade by Autorio3DW in 2023, and on SoundCloud, they uploaded a song from it called I'm Not Falling For That Shit, which references a quote from the game, and the cover was the screenshot of the scene. This quickly spread among the meme and shitposting side of the Undertale fandom, where people would take the quote and edit it in the image for funny things. Ancient Sweet. The Ancient Sweet is a healing item you can get from Chapter 4 when Susie looks through Asriel's pockets. This is a very complicated item to get because you need to check your pockets during the sermon, and you need to not get a list of very specific items like dark candy, a CD bagel from a trash can near the pop-up, revivement, revived dust, and more. Missing third G in TV time name selection. When naming yourself for TV time, you're unable to type G in the third slot. Some thought it just applied to WDG, but it applies to all of them. It's likely this was done so as to not spell any slurs. Asgore's Conspiracy Board. If you check the side of Flower King, the narration will point out that there's a cork board covered with papers and documents across the board and floor. To many, this hints to the idea that Asgore has this board to figure out the conspiracy behind Hometown. Gumball Machine Original Images. The Gumball Machine shown in TV World is compiled of 5 separate images photoshopped together to create the image. PNPN.mp3. This was a song that was originally featured on Noelle's blog. On this page, she talks of how she would go to Chris's house just to hear them play piano, though they would stop if they noticed her watching. So she'd lie on the couch listening to them play until she fell asleep. On this blog was PNPN.mp3, which actually plays in Chapter 4 after Chris plays Piano That May Not Be Played Well. Man.ogg is a Yume Nikki fan song. Man.ogg is a song that plays during the egg rooms. This song, or at least an earlier version of it, was made by Toby in April 2012 as a Yume Nikki fan song. Knowing the context of when the song is used, alongside the bizarreness of the rooms, it's easy to see the inspiration and references behind these rooms coming from Yume Nikki, which is one of the more influential early independent video games from the 2000s. Des is a stoner. When rummaging through Des's junk, one of the more interesting elements is Asriel's retainer and old mint cans with unique leaves inside of them. This leads many to believe that Des and Asriel were both dating and were weed smokers. Rousey's Castle Door. In the castle in Castletown, there's a giant door that we've never been able to go into, leading it all up to speculation as to what it could be. Most assume that this leads to the Dark Fountain of Castletown. Titan Human Head. Before fighting the Titan in their boss fight, we see a silhouette of the wings covering its face, and it looks very similar to a bald man's head. Titan looks like Gaster. In a Reddit post talking about the Titan's design, they talked about how in one of the frames of it opening its face, it resembles a bit of Gaster's face. Chris flinching. In the final minigame during the sword route, when you must use hero_sword to kill hero_axe and hero_scarf, Chris flinches every time they do it. This further hints at the idea that while Chris is working with the knight, they do like Rousey and Susie and don't want to hurt them, or worse, kill them. Soundtrack system requirements. The Steam page for the DeltaRune soundtrack will have text that says, "There's nowhere to put recommended computer space on the soundtracks page anymore. Wonder why that is." This is a joke referencing the joke requirements for the UnderTale soundtrack. Possible goners. There are various theories and speculation within the DeltaRune community as to what could possibly be a goner. Some of these include the Vessel, the Blue Rudin, Jockington, and others. Outside media isn't canon. Toby has talked a few times about how the only thing about the universe of UnderTale and DeltaRune that are quote-unquote canon are the games themselves. The quotation supports the idea that other media are supplementary, with their canonicity being up to the person, while the games themselves are primary canon. Annoying Dog Sound Origin. The origin of the sounds that the dogs make throughout Undertale and Deltarune originates from a YouTube video from April 2009 and comes from 8-week-old Pomeranians barking.
Oh yeah? Tell me all about it.
Tier 5. Waterfall / one of the Sanses. At this point, you're starting to see all these AUs, OCs, and fan games that the fandom has created, and you start writing or drawing your own, as well as compose music for it. This tier contains AUs, OCs, and fan games for Undertale and Deltarune. These descriptions are very condensed so that if any of these interest you, you can check them out. This is also our first topic-oriented tier, meaning that we will not be focusing on obscurity on this tier, and more so how the entries correlate with the topic at hand. Now, I know you're going to be annoyed that I had to explain something before the entries, but I still feel like I need to explain it anyways. I want to explain a few terms that I use when talking about the individual AUs. The Undertale AU community is big, and honestly, this topic could have been its own iceberg, and it likely will in the future. So if it doesn't bother you, allow me to explain what these types of AUs are, or you could just skip ahead to the first entry. Switch-up AUs are AUs that switch the roles and/or personalities of the cast. Crossover AUs can be either figurative or literal, as they can either combine the world of Undertale with another franchise, or have Undertale or Deltarune literally cross over to another franchise. Basic change AUs are AUs that change certain things about Undertale, like characters or the setting, but don't overall change the story all that much. And finally, continuity change AUs are AUs that change the story of Undertale, either through prequels or sequels, or just a complete redo of Undertale or Deltarune's story. So now with that explanation out of the way, let's actually get into the entries. Dreamer Reborn. Dreamer Reborn is one of the first Undertale AUs to be created. A lot of people like to say it's the first AU, but that is not the case, as will be talked about later in the Iceberg. It takes place after the Pacifist run, where Kara talks to Asriel and ends up giving up their soul to convince him to live on the surface with the other monsters. The AU then follows Asriel and the consequences of this, including an encounter with Kara. Undertale Disbelief. Undertale Disbelief is an Undertale AU originally created by Tumblr user The Zombie Dogs, where Sans and Papyrus switch boss fights in the Genocide run, so Sans dies earlier in the run, and because of this revelation, Papyrus loses all belief and hopes for humanity being good, and is determined to kill the human in the end. It's most well known for having Papyrus wear his brother's hoodie, his eye glowing orange, and him holding a very long bone. Dusttale. Dusttale is a continuity change Undertale AU created by Ask Dusttale. In this universe, hundreds of genocide runs occur which result in Kara becoming even more powerful and completely taking over control of Frisk's soul and body. But after all this time, Sans starts to finally remember these timelines and decides to stop the human by any means necessary. This results in him becoming a serial killer, where his main goal is to kill as many monsters as possible so that he can stop the human, take their soul, and fix everything that has happened. Dusttale Sans is often known as Murder Sans. A common misconception is that he can absorb and use the abilities of the people he kills, but that is not the case. Aftertale. Aftertale is an Undertale continuity change AU created by Crayon Queen, where during the first genocide run of the AU, Sans decides to use some determination to try to take down the human after seeing a recording of Papyrus' death. As a result of this, Sans is able to go to the save screen, however, he cannot change it. After hundreds of attempts by the player, they are finally able to kill Sans, but before he dies, he goes to the save screen and tries to reset, however it fails, and instead, Frisk resets, resulting in Sans being trapped in the save screen, now nicknaming himself as Geno as a reminder of what happened, and will later be accompanied by the spirit of Frisk after Kara takes complete control over Frisk's body. Geno has the ability to contact Sanses in different timelines who share a fragment of his soul. The story of the AU follows the current timeline's version of Sans, or the classic version of Sans, who learns of all of this and has to figure out a way to make things better. Story Shift. Story Shift is a switch-up AU created by Voltra the Lively. It swaps the roles of everyone in pairs without changing the personalities and species of the characters. The AU would get rebooted in July 2019 due to Voltra being unhappy with it. The AU explores the consequences of changing the roles of characters, such as how they act, and how their actions and consequences change the world. It has a more serious and darker take to it than the pre-boot and UnderTale. The shifting of roles consists of Kara and Asriel in the roles of Sans and Papyrus, Sans and Papyrus in the roles of Asgore and Toriel, Asgore and Toriel in the roles of Alphys and Undyne, Alphys and Undyne taking the roles of Napstablook and Metaton, and Napstablook and Metaton taking the roles of Flowey and Kara. Ink Sans and Error Sans. Ink Sans and Error Sans are two fan-created versions of Sans that inhabit the UnderTale AU multiverse and have roles opposite to each other. Ink was created by Kamyet or Miebi and is a Sans who serves as the guardian of the multiverse, protecting the AUs and creation. He escaped from a forgotten universe by destroying his own soul, but because of this, he no longer has true emotions and relies on his inks to give him emotions, as well as being very forgetful. Error is a version of Sans created by Cran Queen, who serves as the destroyer of AUs who lives in the Anti-Void. Cran Queen would later reveal that Error is actually an alternate version of Genosans, who experimented with his abilities which led to the destruction of his memories, former life, and identity, and universe. The relationship between these two versions of Sans is pretty much up to fan interpretation as to what it's like. And despite them no longer belonging to their own AUs, people like to make Ink and Error versions of other UnderTale characters and often place them in a world known as Inktale and Errortale. Fresh Sans and Underfresh. Fresh Sans, or just Fresh, is an UnderTale AU character created by Cran Queen. Initially, this was a version of Sans created as a parody of the character Dippy Fresh from Gravity Falls, and was a joke character. However, as Cran Queen continued to work on them, Fresh became a more and more serious character. Fresh is a parasite that infects people, most commonly Sanses, as a way to survive, and when they do, their appearance, personality, and dialect changes, along with their soul getting possessed by Fresh. There's also an AU called Underfresh where everyone has been freshified and has similar traits to Fresh Sans. UnderTale Plus. UnderTale Plus is an UnderTale mod that changes how you experience the game, made by a full team of various modders, programmers, and artists. It gives full-colored sprites, widescreen support, remastered battle music, custom battle backgrounds, visible gear, and possible bug fixes, along with bringing all console-exclusive content and add-ons like DeltaRune-styled battles. Underpants. This refers to an animated parody of UnderTale made by Senior Pelo. It's a series of videos that includes 3 videos that parody the game's 3 different endings, and a few videos that introduce Sans, which was a parody of Sans. He also made a short video that parodies DeltaRune Chapter 2.
Well, you're killing me now. Yeah, that's the point!
Poketail/Trainer Tail. Poketail, or Trainer Tail, is an UnderTale crossover AU made by Free Sans, which combines the two worlds of UnderTale and Pokemon, where normal fights are replaced with Pokemon battles, and Eba is not a mountain, but another Pokemon region where most monsters live, but not because they're forced to. Each monster has different types of Pokemon, such as Toriel using fire and ground types, Sans using ice and dark types, and Undyne using water and fight types. Dreamtail. Strap in for this one because it's gonna be a long one. Dreamtail is an UnderTale AU created by Joku. It takes place in an entirely unique universe where there are 3 trees vital for life across the multiverse, and each lives in their own universe. Life, mana, and feelings, with Dreamtail following the universe where the Tree of Feelings resides. The tree housed fruits, half of which were black and housed negative emotions, and the other were gold and housed positive emotions. After being fatally wounded, the guardian of the tree, Nim, decided to merge with the tree to heal, and in her place created two brothers who would be guardians of the tree. Dream represented positive emotions, while Nightmare represented negative emotions, and their bodies were based on Underswap's sands. After humans were made in the world, Dream would interact with them and was very kind and outgoing. However, the humans started to take advantage of this to get to him to do what they wanted, and mocked Nightmare for being weak. One day, Nightmare took the apples that represented positive energy, which resulted in all of them turning dark, and the trees started to die. Nightmare then began eating all but one of the apples, resulting in him being covered in black goop, and he began killing all of the villagers. Dream tried reasoning with his brother, but in the end, he absorbs the last gold apple and gained a soul before turning to stone. After this, Dreamtale's fate was grim, but the guardian of the Tree of Mana was able to set Dream free and began teaching him. There are 4 endings to the story of Dreamtale, and this was as much of a condensed explanation of the AU that I can make. Dream and Nightmare are important characters to the broader Undertale AU multiverse, and have plenty of big roles revolving around stories that take place in the multiverse, such as Ink and Dream teaming up, and Error and Nightmare teaming up, with some villainous stances led by Nightmare. Fandroid Music, or Griffnilla. Fandroid Music, otherwise known as Griffnilla, is a songwriter and composer who has made fan songs based on video games. They have made a few songs for Undertale, these being Spooky Blooky Wave, Killer Be Killed, Hard Drive, Fishy Love, and My Child, My Child. Other notable works include Don't Tattle on Me, Stay Calm, and The Devil's Swing. Corruptions. The Corruptions mods are mods that are used to corrupt the files of Undertale or DeltaRune to create some weird and wacky results. Swapfell vs. Fellswap. There are 2 versions of the AU that combines Underswap and Underfell. It is often debated which name should be used, to where Fellswap and Swapfell are now 2 separate AUs. Swapfell is a fellified version of Underswap, and the version of Swapfell most used is the version created by K. Copain, which focuses more on alphas and Undyne and uses the color purple instead of red. Meanwhile, Fellswap is Underfell Swapped, and the version seen a lot is Fellswap Gold, made by Tumblr user Black Gum, which takes more drastic differences where it takes place in the 20th century and takes inspiration from totalitarian countries in 1984. Instead of Killer Be Killed, the monsters follow the rule of oppress or be oppressed. There's plenty of LGBT themes in here as well, including oppressing LGBT feelings, which very much contrasts the LGBT-friendly world of Undertale. Smashbits Animations and Smashbits Team. Smashbits Animations and Smashbits Team are YouTube channels that make animations based on video games. They have made a few stuff for Undertale and DeltaRune, such as If Undertale Was Realistic, which is the title of a 17-part series covering Undertale and its routes, a single video titled If Deltarune is Realistic, and Undertale The Flirting Route. If Undertale Was Realistic and Undertale The Flirting Route have both been compiled into one big video per series. All videos are very comedic and unserious in their tone, and while it can be strange at times, it has spawned many memes for the Undertale community.
Oh shit, me brother's coming here. Take this lampshade, pretend to be a lamp.
Like this? Am I a lamp now?
Absolute lamp.
Brilliant.
Nah, mate, he deserved to die. I mean, who doesn't like monster trucks? What a fucking goon. I just realised I don't even like monster trucks. Bonus.
Horror Tale. Horror Tale is a horror AU created by Sour Apple Studios that takes place after a neutral run. To be specific on which neutral run we're talking about, it's the Overthrow of the Queen ending where Toriel is overthrown as queen by Undyne, who becomes the new ruler, with Papyrus still sticking around. In this telling of events after the neutral route, a human named Eliza falls into the underground, which has changed for the worse due to famine, widespread starvation, a lack of resources, and the new laws imposed by Undyne. Dogs of Future Past predicted the true appearance of the bird-like Gaster follower. Dogs of Future Past is an Undertale fan comic that was released before DeltaRune Chapter 1. It's about Frisk, Flowey, and one of the monsters of Endogeny traveling to the past to save Gaster, and features the Gaster followers. Before Chapter 1, we have never seen the bird-like Gaster followers colored design before. However, the creator, Lynx Griffin, did correctly predict that the follower was a bird-like monster. UnderTale Halloween hack. As of now, there isn't an actual UnderTale Halloween ROM hack, and it's a joke among big UnderTale fans based on the Earthbound Halloween hack made by Toby. Despite this, some have actually tried to see what an UnderTale Halloween hack could look like, mostly with the music side of things. There's even a page on SoundCloud for this theoretical Halloween hack, and there's a webcomic of what this could look like. Help Tale. Help Tale is an UnderTale AU where the multiverse has collapsed into a broken universe where every version is supposed to exist simultaneously at the same time in the same place. As a result, all these versions merge into horrific amalgamations known as ITs. How crazy the AU gets and how the ITs behave depends on the interpretation and version you pick. Mr. Sunshine. Mr. Sunshine is a character who Toby doodled in the UnderTale art book as part of a list of enemies who were cut from hard mode. While he has not officially appeared in UnderTale and DeltaRune media, there have been fans who have made designs and art based on the doodle. X-Tale/Underverse. X-Tale is an UnderTale AU created by Jalpeñolosa, which takes place in a universe where Gaster, or X-Gaster, has the ability to remake his universe into anything he wants. X-Frisk and X-Kara are his actual sons, and once he learns of his abilities and the other AUs, he tries to create the perfect timeline. After many timelines, X-Gaster connects his and X-Kara's souls so that he can explore how determination affects him and X-Kara, and in the next timeline, X-Kara possessed X-Frisk. After a few more timelines, X-Gaster gives Ink a vial that contains the half of his own soul, which gives him his reality-bending powers. And in the 10th timeline, Cross, the sands of this universe, finally breaks after getting all of his memories back and being messed with by X-Frisk and his friends that have also gained their memories, and ends up merging his soul with X-Kara's, which results in the universe breaking into a white void, with X-Gaster and X-Alphys somewhere in the multiverse. Underverse is the YouTube animated series that serves as both a sequel to X-Tale and a crossover for multiple universes. Its sole creator is also Jalpeñolosa, who also does the animation and writing, with music being done by Nyx the Shield and sound effects being done by Ver. It's one of the most beloved AUs and stories due to the writing, art, animation, themes, and how it accurately portrays the various AUs. Reaper Tale. Reaper Tale is a basic change AU created by Kazuna Pikachu. It's an AU where the monsters are gods and deities, such as Sans and Papyrus being the gods of death, Gaster being the god of magic, Alphys being the god of knowledge, and Flowey being the incarnation of despair. Bad Time Trio. The Bad Time Trio is a group consisting of 3 characters that take the role of Sans, these being Classic Sans, Underswap Papyrus, and Story Shift Kara. It was popularized by a fan game where you have to fight the 3 and dodge their attacks at the same time. This is one of those concepts in the community that gets parodied with other versions like the Great Time Trio, which consists of the failed versions of the trio, Murder Time Trio, which consists of Dusttail Sans, Horror Sans, and Killer Sans, and the trio Squabble, which consists of the characters that take the role of Papyrus, these being Classic Papyrus, Blueberry Sans, and Story Shift's Azriel. DeltaRune Chapter 1 Weird Route Concept. Unlike Chapter 2, which has a weird route where the chapter starts to play out differently, Chapter 1 doesn't actually have one. Because of this, YouTuber Jummy made a hypothetical weird route for Chapter 1. Bad Monday Simulator. Bad Monday Simulator is an UnderTale fan game made by Lumpy Touch. This is a fan game which combines the worlds of UnderTale and Garfield, and you must fight and defeat Garfield, who takes the role of Sans as Sansfield. Corfrisk and the Omega Timeline. The Omega Timeline is an UnderTale AU that is hosted by Corfrisk, and it was created by Doku Doki. The story of how this universe was created was that Frisk kept resetting the timeline over and over again, which resulted in Sans getting tired of this and deciding to throw Frisk into the core, which results in the creation of Corfrisk and the Omega Timeline due to Frisk's soul and the reset being exposed to the core. Core serves as someone who takes in people into the Omega timeline whenever their universe is dying. OceanTale. OceanTale is a basic change AU where instead of monsters being sealed underground, they're sealed underwater. Because of this, the monsters are more aquatic and are ocean themed, such as Sans and Papyrus having pirate clothing and Undyne being a mermaid. Science Sans. Science Sans is a version of Sans whose creator has been lost to time. Because of this version of Sans is up to community interpretation, with Talking Soup's fanfiction, The Scientist, being most commonly associated with Science Sans. Generally speaking, Science is often portrayed as a younger version of the classic Sans at an earlier time in his life where he was working with Alphys and was happier than he was in the main events of UnderTale. Dance Tale. Dance Tale is a basic change AU created by TN Stars. It's pretty much the same as UnderTale, but fights are replaced with dance battles where Frisk must match the dances and dance styles. Each of the monsters or group of monsters have unique styles of dancing, which also affects their music. Examples are Sans having hip-hop dancing, Papyrus and Gaster having waltz, and the Ghosts having swing dancing. UnderTale rewritten by an AI. UnderTale rewritten by an AI is a mod made by Sibyl's GD. She also made a few more for UnderTale Yellow and DeltaRune. The mod replaces all the dialogue and text with rewritten text made by an AI. It is the same as UnderTale gameplay-wise, except the monsters are all unhinged, and as you can probably expect from AI, the dialogue results in ridiculous and funny stuff to read. Because the lore is so different, some consider it its own AU. Hardtail. Hardtail is an animated basic change AU created by YouTuber Said Draws Near. While it may sound like an AU that extends hard mode, in reality, it takes more differences than that. In this AU, the monsters are more aggressive and more eager to kill a human, and fighting is required in order to spare them. Because of the concept of fighting to spare, there's a lot of fighting animations. Under Mafia. Under Mafia, or commonly known as Mafia Tale by the AU community, is a comic continuity change AU made by Kid. In this world, all characters are alive, including Gaster, who is with the other characters, and act classy while wearing fancy clothes and having weapons. The story goes that the Dreamer family separates and Toriel adopts Frisk, who is then almost kidnapped by Asgore, and to keep her safe, Toriel sends her to the Skeleton family, and they accept Frisk into their family, and soon after, Frisk becomes their boss. PS3 port. There was a fan-made port of UnderTale made for the PS3. It doesn't have any physical port, but instead an emulator or file. And while it does work, it has been said to freeze at times. Handplates. Handplates is a continuity change prequel AU made by Zarla. In this comic series, Sans and Papyrus are the scientific clones of Gaster and are called 1S and 2P, and were made as a way to free monster kind of the barrier. After learning that they're sentient, Gaster must decide what he'll do with them. The AU gets its name from Sans and Papyrus having a handplate on their hands to signify their names. Prequel stories based on UnderTale Yellow. With UnderTale Yellow being as big as it is, there are AUs that share similar types of stories with the other human souls, and there are many versions of these stories, with some being fan games while others are in different mediums. To give a few takes on these stories, we have UnderTale Green, made by Migs, a game which covers Cody, the human who had the green soul, and is still in development and planned to have 5 chapters in total. There's UnderTale Purple, which covers the human who had the purple soul, and UnderTale Blue, which covers the blue soul. These two would merge to become UnderTale Kindred Spirits, a game which follows the story of the humans that fell underground, Batty, and Mel, who had the blue and purple souls. All 3 were made by Per Sum. There's also UnderTale Orange, made by Dare Team, which tells the story of Harvey, the human who possessed the orange soul. And The First Human, made by Brit Ninja, a comic which tells the story of Marine, the human who possessed the cyan soul and was the first to fall after Kara. This story is somewhat infamous for breaking the canon when it comes to Flowey's story, though Brit Ninja has talked about how it's more focused on telling a good story than trying to fit in the canon. As a reminder, there are more takes on this concept, so if you're interested in learning what these fans have created for the human children, go explore. And if you know any more that I did not mention, talk about them in the comments below. Epic Tale. Epic Tale is a continuity change comic AU made by Yugo Gear 012. There are two versions of the AU. In the first version of the AU, Kara had a colorless soul, and eventually, once they found out what happened, they began attacking everyone around them, and after hurting Asgore and Undyne, Epic Sans, which he calls himself, finds out that Frisk, who has gained control over the other 6 human souls, has been controlling Kara, and by the end of the first arc, Frisk erases monster kind after killing Kara and Asriel. The second arc shows a new universe with a new version of Sans meeting a new version of Frisk. The second version of this AU is a remake by Yugo where Frisk falls underground and is taken in by the other 4 Dreamers before their soul is taken by Gaster. Echo Tale. Echo Tale is a continuity change comic AU created by Ural Lim. In this universe, Frisk fell while Gaster is still the royal scientist, and in the True Lab, they try to use determination in an experiment, but the experiment fails and it creates the Shift, which corrupts the underground, changing everything and erasing everyone in there except for new versions of Frisk and Sans called Echo Frisk and Gaster Sans, or G for short. The AU focuses on Echo and G trying to fix everything back to what it was. The AU gets its name from the fact that the Echo flowers have replaced golden flowers and are pretty much normal and predominant. Glitch Tale. Glitch Tale is an UnderTale AU animated series that spans 2 seasons. It was collaborated by Camila Cuevas, who was the original creator and animated the series and co-wrote it along Vare, Nix the Shield, who did the music, Strelok, who did the sound effects, and others like Naven Dove, Rush Garcia, and a voice cast. It started off as a short animation made by just Cuevas called Megalomaniac about a battle between Frisk, Kara, and Sans, but it would go on to be made into a series which continued to get more and more traction, gain hundreds of millions of views in total. The AU was well liked by many, especially among younger fans, for the fight animations, and the AU is famous for introducing Betty Noray. However, in more recent years, the AU has been criticized for poor and questionable writing, rushed and lazy animation, plagiarizing battle scenes from other shows and animations, and the reliance on needing to read the wiki to answer your questions. The series' reputation has also been further damaged by the controversies and drama that the creators have gotten themselves into, as to be talked about in Tier 8. Axe Tale. Axe Tale is a continuity change AU made by Banana Fraps, inspired by Horror Tale, which takes place after the neutral route. After defeating Flowey, Frisk stays in the underground and lives with Monster Kind, and works with them to break the barrier while Toriel takes back the throne. Things seem to have been fine for Monster Kind for 13 years, and during this time, Frisk married Sans after coming of age. But then Flowey got the souls, and his recklessness caused a glitch, which created a plague called the Hunger, which began to affect the monsters. After Toriel is killed, Sans makes Frisk take her soul and leave the underground for safety. Unfortunately, Frisk would not live happily as she was assaulted and taken to an asylum where she left to be taken care of by her mother after she was discovered to be pregnant, and died after giving birth to her daughter Eliza. In the meantime, the underground continued to decline and hope continued to dwindle. 15 years later, Eliza would read Frisk's journal and would leave for Mount Ebot to free Monster Kind, only to find that A, it's nothing like her mother described, and B, it's revealed that Sans is her actual father. Quantum Tale. Quantum Tale is a continuity change comic AU created by Perfect Shadow 06. After completing a neutral run, Frisk decides to reset and go back to see what they could do for monsters to make things better. However, after Flowey messes with the reset, it ends up glitching, resulting in Frisk going through time with new and younger versions of the characters and working together to retrieve the 6 human souls to fix everything. Delta Sans and Ultra Tale. Ultra Tale is an animated continuity change AU made by Animated Zorox, and while they do own it, they have given the UnderTale AU community permission to continue it becoming a community-driven AU. It takes place at the end of a genocide run where Sans is given the Bravery Soul and infuses with it, gaining all of its abilities and being able to kill the human.
Don't tell the other Sanses, okay?
After getting dunked on by Sans, and then going back to the part where he offers mercy, he tells you that because you came back, you weren't friends in the first place, and to not tell the other Sanses of this. This implies more that Sans does know of the timelines, and as you can probably imagine, the AU community went nuts over this. A fatal error has occurred / fatal error Sans. Fatal Error Sans is a combination of Genosans and Error Sans, and was created by Zedramon. His story is covered in the Tumblr comic A Fatal Error Has Occurred, which gives us his origin and his tales and shenanigans throughout the multiverse. Fatal Error started off as a version of Geno which came from a version of Aftertale that was the same until Error came and destroyed it, and tried to destroy Geno. However, due to Geno's determination, they barely survive and their code becomes infected and glitched, which mutates him into gaining some of Error's abilities and becoming Fatal Error. He roams throughout the multiverse, taking many Sanses in order to try and recreate his papyrus. Twin Runes. Twin Runes is a DeltaRune comic AU created by Tumblr user Akanemnon. It's a comic where Frisk and Kara enter the world of DeltaRune, and after encountering Chris, they stay with them for a while until Chris decides to figure out where the two came from, and then find out that Asgore's flower shop has a new dark fountain inside of it, and the gang all try to find out what happened and try to seal it. Christmas Party. Christmas Party is a multi-AU crossover comedy Christmas comic created by Korean Queen. In this comic, Geno is hosting a party that consists of him, Classic Sans Papyrus and Gaster, Underfell Sans Papyrus, Underswap Sans Papyrus, Science Sans, Reaper Sans, Fresh Sans, and Air Sans. Within this comic series, we have multiple subplots including the eggnog getting spiked, Underfell Sans and Papyrus trying to have a better relationship with each other, Science seemingly developing feelings for Edge, Geno having enough of Reaper's shit, and Science and Blueberry having a friend club civil war. The comic has been discontinued as of November 14th, 2016, but it is very well known in the UnderTale AU community, and a few artists have taken this AU and added other versions of Sans and Papyrus into it. Paper Jam. Paper Jam is a character created by Seven Good Angel, who was created by the battles of Ink and Error, who strains an ink from the battles drawn and mixed together to create a sort of offspring of Ink and Error. He's a neutral character who looks like Sans, although technically isn't one due to him not coming from an AU. DeltaFell and DeltaSwap. DeltaFell and DeltaSwap are DeltaRune AUs that, as you can probably imagine, are pretty much DeltaRune mixed with the Underfell and Underswap styled AUs. The original DeltaFell was created by DeltaSpooks, but would later be cancelled and be given ownership to Ask Pulvera Sans, who then changed it up and rebranded it to MC DeltaFell. Underworld. Underworld is an Undertale basic change AU created by Cool's Art. The AU follows a story where a creature corrupted the AU, which resulted in the universe's version of the Underground becoming corrupted and the monsters becoming even more monstrous, and Flowey decides to help Frisk, who has broken their arm from the fall. Underkeep. Underkeep is an Undertale continuity change AU collaborated by Rotodisc, who made the designs, Hell Yeah Libra, who did the story and writing, and Neon Pigments, who did the music. The AU follows a version of events where things are somewhat the same until the events of Kara and Asriel's deaths occurred, and unlike in the main universe where Asgore is overcome with rage, he is instead overcome with grief and he renounces his title of King. Alphys, being distraught at Asgore's decision, decides to rework Metaton's body to help rule the Underground, which Asgore accepts, and Metaton becomes ruler of the Underground and decrees that all humans who fall underground must be killed. Asgore is then appointed as the Knight General, and the government of the Underground is broken up into several different families, including Gasters, the Dreamers, Metatons, and Alphyses, all of which would cooperate with laws and government. Oberyn Smog. YouTuber Jaru J made a long video talking and theorizing about who the Knight could be. Ultimately, the theory came to the conclusion of the Warring Knight being a special darkener similar to Ralsei, and was created using the dust of Gerson Boom that was on the hammer that was buried. Jaru named the darkener Oberyn Smog, an anagram of Gerson Boom, and Father Alvin has knowledge about Oberyn. Because of how weird the theory was, it's kind of become a bit of a joke and a meme among the DeltaRune community, and from what I can gather, it seems to have some similar notoriety to the Sans' Nest theory on the UnderTale side of the fandom.
I still don't think Oberyn Smog is the knight, but I will give this theory credit where credit is due in saying that it did actually predict Gerson coming to life thanks to his dust, albeit he did not come back as the knight.
Little Tale. Little Tale is a comedic comic AU created by Mudkip Phil. This is an AU where the cast of UnderTale are little versions of themselves and are younger, with most of them being children between the ages of 10 to 13. The only adults are Gaster, who is the parent of Sans and Papyrus, and Gerson, who is the caretaker of Undyne. For those who are questioning it, Asgore and Toriel don't have Asriel. However, there is Flowey, who comes from a different timeline. The comic itself doesn't really have an actual coherent story, and it's just meant to be a bunch of short doodles and comics. UnderTale. UnderTale is an AU that shares many things in common with Ocean Tale. However, Sans and Papyrus are actual pirates while the rest are underwater creatures, and instead of having an actual canon and story, it was made more as a design aesthetic. Chill Jevil and Funtime Sans. Chill Jevil and Funtime Sans are different versions of Jevil and Sans who have swapped personalities and styles. They are made by Tumblr user Caitlin Theg. A comic made by them showed how initially, it came from a prank made by the two after realizing they had a lot in common to mess with Rules and Papyrus. Dust Tale, The Last Genocide, and Genocide's End. Dust Tale, The Last Genocide, and Genocide's End are UnderTale AU fan games made by Team DTLG, combining both Dust Tale and UnderTale Last Breath. In The Last Genocide, it takes place in a version of Dust Tale where after another cycle of genocide runs, Sans encounters Gaster, who decides to help Sans on his quest, and to finally end all of the genocide that's been happening. The fan game features many phases, and despite it being somewhat recent, it seems to have become incredibly influential. The Genocide's End is a follow-up that brings more story, and Act 1 is currently released. Underwar. So this is an AU that has many different takes on the name, and each have their own story as to what happens. I'm not going to go through all of them because this video is already long enough, so for this one, I'll just be talking about the version made by Blue Wolf Artista, since that's the version with images that you might have seen if you've tried looking into the AU, or just tried looking into the multiverse in general. In this universe, the war between humans and monsters continues in a more fantasy-inspired era, and first falls into the hiding place of one of the most powerful kings, Asgore, who awaits to leave the underground by using the 7 human souls to be more powerful. Frisk must decide whether he'll show monsters that not all humans are bad, or kill them all to end the war. UnderTale. UnderTale is a basic chained UnderTale AU made by Free Sans. This is an AU that doesn't have as many changes as many switch-up AUs, but there are some changes. Characters who swap their roles have 80% of their personality based on the character they take their role from, while 20% is based on the original version of the character. Sans takes the role of the caretaker of the ruins, Papyrus takes the role of the king, Gaster takes the role of the Soulless Angel, and is Sans and Papyrus' younger brother, Toriel takes the role of the judge, Asgore takes the ambitious role, and Asriel takes the role of the forgotten scientist, and is the father of Asgore and Toriel, who are both siblings. It is worth noting that the characters who are siblings are just that and nothing more, as confirmed by Free Sans, who also confirmed Storiel's existence in the AU. Chest Tale. Chest Tale is a basic change fantasy UnderTale AU created by Minty Sammy. The story of Chest Tale is mostly the same as UnderTale, with the changes that battles are replaced with different games like chess, and the monsters take the roles of pieces from chess, and the difficulty depends on the role. Undertoad. Undertoad is a crossover UnderTale AU created by Lucas Pukas, along with Star Fury and PatWit01. This AU combines the worlds of Undertale and Super Mario Bros. In this world, the underground contains the Mario cast, and the main character is a toad which has to make its way through the underground. SpongeTale. SpongeTale is a crossover Undertale AU created by Keno9988. It combines the worlds of Undertale and SpongeBob SquarePants. The AU has been cancelled as the team who was working on it lost interest. Echo. The original version of Echo was composed and produced by Crusher and was published under the collaborative duo Sir Crush for Vocaloid. In 2016, a cover of Echo made by Yuffie would be released for Undertale, which presented it being around Gaster. And later in July of that year, the song would be put in an animated music video made by Voidless, which as of the time of recording this, has garnered over 62 million views. There would also be another parody cover which featured Frisk instead, along with the many other versions of Echo out there, one of which centered around Sans. Negative Tail. Negative Tail is a basic change Undertale AU made by Valen Sealover. The AU has a lot in common with Undertale, but it tries to emphasize less on the edge and emphasizes more on the killer be killed factor to it and how evil the monsters are. Weak monsters are hunted and killed so that the strong remain to attack humans when the barrier falls. None of the characters are safe and any of them could be killed. Six Bones. Six Bones is an alternate version of Sans Papyrus created by Zarya. The story of Six Bones takes place in an AU set before Frisk falling underground, where Papyrus has fallen down and Sans has Alphys try to help him, which results in determination injected into Papyrus. And when Sans tries to help him, the two merge, becoming an amalgamate named Six Bones. Something New. Something New is a continuity change Undertale AU created by RehdBohnes&Ihnks. It serves as the origin of Killer Sans, a popular version of the character who appears throughout the multiverse. Killer was just an ordinary Sans until many genocide runs occur, and eventually Sans is convinced to buy Car to commit multiple genocide routes himself. As time goes on, Sans starts to feel less and less until he becomes a full-blown killer, and his soul becomes similar to Kara's, and he now permanently cries black ink. Alpha Tale. Alpha Tale is a very large story created by Team Lavender, which tells of how the multiverse came to be how it is. Alpha Tale refers to the first AU in the multiverse, and talks about experiments that happened during the human-monster war, which allowed for the monsters to win, although they remained in the underground to grow their nation. After the Dreamers passed away, the Astral Mother eventually takes over the underground. This AU spawned a lot of Sanses, including Alpha Sans, Error 404 Sans, Infected Sans, Omnipotent Sans, and so much more. Undertale. Undertale is an Undertale AU made by Day Gamer. It takes place in a world where most characters are dumber versions of themselves. As time goes on, more colors start to come in, and while the AU starts off as comedic, it starts to get more serious later on. DeltaRune VHS. DeltaRune VHS is a parody series that takes DeltaRune into an analog horror world. Gaster Gang. Gaster Gang is a multiversal Undertale AU created by Bunny Muse. The AU shows a few alternate versions of Gaster who all hang out together in the void. The versions of Gaster include Undertale Gaster, who is called Wingding, Underswap Gaster, Underfell Gaster, Outertail Gaster, and Newtail Gaster. Swaptail Gaster used to be part of the group until he was kicked out for spiking their drinks. Accident Verse. Accident Verse is an alternate Undertale multiverse created by BD8 Saku, Jace's Best, and Lord of Dust. Due to a battle between Nightmare and Ink, the two merge into Vantablack Sans, who turns the Doodlesphere into his playground. Eventually, more Sanses merge, creating various mergings of alternate Sanses, such as Silent Sans, the merging between Error and Dream, Gore Sans, the merging between Horror Sans and Geno, and Extreme, the merging of Cross and Fresh. Nate Wants to Battle. Nathan Sharp, otherwise known under the moniker Nate Wants to Battle, is a songwriter, rock musician, and VA. He often makes songs based on pop culture like video games, anime, and TV shows. He's made a few songs or covers for Undertale and DeltaRune, including Ashes, Promise Me, How Wonderful, Unaligned, and Just a Dreamer. Omnilovania. Omnilovania is a concept in the Undertale AU community where it's a Megalovania song/video of all the alternate versions of Sans and Megalovania that consist within the multiverse in a giant battle against the player. UnderTale. UnderTale is a continuity change Undertale AU created by Superhumna. The AU takes place in a world where Sans absorbs the 6 human souls to defeat the human, which results in Sans ending up in the void with Gaster, and reality changes to where Undyne is now the sister of Papyrus, and the story follows her figuring out what's going on as strange things start to happen around her and to her. Undertale. Undertale is a horror Undertale AU comic created by Shorty. It was originally called Horror Tale until the AU created by Sour Apple Studios became more popular, and Shorty decided to rename it to Undertale. It takes place in a world where the underground is even more dark and can only be lit by campfires and lamps. Most monsters feed on corpses and are hideous, smelling of blood. Sometimes monsters come to the surface to feed on humans. There's also no sun, and instead, there's a red moon which makes the surface light red. Supernatural creatures also exist. Anxiety Tale. Anxiety Tale is the basic change Undertale AU created by H. Hesa. This version of Undertale is mostly the same, except Sans has bad anxiety, which affects everything around him, resulting in some differences between him and Papyrus. This includes Papyrus not having his battle body, the two brothers becoming harder to fight, Sans' clothes are also different, and his eye glows yellow and purple instead of yellow and light blue. It's also implied that this version of Sans was like the main version of Sans, until something happened that gave him bad anxiety. Red. Little Red Slicing Hood, or just Red for short, is a well-known Undertale OC created by Taxidermy. She serves as an enemy in Undertale Red, where you fight her in the core. She is a ghost possessing a childlike doll, allowing her to perform her duties as part of the Royal Guard. She hears of Frisk befriending Royal Guard members, which makes her not want to be friends with the human. She's well known enough to have made a cameo in Undertale Yellow. Underplayer. Underplayer is a Chinese continuity change Undertale AU comic made by Yunnan. It follows a world where an Undertale player is unsatisfied with all the endings in the game, hacks themselves into the game, and attempts to create the perfect ending. Underlust. Underlust is a continuity change Undertale AU originally created by NSFW Shame Cave, who has given ownership to the community. This takes place in a world where the monsters have started to become infertile, and after the death of Kara, they experiment with the soul to see if they can become fertile again. This results in the monsters being constantly in heat, and after Frisk falls, they attempt to show the monsters what true love means and how it's better than lust. While this AU does have a lot of sexual elements, it's a big misconception to say that it solely focuses on lust.
Still, especially with this AU now in the community's hands, along with general fan art, I would still caution those who are trying to look into this AU, and I highly discourage looking into it if you're under the age of 18. Mount Ebot. Mount Ebot is an Undertale analog horror YouTube series made by Dr. Flying Fish. It takes place in an AU where over the course of hundreds of years, the core in the underground is destroyed, which results in the underground experiencing famine and epidemics. Meanwhile, on the surface, the humans try to learn what happened to 7 humans who fell in the underground and never came back. Stronger Than You. Stronger Than You started off as a song from Steven Universe Season 1 Episode 52, Jailbreak. It was a song sung by Garnet as she fought Jasper. Around the same time, however, was when Undertale was released and started to get a lot of attraction. DJ Smell made a parody of the song where instead of Garnet singing to Jasper, it's Sans singing a version of the song to fit Undertale towards the human in the last corridor. It gained even more popularity when Alpha 995 made an animation for the song.
You're not gonna win, we'll be here together, fighting in this judgment hall forever, and now you just reset.
feature, but I'll always be right back here to meet ya.
As the version started to get more traction, more versions of the song appeared, including parodies where it was Frisk or Kara singing the song instead. And these Undertale parodies inspired parodies of other versions of the song outside of Steven Universe and DeltaRune or Undertale. Undertale Red and Yellow. Undertale Red and Yellow is an Undertale mod made by Ihnks. This mod blends the worlds of the original Undertale and Undertale Yellow. The biggest feature is the ghosts of Kara and Clover watching over you and commenting on your journey. The mod also has other features like being able to run, change difficulty, and new jokes and adding back removed content. Pedally. Pedally is a fan-made character and concept for DeltaRune Chapter 3 Secret Boss, created by Tumor Leaf. He's a goofy-looking bastardization of Flowey, and his role was to be the physical persona of the discarded flowers in Toriel's house, and was further inspired by the Woody theory, and the goal was to mix various Chapter 3 theories into one cohesive thing. Pedally is a former child star who was cast aside and blacklisted from the industry due to him losing his youth and marketability, which has resulted in him eventually losing his self-worth, career, and eventually disappearing, which no one cared about because at that point he was forgotten. My arm. Somewhat similar to the Prenzel entry, Reddit user Dragon640 posted on r/DeltaRune of a dream they had about Chapter 1, where instead of the usual scene where Susie almost bites Chris's face off, she bites their arm off and eats it, before Chris becomes angry and turns into an ugly demon thing before chasing her down an infinite hallway version of the school hallway. The screen is then covered with the repeating phrase, "my arm," and Chris, who has an actual voice in the dream, repeats the phrase over and over again. The Reddit user also included an image to give a good idea as to what the dream was like. Dust Belief. Dust Belief is a continuity changed Undertale AU comic created by Odd Javil that combines Dusttale and Disbelief. Sans still goes on his usual killing spree until he tries to kill Papyrus, which results in Papyrus killing him out of self-defense. After Papyrus does this, he learns of what has happened and promises to follow Sans' plans to kill the monsters to defeat the human. Shattered Dream Sans. Shattered Dream Sans is a version of Dream who starts to feel all sorts of negative emotions as to what happened to Nightmare and how he couldn't stop it from happening. He then went to his ruined AU and saw an apple from Nightmare's side of the tree, and feeling immense guilt and self-hatred, he ate it, which then turned him into a corrupted, shattered version of himself who has been consumed by hatred, and has passed the point of no return, becoming much like his corrupted brother. Blueberry Sans. Blueberry Sans was a version of Blueberry Sans originally thought of by Crayon Queen for the Ask Eric series. In the series, Eric kidnaps Blueberry and sends him to the Anti-Void. After this series, the series doesn't have much of a conclusion for where Blueberry goes, as it was cancelled. In a Tumblr post, Crayon Queen would post how the series was originally going to end, and the origin of Eric. In one of these plans, Blueberry being stuck in the Anti-Void for a long period of time leads to him being corrupted into a new era dubbed Blueberry Sans. He's mostly like the normal Blueberry and isn't a bad guy at all, just trying to be nice and make friends, except he's a lot more unhinged and wacky. The Villain Sans Squad. The Villain Sans Squad is a multiverse-based Undertale AU animated YouTube series made by Yamato41. It's a series inspired by Underverse, and the synopsis of the series is that a group of villainous Sanses go across trying to erase good and positive feelings across the multiverse. The series would end up being cancelled because the creator wasn't enjoying making it anymore. Fresh Ink Sans. Fresh Ink Sans is a version of Sans created by Kamyet. As the name suggests, he's a Sans who happens to be the combination of fresh and ink. In most of his appearances, he's usually his own character. However, in Underverse, Jal decided to go with the fact that Fresh is a parasite for Fresh to temporarily possess ink and become Fresh Ink. Seraphim Sans. Seraphim Sans, or The Thought, is a version of Sans created by Tres Neuroive. In this AU, after a genocide run, Sans decides to kill Frisk at the beginning of a run and absorbs their soul before going to a new home, and absorbing the other 6 souls and ends up changing into a godlike being who shatters the barrier. Ultra Sans. Ultra Sans is a version of Sans created by Huge Pancake. This version of Sans has an Ultra mode where he transforms into a giant head with big arms that can fire lasers from his hands and mouth. This version of Sans is shown to be able to break the battle UI, and in the original animation, he only gets defeated when the annoying dog uses the absorbed artifact. Anti-Error Sans. Anti-Error Sans is a version of Sans created by AVJ. This error is a version of classic Sans that comes from an alternate Aftertale that got glitched out and sent to the Anti-Void when he tries to find Geno. So this is the inverse of error where classic Sans from Aftertale becomes an error instead of Geno. AUs created for different Megalovania covers. This is something you'll see a lot with fan music artists, especially on SoundCloud, with Megalovania being the most popular UnderTale song, and its AU fan community being the biggest AU community out there. Many have short AUs that are out there so that fans can create a different version of Megalovania. It's to the point where you'll find songs on SoundCloud that have no AU next to the description or title, and it's a joke to say your favorite genre of music is Megalovania. Birdtail. Birdtail is a basic change UnderTale AU created by Grayscales. This is an AU where the monsters are all birds in the sense that they have bird-like features and have wings, which allow them to fly. The human serves as the main character and sort of OC, and gets their wings from Toriel to help them live in the underground. Another change is that each of the areas have changed into different forests. UnderTale Don't Forget. UnderTale Don't Forget is an online MMORPG UnderTale/DeltaRune fan game made by Ricky G. In this fan game, you can connect with other players and roleplay and dress up as any of the characters from UnderTale, DeltaRune, or even original characters. The game is planning to have a single player story mode as of the time of writing this. Human Tale. Human Tale is an old basic change AU where the main idea is that instead of humans winning the war and stealing the monsters underground, monsters win the war and steal the humans underground. So because of this, our characters are somewhat the same except their races have been swapped. Understeam. Understeam is a continuity change comic UnderTale AU made by Miss One Sharkly. In this world, monsters are robota, robots which help people, created by Gaster. There are also human-like robotas, and the original story tells of the robota story, their origin, their creation and gaining souls, and what happened to Kara and Azrael. Frisk's story was not told in this AU because the creator wanted to leave the story up to the reader. Dust Trust. Dust Trust is an AU in concept that combines Dust Belief with Underswap, and has many fan games based on it. Pretty much take the AUs and put them together and this is what you would get. It's a pretty basic AU concept-wise. Green Sans. Green Sans is a character and fan game created by Sketched Gaming Inc. It's a fan game where you fight a version of Sans who is green, and the game is meant to parody hard Undertale fan games. Fan localizations. Undertale has only been officially released in the English and Japanese languages. However, that hasn't stopped fans across the world from making their own translations and localizations of Undertale and DeltaRune. This includes Korean, Arabic, Spanish, Portuguese, and Swedish. Glass you might drink when you fight Sans. For Undertale's 9th anniversary, Fangamer announced merchandise that would be released. Among them was a drinking glass called Glass You Might Drink When You Fight Sans, that has art made by Addy of Sans' boss fight, where certain things are transparent so that whenever you pour a color of a beverage into it, the transparent elements will become the same color. In the description, and in Toby Fox's newsletter, it states, "If you use any color other than blue, he'll turn into an AU. Be careful and drink Blue Raspberry Lemonade responsibly." Decline of DeltaRune AUs. This is talking about the fact that Undertale has a massive Undertale AU community that keeps on growing. But despite this, the same hasn't quite happened for DeltaRune. and many of the AUs that it has are similar to Undertale's. Some reasons could include the fact that 1. The Undertale AU community was kind of a sort of lightning in a bottle situation, and 2. As of now, not all chapters have been released, so once the game is complete with all chapters, maybe we'll see a rise in DeltaRune AUs.
Out of all the entries from the original Iceberg, this is the one I am most unsatisfied with. Mostly because of the way I worded this. Obviously, there are DeltaRune AUs, but they're not as well known, nor is there as much as the ones seen on the Undertale side of things. But I'll talk about those AUs in the additions for Tier 5 in a bit. What's funny was, when I first started off this series, I thought the video for Tier 5 would be one of the shorter ones because of the size of the tier. But as it turned out, it actually became the longest video of this series, even when I edited out most of the intros. That just goes to show that it doesn't matter how many entries are in a tier or Iceberg, it just matters how much you talk about them. And boy, can I not stop talking about AUs and multiverses. I mean, what can I say? Again, I'm just a sucker for those kind of stories, so I couldn't help myself. And I still think that of the original videos, this one is still my favorite. Anyways, as for the entries, the original tier had 102 entries, though I am moving UnderTale to tier 7, due to it not feeling as well known as the entries on this tier, and just feeling kind of awkward compared to the rest. And I'll be adding 15 new entries, bringing the tier up to 116 entries. The 3 Kindels. The 3 Kindels are 3 OCs that are recolored sprites of Noelle made by Reddit user Shrimpy Small. According to the post, they are Noelle's 3 twin cousins named Yesel, Nicel, and Friendel, and they were visiting the holidays when the roaring happened, where they died during it. DeltaTale. DeltaTale is a crossover Undertale DeltaRune AU that replaced the characters and settings of Undertale with those from DeltaRune. The version I'm covering is one that was just based on Chapter 1. In this world, the Lightners and Darkners lived in peace on the surface until the Lightners, who consist of both monsters and humans, banished the Darkners underground using 4 monster souls and 3 human souls, creating the Fountain. The underground was ruled by 4 kings, 3 of which wanted to befriend any that fell down, but the Spade King disagreed and killed the other 3, becoming the one and only king of the underground. DeltaRune: The Upper Hand. DeltaRune: The Upper Hand is a DeltaRune fan game released in the Chapter 2 era. The fan game surrounds the idea of what if Sans' Sock became a Darkner named Sockswald and Andromeda, and was the secret boss of Chapter 5. True Genocide. The idea behind Undertale True Genocide is that the player continues to kill the monsters who don't die during the Genocide run after the events of the run that occurred. The Salt Route. The Salt Route is a fan-made alternate route of Chapter 2 that came from Twitter user Y2_Kazoo and a dream he had. The idea behind it is that you collect grains of salt to have Spamton join your party and help find his keys while murdering the Addisons along the way. It's pretty much the Snowgrave route, but with Spamton instead of Noelle. This concept had plenty of art, comics, and animation based on it, especially because the AU was initially free to make content for, but has been reverted due to Y2_Kazoo's discomfort with the AU. Monster Friends. Monster Friends is a continuity change Undertale AU that takes place in an alternate timeline where Asriel and Kara abandoned their plan to free monster kind. A century later, the underground centers around a new Olympics type of competition known as the Royal Games. The story is told from a new cast of monster characters, both new and returning. Undertale Battle Mode. Undertale Battle Mode is an old Undertale fan game that features many fan battles for characters like Alphys Neo, Omega Asgore, Error Sans, and Gaster. This game has become more well known due to one of the scenes featuring Gaster becoming a source of memes for the Undertale community. Definitely Not DeltaRune. Definitely Not DeltaRune is a post-pacifist Undertale DeltaRune AU comic made by Fennec Thunderfox. It takes place 5 years after Undertale, and Frisk, Sans, and Flowey journey back to Mount Ebot in search of a missing monster, Susie, which later unravels the mysteries of a strange new world, and Gaster. Horror Rune. HorrorRune is a DeltaRune AU created by I'm Toxic Waste and the Gravity Breaker, being later adopted by Gavinio and Little Balloonicorn. In this world, the light world has plenty of real horrors, and monsters are unable to use magic, and the Dark Fountains made most of the Darkners mutate and or aggressive. Shitpost characters. This topic is referring to various joke OCs that the fandom has created as a secret character or member of someone's family, like Sans Papyrus having other brothers like Baby Brother and Dirty Brother, there being another member of the Holidays named Chester Holiday, or Asgore and Toriel having a secret second child that survived named Togor. Delta Experiment. Delta Experiment is an Undertale DeltaRune comic made by Gonnerbot and Star, originally released in 2019 before getting rebooted in August 2020. In this world, Frisk was adopted into the Dreamer's home and hometown, but life changes when Gassir becomes the school's new principal. One aspect of the story is that the audience will be asked to participate in surveys that will influence the story. As of the time of writing this, the story is in its 3rd chapter, with the story currently planned to have 12 chapters in total. Buttontail. Buttontail is a crossover Undertale AU created by Gemini Wishes, which combines the worlds of Underswap with Coraline. The story is very similar to Coraline as it takes place in a world where Swap Sans and Swap Papyrus' father dies and can't afford to live in Snowdin anymore, so they move far away and the AU follows the younger brother, Swap Sans, as they find a doorway to the mirror world. Chisk. Chisk is an Undertale fan character created by Chisk that fuses Frisk and Kara in terms of both design and personality. Often they appear along with the quote, "fills you with discomfort," or "you're filled with discomfort." Dr. Megalo. Dr. Megalo is an Undertale comic AU created by Artsy Reen. In this comic, Alphys keeps her memories from all the genocide runs that have occurred. After working on some experiments to try and get more determination than the human, Alphys gains some love, which makes her question if it's more powerful, leading her to start killing monsters across the underground. Drunk Kara. Drunk Kara is a version of Kara created by Ask Drunk Kara that was originally created out of a shitpost. A Tumblr blog follows Kara, who was brought back to life in a post-pacifist run and has become filled with so much regret that when they were old enough, they became an alcoholic. Tier 6. Hotlands or the Data Miner. After learning as much as you can from the gaming community, you wish to learn even more. You decide to become a data miner and break into the code to find even more secrets. This tier in the Iceberg talks about removed and cancelled content and stuff that is found within the files of the games or websites. Debug Mode. When hacking through both games, you'll get access to a mode called Debug Mode, granting access to debug features. It includes stuff like speeding and slowing the game, reloading from the last save, resetting the game, and a lot more. Big Bob. Big Bob is an enemy sprite that can be found in the files of Undertale. He is a round white circle with 2 eyes and a smile. He was used to test sprites in fights. Some also think that Big Bob could be a reference to Bit Bob, a character from Tetrabit Gaming. Room_overworld/lava test creature. Room_overworld/room272 is a black room with red pillars with small faces on them named lava creature or sprite_test in the files. If you try to talk with these NPCs, it will crash the game. You can have 2 dialogue triggers, however. The first is Toriel's dialogue where she talks to you in the ruins, and the other activates a fight with Flowey where he says the neutral route dialogue while music plays. This room is most likely a test room. Strange Failsafe Poem. If there isn't any text assigned to a certain object in DeltaRune, a strange failsafe poem will occur reading, "Is that a cut on your face or part of your eye? The gash weaves down as if you cry. The pain itself is reason why." This could be a reference to Gaster and the scars or cracks on his face. Hard Mode Flying Suplex. On February 23rd, 2021, Toby tweeted, "I don't know if I mentioned this, But originally, at the end of Undertale's hard mode, when Toriel hugged you goodbye in the ruins, there was a pause. Then it turned into a flying suplex, Izuna drop, which exploded when she hit the ground. I didn't do this though. Shyren Tile. The Shyren Tile is a tile that's hard to tell unless you look closely. It's a tile colored differently than the others that once stepped on triggers the Shyren encounter. This seems to be a mistake, however, as it depends on the amount of steps you do, and there's plenty of different colored tiles throughout the game. Save point in Chris's room. If you use hacks to save in the Light World in Chapter 2, it will reveal that Chris's room is the only place in the Light World to have a save point. UnderTale the Musical. This entry is referring to a name change in the window title, not to be confused with Man on the Internet's work. When Mettaton is singing to you, the window title changes to UnderTale the Musical. He is. In late summer 2017, UnderTale had a new update, version 1.05a. It only added the file name and some unused text saying, he is. File Attribution Theory. In the game, there are a total of 10 files ranging from File 0 to File 9. File 0 is the file that's used when playing through most of the game, with File 9 being activated whenever you die, while File 8 is created while fighting Photoshop Flowey. Within the boss fight, we also see Flowey using Files 2, 3, and 6, with unused code suggesting Flowey was originally going to use File 4 too. And considering that this is when Flowey absorbs the 6 souls, this may mean that Files 1 through 6 are the human souls. File 7 is unknown, but it could possibly be one of the amalgamates, more specifically Lemon Bread, due to their appearance of a save point whenever you encounter them. ASCII art hidden in DeltaRune.exe binary. Within the DeltaRune.exe binary, there is some ASCII art which consists of many patterns. It's very hard to tell what these patterns are or what the art is supposed to be, but it's still interesting to see this in the binary. Unused Human Reflection. While in debug mode, if you go to the puddle area in Waterfall, Frisk's reflection is that of a different human who we have never seen before. They have a shadow covering their eyes, blue pants, and a yellow shirt with green stripes. It's possible that this was an inspiration or early design of Chris, as they have similar designs. It's speculated that when you look in the reflection, Kara would have appeared instead of Frisk, in the reflection revealing more than what meets the eye. Rock Candy. Rock Candy is an unused item in Undertale that heals 1 HP. You would have originally gotten it when you go into a room with Rock Candy. You're unable to pick all of it up, as when you try, the game will say that it's so heavy you can only carry 1. The room was changed to the Spider Bake Sale, and this would give inspiration for the Monster Candy. There's a flavor text for the Rock Candy which says, "Here's a recipe to make this at home. 1. Find a rock." Gaster's stats. For some reason, in the game files of Undertale, Gaster has some battle stats. They are 66666 HP, 66666 attack, and 66666 defense. And when you defeat him, you'll obtain -6666 gold and -6666 EXP. Test monsters. The test monsters are some of the first sprites coded into Undertale. It's not entirely known as to what their purpose was, but based on the name and their designs, they were meant to help test sprites for monsters during encounters. Dog Command. The Dog Command is a command only accessible in the Inaccessible Manual. The manual says, "A dog has eaten your commands. You can't do anything for the rest of your life." Unused Bridge Seed Behavior. There's unused code for the bridges in Waterfall which could trigger texts that say, "You hear a small voice. Congratulations! What's wrong with you?" File version 0.6.6.6. This is the file version for the DeltaRune installer. What's interesting is that Gaster's stats are also 666, as talked about earlier. Doge.
Doge was a cut enemy from Undertale who was very similar to the canine units in Snowdin Forest. She was a bipedal dog wearing armor and wielding a spear. She has an unused fight in the Undertale demo, which was removed in the final product. In terms of her attacks, it was very similar to Lesser Dog, though her sparing methods were different, being similar to Greater Dog. A lot of her can be found in the Undertale art book, which also states that she was cut for being too detailed compared to other enemies. I think it's also possible that she was cut because she was too similar to Lesser Dog and Greater Dog. Sprite _ Chris Place. Sprite _ Chris Place is a sprite holder for Chris in the Dark World. Monsters dropping items. In the code of Undertale, it is suggested that monsters would have been able to drop items after being killed with a certain number and rarity of items. It's unknown as to why this was cut, but it's possible this was done as to not make the game too easy early on. Survey _ Program. This is the file name for the DeltaRune demo. With the game being revealed on Twitter saying that it would be part of a survey, it makes sense why the file has that name. Room _ water _ mushroom. Room _ water _ mushroom is an unused room in Waterfall. Within this room is a monster that asks the player to tell them what the room to the right is, because he is stuck to the floor. Unfortunately, when you enter the room, it is a glitchy test room that you can never leave. Room _ sprite check. Room _ sprite check is a test room made to test all the sprites in the game. They rapidly flash while Undyne's face is just stuck in the middle. World Guard 3 and World Guard 4. These two are a set of cut enemies from Undertale. They were a set of World Guards, one being a cat and the other being a mantis, and the dialogue suggests that they were once best friends, but had some sort of falling out, and now want to make amends. They were very similar to World Guard 1 and World Guard 2, and it's likely that they were cut for this reason because they were way too similar and it would have been seen as repetitive. Slow dancing with Mettaton. Originally, you could move around Mettaton while he was singing, which he'll comment saying that you dance weird. This was later used for the Xbox One version. Spell button. The spell button was an option that was originally going to be used in Undertale, but Toby wasn't sure what to do with it, so he didn't use it. Unused Jevil Recruit. In the files for DeltaRune, there's actually a recruitment entry for Jevil, though his info for dislikes and boredom are unknown. This implies that the secret bosses were intended to be recruitable NPCs in DeltaRune, but at one point the concept was scrapped. Manmenjint. There is some unused string text that says East, Burger Town, North, Court, West, Restraint. This area is not done, so no fun is allowed here yet. Signed, the Manmenjint. It's possible that this was some text intended for beta testers, but went unused. Squashy. Before being finalized into a carrot named Vegetoid, he started off as a pumpkin named Squashy. Toriel summoning Lemonade. In the Kickstarter, Toriel can be seen summoning a glass of lemonade. However, in the final game, she has to make food using kitchenware and ingredients, so it's possible that this aspect of hers was cut. Dogtroid ending. On September 13th, 2016, on the Undertale Tumblr page, Toby Fox stated, "Originally, I was going to make it if you beat the game fast enough, you'd be able to see the annoying dog in a bikini." This is a reference to Metroid, as when you beat the game fast enough, Samus takes off her armor to reveal a bikini. Alphys' Crushing Code. If you look into the code of Mettaton's questions, in the question, "Who does Alphys have a crush on?" there's some text that says, "LOL, if you came to see this part of the code to see who I have a crush on, you're out of luck." This is unique as no other characters has been able to talk into the code of Undertale, but it's still a pretty funny joke towards data miners. Undertale.com HTML message. In the HTML code for Undertale.com,
A hidden message says, "What are you doing? Looking for secrets? Don't put your nose where it doesn't belong, or you might learn something you don't like." Dog check. In both UnderTale and DeltaRune, if the player tries to change their file and it corrupts, there will be an error room called Dog Check. It's a black room with the annoying dog either dancing or sleeping. In UnderTale, 2 sounds called Sigh of Dog and Dance of Dog can play, while in DeltaRune, a song called Dog Check plays. Sans Me hand change. On April 4th, 2020, Sakurai posted an image of Sans' Mii costume, and a lot of people noticed how the hand looks different from the final design. In this one, we can see the hand. Toby said that he asked them to give his hand a mitten. 98 Robot and 100 Robot. 98 Robot and 100 Robot are cut NPCs in Hotland. 98 Robot is a small robot without arms and the number 98 on their chest. 100 Robot is similar in appearance but with different colors and the number 100 on their chest. Toby said that they were cut because it felt weird to have other robots besides Mettaton. Mettaton quiz unused questions. In the files of UnderTale, there are 2 unused questions for Mettaton's quiz. They are, what's a pretzel's favorite color? With the correct answer being C, red, and how bright is this text? With the correct answer being B, 84% bright. Level 20 True Pacifist and the Persistence glitch. There's a strange glitch in UnderTale concerning Mettaton and the progress of the game. If you use the Persistence glitch, where you can store the state of the lab after the Mettaton quiz, you can restore that state later after unlocking the true lab, causing the plot to revert back to that point, spawning in Mettaton again, and allowing the player to fight a number of 125 Mettatons to reach level 20, and with this, you can then finish True Pacifist normally, all while still having your love set at 20. 9 Kara. Within the code of UnderTale, there is an item that can be bought for 9,999 gold, called 9 Kara. Not much known as what this item could have been, but it may relate to Kara and the damage they deal at the end of the genocide run. Shaking the Wagon. There's an unused mechanic for the end of Chapter 1 where you can shake the wagon instead of moving the soul. Mortal Enemies Request. In the stream files of UnderTale, we see a removed scene where Mettaton sent a Mortal Enemies request after Napstablook sent a friend request, and afterwards, Papyrus congratulates you two for being rivals if you accepted. Mettaton essay untypable words. Typing any words that contain X or Z will cause the essay to end on the PC version, which makes it impossible to finish the essay. Pressing all 3 Hotland switches. There's a glitch that can occur to make you press all 3 Hotland switches in a row, which you can't do normally. But when it does happen, it causes the text box to glitch and stop working. There was also some cut dialogue for when this was to happen. Object_GameShake. There is code in UnderTale for Object_GameShake, which would have had an early version of Kara destroy the world, and it seems to try to destroy the .exe file as well. It seems that originally, the game would have deleted itself upon completing the genocide route, but Toby changed plans because of the complications that players could have experienced after the game was to delete itself. The beginning. Before entering the Dark World, the window screen will say, The Beginning. Unused box puzzle cutscene. There's an unused cutscene in DeltaRune that would have occurred if the puzzle was messed in a way that would have made it impossible to solve. This cutscene was likely not used because it wasn't possible to make it impossible. In this cutscene, instead of figuring out the puzzle, Susie smashes through the gates with the boxes. Toriel allergy call triggered by reading a sign. Toriel will ask you in the ruins if you have any allergies. However, due to a bug within the game, if you don't read a specific sign in the ruins, the call will not occur.
instantly sparing any monsters with high attack. With the exceptions of Sans, Undyne, and Asgore, if you hack your attack to be absurdly large, you can instantly spare anyone. God of Hyper Death's Asriel standing. In the art book, we see concept art of Asriel standing instead of floating. Toby said in the art book that the reason for the change was because, quote, he looked like a doofus standing there. Plot value. The plot value is a marker within the game of where you are that is used in the game for cutscenes and triggering purposes. Pink Soul. In concept art for Photoshop Flowey, we see the human souls, with the most unusual being a pink human soul. It's possible that one of the souls was going to be pink, but then Toby changed his mind. Dual Buster. There's an unused attack that's identical to Root Buster called Root Buster, except it doesn't use magic. In a fight test against Monster 1, if you use this attack, it becomes Dual Buster, which is required by both Susie and Chris. Dual Buster would get implemented in Chapter 4 at the end of the Titans boss fight, and just like Root Buster, pressing Z before it hits it causes it to do even more damage. Plaid attacks. In the files of Undertale, there is some cut dialogue of an NPC telling you how to dodge orange attacks. Quote, "That skeleton over there just told me how to dodge orange attacks." What did he say? Something like, traffic lights have 3 lights on them. The third light, the green one, means go. The first light, the red one, means stop. The second light, the yellow one, means yield. In order to dodge an orange attack, you must be moving. So just think of it this way. Red and yellow lights together make orange. Then you obey the rule of the leftover green light, which means go. Easy, huh? Just think of a red and yellow traffic light, which is actually green. Yeah. Then he started talking about plaid attacks. It's not shown on fans what plaid attacks could refer to, but we can imagine it to be a special type of attack similar to blue and orange attacks. Unused Hansen Spamton Neo fight. In some unused attacks for Spamton Neo, we see that on the top and bottom of the screen, many hands reach out towards the other side. Known quantity 49. If you try save editing to recruit an enemy with no recruit info, it will be displayed as known quantity 49, and then use any of the sprites in the game files. Smell the pain. Reddit user 4Glory99 came across a strange detail where he was supposed to deliver the letter to Alphys and decided to go on the other side until he realized that the area was locked off at this point in time in the game, so he wandered aimlessly for a while until he eventually came across a Vulcan NPC in one of Metaton's rooms. And after having normal dialogue, the game gave him a question of whether he wanted to slide the letter under it. When he did so, the text, "Smell the pain," came up, and the NPC said, "So spicy," in an endless loop. Apparently, the Vulcan will say whatever text you heard last repeatedly over and over again, and that's why he said that last part, but the first quote is definitely strange. In a test room titled Test Room, there is some dialogue with the river person saying, "Tra-la-la, time to wake up and smell the pain." Though, it's still a little shaky. Smell the pain pretty much happens when the game is supposed to have text, but the game couldn't find any. Metaton and Snowden. In one of Papyrus's puzzles, we see a computer that looks similar to Metaton's box form. You could say that it was reused sprites, but if you went back to the area after meeting Metaton, the box will disappear. Some unused text for Snowden residents say, "Pathetic human, I am Metaton, big time sexy robot lover." This could mean that at one point, you were supposed to encounter him in the forest. Cut sprites for being too detailed. Toby has stated on many occasions that many sprites and characters were cut for being too good or too detailed, such as Doge and Papyrus's thinking sprite. Rules card unused voice. Unlike the voice we hear from him in the usual game,
Rules does have an unused voice. As to why this was cut, we don't know. Cut Pippin's fights. We first see the Pippins at near the end of chapter 1, where they come with the other Darkners to overthrow the king. It was pretty weird because we never fought them before in the chapter. Toby later revealed that the Pippins were based on dice, and originally, you would have fought them. However, due to him not liking how unfun they were, he scrapped the fights. In chapter 2, you can speak to one of them, where he'll reference the scrapped fights, saying, "Hehehe, looks like fighting wasn't in the cards for us. Lucky for you. Just hope you don't meet my friends." In chapter 3, we do get to encounter the Pippins in TV world, where they become recruitable enemies. And in chapter 4, the same Pippin from chapter 2 will admit that he overhyped them, calling them losers. Trouble Boys in Scarlet Forest. In the UnderTale art book, there are 2 characters named Trouble Boys who are never in the final game. However, in chapter 1 in the Scarlet Forest, there's a pink ball-like character who looks like the ball Trouble Boy. Easy to change, huh? If you manage to change your name to be longer than 6 words and open your menu in stats, the words "easy to change, huh?" will appear. Bone Trazzle and Heartache both planned for cancelled projects. Toby has stated a few times of how Bone Trazzle and Heartache were planned for cancelled projects. He talked about it in the interview we talked about in Tier 3, and in a tweet from 2016, he said, "When I composed Bone Trazzle and Heartache as the battle/boss theme for a different game I was working on in 2012, I never expected this." F-Stake. F-Stake is short for face stake. This can only happen if you name your character Drac, Gigi, or Gugu. When it does, the stake in the shape of Mettaton's face will appear as F-Stake instead of face stake. Ice's glitched sprite. In the early versions of UnderTale, whenever you kill Ice after getting him to take off his cap, you can see Aaron turning to dust with Ice. This is a glitch and has nothing to do with any connections between the two. You brought up the topic of gun control. There's an unused encounter with another Clover enemy, which has its own set of texts. When fighting it, there are 3 random act options which appear at random. The most interesting being the topic of gun control. Selecting the option brings this set of dialogue. You brought up the topic of gun control. Clover started to argue. "I use a gamepad to aim! Idiot! Mouse and keyboard! Please stop, you two." It's possible that this was removed because it seemed out of left field compared to the rest of the game. Activity level. The activity level is a secret in UnderTale start menu you can access by pressing Shift or X 5 times. Activity level A is shown if you get a neutral ending. Level B activates when you complete a pacifist route. And C if you fought Sans twice or killed him. Unused Jevil attacks. Jevil has some scrapped attacks that can be found in the files. They were cut for being either too hard or too easy. Sprite_Toriel boss_suicide. In the game files, there's a sprite that appears named Sprite_Toriel boss_suicide that looks like Toriel when she dies in the neutral run, except this sprite has a grim smile instead of a frown. This implies that Toriel at some point would have killed herself for some reason, similar to Asgore in one of the neutral runs. Jockington icon duplicates. For some strange reason, there are 8 icons for Jockington in the files of DeltaRune, all of which are the same. Unused Sans' blue eye in Smash. In Sans' texture for his main character, there is an unused blue around his left eye, clearly representing his glowing eye. It's unknown as to why it was cut out, but most speculate that it would have been used as his parry animation. Mettaton unused audio. The unused audio file is muse_soundeffects_a_swipe.ogg. The sound itself sounds like Mettaton grunting while he's doing something.
Based on the file's name, we can interpret that originally, Mettaton would have used an attack that involves a swipe, and that's where he uses the sound. Unused Mettaton Neo attacks. In the game files for Undertale, it is found that Mettaton Neo has some unused attacks. Unfortunately, it's not anything special like we all would have wanted. It's instead reused attacks from Vulcan. It's possible that either this was a troll, or Toby had plans to make Mettaton Neo into an actual full-on boss fight like Undyne the Undying and Sans, but couldn't think of any unique attacks. Gaster hates PS4. Typically when you type Gaster's name when coming up with one, it will send you to the title screen, but for the PS4, it just straight up crashes the game. This was never intentional and was just most likely a bug on this version of the game. Unused Vulcan fight in trailer. In most versions of the Undertale trailer, there's a fight with 2 Vulcans. This fight cannot be played in the game and might have just been a cut encounter. DeltaRune currency cover-up. At the bank sale at the forest in DeltaRune, the shopkeeper says that items cost a certain number of G. G is the currency in the Dark World, otherwise known as Dark Dollars, and not in the Light World. In the console versions, it was patched to say D instead, mostly because them using G is a mistake on Toby's part. Has a brother named Comic Sans and a blank named Blank. On the picture that has Papyrus's designs, there is some text that reads, has a brother named Comic Sans and a blank named Blank. It's very interesting because this is the only part of the page that has text censored with black boxes. It could be a redaction of a family member. If you were to use Grandpa Semi, we would get, has a brother named Comic Sans and a grandfather named Semi. The same could go for Gaster if we're to assume that he's the Skillabro's father. Big Wiener Zone and Hollow Failure. Big Wiener Zone and Hollow Failure was designed for playtesters to test the bullets for Mettaton. We don't know much of it because a lot of the code isn't the same as it was back then. You're really eager to die, aren't you? Some unused dialogue from Undyne and Undertale goes as, give up your soul, or I'll tear it from your body. You'll get some options and afterwards she'll say, that spark in your eyes. You're really eager to die, aren't you? Prove to me that you are, hey, let me finish! In Undertale, there's a line from Toriel that can't be triggered normally in the game. The requirement is that you need 11 kills in the ruins and Snowdin each before fighting her. This is a line that plays before the fight officially begins. Unintentionally skipped dialogue. Reddit user Max Defulch posted on Reddit how there was some unintentionally skipped dialogue in Undertale due to a formatting mistake. For example, on Papyrus' Estate, after Papyrus says how he added cool onto his shirt, there was some skipped dialogue that said, but it's no secret! It's just good advice! I will link the other stuff that was skipped in the description below. Susie waking up Chris in the opening. There's some unused dialogue for the beginning of Chapter 1, where Susie is trying to wake up Chris, only for us to cut to Toriel waking Chris up. Donkey Kong is my favorite Marvel superhero. This is the 3 variable for the 3 switches puzzle in Hotland in order for the text box not to glitch out.
This would get referenced in the 10th anniversary livestream during the Raw Number remix.
Ashura. In the Undertale art book, Toby elaborates on Royal Guard 3 and Royal Guard 4, and how all the Royal Guards would have had an amalgamation named Ashura. Reaper Whimsalot. In the art book, Whimsalot's earlier design is shown where they have a skull for a head and is holding a scythe. Susie bleeding. There's some sprites unused in DeltaRune Chapter 2 after falling into the trash zone, which showcase Susie bleeding before presumably being healed by Rousey. This was most likely cut so as to not contradict with the lore of monsters.
Then why the hell does Susie bleed in Chapter 4? It's possible that this was a design choice that the team behind DeltaRune changed their minds about during development, but it's also possible that the injury that Susie was dealt in this scene wasn't bad enough to cause external bleeding. Boating to error. If you manage to use the punch card while interacting with the river person, then after going into the next room, you'll see a repeat of them asking if you'd like to go anywhere with the option saying error. Why do you love most about Metaton? Early versions of UnderTale had a typo where instead of asking, what do you love most about UnderTale, it says why instead of what. Killing Sans before he falls asleep. There's a glitch that can happen where during Sans' final attack where he teleports you to the center, if you hold down X or Shift to slow down your movement and perfectly time it, you can move the box to the fight button before Sans sleeps. However, this can take many minutes to actually do and succeed, which is why you don't see speedrunners do this. Flowey_scene_stalking. There's an unused variable in UnderTale that will activate depending on the number for when you catch Flowey stalking you. Asriel says Jafe during Chaos Saber attack. There's an unused voice line supposedly for Flowey where he says Jafe. The file in question is called muse_soundeffects_voice_Jafe. Jafe! This was supposed to happen whenever the Chaos Saber occurs, but when it occurs, this sound is turned off. Grievous error. This can happen whenever you use the punch card glitch while talking to Sans in Waterfall by his sentry post. If you manage to use it, and then save many times before going to Grillby's, and then once you are there, exit the game and come back, when you talk to Sans, he'll just say, grievous error, which may be the game having a hard time trying to play the game normally. See you in the next hell, losers! There's an unreachable set of words at the end of Ralsei's manual where it says, see you in the next hell, losers! This might have been added as a joke, especially because it doesn't sound quite in character with Ralsei to say. Sans' Nice Cream. There's an unused sprite of Sans eating nice cream, but there's more to this. Toby stated in the 2023 UnderTale DeltaRune Summer newsletter that before scrapping the idea for it was, if the player got to the Judgment Hall in under an hour, Sans would eat nice cream for a minute. Cut Ralsei fight. Originally, in the tutorial for Chapter 1, you were meant to fight Ralsei instead of the dummy. Beppis. Beppis is a pretty funny joke in the files of UnderTale and among its creators, being a euphemism for the word penis. The Delta sprite messages were replaced with these messages and were used to test Omega Flowey's text at the beginning. They say, you know what I hate? That's Beppis. The taste, the smell, the texture. Hey, you're trolling. Along with this, other messages include Beppis. The robots dream of electric sex. Big wiener zone. Ultimate Beppis. Capital Weenusberry. Peepis. Big boner down the lane. It was never meant to be seen in the game, and I think you can see why. Beppis would also get referenced during the Raw Number remix. 3 question marks. If Chris's name is modified to be longer than 6 words, the 3 question marks appear next to the name. It's the equivalent to UnderTale's easy to change, huh? This has led to people to theorize that this was further evidence of the main character changing, as to be talked about in Tier 9. Room_control test. Room_control test is another test room where you play as the bug in My Gosp's fight, and whenever pressing Z, X, and C, it will play a noise. What? No, you can't get a second key. If you interact with the Snowden innkeeper during the transition, the innkeeper will have dialogue sort of hard to read, but says, what? No, you can't get a second key.
Transmitting very evil computer virus to data miner's house and room. In the code for UnderTale, there's another string of comedic text that says, transmitting very evil computer virus to data miner's house and room, as a jab to the UnderTale data miners. You've come again to this wonderful place. Now tear out that mask beneath your face. There is some text that is used in case there isn't an enemy to fight in DeltaRune for some reason. The text will say, you've come again to this wonderful place. Now tear out that mask beneath your face. It might be a stretch to say that this quote could also be relating to the Gaster follower who has Gaster's pieces. Unused piano interface. There's an unused interface for the piano in Waterfall that shows the key pattern needed for it. This version of the puzzle looked like it had multiple notes and made it look more complicated than it actually was. One person said this about the puzzle. When I played UnderTale, I got stuck on that stupid piano puzzle because the beta version, Toby, let me play didn't cut you off after B notes or whatever. I was one note off, trying to play what I thought was this 32-note song. Object_quiche guilt. This was an unused method where you would feel an immense amount of guilt after throwing away the quiche. Unused Sans attacks. There are a few unused attacks for Sans. They were removed because they were way too difficult. Cracked Undyne armor. Toby stated in a tweet that if Undyne were to jump off a cliff to save Monster Kid, her HP is lowered, and he wanted the armor to be cracked to represent this idea, but forgot to make this detail. I'm a goofy goober, yeah, this error message. This is a line that plays if Bigger Pants detects an error in UnderTale, obviously being a reference to the SpongeBob movie. Early Burnt Pan. There's a glitch you can perform in Hotland during the genocide route where you need to trigger both the bag of dog food and Mettaton talking to you. If you're able to get a bunch of dog food, you'll get the burnt pan earlier than you're supposed to. Original Entry 17. The true Entry 17 written by Alphys is inaccessible, but used to be found in the game's code until it was completely removed altogether in later versions. The entry reads, monsters' physical forms can't handle determination like humans can. With too much determination, our bodies begin to break down. Everyone's melted together. This confirms the fact that determination is something that humans should only have, as monsters' bodies can't possess it. If you kill Undyne, she melts because she's too determined to live. What the fuck is wrong? It appears that coding for the scene in UnderTale where Mettaton scenes to Frisk was incredibly hard and frustrating because in the code, you can see the text saying, "What the fuck is wrong?" Monster History Part 6, 7, and 8. These were deleted parts of Monster History which added information about monsters. Part 6 details the fallen down state that monsters go through when they are about to die of old age. Part 7 details how while a human soul can continue to exist outside of their body, a monster's soul can't, and that's why the humans feared them. And Part 8 says that the one exception is the boss monster soul, which can persist for a short amount of time. Planned Thrash Machine Fight. There's an unused song for DeltaRune called Thrash Raiding, which might have been music for what could have been originally an unused Thrash Machine fight that was unrelated to the fight in Chapter 2. During the 6th anniversary livestream, Toby did talk about how originally you were to fight Lancer and Susie in the Thrash Machine, and even showed concept art of what it would be like, but scrapped it as it was too complicated to code. The Infinite Gaster Door. Whenever you leave the Gaster room, the room usually disappears. However, when leaving, there's a 10% chance of seeing the door happening again, and you can interact with Gaster again. This has a total of a 1 in 10,000 chance of occurring.
And hypothetically, you can probably do it over and over again. VHS tape room glitch. The VHS tape room in True Lab has a weird glitch if you go into debug mode. If you load into the room, it'll play either the silent audio from Alphys' lab or Alphys' theme. This is due to the room loading the music that's playing in Alphys' lab. Cap invading. During Metaton's essay, you can get points for saying cap invading. The reason why it's not spelled correctly as captivating is because of a typo that hasn't been fixed yet. Level 20 sucks. When you check your stats at level 20, it'll show that your attack is 38, which is higher than level 19's attack power of 36. However, the numbers are actually 10 points lower than they should be. Level 20 is coded in a way for whenever you're in a battle, the attack power will match level 11 at 30. 9999999 attack damage occurs for Sans and Asgore because it's part of a cutscene. Slower encounters. Every room in Undertale has a number set for steps taken before having an enemy encounter. This number increases with every monster you kill in the area. Afterwards, there's a larger set of steps needed to take for another encounter so that you don't constantly run into monsters. The one exception is the core. In the Genocide run, these make grind times much longer than before. However, you can make the grind times faster by changing the rooms to kill monsters. Temi armor discounts. Every time you die in Undertale, the price for Temi armor discounts until 25 deaths, where it reaches the lowest amount of 750G. Originally, the lowest was supposed to be 500G after 30 deaths, but due to a mistake in the code, it's unable to occur. Grillby hitboxes. It's possible to stand on the bar in Grillby's during the Genocide route due to no hitboxes blocking you from walking on the bar if Punk is gone. Additionally, in version 1.0, you can walk out of bounds in Grillby's by holding down on the left wall by the door. Sans is smaller than he should be. In the code for Undertale, you'll see that Sans is separated into two sprites, one for his head and the other for his body. And in the code, it says that his body is actually shrunk down to have 75% of the width and 25% of the height, meaning that originally, he was supposed to be larger. In the 2020 Famitsu interview, Toby revealed that he originally wanted to make Sans the tall one and Papyrus the short one to illustrate how Sans is the older brother, but he thought it was funnier if it was the other way around. Lumpy Touch made a short describing what the original sprite might have looked like, which I will link in the description. Ballet Echo Flower. There's an unused Echo Flower that would have been used in the area where you can find the ballet shoes. The text describes someone who can't run, calling out for help. It's possible that this was originally supposed to imply what the fate of the human with the blue soul was, but then it was taken out to leave their fate more ambiguous. Kissing debug. In version 1.0, there's a debug where if you press the spacebar during the cutscene before Asriel's boss fight, Undyne and Alphys will try to kiss early, and their faces will break for the rest of the cutscene. There are two keys to the piano puzzle. There's actually two ways to beat the piano puzzle, where there's an extra note in the middle of the melody for one of them. If you're reading this, I messed up somehow. If you use the punch card glitch while using the menu in the legendary artifact room, you can find a glitch where you can select where the annoying dog should be, but it's blank. If you press the info, the game will say, if you're reading this, I messed up somehow. Murder Level. Murder Level is a mechanic in the game that tracks your progress in the Genocide run. Hidden Xbox One message. In the code for the Xbox version of Undertale, Toby left a note congratulating people for being able to break the Xbox encryption. It reads, "It's a picture of a dog juggling balls. You feel satisfaction that your hard work reverse engineering the encryption of the Xbox One has paid off. The J key is used in debug mode. Most of the time, the J key doesn't do anything, even in debug mode, except for one thing. It turned out that it was used to test out the zoom in on Sans during his first cutscene. Pressing J during this will cause the game to crash. Additionally, if you press J while the game is already zoomed in on Sans, it causes you to zoom in and then zoom super far out until you can barely see the screen anymore. Unused basement looks bright from Zelda 2. For coding the keygen in Chapter 2, Toby used a texture that is reminiscent of a lock from Zelda 2. Beating Asgore in one hit. Toby has stated that this was an unused goof. If you manage to somehow beat Asgore in one hit, Flowey will appear surprised and say,
You win?
Before going back into the ground, and sitcom music will play in the credits. The one behind you, with the creepy smile. In a secret room, you can walk in a room that has tall grass and an NPC inside of it. After walking for a while, you can talk to the NPC who says how you should do something about your friend. The one behind you, with the creepy smile. It is most likely Flowey who's behind Frisk. This could be a reference to White Hand from Pokemon Red and Blue, where an NPC also points out something strange. Darkness Totems. Within the files of UnderTale, you can see a list of 6 of the electronic pillars from the core called Sprite_Darkness Totem _0 to 5. It's unknown why this list exists in the files and why they are called Darkness Totems. Source code secrets and DeltaRune website. Within the source code of the DeltaRune website, there's plenty of secrets. These include, "Hello from the news server. Sorry mobile people, we don't want you wasting bandwidth by downloading something you can't use. Dear armchair cryptographers, I know this isn't secure, but it's fast and all I care about is hotlink protection so people don't immediately eat the bandwidth bill in like an hour or something." Room_tour room. There's an unused room in DeltaRune Chapter 1, which based on the name and that it would be in Chris and Toriel's house, implies that it would have been Toriel's bedroom. Room_town_northwest. This is likely an unused area used in Hometown where you could have gone to a northwestern part of the town. It's possible that this could be blocked by the gate. Room_town_apartments. This possibly could have been at least one room that was unused for DeltaRune where you can enter the apartments. Device_failure. The game over screen in DeltaRune is contained in the files that say device_failure. Similar to what was said earlier in the Iceberg, files saying it's a failure implies that the device might possibly be Chris and or the player controlling them, and that by the device dying or getting a game over, that the test or device has failed what they were trying to do. Process_local. Process_local handles the animation for the DeltaRune logo after the stinger in DeltaRune Chapter 1. Instructions room. There seems to be streams of text indicating that there was a room used to test the yellow soul mode and blue attacks. Art Club and Genocide. If the Art Club room is entered in Genocide through hacks, the sign for the Art Club will be read instead as Art Club is cancelled. Gaster-related unused dialogue. There's unused dialogue within DeltaRune that one can interpret to be connected to Gaster. These include the failsafe poem and you can't read the symbols, or maybe it's the handwriting. Ashiriru Raki. For the Japanese localization of UnderTale, Asriel's name was going to be Ashiriru Raki, in order to preserve the serial murderer anagram, as it could be rearranged into a katakana version of serial killer, Shiriara Kira. But this was scrapped due to the other meanings of Asriel's name, and Raki doesn't have the same whimsical feeling as Dreamer. Arrays. In a 2017 Famitsu interview with Toby Fox, he stated this when talking about how he came to develop UnderTale. In December 2012, when I was in my 3rd year at university, I was browsing Wikipedia and found an article about array data types. At that time, I had no knowledge of data types, but after reading the article, I realized that I could make some kind of game with this. So I first programmed a system to display text and then used it to create a combat system. And while I was making the battle system, I felt that various ideas for stories that could be told using this system came up. After that, I started looking for an artist, but I found Temmie Chain's blog and asked straightforwardly, "Why don't you make a game with me?" I had never spoken to or knew Temmie, but she said yes, and that changed my future altogether. I am grateful to Temmie. The demo version was completed in early 2013 and launched the Kickstarter project. The rest is as you all know. So in summary, the code for UnderTale and DeltaRune, the very thing responsible for UnderTale, and to an extent, DeltaRune, are array data types. Tier 6 was kind of an awkward video since I worked on it when DeltaRune Chapters 3 and 4 were released, which meant that there was some information that was outdated by the time I released the video. This is also when I edited out all the intros from Tiers 2 to 6, because I didn't feel like they were necessary anymore, and I was aware that many people weren't big on them either. As for how many entries there are, originally, there were 142 entries, tying it with Tier 4, with having the most entries of the original, but I'll be adding 18 new entries, bumping it up to 160 entries. Asgore pisses on the flowers. In UnderTale, we hear Asgore saying he's watering the flowers, but we never actually see it, just see his back, which led to some joking that he was peeing on the flowers instead. This would get later referenced in the files of DeltaRune, where certain files where we see Asgore using a watering can are called not piss, and ones where we don't see a watering can are called piss. Black Deer Sprites. In the Mantle minigame, there is a puzzle which must be done with a black character that is supposed to mirror Chris. In the code of the game, whenever the entity appears, there's a variable called Toriel that changes its sprites. The original version of the sprites, before getting changed into what we recognize, are Black Deer Sprites. Removing the variable makes the entity look like this sprite. This leads to theories that these sprites represent deaths. Board 3. Through the files of DeltaRune, it's been confirmed that at one point a third board was planned before the Susie Zilla minigame. It takes place in TV Tropolis, and the playstyle is very similar to the other boards. A lot of these areas were reused for the Mantle minigame, and the NPCs just have test dialogue. The board will get cut short as when you get into the TV tower, you must answer 20 questions, and Susie will keep talking of new features until Susie spills yogurt on her controller to get Tenna to stop, causing him to panic and start a yogurt emergency. Toby confirms that this was cut so as to not ruin the pacing of Chapter 3. Sprite_darkshape_everyman. There's an unused Titan spawn graphic called Sprite_darkshape_everyman that features Everyman's head and neck, with the names sharing the same ones as other Titan spawns. There's also an unused variable for the scene before the Titans fight that tracks how many times the character has appeared. To some, this might imply that Everyman could possibly be a Titan spawn. Certain fun value does nothing to the game. There are certain numbers in the fun value where nothing strange, unique, or unusual will occur outside of normal gameplay. These numbers are 1, 51 to 55, 58 to 60, 64, and 67 to 79. Kara save file. If you manage to remove the name from a save file, Kara, in all caps, will be given by default. Flying Swatch replacing Swatch Glitch. In the first versions of Chapter 2, when the Swatchlings chased you in the pottery section of Queen's Castle, there was a bug where interacting with the pottery before breaking it will cause the Swatchlings to despawn due to a bug. Toby later resolved this by, instead, whenever this happens, the Swatchling will fly away while a sound effect plays. Toby's attempt to do 3D. In 2016, Toby attempted to learn how to draw 3D, although claimed to have given up due to it not looking good. After Chapter 3's release, he confirms that this was in preparation for working on Tenna. He would further elaborate that Tenna was originally going to have his movements be rotoscoped using Kinect, but abandoned the idea in favor of him doing MMD dances before abandoning that one too. Susie Mayafei inspiration. In an interview, Toby Fox said that Susie was originally inspired by Mayafei from Ace Attorney, but changed it as Susie was too nice and cute and there wasn't enough tension. Unused prophecy texts. There's a large collection of unused text from the prophecy, although the majority of this text was a rewording of the legend told by Rousey in Chapter 1. Sky Mantle. The Sky Mantle is an unused armor in Chapter 2 that was used to deflect 50% of the damage made by Elec and Holy Elements, or Element 1. It's likely this was cut because of how rare this is used. Susie Gaming. There are some unused sprites for Chapter 4 that feature Susie playing Noelle's handheld system on the couch with her, with the first sprite being used for concept art. Carol Blackstain Sprite. An unused sprite shows Carol's mischievous sprite with a stain on her cheek. It's likely that this was used for an early version of the scene with Carol in the Holidays residence. Scarlet Forest Out of Bounds. In the Scarlet Forest, people found that there was an area where you can go out of bounds and then into the void. This was later patched in a later update. Friend in Undertale. If we go back to the secret room with the tall grass, one can interpret that the person mentioned behind us smiling is perhaps Friend, given that he's creepy and he smiles. Shadow monsters and dark sections of Chapter 4. When in debug mode, or if you try to look hard enough, you'll notice that the creatures in the shadow mazes that follow you are Titan Spawn, seemingly another Friend appearance, and an unknown shadow creature. Do not tarry. While in debug mode, if you interact with Jevil while the door key text box is open, you'll get a hidden text box by him saying, "Do not tarry!" PP Town. In a test room for Chapter 2, you can walk with Susie and Rousey behind you before a very odd cutscene plays where another Susie stands in front of us, says PP Town, and then repeats box 3 times before Chris walks and both them and the other Susie rotate 180 degrees, and Susie, who's bigger now, decides to go home and do so. This room was likely made to test squashing and rotating sprites. Tier 7, the core or the cameo. You've been so deep into Undertale and DeltaRune lore and knowledge that you've forgotten to explore the outside world and to explore other things outside of things Toby Fox has made. But then you start seeing Sans in comics, you start hearing his main theme in the background of random videos on the internet, you see a cosplayer in the news, you even hear Megalovania being played in front of the Pope. This tier will talk about more obscure topics, and about Undertale's appearances in other media, and topics that ask questions and concepts in Undertale and DeltaRune, along with different topics revolving around different versions of the game and localizations. Sans is Papyrus' big brother. In the Japanese version of Undertale, Papyrus refers to Sans as his Ni-chan, which is the informal Japanese word for older brother. Originally, Toby wanted to leave who was the older brother out for ambiguity, but due to the Japanese language not having a neutral term for brothers, translators had to consult with Toby, which led to the reveal that Sans is the older brother and Papyrus is the younger brother. Because of this, plenty of people have interpreted Papyrus to be the younger brother of Sans in the original version too. Napstablook born in 1922. This stems from Napstablook's internet name, Napstablook22.
A common practice with usernames will be to add their birth year in their title, so Napstablook would be born in 1922 or 2022. It's possible that he was born in 1922 as he talks about how one day their most popular customer disappeared one day, which could be Toriel. Sans knows about the amalgamates. If you call Papyrus outside of Alphys' lab, Papyrus asks if the lab being called Labradory means that there are dogs in there, with Sans saying that he wouldn't say it's out of the realm of possibility while winking. If you call Papyrus twice inside of Alphys' lab, he'll comment on the dog food saying that he remembers seeing it in Sans' room, and upon asking him, Sans told him that he was trying to eat healthier. This was also the last phone message added to the game as discovered by Karabil_Watar. In the True Lab, there are dogs which eventually became Endogeny, and Sans winking makes this conversation even more interesting, and furthermore, it is hinted that Sans and Alphys have had a history together, and this could be hinting that he also knew about the amalgamates, or at least what they were before, and was helping them and Alphys. How do you do that? When you encounter Temmie in a fight, she is a one-shot enemy, having -20 defense. However, if you're somehow able to not one-shot her, the narrator will ask, how do you do that? Toriel's kitchen represents the main Undertale areas. This theory suggests that the various things in Toriel's kitchen in DeltaRune could represent the main areas in Undertale. The walls represent the ruins, the fridge represents Snowdin, the sink represents Waterfall, the stove and oven represent Hotlands, the microwave represents the core, and the windows represent New Home. Megalovania played in front of the Pope. Apparently every Wednesday, the Pope will hold an event where he gives speeches in different languages to a live audience. In these events, he'll sometimes showcase entertainment and live performances. In the beginning of 2022, there was a circus performance where, believe it or not, they actually played Megalovania while doing their tricks and performances, and Pope Francis found it all entertaining. It was definitely quite a way to start off that year. Monsters provide their own check info. Checking monsters' stats is more complicated in a narrative way. When you check certain monsters, they'll have reactions to what the info says about them. This includes Napstablook being offended over hearing that they don't have a sense of humor. The encounter with Glide suggests that monsters provide their own info, as the game says it refuses to give info of its statistics. This also helps prove the idea that stats are inaccurate, meaning that the monsters lie about their stats. The 4 main areas represent the 4 seasons. The 4 main areas of Undertale correlate with different seasons. The ruins represent fall or autumn, Snowdin represents winter, Waterfall represents spring, and Hotlands represents summer. This is proven even further as the word search shows the 4 seasons on the left of the words, and next to them being the monsters you encounter in each area. This being fall, monster, winter, skeletons, spring, mermaid, and summer, robot. King's Cape is of the Shadow Mantle. When giving Sham the 2 Shadow Crystals, they talk of how for the next of Spamton and Jevils like, you'll need the Shadow Mantle, which seems to be missing from where it should be. This theory suggests that we have already seen it in action in Chapter 1 as King's Cape. This is because during the 6th anniversary livestream, Toby makes a comment saying, "Cool mantle, bro." While this might be true to an extent, in Chapter 3, you can find the Shadow Mantle that Sham was referring to, which allows the fight against the Knight to be easier. One could interpret that both Shadow Mantles are the same, although there isn't anything for it to be the case, other than just being food for thought. Alternatively though, one could interpret that the mantle flew from Card World to TV World. The Strain Theory. Reddit user She's Shown proposed the idea that the strains that Spamton refers to are the game's strains or lines of code. Damage is rather consistent. When you check the information for the burnt pan, it will say, damage is rather consistent. Consumable items heal 4 more HP. Rouse knows the player's existence. Reddit user AnonV59 proposes a theory that states that Rousey's strange unheard dialogue and insistence on the player to wonder about Susie seems to point that Rousey knows about the player. This is suggested even further with the fact that we know that Rousey knows the entire prophecy, and part of it mentions of how Chris is a cage, meaning that Rousey may be aware of the player. For some reason, you punished yourself with the spores. If you interact with the spores in Chapter 1, the game will mention how you're punishing yourself, which asks the question, what is Chris punishing themselves for? One possibility is that maybe Chris is punishing themselves for working with the knight. Castle scene in Waterfall is different than New Home. The castle that can be seen in Waterfall is speculated to be different from the one in New Home. For one, New Home doesn't look anything like the castle in Waterfall. There is no blue, barely any color until you get to the last corridor, there are no cone-shaped towers, and the structure of the castle contradicts the one seen in Waterfall. Not to mention, New Home seems like it should be much farther from Waterfall. With that said, if you call Papyrus while in the room, he'll confirm that it is Asgore's castle. You're the annoying now, dog. This was the name of the song Dig, Dig to the Center of the Earth before DeltaRune Chapter 3 was released. Before its release, you could hear it in deltarune.com/Lancer, where you can only click on Lancer. In doing so plays the song, and having the sprites being all over the screen, spinning around, and the text, "Ho ho ho, you just got Lancered!" This is a reference to YTMDP, and how upon clicking something you get a repeat audio with a large text and a repeating image all over the place. Sonic's UnderTale references. In a panel from one of the Sonic comics, there's a panel where if you look closely at a shelf, there appears to be a figure of Mettaton X. And in the encyclopedia, there is text that says, 7 Chaos Emeralds, and Dr. Robotnik will become a god. Flowey mimics Sham's eye. One of the faces Flowey makes during his speech to you before the Omega Flowey boss fight shows 3 moving circles going around his face, when referring to everyone. Sham's button eye is very much Flowey's circle face, but orange. The ruins are a cemetery for dead monsters. The theory stems from the fact that when you first meet Toriel, she says, "I will guide you through the catacombs." A catacomb is an underground cemetery. It's also worth noting that Kara may be buried under the flower bed from the beginning, and Toriel says that the ruins are dusty, with dust being monster remains. So this could mean that the ruins are graveyards for the monsters, and Toriel is the groundskeeper. Toriel faking her death. If you perform a genocide run during hard mode and kill Toriel, the annoying dog will interrupt you like normal, and Toriel will go to make another pie. Obviously, this is meant to be a joke, but it's still kinda weird when you consider the fact that she should be turned to dust now. Undyne found it at the bay. When checking the pirate flag in Papyrus' room, Papyrus will say, "Isn't that flag Nito?" Undyne found it at the bay. A bay is a coastal inlet of water, partially surrounded by land. This kind of alludes to the idea that there's an unknown beach-like area in the underground, maybe even in Waterfall, that we haven't encountered. This could also be a reference to a pirating website called The Pirate Bay. Kris based on Kris knife. As it turns out, a Kris is actually a type of knife. The knife is typically a Japanese and Indonesian double-sided knife, which has a unique wavy blade. And the symbolism of the blade shares a lot in common with traits of Kris, specifically heroism and spirituality. This could mean that Kris is based on an actual knife in real life, or them both being named Kris could be just a big coincidence. References in Henry Stickmin. The Henry Stickmin Collection is a Newgrounds point-and-click adventure and choose-your-own-path classic that is well known for including a lot of memes and pop culture references. UnderTale is among these references. When you break into a train in Little Nest Egg, Henry encounters the train conductor, at which point we enter a battle that looks like UnderTale's encounters, and a song that sounds familiar to Metal Crusher called Tickets Please plays. If the conductor kills you with bullets, the mission failed screen will say, "Seeing the conductor riddle you with bullets, it fills you with determination." Another reference is in Jewel Baron. In the scene where Henry breaks the teleporter, it teleports him to a variety of random locations, including a black room with a large head of Saiyans and the words "Bad Time" scribbled on the top left. The Dark, The Return, The Death. The window title for the demo for DeltaRune Chapter 1 changes depending on where you are in the game progress-wise. In the vessel creation intro, it will say Contact. The beginning, when you're in the light world, the dark, when you're in the dark world, the death, when you're on the game over screen, the return, when you return to the light world, and DeltaRune, when the chapter is over. It's worth noting that some of these titles are all caps and others aren't. The G in the raw number sign refers to Spamton. Reddit user Marco Gollum posted a theory in r/Deltarune with the idea that perhaps the one who calls us in the raw number sign section of the game is Spamton. The theory goes that Spamton doesn't know the number of Gaster, and thus calling all sorts of numbers in hopes of finding him. It also helps that in DeltaRune, the raw number sign is a thing. New Home, Core, Alphys' Lab, and True Lab are on top of each other. Based on the fact that beneath Alphys' Lab is the True Lab, and that it's on the first floor on Hotland, while the core is on the third floor, it leads to speculation as to whether or not the core is above Alphys' Lab or not, especially since an elevator in True Lab leads to the same elevator location in New Home as the one seen in the core. Core Patience Path. There is a laser gate in the core that can be deactivated with either the Sage's Path or the Warrior's Path. However, if you stand still in front of the laser will shut down. Empty space on right of True Pacifist start screen. There's an empty space on the right of the Pacifist start screen between Asgore and Monster Kid, which asks the question as to why there's a space there, and if it's supposed to be a missing person, who is this missing person? Muse_Smile spectrogram. If Muse_Smile was put into a spectrogram, a weird symmetrical pattern appears, which almost looks like Gaster riding some kind of horse through an archway. It's unknown whether or not this was intentional, although knowing Toby and UnderTale and DeltaRune at this point, it probably is. True Lab Walls Laughing. In the art book, Toby showcases some artwork of the True Lab walls shifting into faces laughing. He got this for being too scary and cheesy. Evil Toriel. In the UnderTale art book, there's an image of the face of sprite_Toriel_suicide, but it looks more evil. According to Toby, Azrael's adult boss form was actually inspired by a program I made to test visual effects that I put on an image of Toriel with evil eyes into. I don't know why I gave her evil eyes, but it looked so cool I felt like I had to do it in the game. Garfield vs. Sans. Gary Barker, the pencil artist for the Garfield comic strip, posted art of Garfield vs. Sans on Instagram. The student who introduced him to UnderTale also requested him to do one with Papyrus, resulting in some art where Papyrus and Sans fight Garfield, Odie, and John Arbuckle, with Garfield having a bubble text that says, "This is your fault, Shivani." Quiet Water in the Spider Bakery. Whenever you go to the Spider Bake Sale, instead of playing another medium, like most of Hotland, it'll play Quiet Water, a song that plays a waterfall. In the Genocide run, when you encounter the But Nobody Came screen, the song will play throughout the rest of Waterfall, and will also play in the Spider Bake Sale. If you don't get the encounter, it'll play a slowed down version of Quiet Water in the Bake Sale. Spamton in the UnderTale art book. If you look at one of Toby's doodles in the UnderTale art book, you can see a doodle that has a strong resemblance to Spamton. It's likely that this could be Spamton, considering Toby has confirmed that Spamton was the first character he designed for. Hidden Hotland Ledge. The hidden ledge is on the right side of the room where you find the apron. When you first go there, you can find a shadowy figure quickly running away from there. It's possibly one of the monsters that Mettaton hired to kill you based on the figure looking like the shadowy mercenaries from the core. Kenny Omega Undertale entrance. Kenny Omega is a professional wrestler who performs in All Elite Wrestling. In one match, it started off with an entrance video animated by Toby Fox, which takes a jab at Omega's former promotion from NJPW, where their logo promises him that the pain will end. That was until Sans stops him from speaking and asks Kenny if he needs help. We then have two options, with the video choosing yes. After that, Megalovania plays instead of Omega's usual theme, and he walks wearing a full Sans costume. Waterfall statue is of a Titan. Tumblr user Pespilio suggests that the waterfall statue that plays the music box may have a connection to the Titans in DeltaRune. EN. EN is an extra stat that appears in the menu. Toby has said that it stands for English, though it could also stand for energy, which is an unused stat in the demo. Hey, let me speakst. When you check rules card in your items, he'll say, "Thou gazest upon a man most handsometh! This darest genius adoreth beyond all! Hey, let me speakst!" There's a lot with this song, it's pronounced rules, suggests that Rules is aware that he is in a game. Axum Ranger Undyne. The early versions of Undyne were said to be inspired by the Axum Rangers from Super Mario RPG. Temmie has made some sketches of the old design, and there's definitely a resemblance. Unrelated to this, Toby has stated that he wanted to give Undyne a realistic fish head, but no art of this exists. Gaster's theme is everywhere. There have been theories and videos talking about how Gaster's theme can be hidden in multiple songs in both Undertale and DeltaRune. I will link a video made by Medo Motifs to give you an idea as to where every Gaster leitmotif can be found. Funyuns tweets. Funyuns, the chip brand, had a few tweets on their official account that were styled in an Undertale and DeltaRune fashion. Monsters won the war in DeltaRune. In DeltaRune, Chris is the only human we see, and there's no mention of any other humans outside of Susie saying how there's giant human movies. It also seems like the monsters don't know much about humans, as a monster asks Chris if it hurts to be made out of blood. This theory might not be true though, because there's a book that says monsters can take care of humans. The XXX Man. On May 12th, 1922, stay with me here, there was a column posted in the Washington Manual about the XXX Man. This is something to show how artists can make ASCII art through typing. What makes this a lot more funny in hindsight is how the image looks very much like Sans. Asgore's Freezer. Asgore has a freezer that stands in between the other freezers and is covered in flowers. It's unknown why it's covered with flowers, or what's inside, but there's a mention where Noelle looked into it and was lost in thought. Undyne and Diary of a Wimpy Kid. In the fourth Diary of a Wimpy Kid movie, The Lawn Hall, you can see a scene where a woman cosplaying as Underkeep Undyne appears. The cosplayer, Athena Cosplay, said how the producers scouted them at Dragon Con to come and spend 4 days at a mock convention to shoot for the movie, where she would appear for 5 seconds. Apparently it was very fun and they were able to make money off of it. Hello, can I speak to Git is in English and the Japanese version of Undertale. Now, for obvious reasons, the Japanese version of Undertale is in the Japanese language and uses the same writing and grammar style as the language. However, in the raw number event, the line, "Hello, can I speak to Git," is not only not in any Japanese writing language, but also is in complete English. This was done because Toby did not want to spoil the mystery of who G was, so he told the translators to keep it how it is in English. This could also be done to have both languages exist in the same world. Peepus-chan. In the Japanese version of DeltaRune Chapter 2, Miss Peepus is referred to as Peepus-chan. From what I found,
Chan is usually a Japanese honorific that's commonly used for girls and between them, children, close friends, or lovers, and can also be used if someone finds a person, pet, or something else cute and adorable. Alphys lab screen in OS X and Linux versions. In most versions of Undertale, whenever you see Alphys' monitor in her lab, the sprite moves with the player. However, in the OS X and Linux versions of the game, there is just a static image of Chris. Seared Pan. The Terraria Calamity mod is a huge mod that adds a lot of features into the game Terraria. Among these features is an item called the Seared Pan, which serves as a reference to the burnt pan in Undertale. Korean demo. There's an official Korean demo on Undertale's website. This version was based on an earlier version of the Undertale demo, as it has earlier features like Grandpa Semi. Threat. In the DeltaRune Chapter 1 pre-completion save selection screen, there's a variable called Threat that starts at 0. Every time you get a "then it will be destroyed" prompt in save deletion, it goes up by 1. Choosing Do Not will also help it to increase. When it reaches 1, a line, "very interesting," will appear and the variable is set back to 0. Unused Frogget in FNAF 2. In Five Nights at Freddy's 2, there's an unused file that shows an unused sprite with the name Mike. People have tried to recreate the full sprite, and what's really strange is that the sprite seems to resemble the skull of a frogget with ink pouring from its socket, and people made connections between the two. Papyrus doesn't eat his spaghetti. In the Undertale Q&A, Papyrus was asked what his favorite food was. Undyne assumes it's spaghetti, to which he admits that he doesn't actually eat it, just cooks it. When she asks him why he keeps making it then, he responds that it's because everyone else loves it. Cameo on SCP-3922. To condense a long explanation as to what SCP is, it's a huge fictional project on the internet that's about a foundation containing anomalies. One of these anomalies is SCP-3922, an anomaly that has the ability to change whatever is on TV or computer that's plain fiction whenever it's near, and then have some sort of law enforcement named SCP-3922-A or SCP-3922-A instance come in, typically in the style of the program, and deal with anything that's illegal at certain points of the program. In the current version of the extended tests, they tested SCP-3922 with Undertale's genocide route, where when encountering the first Frogget, it will introduce the player to a new game called Spaghetti Simulator 2015, where the rest of the game is the player joining Papyrus in around 403 spaghetti-themed mini-games, with about at least 6 SCP-3922-A instances appearing in the background standing with miniguns. In older versions of the extended tests, the Foundation tested this with both Undertale's genocide route and the first 2 chapters of DeltaRune. An alternative take on Undertale's genocide run had some enforcement come in and kill Frisk for good, before explaining to Toriel what happened, and she thanks them. For Chapter 1, an SCP-3922-A instance appeared in the game to lecture Susie about bullying and eating non-edible items. Susie ignores all of this, and the rest of the chapter goes unchanged, albeit with the absence of Sans. And for Chapter 2, when Chris and Toriel get to the school, they see that it was taken over by SCP-3922-A and were trying to contain the Dark World. The residents are protesting outside of the building. Papyrus's favorite meal. For Undertale's first anniversary, the official Undertale blog held the Q&A. It consisted of 10 questions, which all asked what Papyrus's favorite food was. The cast could not answer it until the final question when Flowey had to answer it. Even Papyrus didn't seem to remember it. Flowey reveals that it's oatmeal with dinosaur eggs. Alphys' attraction to Asgore. When being asked who Alphys has a crush on, you can select 4 choices. A. Undyne, B. Asgore, C. The Human, or D. Don't know. Plenty of players will immediately go for Undyne, but if you select Asgore, you'll learn that the reason she made Mettaton was to impress Asgore, who she had a crush on,
and would often refer to as Mr. Dreamy. In the epilogue of the True Pacifist route, she moves on from Asgore, saying how she thinks him with Toriel is much cuter. No head is connected, no body is connected. In the Xbox One version of UnderTale, whenever a controller is disconnected, a message will pop up, except in True Lap. When this occurs, some text will appear saying, no head is connected, no body is connected, no arms are connected, no legs are connected, no skin is connected, no ears are connected, no face is connected. In the files, we can see that the full thing continues, no mouth is connected, no heart is connected, no teeth is connected, no heart is connected. Not moving during Greater Dog's barking attack. If you don't move during Greater Dog's barking attack, bullets won't be created to attack you. Mettaton's claw hands. When looking at older designs and art, Mettaton appears to have claw hands, which was scrapped quickly. Bloxer's parallel the vessel. The Bloxer's way of being spared is by scrambling and rearranging body parts and putting it in the right order. The same thing can happen in the vessel making sequence in the beginning of Chapter 1, where you have to choose the 3 body parts. Escurito Hermanos. Guacamelee 2 is a Metroidvania video game made by Drinkbox Studios. In the game, there's an Undertale reference on one of the posters where we see luchador versions of Sans and Papyrus in a ring with the text Escurito Hermanos, which is Spanish for Skeleton Brothers, above them. Snowball tax. When you call Papyrus in the Snowball Gulf area, Papyrus will be asked where the money comes from, to which Papyrus says it comes from the Snowball tax. If you ask him what that is, he'll comment how the surface must be paradise. Rules card is Gaster. If you were to compare Rules and Gaster side by side, you can find some similarities between the two. Other than that, I can't say a whole lot as to why those two should be the same. Chapter 2 foreshadowing in 6th anniversary livestream. In part 1 of the livestream, you can briefly hear Toby saying, "Agreed to all," likely referring to how you must always say proceed when going through the weird route. It was as if it was never there at all. If you go into the save file menu before finishing DeltaRune's main story, the menu design will be more simple, and the voice will be the same as the Vessel Maker. The most notable thing is the dialogue after getting rid of a save file. The voice will say, "It was as if it was never there at all." This would be similar to Gaster, as one day, you're there, and the next, you disappear as if you were never there to begin with. Hot Fine to Cute. You can type in the Mettaton essay, Hot Fine to Cute, which is the word that combines hot, fine, enticing, and cute. This is the compliment that grants the most points. Leaf Puzzle Secret. If you fail the leaf puzzle in Undertale 10 times, attempting to fail again will cause the cracked floors to deactivate. Sans in Fortnite. Some years ago, a few Fortnite YouTubers claimed that there was a survey that Epic Games posted to see what people would like to see come into Fortnite as a collab. Sans was supposedly listed among these characters that people wanted to see. As of now, at least last I checked anyways, it hasn't happened, but who knows, maybe in the future Toby and Epic will agree to make a collab. Messy Gaster Blaster animations. This isn't referring to fan animations, instead what it's referring to is the actual in-game animations of the Gaster Blasters. The animations for the Gaster Blasters are not consistent, either with size or position. Doomed to Death of Karma. If you take 30 to 40 KR damage in Stance's fight, the text will say, "Doomed to Death of Karma." It's pretty hard to trigger without dying. Restaurant. When you fail at the sliding puzzle in Hotland, it has a very small chance of saying restaurant instead of restart. Playboy Cardi Pit Stop Sample. In a 2019 song of Playboy Cardi's Pit Stop, one of UnderTale's songs, Who Was So Holiday, plays as part of the music. The sample he used came from a song released 3 years earlier made by Milan called Underwater, which also samples Who Was So Holiday. Santa's existence in the underground. Santa's existence in the underground is interesting to say the least. He's a human-created character for the holidays, but the monsters not only know of him, but have also implemented him into their culture. It is possible that they could have heard of him thanks to the garbage thrown into the underground. Those pathetic people that want to see it, but are too weak to do it themselves. In the genocide run, Flowey says,
At least we're better than those sickos that stand around and watch it happen. Those pathetic people that want to see it, but are too big to do it themselves. I bet someone like that's watching right now, aren't they?
This could be referring to Alphys, who wants to hurt us for killing everyone she cares for, but can only watch and hide, or Asgore, who wants to break the barrier but doesn't want to do what's needed for it, or perhaps it's calling out people who watch the genocide run and then act like they're better because they've only played pacifists. Green Bathhouse. Reddit user Orbital posted on r/Undertale about a dream they had where there was a green bathhouse in Waterfall before Undyne's fight, and included some art of this dream. Sink Theory. In DeltaRune's hospital, there are 2 short sinks, which the narrator comments. Perhaps there was originally one tall sink that was cut in half to create both of them. People believe that this could be an analogy. One says how Frisk and Kara combined equal Chris. Another theory is how Sans and Papyrus combined makes Gaster. Asgore's name is yellow, which is why he destroyed the Mercy button. A popular theory in the UnderTale community is that the real reason why Asgore destroyed the Mercy button is because he doesn't want to fight, and the name would be yellow, and so sparing him would possibly end said battle. The egg from Papyrus's date is the same one in DeltaRune. There's an egg that appears on Papyrus's date. As the name suggests, the theory proposes that this could be one of the eggs seen in DeltaRune. ABC News. During an episode of ABC News talking about the COVID-19 pandemic slowing down in China, there was a bit where they played the song Sans. It's very weird, and most are unsure why they used the song or if they even had permission. Hyperlink blocked is choices. YouTuber Hippo Boy has a video that discusses what hyperlink block could possibly refer to. The conclusion they go to is the idea that it refers to freedom and the ability to make choices based on free will. Castletown is fake. When you go into Castletown, it's very empty, which is strange, mostly because there is a prince that has no subjects to rule over. All the houses are locked, and there's no proof of anyone else besides Ralsei living there. This all changes when you get to expand Castletown when you add other parts from the other Dark Worlds. I will talk about one possibility later, but as for now, one possibility that I'll talk about in this entry is that if we are to believe that Ralsei is not who he seems, then this could all be employed by Ralsei to first give the illusion to Chris and Susie that he is a prince, and then to convince them to bring remnants of other Dark Worlds to Castletown so he could rule over new subjects. Toby announced DeltaRune in 2013. Upon reaching more than they needed for their goal, Toby talked about how that upcoming game is shrouded in darkness, and how he can't talk of it yet. Quiche Origin. In 2013, 2 years before UnderTale's release, Toby stated on Twitter, "There's an abandoned quiche under the bench here," referring to the quiche found in Waterfall. Newbert is a track point. A small joke theory in DeltaRune says that Newbert is the physical manifestation of a track point which can be found on certain laptops. Monster Blood Inconsistency. In both UnderTale and DeltaRune, it has been said that monsters don't have blood, as there is a monster that asks what it's like to be made out of it. However, throughout both games, There have been some contradictions to the statement, such as Sans bleeding when you kill him, and Susie is also shown to bleed in Chapter 4. Pop Team Epic Undertale reference. Pop Team Epic is a Japanese webcomic and online manga series made by B-Cub Okawa. In one scene from the comic, they have a scene that references Undertale by parodying Mettaton X's introduction and battle. Gaster created late into development. Reddit user Carabil_Watar released some info saying that Gaster was created late into the development of Undertale. It appeared that Toby came up with the idea for Gaster while working on True Lab, and it's worth noting that the wrong number sound was also added among the other Gaster elements. Egg references the knight's movements. If you translate the word egg with all caps in Wingdings, you'll see some hands pointing left up. This fits perfectly with the knight chess piece, as the knight moves in an L-like pattern. Papyrus has less backstory than Gaster. Gaster is a character that's been speculated to death and will continue to appear on this iceberg and will continue to be speculated. Sans is also a character who we can put pieces of to make his backstory. Papyrus, however, doesn't have as much backstory or mystery of his origin, and often when he does, he often gets lumped in with Sans and/or Gaster. Chris and Caddy's occult practices worked. In Chapter 2, Caddy reveals that she and Chris once studied occult practices. The theory suggests that maybe the practices worked, and perhaps us controlling Chris is the result of this. Different languages exist. In the Japanese localization, we have instances of the English language existing side by side with the Japanese language, which tells us that real-world languages do exist in these worlds, coming from certain things like signs and text revolving around Mettaton being untranslated. Because in the localization notes, Toby states that Mettaton loves English, and the "can I speak to Git" line being untranslated. Core meltdown inconsistency. The core is often stable through ice cubes. Ice Wolf is often seen as Snowden throwing the cubes in Snowden to the core as the ice will melt and help cool it off. However, this doesn't make sense in Genocide because the wolf disappears, so ice hasn't been going into the core, and the core never goes into a meltdown as a result. Maybe the meltdown is slow, but still strange. Just Shapes and Beats Spider Dance. Just Shapes and Beats is an action rhythm game made by Berserk Studio. In one level, they had a remix of Spider Dance, with the level being similar to Muffet's Fight. UnderTale is a game made by Asriel and DeltaRune. Reddit user Universal Doki suggested the idea that within DeltaRune, Asriel made a game where he was the final boss and implemented a lot of people he knew from real life into the game. Kara buried under the tree. An alternative theory for where Kara was buried is the tree in front of the ruins. According to the narrator, every time leaves grow on the tree, they immediately fall off. Considering that most of Undertale has symbolism, it's strange that there's not much unless we were to interpret that Kara is buried underneath it. Considering that Kara wasn't the best person, it makes sense for a tree that dies over and over again would represent this because of their hate for humanity. All camera locations. When you meet Alphys, it's revealed that she's been observing you since you left the ruins. This gives the idea that throughout most of the underground, you can find the hidden cameras. And if you look in certain areas, you will find the cameras. There is one in the bush that's outside of the ruins, there's one in Papyrus' sentry post, one behind Doggo's post, one in a snow lump in the same area as the golf course, one hidden in one of the trees in the same area you encountered Dogami and Doggeressa, one behind Lesser Dog's post, one beneath the first step on Papyrus' bridge, and another at the end of the last step, one hidden in the trees in Snowden, and last, there's one hidden under a bridge in Waterfall. Dweller's Empty Path Trio. In Dweller's Empty Path, a comic made by Tammy Chain, you can encounter 3 characters in an empty forest, all of which look similar to the fun game Chris, Susie, and Rousey. They tell the player that they're having a hard time trying to find a fountain. Their names in the files are Chris, different spelling of Chris's name, Zusi, an anagram of a different way to spell Susie's name, and Larius, which is another Rousey anagram. Toby would return the favor by featuring Yoki, the main character of Dweller's Empty Path, in the background of Sham's shop. Asgore knows about timelines. Like most fights, when you fight Asgore, there are act options. Besides checking his stats, you can also talk to him. The game will say, you tell Asgore that he's killed you 4 or below times before. He nods sadly. And if you die 5 to 9 times, it instead says, he nods grievously. And if you die 10 or more times, the game will say, you tell Asgore that he's killed you too many times to count. He nods pitifully. This implies Asgore does know about the reset in timelines, though it could also mean that he doesn't know what you're talking about, but is playing along. Interacting with K-Round's crown. If you manage to mash through rules dialogue after defeating K-Round, you can run to the crown, which is moving away. Interacting with it shows the text, "There she blows," and "It's going off to live a better life now." It's possible that the first line was foreshadowing Rule's mini-boss fight in Chapter 2. What happened to Grilby? In DeltaRune, Grilby's has become a grocery store named Sans, which is run by the same character. This begs the question, what happened to Grilby or Grilby's? Sans isn't the weakest enemy. In terms of stats, Sans is not the weakest enemy. That would be Ice, a version of Ice Cap that appears when you steal his hat. Sans' stat is Attack 1 and Defense 1. Meanwhile, Sans' stat is Attack 1 and Defense 0. Rachel. Rachel, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, is the name of the dancing talking mushroom in Temmie Village. Burley enters Fallen Down in Snowgrave. After sealing the Sniper World in the Snowgrave route, Burley will not wake up with the others. In fact, he never does for the rest of the game that's out right now, due to what happens to him. It's not confirmed what happened, but one theory suggests that he may be fallen down, a state a monster goes into whenever they're close to death. In Chapter 1, we see that in the weird route, while Burley is still in a coma-like state, he seems fine and can even be relaxed if you were to change his hot water bottle. Still, only time's going to tell if this is true. Muffet saw Gaster. Muffet mentions during her fight that the monster who hired her had a wonderful smile and changing form. This theory proposes the idea that Gaster hired Muffet. Destroying the fountain was the wrong decision. It's debated whether sealing away dark fountains is a good idea or not. One idea is that by sealing the fountains, we doom the Darkners and their homes unless we are able to recruit them and take them to the main Dark World. Going back to Castletown is fake, this is the alternative that I was talking about, where Castletown is empty because the town needs room for Darkners when they're recruited and need a place to live after their fountains are sealed. Photoshop Flowey faked destroying our save file. After Flowey corrupts our save file, he claims to have destroyed it and that it's gone forever. However, after we defeat him, it's restored to normal, so it's possible that he's just bluffing to intimidate us. Gift Trot, Gaster Blaster, Determination Extractor, Photoshop Flowey, and Hypergoner connections. If you look closely at all 5 of these designs, there's a recurring shape in all of these images, whether that be for Gift Trot, the Gaster Blaster, and Photoshop Flowey's mouths, or at the end of the Determination Extractor and Hypergoner. Why this is a thing is unknown and is up for speculation. It could be sheer coincidence, the artist being lazy, or a potential theme going on here. Fighting Flowey for 4 days makes him stop attacking. Each of Omega Flowey's phases have set intervals to determine how long the fight will go on for. After the interval passes, the fight will not continue. For the final phase, it is set to 4 days. If you somehow fight him for this long, the fight button will no longer appear, and this fight will cause both you and him to be in an eternal stalemate. Green Soul cooking fire.
During the part of the Photoshop Flowey boss fight where we are up against the Green Soul, we see that they are cooking something, which ends up spewing fire. The question this raises is, why is fire being spewed and why is fire being cooked? Obviously it's for the fight, but still logically speaking, why would fire be there in the first place? Double speed. In the room where you can see the castle from Waterfall, if you hold the up or down arrows, you'll be able to run at double speeds. Bandage always grants skipping in battles. If you keep the bandage equipped while playing UnderTale, you'll always be able to fleet an encounter, instead of just having a chance to. Drinking spider cider during Muffet fight. If you save the spider cider for Muffet's boss fight and use it, Muffet will comment on how you stole it until she gets the note from the spider that you bought it and didn't harm any spiders, ending the boss fight early. Since Chapter 1. When continuing to play Chapter 2 with a Chapter 1 save, there will be text on the opposite side of Chris's name saying, "Since Chapter 1." Inaccessible balcony. To the right of Sans and Papyrus' house, we can see a balcony which we should go into, but we never do. Red Soul and Susie fight. In the section where you control Susie in Chapter 1, the red soul that you play as throughout the game appears instead of a normal monster soul. Even more interesting is that it's not a glitch, as it comes from the top right. Toby also confirmed in the 6th anniversary livestream that this wasn't a bug, and that it was in fact from Chris. We see that this type of thing happens again in Chapter 4 whenever you play her. This gives the idea that not only is the soul the player, but it also appears to help the main characters. Spamton on BBC News. On BBC News' Week in Pictures, October 23rd to the 29th of 2021, there's a photo of a man who is dressed like Spamton. According to the article, the photo was taken from Pop Culture Exhibition MCM Comic-Con in London's Excel Centre. Snowden Fog hidden Gaster Blaster. The fog before fighting Papyrus might have had a secret in its details. It can resemble a skull or front face Gaster Blaster. Considering this was before Papyrus appeared, this may have been intentional. Preparations are complete and what an interesting behavior. The Goner Maker makes some comments, all of which are all caps, commenting on the saved files in DeltaRune. The first line occurs when all files are overwritten to be identical. The second line occurs whenever you overwrite a file after all files are identical. One of the blue beads is broken and torn off. One of the objects that you can interact with in the hospital is a toy with beads on a track. In the normal route, the game says that the beads of the toy march on. However, if you're on the weird route, it will mention how one of the blue beads is broken and torn off from the toy. This could be symbolism to the fate of Burley in the weird route. In Chapter 4, doing the weird route grants Chris the title of Dark Bead, which furthers this connection. Everyman bullet attack in Jevel's fight. When Jevel uses his bird carousel attack, you can see a bird with Everyman's head on it. There is a 1 in 50/2% chance of this to occur. Recolored mold smalls. According to the check information, the color of the mold smalls in Waterfall are different from the mold smalls in the ruins. Yellow choices. There's a strange detail in UnderTale and DeltaRune regarding yellow and white choices. In UnderTale, whenever you select an option, it remains white except whenever you encounter Kara, where the choices to erase the world or not glow yellow when you select each option. In DeltaRune, your choices are white before entering the Dark World, but when you enter the Dark World, the choices glow yellow upon being selected on. And the same happens when interacting with Sans. Inverted DeltaRune on Toriel's door. The DeltaRune on Toriel's house in DeltaRune has the wings upside down and the triangle's position inverted. You can also find it in the last corridor's entry points in UnderTale. Door behind Waterfall Sentry Station. There's an inaccessible door that's behind Sans' station in Waterfall. This has many people wondering what could be on the other side.
No music in Papyrus's room. This is an interesting detail in Papyrus's room where no music is played. What's even stranger is that this happens whenever there is a serious moment and to build up atmosphere. One interesting take is that there's no music because this was meant to be like hanging out with the weird or awkward kid. Lancer and Susie's blueprints and the workshop's blueprints are the same. When the two were creating the thrash machine, Susie and Lancer temporarily hung some blueprints which looked similar to the blueprints in Sans' workshop. Along with this, there's also the fact of how the Don't Forget paper is in the workshop, alongside a machine that these blueprints are supposedly for. Inconsistent soul sprites. In both UnderTale and DeltaRune, the sizes of the souls are inconsistent. In DeltaRune, the soul is 6 inches, whenever Chris holds it in Chapter 1, but in Chapter 2, it's 8 inches. Meanwhile, in UnderTale, when transitioning into battle, the player's soul is 11 inches, while the souls in their containers are 1 foot. Ghosts are genderless. Throughout both UnderTale and DeltaRune, Napstablook's gender is never specified. This, along with how the English scripts describe Napstablook as them, suggests the idea that ghosts are naturally gender neutral and start to develop pronouns once they gain a new body. Gaster appears in True Lab. In True Lab, if you go into the area where you encounter Snowdrake's mother and don't activate the fans, and manage to interact with the second fridge, the text says how there is something in the shape of a man there. This figure could be interpreted to be Gaster, but it's more than likely one of the amalgamates.
Another theory says that this could also be the Forgotten Man who's responsible for the eggs.
Ice-E is a knockoff mascot. In Legends of Vocalization, we see from one of Toby's notes saying, Ice-E intentionally has an apostrophe in kids. He's one of those insufferable knockoff mascots who inevitably has the most pedestrian grammatical error somewhere in there. This confirms that Icy in UnderTale and possibly DeltaRune is a knockoff of another mascot, possibly similar to Chuck E. Cheese. Kara and Frisk tripped. In the prologue sequence, we see that when Kara went into the cave that led into the underground, we see them trip and fall into it, leading to them being trapped in the underground. This is further confirmed in Legends of Localization, where it has stated that Kara and Frisk tripped into the underground, with Frisk even waking up. Pellets are capsules. In the Legends of Localization, it talks about how friendliness pellets were incidentally localized as friendliness capsules after many discussions. It's possible that this was meant to be literal since, as described in the book, many localizations shouldn't be taken literal, but the fact that they went with capsules is still interesting. Genderless characters. In both UnderTale and DeltaRune, there are many characters besides Chris, Frisk, and Kara whose gender is never revealed. A few examples include how Napstablook's gender is never specified, Monster Kid never gets their gender revealed, but in the Japanese localization they use the pronoun ore, which, while having a punk masculine feel, can also be used by girls. Onion-san doesn't have a true gender, and in the Japanese translation they repeatedly use their name and watashi. All these gender-neutral characters were likely done to be so as to leave ambiguity.
It's also possible that some characters that are left to be ambiguous could also just be non-binary. Especially when it comes to certain characters like Chris, who Toby would correct in the 6th anniversary livestream, referring to them as they, them, when one of the people there referred to them as he. USDA could be Underground Salad Demon Association. When localizing UnderTale into Japanese, they had to change Vegetoid's description of the USDA due to many Japanese fans not being aware of who they are. When asked if this was referencing an in-universe United States, Toby Fox stated, USDA could be Underground Salad Demon Association. This was likely done to leave Mount Eba and the Underground's location ambiguous. Gerson knew about Dark Worlds. In DeltaRune, when interacting with the Gerson Boom Memorial Bench, it has a quote from him which says, "Throughout my career, some of my best ideas came from dreams. Take a rest here. If anyone asks, you're writing." In DeltaRune, dreams are very synonymous with the Dark World.
with Susie, Noelle, and Birdley questioning if the Dark World was a dream when awakening, and the Dark World having a very dreamlike and whimsical feeling. This has led to theories and speculation that Gerson knew of and has been in Dark Worlds. This is somewhat true in Chapter 4, where you can meet a resurrected version of Gerson in the Dark World, though when we meet him, he's not too familiar as to what Dark News are, implying that Chapter 4 may be his first experience as to what Dark Worlds are like. But it refused, translated in Japanese. While the term "but it refused" has a double meaning of both being literal of how Frisk is so determined and upon on refused, this double meaning couldn't be done in Japanese, so instead, the text is replaced with Japanese text that means, "No, I want to be broken." This is interesting as this is most likely Frisk talking, and this is the first time we've ever heard them speak in first person. When I first started off this series, I thought Tier 7 would be the longest video in the series due to how big the image looked by comparison to the rest. And while it is up there as one of the longest, it's only number 3 as Tier 5 was instead the longest, as stated earlier. Regardless, the original tier had 136 entries, and with the addition of UnderTale, there will also be 25 additional entries, raising the number of entries to 162. References in Project Eden's Garden. Project Eden's Garden is a popular Danganronpa fan game. The game has a few references to UnderTale and DeltaRune, like when Kai Monteago says, "This spider never leaves her web, except to sell pastries," which is a reference to one of Muffet's lines, or when you see purple-yellow shades, which is a reference to Spamton. Pacifist epilogue interaction after calling Toriel mom and flirting with her. If you call Toriel and flirt with her before calling her mom, then there will be an interaction with Sans after completing the pacifist route where he'll ask why you have an odd expression, to which Toriel will recall the event, and Sans and Papyrus will cringe, with the latter wondering how it affects their relationship. Sans will then ask if Toriel has any other unbelievable stories, and she'll remark that she finds it hard to believe that anyone would flirt with her, only for Alphys to laugh as she would beg to differ. DeltaRune on Toriel's dress symbolism. In a Steam discussion page for UnderTale, Not the Nelf talks about how there could be two interpretations of the DeltaRune on Toriel's dress, with the prophecy being one of them, and the dreamers being the other, with the two triangles above referring to Toriel and Asgore, and the bottom upside down triangle representing Asriel, who is now dead. Interactable wall and waterfall. There is a certain wall and waterfall where upon interacting with it, the game will say, "The gems on the southern wall shine in a spectacular pattern." Reference in TF2. In the summer 2025 update for Team Fortress 2, there were multiple new maps added, one of which was Manhole. What's notable about this map is that in one of the dumpsters, there's a pair of yellow and pink eyes, clearly referencing Spamton. Moving Chris during Snowden Hospital cutscene. In the scene in Chapter 2 during the weird route where Noelle is talking on a black screen, you can actually move Chris, which will get Noelle to tell you to stop coming close and break her normal dialogue. Nintendo Switch 2 exclusive content. On the Nintendo Switch 2, various things surrounding the mics have been altered. For one, there are two mouses you can control, which impact the way you play the games in Mic Battle, which includes some new attacks. And for another, the mics have different minigames. Small mic lets you play Pluie, tall mic makes you play Airwaves, and cat mic lets you play main performance. The Forgotten Man appears in the Light World. In Chapters 2 and 4, there are a few points where interacting with something will show a mysterious man behind it. In Chapter 2, interacting with one of the cars will have narration say that he's waving and smiling at you. In Chapter 4, while it's raining, you can interact with the diner door, which will say that he holds a takeout box and taps it happily. Most believe that this is the Forgotten Man. The angel banished will finally meet its desire. This is a line from the prophecy in Chapter 4, which has caused many speculation as to what this could refer to. One interpretation is the idea that the angel is the player who desires to see the end of DeltaRune.
Undyne has visited Dark Worlds. When we see Undyne at the end of Chapter 3, she doesn't seem at all confused about where she is and knows how to fight in the Dark World. This leads many to think that she's already been to Dark Worlds, especially with other things like how she's the only character so far who you could have talked to about Dark Worlds, to which she laughs it off, which might be her pretending to know nothing. Chris's damage against the Knight. If all members of the fun game are up and fighting the Knight, Chris deals the least amount of damage. However, if both Susie and Rousey are down, they'll do a lot more damage. This is interesting considering we know they're working with the Knight, so it asks why Chris would deal more damage. Chris knocks down Susie and Rousey. When beating the Knight, the screen flashes some slashes to show the members getting knocked down. Many interpret this to be the Knight, but this theory proposes that Chris is the one doing it, unbeknownst to the other two. Task Manager knows Jevil. If you fight Task Manager with the Devil's Knife equipped, she'll say,
"Chaos, chaos? No, order, order. Now get rid of that silly Devil's Knife."
Which may hint that Jevil is known across all Dark Worlds and that Task Manager knows about him, or at least is aware of him. Your HP increased by 1. When Gerson asks where to go and you say left and then go further left, you'll find a lone chest, which upon opening it, will increase Chris's HP by 1 point. Sham on Asriel's computer. When looking on Asriel's computer in Chapter 4, Susie will point out that something similar to Sham appears on Asriel's screen. This leads to the idea that Asriel was at one point Sham's owner. Someone pushed you forward. If you try to back out of the last parts of the prophecy, there will be narration saying that there was someone in front of you pushing you back. Who this is unknown. Chris doesn't like humans. If you look at the books in the library's second floor, you'll find a book about how to take care of humans. The narration mentions that upon looking at images of unfamiliar humans, Chris quickly shuts the book. This is likely because Chris either feels insecure about being seemingly the only human in Hometown, and maybe wishes they could have been a monster instead. But it was not something that can understand mercy. If you try to spare the Titan, the narration will say, character doing the action, spared the Titan, but it was not something that can understand mercy. Chris dog comparisons. Chris throughout DeltaRune gets compared a lot to a dog. During the Susie Zilla minigame, they were a dog onesie. Toriel says Chris was sleeping like a puppy. Susie tells us to make like a dog and find clues. And Noelle makes fun of us asking if we need a dog treat. This could be a reference to how Chris can be sort of like a dog to us when we give them commands in the game to do something we want them to do. The man who speaks in hands is Rules. This is a bit of a joke theory that states that Rules could be the man who speaks in hands, due to him being the only character having their hands in their portrait. Knockable Cyber City door. While most of the doors shown in Cyber City are just decoration, this is only one door that you're able to knock on. Knocking on will have text that congratulates you for finding someone's pride and joy. Tenna is Glooby. And one of the last things that Tenna will say during this fight, if it goes on for that long, he'll admit that he is Glooby and there's nothing wrong with it because he thinks everyone else has been Glooby before, and even accuses Chris of being Glooby at one point. It's not known what this means, but maybe the emotion he's describing is a gloomy feeling, or maybe even gloomy itself misspelled, either on purpose or accident and then kept in as a joke. Chris doesn't like soda. When selecting which drink you want during Undyne's state, if you select soda, Undyne will mention that you look displeased with the drink, which is one of the few times where we see Frisk's true personality. Before we get into Tier 8, I want to give another warning for this tier. I know I already had a disclaimer at the beginning, but when it comes to this tier specifically, I want to have it here. This tier talks about a variety of serious topics, some of which many might not be comfortable with. A good majority of the entries on this tier aren't that bad, but others are. The beginning will have topics that aren't too serious, with the first entries not being too big of a deal, but as the video continues, some entries will get darker and darker. If at any point you feel uncomfortable with any of the subject matter, feel free to skip the entry or just skip to the end of the video or wait until Tier 9 gets released. I also want to emphasize to people to not go after anyone mentioned in this video, as I feel like it will make things worse. I always say at the end of these videos to leave comments about any information I get wrong, but when it comes to this tier especially, I want to be sure I am right on this, and people to correct me if I get anything wrong, and I will address it in a corrections video. Heck, feel free to email me on my contact email in the description if you want to. I also encourage you to look more into any of the entries you hear if they sound interesting to you. Now, let's get through Tier 8, True Lab or the Apologist. You've searched through every corner of knowledge pertaining to Undertale and DeltaRune. Well, almost. There are some corners you haven't checked, a few of which are the ones the fandom doesn't like talking about. Is it too late to turn back now? As we get deeper down the iceberg, we are going to encounter darker territory. To reflect this tier will include dark topics including potential lore, theories, and topics involving the fandom like fan controversy, drama, abuse, grooming, and even attempted murder. To lighten things up, it will also include weird or crazy theories. ABC_123_A.OGG was a bluff. Toby Fox added more secrets into Undertale after its release, despite what he says in the original version of the file, meaning that he was likely joking with what he said. Dog Dollar is a Dogecoin reference. This theory proposes the idea that Dog Dollar is a reference to Dogecoin as it has a dog on a dollar, and its value decreases every chapter, referencing how the value of Dogecoin has decreased in recent years. Super Paper Mario similarities. Detective Mar uploaded a video where he talks about the striking similarities between Undertale and Super Paper Mario. Some of this includes how there is a tragedy behind the events in their games and motivates the antagonists. The imagery of powerful heart-like objects which gives the characters great power, a nerdy lizard that is incredibly socially awkward. The main characters in Super Paper Mario befriend most of the villains and save them from the darkness, and an arachnid antagonist. Undertale and DeltaRune take a lot of inspiration from RPGs, a majority of which came from Nintendo, and some have even compared Fox's work to Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door. So it's not too surprising to see similarities, but it's still interesting to say the least. Toby actually did confirm in the 10th anniversary livestream that Alphys was partially based on Francis from Super Paper Mario. Smile Association. Reddit user Drysen pointed out that smiles are often used for bad things. For example, Flowey smiles through the majority of the game. In the Genocide route, the exclamation point turns into a smile. The Amalgamate sprites have smiles on them, Kara has a smile when you meet them, and nearly every major character dies with a smile in Genocide. YouTube Undertale Disbelief Demo Mislabeling. For quite some time, Undertale was commonly mislabeled as the demo for Undertale Disbelief. It's unsure why this happened or why YouTube considered it its own thing, but nowadays, I haven't seen this occur, at least not as much. Peepus are Spamton's eggs. Toby commented under a tweet about a new emoji with blue eggs about how a Spamton's nest has Peepus in it. This was most likely a joke on Toby's part, but a lot of people were very confused by it and have been debating if, for one, they are Spamtons, and two, if Spamton lays the Peepus like eggs. It also doesn't help that the Peepus are portrayed as blue eggs. Asgore is Satan. Asgore and Satan, or the Devil, have some similarities to each other. Asgore is a bipedal, bearded goat man with large horns, has a trident, kills children, takes their souls, and rules over an underground kingdom of inhuman monsters. It's possible that this was done to subvert our expectations with who Asgore actually is, as when we meet him in person, he's actually a goofy, soft, kind, and caring man. Disney's Carnage. Disney's Carnage is an intentionally poorly written DeltaRune fanfiction or troll pasta disguised as a Disney or animated troll pasta. Spiders are cannibals. In the spider bake sale, it says, "Come eat food made by spiders, for spiders, of spiders." In real life, there are species of spiders that eat each other, and the river person says that spiders' favorite food are spiders. Ralsei is a girl? In 2018, TreeCycle uploaded a video talking about how Ralsei is a girl. The theory itself is not very strong, as the whole basis is just the idea of how Ralsei and Asriel aren't the same, therefore Ralsei can be a girl. There's a bit of a misconception within the community that Ralsei is a girl due to how feminine he is, but in reality, he's just a boy with feminine traits, especially because he calls himself a prince. Fake Chapter 3, 4, and 5 leaks. DeltaRune had begun to trend after Chapter 2's release, which was more popular than Chapter 1, and with the end of the cliffhanger, it left people curious and speculating as to what the next chapter will be. Toby stated after the chapter's release that Chapters 3, 4, and 5 would all be released on the same day, and this time you would have to pay for it, and while he doesn't know when it would be released, nor how much it would cost, he does say that it will cost more than UnderTale, which is $10 on Steam. With this announcement and Chapter 2 trending on the internet, a lot of people started to make fan-made images, animations, and songs and posting them online. But the problem was that a good majority of these people claims that these were real and were leaks for Chapters 3, 4, and 5. These people were also thanking Toby for giving them access to this, when none of this was true at all. Toby and the team likely took a big break after releasing and finishing Chapter 2, and they didn't make any content for the next 3 chapters at this point. If they did, we would have had a definitive date before it was announced this April, or immediately had it announced after Chapter 2's release. Frisk is a remnant of Kara and Asriel. Reddit user Fabo_HD posted a theory talking about the possibility that Frisk could be the combination of Asriel and Kara's remnants, explaining things such as the game over sequence, why when we die the soul shatters, and why we're able to pass through the barrier in every neutral run. Dusty toys have Asriel's dust on them. In the Underground's library, yes, I said that right, there's a book that says that a monster's dust is spread around their favorite thing when they die, and when you check the toys in New Home, they're really dusty. So according to the theory, Asriel may have his dust on them. Game FAQs controversy. Game FAQs is a video gaming web forum. In late 2015, they held a competition to determine what the best game ever was. Because UnderTale's popularity was at its peak, it won Best Game and overtook older and beloved games such as Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. Many people on the forums weren't very happy about this due to it being a newer game at the time. 700 Club. The 700 Club is a talk show on the Christian Broadcasting Network, which first aired in 1966. They talk of news, interview guests, and most of all, work to spread the word of Christianity and God. They'll also answer some questions some people have, sometimes asking for advice. In 2015, they had a question asked by a mother who saw that on her daughter's phone, she had many pictures of a cartoon skeleton with one glowing blue eye and wearing a hoodie, obviously being a reference to Sans. The mother wasn't very happy about this because she thought of it as demonic imagery and it came from a video game which she also had a strong distaste for. Other ways to save Asriel. People have come up with multiple theories and ways that Asriel could have been saved. Some are interesting, although all of them are a bit far-fetched. A few that I'll go over include the idea that Boss Monster Physiology could have saved Asriel by using the spiritual energy of Toriel and Asgore, Alphys creating a new soul for Asriel, Frisk giving some of their soul to Asriel, and a lot more. Frisk is Kara's undead body. Frisk compared to Kara is strange. We never talk to them, just told that they are speaking. Their eyes are shut, and Frisk is yellow, which is strange compared to Kara's more natural skin. So what this theory is saying is that Frisk is Kara's zombie. Shopkeepers are murderers. A small theory goes that the reason for shopkeepers in Undertale who sell the past humans' belongings got them by killing the humans. But this theory may not be true because as far as we know, Asgore, Toriel, and Asriel are the only boss monsters to appear in game, and while we don't know when each of the humans fell into the underground, we know one hasn't appeared in a long time. And most of the monsters don't even know what one would look like. as most of them assume we're just another monster child. Chris is actually potassium deficient. According to a theory posted on r/DeltaRune by a now deleted Reddit user, Chris may be potassium deficient based on similar traits between the two. These being fatigue, muscle spasms, heart palpitations, muscle stiffness, skin discoloration, and mood swings. Burnout on Sans. With the Undertale AU community as big as it is, and a large majority of the content being nothing but an alternate Sans or version of Megalovania, a lot of people are getting tired and burnt out over having most of these AUs being focused on Sans, and want something new, fresh, and unique, and just a breath of fresh air. So there have been people wanting for others to stop making alternate Sanses and instead do an AU surrounding Asgore, Undyne, or even someone else. Only time will tell if these kind of AUs get made, or even if they get as much attention as the Sans AUs, but it is worth noting that there are AUs that don't focus on Sans and just so happen to have him in there. You just gotta go looking for them. I personally feel like if you really want to have these AUs exist, you should probably make them yourself. Lightner merchandise ban. In October of 2021, it was said that Toby Fox requested that there should be no merchandise made on any of the Lightners. Toby would explain more of this on his Tumblr, where he doesn't explain everything, but he does say that certain merch of certain characters wouldn't fit right for the game, and he told Fangamer from the beginning that some characters would be more or less off limits after a certain point. He further encouraged the fans to make their own merch of the characters they like, and he likes seeing fans have the merchandise they want and create what they want to have for themselves. Sans' sweat is him melting due to determination. According to the theory, the reason for Sans sweating is similar to Undyne, that is, she's too determined for her own good. But this doesn't make a whole lot of sense because Alphys also sweats and nothing bad happens to her. I've also seen the argument for he's melting because skeletons don't sweat, but they also don't bleed, so that doesn't matter either. Muffet's dark side. If you don't immediately kill Muffet in the genocide run, she'll talk about how someone who looked like a big nerd, that obviously being Alphys, said to come with her as she was going to block all of Hotlands. Muffet, however, refused, saying,
"A spider never leaves her web."
She also comments saying that she regrets not capturing her and turning her into a delicious donut. Due to this, it's safe to say that Muffet has a very malicious aspect to hers, where she is willing to kidnap monsters and turn them into pastries, and it could be interpreted that she played a part on the genocide route, as she could have helped everything from being killed by the player, but she didn't. Kissy Cutie. You might be familiar with this if you've seen any of Andrew Cunningham's streams. Kissy Cutie is an Undertale fan game created by Zocolat Games. It takes place after the pacifist route and follows the monsters trying to adjust to their new life on the surface. The game is perhaps infamous for the fact that the humans outside of Frisk are abruptly racist towards the monsters, and how similar the racism is compared to the Jim Crow South after the Reconstruction era of the US. El Hugueni. El Hugueni is a YouTuber infamous for his animated video game music videos, which often parody popular songs. These songs are known for often being fully auto-tuned and not the best quality. One of his most infamous is his Undertale Genocide Route music video, Story of Undertale. It parodies Bad Romance by Lady Gaga and is perhaps one of the more hated Undertale fan songs due to the poor and cheap animation, overly auto-tuned voice work, and inaccuracies to the source material. Since its release, it has gained an ironic cult following. He's also made videos on Undertale Yellow and a few more on Undertale's other routes. Besides his videos, he's also been accused of taking down videos and channels that have spoken negatively about him, which results in a reputation where he can't take constructive criticism and opinions. Noelle kills and traps the Addison in the Freeze Ring in the Snowgrave route. After accepting to get the Freeze Ring in the Snowgrave route, the screen will cut to black. We hear the ice shock attack, and then we get the ring. Afterwards, the Addison will never be seen again. It's possible that the Addison is frozen in their store, but they may also be trapped in the freeze ring, according to the theory. Alphys didn't write the entries. A theory that had made rounds was a theory that some, if not all of the entries in the True Lab were not written by Alphys, but instead Sans and or Gaster, which implies that Gaster may have worked on the experiments instead. This is mostly because of the inconsistent grammar. However, when you look at all the entries and compare it to when you speak to her or read her texts, her grammar is not very consistent, and grammar inconsistency is often used to portray mood. Not to mention, Gaster's speech pattern is very different, and we don't know much of his experiments outside of the core, so there's no reason to assume he had anything to do with the determination experiments. Why I gifted the Pope UnderTale. MatPat released a video on July 5th, 2016, talking about him at an event with other YouTubers who gave the Pope gifts. MatPat gave Pope Francis a Steam key of UnderTale because he thought that the game represented similar themes of forgiveness and compassion that the Pope talked about in the speech he made earlier that year. It made some noise, although people were not very thrilled of this action for various reasons, part of which was due to the age of the Pope, and him not likely knowing how to use Steam in the first place. MatPat would eventually address the drama, although would also defend himself, talking of how there were other YouTubers who gave worse gifts. Genocide editing canonically happens or Sans wouldn't be depressed. It's been hinted throughout the game that Sans has symptoms of depression. Along with this, a popular fanon is the idea that Sans remembers all the resets and knows of all the timelines. So the theory suggests the idea that Sans is depressed because he remembers genocide, thus the genocide route and the soulless pacifist route is the canonical version of the game. Now this does all sound interesting, except for the fact that this is all based on a fanon that isn't correct whatsoever. So Sans is definitely not depressed because he'd remember your genocides. Nintendo taking down Megalovania cover. Sometime in December 2018, Nintendo took down a Megalovania cover based on Super Smash Bros. At first, the community took it as another weird move by Nintendo, as this decision is nothing new, even if it may not be fair. But people thought it actually meant more, meaning that UnderTale was coming to Smash with Megalovania being in the game. And of course, they were proven right the next year. Monsters are cannibals. This is a small UnderTale theory proposed by user man_o_many. The theory talks about how it seems like monsters have a small amount of resources, how when you inspect Toriel's fridge, it will say how there's white fur in there, and monsters are mostly made of magic, and the food in the underground is made of pure energy. Another piece of evidence could be the fact that, as said earlier, spiders eat each other in the underground. Using Snowgrave on other enemies. If you manage to use Snowgrave on any other enemies through things like hacks, they end up turning into red mist and disappear. This is very interesting when thinking about how Snowgrave affects Birdly, and many think this may hint to Birdly and others who got frozen potentially not being dead. UnderTale Kickstarter fraud. With certain stuff from UnderTale's Kickstarter that is mentioned in the description and goals not coming out, or certain features not present in the game, some have taken the Kickstarter to be somewhat fraudulent. DeltaRune virus allegations. A lot of antivirus programs listed DeltaRune's demo as a virus, but this is not true at all. It's just a mistake of the software. Survey_program uninstaller deleting files. Apparently, when trying to uninstall DeltaRune's demo, it ended up deleting a lot more than just the game, which Toby addressed on Twitter saying that he would fix it. When deleting it, it actually ended up deleting the entire directory for the game. Dogami and Doggeressa are technically related. When talking to the K9 unit with Endogyny in the True Pacifist dialogue, Dogami ponders on the fact that since his and Doggeressa's family members bonded into Endogyny, would that mean that he technically married his sister? He then quickly dismisses it, as dogs often do this anyway. Fanon versus canon debates. With there being many fan interpretations of UnderTale and DeltaRune, they've often overlooked the actual versions of the characters for many fans, leading to inaccurate versions of them. Because of this, there have been many times where people have tried to point out what the actual versions of these characters are, though sometimes these versions can be just as inaccurate as the ones they try to debunk. The one most hotly debated is Sans due to his popularity, and the amount of fanons that he has.
I'm thinking of doing my own video on this topic, although there are plenty of great videos about this already. Kara's next world is real life. A crazy and unlikely interpretation of what Kara refers to as the next world is real life, and telling us to kill people IRL. This is similar to how Flowey has said on the UnderTale Twitter account how we should kill our friends and family. Obviously, I don't think this is the case, and I don't think Toby is trying to encourage the death of people IRL, nor do I think that's what Toby was trying to say with Kara. Frisk is a racist caricature for Asians. Frisk's skin color is yellow. The reason for this was because Toby wanted to make them a character that people could relate to, so he went for a racially neutral color, yellow. This is similar reasoning as to why other characters in media like certain LEGO minifigures are also this color. However, a few people have criticized this skin color due to how many 20th century media would often racistly depict Asian people having yellow skin, and Frisk's eyes appearing closed don't help these claims. Alphys kills herself in the neutral route. Depending on the neutral route, the phone call will mention how no one has seen Alphys, and the various dialogue hints that Alphys has disappeared. And seeing as how she wasn't doing the best mentally, especially after the Mettaton X fight, it's been widely considered and hinted that in various neutral routes, Alphys takes her own life in some way. Asgore's suicide. If you manage to do a neutral run where you've killed some monsters and spare Flowey, he'll make an offer where if you spare everyone you come across, he won't kill the king. Upon doing this and sparing Asgore, he'll initially have the same speech as he does if you spare him until he retracts that statement, calling it a fantasy. He'll then speak of how you remind him of a human that fell down long ago, referring to Kara, and mentions the prophecy of the DeltaRune, and how he thinks you're the angel. He'll then fatally wound himself, asking the human to cross the barrier with Asgore's soul and find a way to free monster kind, saying it's what Asriel would have wanted, then apologizing before turning to dust. Flowey will then destroy the soul and say how he knows there's no point to fighting them before letting them escape the underground. Flowey will then comment on how your choices didn't matter before encouraging you to get a happier ending with other characters. Susie has abusive parents. This was a commonly believed theory formed before chapters 3 and 4. So far in DeltaRune, we haven't seen Susie's parents yet. However, based on her appearance, behavior, and interactions with others, it can be assumed that she isn't in the best place. She has tattered clothes, described as disgusting by others, eats chalk, talks about eating sweets, hisses when she gets sprayed, gets excited when she gets her own room in the Dark World in chapter 2, and doesn't seem to call her parents and avoids doing so when she's visiting Chris. This implies that her home life is rather neglectful, and that she may resent them for treating her the way they seem to. This all leads to her being the school bully. Now, in chapter 3, it's revealed that the reason for a lot of this is because Susie's family moved a lot, and she never got to be close to anyone, and when she tried to be good at something, people were easy to shut her down. It could still be possible that her parents are neglectful of their child, but we'll have to see. There's also the theory that Susie has been in the foster care system and has been jumping from family to family, which is why she moves all over the place. Killing Vegetoids by eating them. In the UnderTale demo, you can kill Vegetoids by using one of the actions and eating them. It's definitely a very unique way for killing monsters, and it's possible that Toby removed this due to the fact that you're eating a living monster. Chris is Asriel's half-human, half-monster brother. An incredibly obscure and crazy batshit insane theory suggests the possibility of Chris being Asgore's bastard child, and due to this knowledge, Toriel divorced Asgore after learning of this. This is impossible because not only does Chris not have any physical traits of Asgore, but it's also impossible for monsters to have human children. While we're on the topic of this theory, I might as well mention other human or half-human theories. There are a good amount of people who believe that Susie is half-human because of how she bleeds, she's the main character outside of Chris, her eyes are covered by her hair, which is a common trait among the human characters, and her talks of hope can resemble determination. Again, because it's impossible for monsters to have human children, I don't think this is possible in the slightest. There's also the theory of Des being human due to having human-looking shoes in her closet,
But considering this is the only piece of evidence, I also think the chances of this are incredibly low.
So Sorry Origins. As stated in Tier 1, So Sorry is a secret character in UnderTale that was added by a fan during the Kickstarter. But as it turns out, it was someone's persona. So Sorry was originally supposed to be a fat fetish character. For this reason, the character was controversial and the original creator even got harassed by fans who weren't happy with these origins, which got to the point where Toby had to tell fans to stop. If you're not trying to look for it though, So Sorry doesn't have any connections to said furry OC and isn't fetishized as much as other characters. Unless you do try to find it, in which case you will find something.
Okay, so I have a few things to correct and also add on to this whole situation. For one, So Sorry wasn't made to be a fat fetish character, more so as a persona for the creator of So Sorry, Samael101. It just so happens that on an NSFW account, they enjoyed making weight gain furry art with the persona being the subject. Toby also offered a refund to Samael so as to prevent backlash. The creator would also get backlash for being a furry due to the internet being a lot less progressive than it is now, and there were people who didn't like that they had inserted their self-insert into the game. Samael would also complain on Twitter about how they felt it was unfair that So Sorry wasn't featured in Chapter 1, despite the fact that characters like Moffat, who were also from the Kickstarter, also did not appear. But to make things even worse, in recent years, Samael himself became even more controversial and infamous thanks to them being an admin of Floraverse, which I'm not going to go into too much because that's its own can of worms that's not really related too much to UnderTale or DeltaRune. But to keep things short, it's a Discord furry roleplay group that is known for predation and predator protection, both pedophilic and zoophilic, and has exposed minors to pornographic and fetishistic content that contains rape, pedophilia, and incest, as well as attacking people who have come out against them. Thankfully, many fans consider So Sorry himself to be his own character that's separate from the creator and their creations, but the reputation of Samael still leaves a big black mark in UnderTale's history. Logovert made a whole video talking about the So Sorry drama and the drama behind Samael101, which I will link in the description. Shipping. Shipping is the term used whenever a fan puts two or more characters into a relationship. It's a really contentious topic for fandoms and fan communities, and when the toxicity gets to a boiling point, it can really damage a fandom's reputation, especially if these ships have controversial issues, such as an age gap, blood relations, or just the ship not being very good. UnderTale is unfortunately one of these. Their most infamous ship is Franz, a shipping between Frisk and Sans. This is a highly controversial ship even outside the fandom due to the pedophilic implications of the ship. However, it is worth noting that many Franz shippers only ship the two characters when they're depicted as being the same age, but unfortunately there are some fan artists who fully embrace the problematic implications. Another one that went to infamous levels, although not to the same levels as Franz, is the shipping between Sans and Papyrus, known as Fontcest. The reason for its controversy being the fact that the two are brothers in the game. Along with this, the AU community shippers are also known for something called Sancest, a term referring to people shipping different alternate versions of Sans with each other, which many find weird just because of how Sans is pretty much in love with himself. Backlash against Let's Plays. When UnderTale got a lot of popularity after its release, there were many popular gaming YouTubers who wanted to jump on the bandwagon. Unfortunately, not everyone was aware of the best way to play these games according to the young fanbase, so these creators got a lot of backlash by these fans who spoiled the game. It was because of this that Markiplier cancelled his Let's Play series. This toxicity was so bad that Toby had to tell fans to calm down and not to spoil the game. Sadly, this hasn't happened to just UnderTale as it happens to the other chapters of DeltaRune, even if it wasn't as big as back then, resulting in Jacksepticeye saying how he won't make any more videos on DeltaRune and will only play it in his spare time. Rule 34. This refers to one of the oldest rules of the internet that has gone unchanged. If it exists, there's porn of it. With UnderTale, DeltaRune, and the AUs having as massive of communities as they do, none of them are exceptions. Obviously, don't look any of this up if you're too young. Pornographic AUs. With the UnderTale AU being as big as it is, it's bound to have some rather inappropriate versions, if you will, of the universe it's based on.
It's easy to see why these things might be controversial, but keep in mind, and the same goes for some Rule 34 artists, that some of these NSFW artists are not trying to harm anyone as far as we're concerned. But if you're under the age of 18, obviously do not look any of these up. Ownership debacle. Our problem with making AUs in the UnderTale AU community, and just in general, is that sometimes creators willingly give up ownership of the AU to the community, which also gives them the idea that they are entitled to any AU that is made. This includes times when people try to steal or take credit for an AU that they don't have, or trying to spread rumors of the creators giving up ownership. For example, in early 2024, some people claimed that Story Shift was handed over to the community, but these were lies made to try to take it away from the creator. Classic swap and original underswap and underfell posts deleted. Popcorn Prince is the original creator of the OG version of Underswap. This version of Underswap is often referred to by the community as Classic Swap or Canon Swap due to how different the interpretation the fandom has made is from the original. The original idea wasn't a fully personality swap, with the exceptions of a couple of swaps. Sadly, as time went on, Popcorn Prince became more disappointed that the community kept inaccurately portraying Sans and the font size that was going around. Eventually, this all led to them stepping away from the fandom and deleting the original Underswap post. Similarly, Vic the Underfella, creator of Underfell, decided to step away from the community and delete the original Underfell post due to many struggles they were going through in life, and the fact that many people got harassed for liking the AU, along with the growing NSFW art at the time. While Vic has returned to the community, Popcorn Prince seems to have no such plans and doesn't plan to continue it. Flowerfell drama. Flowerfell was a Fell AU that spawned over a few stories originally created by Siviosane and Leviticus and their friends. The stories included Overgrowth and Last Reset. It's an AU that is well known among the community for both its stories and its unfortunate fall. It is an AU where Frisk, who is 18+, has flowers that grow on them every time they come back to life, and they can't take them off because of how much it hurts. Because of Frisk's kind attitude, Sans eventually becomes compassionate to Frisk and gives up on Kill or Be Killed before traveling with them to the barrier. It was originally going to be a Franz fanfic, although the relationship was changed to being platonic for unknown reasons. I know a lot of people will say that it was made platonic because Leviticus didn't favor Franz, but as it turned out, this actually isn't correct, so yeah, I'm not sure why it isn't a Franz fanfic when it was originally going to be. The AU itself dealt with the theme of being kind and remaining kind in the face of a world that seeks to destroy you. The Skybow had worked on a similar AU called Flowertail, where flowers grow on the monsters, and the two often had their AUs cross over to one another. Unfortunately, Flowerfell would be cancelled for a variety of reasons, with its main content being taken down. Many people were stealing both official and fan art of the AU, and were stealing Flowerfell from the original creators. They would often rewrite parts that Leviticus didn't appreciate, resulting in him taking down Overgrowth. Another big factor was a majority of people known as Fictionkin, people who identify with fictional characters, were making roleplay blogs and were claiming content as their own, and tried to force their own takes and interpretations of the AU onto it, some of whom would even send threats to the creators, claiming that they knew better than the creator themselves. Sane had a huge paranoia over losing their properties, and this caused them to lash out at everyone around them, which in turn made things worse. The drama and toxicity took a toll on Sane's mental health, and so they decided to cancel Flowerfell, shut down the Flowerfell blog, and remade Flowerfell, Frisk, and Sans into new characters. Many of the creators regret ever working on Flowerfell and don't want to have anything to do with it, and friendships soon devolved as years went by. Kaze Fiend still has fond memories and has acted as a source of information for people that may not know what happened. Now you'd think this is where the drama ends, but no. In 2021, Streamline Workshop released a video called How Shipping Destroyed an AU, talking about Flowerfell. The video itself was poorly researched and was unintentionally spreading misinformation about the creators and AU, as well as telling people who enjoyed the AU that they're wrong for doing so. Many people went after the creators and blamed them for what was going on, when it was a lot more complicated than that. Kaze did reach out to Streamline, talking to them about how wrong they were. Streamline kept the video up, and it's still up to this day, albeit pinned a comment talking about the corrections and made a community post about the stuff they got wrong, neither of which helped by a lot. The unhappy reason why Kara went to Mount Ebot. The reason for why Kara came to Mount Ebot is never stated, although Asriel does describe it as unhappy.
There are two theories that could be thought of. The first revolves around the fall being on purpose. This often gets thrown along with the Kara is the narrator theory, but through certain dialogue in-game, like when checking the ribbon or Kara's comment about the lack of knives, if we're to believe that Kara is the narrator, then it can be implied that Kara's life on the surface, and the reason for falling, was indeed unhappy. It's implied that Kara was abused by the humans who they lived with, and might have ran away and sought for Ebot to end their suffering. This could also explain their distaste for humanity. However, while some of this may be true, it's been confirmed both in the intro and in other sources that Kara accidentally tripped into the underground rather than on purpose. This can then be the second interpretation, which is that the reason was unhappy because Kara didn't mean to come into the underground and couldn't fix this accident. Game Theory Beef. Game Theory has a second channel called GT Live, which is where they discuss certain topics and do their reactions to videos and series and play games. In one of these videos, they played the demo for an as-of-now unreleased independent video game called Heartbound. But rather than treat and respect this game like its own thing, they clickbaited the video to make it look like an Undertale-related game and didn't link the demo in the description. When the developer, Pirate Software, called them out for this, MatPat tried to defend himself, saying how he didn't think of it as harmful but rather respectful. After repeatedly trying to defend and explain himself, Toby Fox himself called him out on Twitter saying, "You should link to any game you play. Creators need all the help they can get. And think carefully if you're misleading your audience with how you present your videos. You went too far this time." This was one of the biggest shocks to the community due to how serious the whole situation was, and how Toby got dead serious to call out someone. The link for Heartbound will be in the description. So originally I had the link in a document as a token out of respect for the drama, especially because that's what other people who talked about the drama did, but as many know, Pirate Software himself has become a very controversial figure on the internet. I'm not going to talk about it here because it doesn't have anything to do with UnderTale and DeltaRune, but because of this, I did not want to associate with him under any circumstance. So because of that, I removed the link from the original video. Materia Music. Materia Music is a music company that handles the rights for Undertale and DeltaRune's soundtracks. They, especially the CEO, Sebastian Wolf, though not everyone, are infamous for their unreliability with copyright problems regarding the use of the soundtracks, especially on YouTube, and the company's unprofessionalism regarding said claims. Their most controversial moment was in January 2024, when Wolf claimed that the Undertale Yellow soundtrack was in violation with the rights of the Undertale soundtrack requiring a trademark to be used. He was so unprofessional about the whole situation that he went on to bet $10,000 on them having Toby's permission, despite Fox posting on Twitter in June 2022 how he's fine with people using and making covers for music. Toby would then not only defend Undertale Yellow, but would also state in a tweet that as a token of apology, he donated $20,000 to a charity of Team Undertale Yellow's choosing, Able Gamers, which can be considered $10K from Wolf and $10K from Fox, and that going forward, he'll help to make a more clear set guidelines regarding the usage of Undertale and DeltaRune's audio, and provide better information on how to license the music property. This drama became so infamous that jokes and memes started coming out about how Wolf is the villainous version of Toby. After the release of the soundtrack for DeltaRune Chapters 3 and 4, Toby warned content creators that YouTube's copyright system was being extra aggressive against the soundtrack because of how many streams it hits in a threshold, which increases copyright strike aggression. Materia Music is not responsible for this. In fact, they actually even retweeted these tweets. And this is more of an issue for Fuga, who's responsible for the recording rights of the soundtracks. Annoying Dog Lawsuit. In 2020, Toby Fox sued a Chinese individual who trademarked Undertale Annoying Dog, selling Annoying Dog related backpacks. This is a problem that is not exclusive to Undertale, as plenty of other indie video games and developers have run into similar issues. The trademark has since then been abandoned. JX. After Chapter 2's release, a lot of topic music channels, including Toby Fox, were hacked by an unknown person known as JX for some reason. Asriel abused by Kara. This is a really dark and big theory made by Tumblr user No Chocolate that talks about the relationship between Kara and Asriel and the possible emotionally abusive and manipulative traits that Kara had due to Asriel showing symptoms of an abused victim. There's a few hints from the tapes that says that Kara shamed Asriel for crying, like when Asriel denies his own emotions in front of Kara while saying, "Big kids don't cry," which isn't a healthy viewpoint. It's then said that Kara had skill for having a complete composure, and that's why they were able to get away with this stuff. Flowey, before the Asriel boss fight, says he believes that the human, who they believe to be Kara, was manipulating all the monsters to love them. He also said in the genocide route that he manipulated people to see every possible choice and assumed that Kara would have done the same thing, meaning that Kara was perhaps aware of Kara's manipulative tendencies. After Frisk shows genuine love and care for Asriel, they ask, "You're not actually Kara, are you?" After realizing that Frisk was being genuine, unlike Kara. Asriel asks Kara after the pacifist route, "I was always a crybaby, wasn't I, Kara?" Meaning that this was a common nickname for Asriel, which isn't a good one, and Kara would leave Asriel to die for resisting to take a human life. After Kara tells Asriel their plans, he understandably doesn't like the plan, and when he tells them he doesn't like this, Kara asks if they're crying, to which Asriel says no, thus belittling Asriel's emotions and deflecting the attention from Kara, and often Asriel looked up to Kara, which gave them a big power imbalance. Flowey said that he would rather die and kill himself because without Kara, he thought the world was so empty. And he was very eager to please Kara in the genocide run. According to the theory, Kara learns that they can do more by being hurt, so they kept taking and taking, and in the genocide route, they killed Flowey because there's nothing left that Kara wants from him. Overall, the theory goes to say that Kara kept belittling Asriel until he agreed with their plans. At the end of True Pacifist, Asriel finally admits that Kara wasn't the greatest person, and that he would have rather been with Frisk instead. The theory ultimately ends with, "Resist the misconception that a victim must appear weak, innocent, and blameless. All too often, abuse is invisible, even to the person being accused." This theory is very divisive among fans, as while it does bring up some good points about abuse, a lot of people take certain points of the theory and Tumblr posts as exaggerations to prove their point. Especially because it's worth remembering that Kara was a kid when they died. As for how I feel, I'll talk about it in a possible later video sometime in the future where I talk about Kara and Asriel, but as for now, I think that while the theory does make some good points, I don't entirely agree with it. But even then, it's still pretty scary to see how similar this is to how we treat Noelle in the Snowgrave route. Camila Cuevas. Camila Cuevas is an artist in the UnderTale AU community who's most well known for creating the AU glitch tale. She made speed paints, animations, and generally wrote for her series. Her drama started off from being part of the Peaches drama, where she, along with other artists, kept trying to make a bigger deal out of something and make the artist, Peaches, look worse than they may have actually been. Along with this, she's been caught plagiarizing and tracing her animations, and has also been proven to not be able to take criticism, and her responses sometimes result in her younger fan base at the time attack said critics. But her biggest drama came when it turned out that one of the people who worked on Glitch Tale, the co-writer Vare, was revealed to be a child predator. She initially claims to have also been a victim of manipulation by Vare, but that has been disproven for the fact that there were multiple people who also seemed to be groomers, and that there have been people who have revealed that she knew more than she had claimed, revealing the chess that she partook in, and at this point, she's been exposed as a child predator enabler. This all culminated in a video where she ranted against the people calling her out while denying the claims. She got so heated in this video that she said, and I'm not kidding when I say this, that you don't deserve an apology for being groomed. Yeah, definitely Bored Oranges made a whole video talking about the drama, which I will link in the description. Nyx the Shield. Nyx the Shield is a music artist who's most well known for making remixes and fan songs for UnderTale, DeltaRune, UnderTale AUs, and more. He's done soundtracks for Glitch Tale and X-Tale. Once Cuevas' chats were leaked, he claimed to have distanced himself from Cuevas, claiming he didn't know about it. However, it's been proven that he may have also been part of her chats for a while, and so likely knew about the grooming stuff. Outside of UnderTale and DeltaRune, he's had drama with the Friday Night Funkin' community, where he also made a mod for a game based on Underverse called the X Event mod. I'm not going to go into too much detail because that has more to do with Friday Night Funkin' than UnderTale, but because he did work on an UnderTale related mod for it, I'll briefly talk about it.
He openly attacked the Friday Night Funkin' community as he doesn't enjoy making videos on Friday Night Funkin' and only did so to get views. This gained a lot of criticism because he worked on a pretty good mod for a game which he claims to hate and made videos out of profit. Since then, he hasn't made any Friday Night Funkin' content anymore. Huda the Antagonist. Huda the Antagonist was a former member of the UnderTale SoundCloud community until it was outed that she was a pedophile. Upon this coming out, the community kicked her out in 2020. She then went into the Friday Night Funkin' community until she was outed in 2022 and then tried to deny many claims about her. UnderTale Bits and Pieces and the drama that followed. UnderTale Bits and Pieces is a mod that takes Undertale and changes its graphics, or the way the game looks, and adds new content like bosses, characters, music, and areas into the game. Unfortunately, everything would change as production was put on halt indefinitely on November 11th, 2023, following the arrest of the lead developer for the possession of child pornography. After this, the mod would get one last update with the Susie update, which left the game unstable, and the team did not want anyone to continue it due to the controversy. Some members of the old team, along with new faces, reunited as Top Hat Interactive and restarted everything from scratch as a new project called UnderTale Project Harmony. Meanwhile, a group of fans united to become the Hopes and Dreams team to develop a patch for what remained called UnderTale New Hope. But this was strongly disapproved by Top Hat Interactive, and the two made an agreement on January of this year that the Hopes and Dreams team would delete all traces from Bits and Pieces to take a more original direction. Blog the Great Rogue and PJ's Daycare. Yeah, people who remember these names don't have the nicest things to say about both. Blog the Great Rogue was a former Undertale AU artist who attracted many young viewers and made various problematic material involving alternate stances and AUs. Her most infamous AU is Paper Jam's Daycare, or just PJ's Daycare, where the whole premise is that Paper Jam has a daycare where he takes care of younger versions of the alternate versions of Sans. One of the gimmicks of this series, and many more she made, would be that the commenters could respond as characters in the universe and progress the story. You can probably see where the issues arise, but as you can probably imagine, this attracted plenty of younger viewers, and a lot of the time, the stories resulted in times where the comic had some incredibly problematic stories and situations which are handled poorly, and the comments just egging it on. Some of the content includes the attraction between adults and kids, and downplaying suicide. Other disgusting works she created are Jammy's Love, a comic about a preteen PJ falling in love and having a fling with an adult Fresh, Vampire Verse, a comic about a character named Jasper attempting to intoxicate a butler named Suave to have his way with him, Little Jammy Hood, a comic that has PJ take the role of Little Red Riding Hood, and Fresh as the big bad wolf, with Fresh assaulting Little Jammy, and Nerd and Jock, which takes a variety of stanzas and romanticized rape, suicide, and minors. And what makes this even more disturbing was that, like PJ's Daycare, there were impressionable minors who just kept on commenting and egging it on. Thankfully, the community would come together and were able to get the platforms she was posting on taken away, but it's still disturbing to think of all the scars and damage she inflicted and others with her art, if you can even call it that. We have now hit the final entry of Tier 8. And this is one that I'm sure plenty of you who are familiar with Undertale and DeltaRune drama were just waiting for. This is one of the things that gets thrown around as one of the most extreme things that fans have ever done, and that is Avimedes and the Needle Cookie incident. On May 10th, 2017, Tumblr artist Avimedes was at a convention when she was offered a cookie by a quote-unquote fan. Without thinking, she took it and ate it, which upon doing so, a needle had pierced her tongue, and if it were to pass into her body system, it could have killed her. She detailed the story in a post and talked about how she didn't find out who did it, and how she had lost a lot of trust in people giving her sweets. It's never been revealed who did it, nor why they did it, but there are many theories and speculation behind it. The most popular theory that you'll hear when it comes to this story is that someone tried to murder her because she often drew France. This is, as a reminder, however, speculation, and while this version of the story does get spread like wildfire, there is no base for this claim. Outside of this, she's been accused of sexually harassing minors, neglecting her pet birds, cyberbullying, and emotional blackmailing and stealing money from her friends. These also don't have a lot of evidence, but with Avimedes having their ex account at one point say that they were sorry for everything,
it hints that there was something going on behind the scenes. But again, this is all speculation, and we most likely will never know about the real motivations. The only thing we do know for certain was, in 2017, someone tried to kill a Tumblr artist for some unknown reason. Regardless of what you think happened, I think there's one thing that can be learned from this. Be careful of people you don't know in real life. And be especially careful if they hand you something like treats. You may never know what their true motives may be. Whew. Well, I hope people were able to get through all of that. As I said at the end of the original video, it's worth bringing up that while the tier does summarize some of the worst parts of the community, they don't represent everyone in the fandom, and some of the drama does come from how certain people were young and didn't know better. As of now, the original video for tier 8 is the most viewed video on the channel, which again, thank you all so much for that. As for the entries in this tier, there were originally 64 entries with us adding 10 more entries, and I'm going to be moving the Desolate Hope similarities from tier 9 to this tier, bumping it all up to 75 entries. Also, I'd like to say this before getting into the additions, I'm not here to start any beef, drama, or even try to cancel anyone. I'm just a guy that likes talking about the various things in franchises and fandoms I enjoy or think are cool, and this is the tier where I admit that there has been some bad stuff in the fandom. And I talk many times throughout the videos, and especially in the original tier 8 video, not to go after people or try to start anything drama related. Flashback and Sayonara similarities. Flashback, a song from DeltaRune, and Sayonara from Doki Doki Literature Club have some similarities. Whether this is coincidence or inspiration is unknown. Mysterious Suzel Weird Route scene. While on the normal route you can see what the scene with Susie and Noelle in Queen's Mansion is like, we cannot do so on the Snowgrave route. After the scene, Susie says she'll explain everything that happened in there, although we don't see this. We don't know a whole lot about what went on, but considering that Susie walked out of her bedroom door, it's easy to say that they didn't go on the Ferris wheel, and we know Susie was seemingly able to convince Noelle, at least for a bit, that what she went through was just a dream. Some speculate that something personal probably happened behind there, like a kiss of sorts. Fake cutscenes. With UnderTale and DeltaRune having many secrets, many people will make videos about these games and supposed secret scenes. However, most often, these scenes or secrets will often be hoaxes, like a song that might play when you fight Sans appearing due to a secret in a game, or a special cutscene occurring if you wait for Susie and Noelle in Chapter 4. A slur was censored in Chapter 4. In the released version of DeltaRune, you could go to the alley of Hometown to see Caddy drinking the milk left by Alphys. Furious by this, Susie then insults Caddy, calling her a furry degenerate, which was later patched to say, "You furry freak." DeltaRune demo is in violation of the Geneva Convention. According to one of the laws implemented by the Geneva Convention, there's a restriction on the Red Cross emblem, as it can only be used in an image that's protected by the Armed Cross, which restricts certain things like video games and shows and whatnot from using them. In the demos for DeltaRune, the nurse monster in the hospital had a hat that had the Red Cross on it, technically violating this law, although it was changed in the official release to a blue cross. Chris enjoys Snowgrave. Before fighting the mantle holder in a Snowgrave run, it will guess that maybe Chris is enjoying the game, just like how they enjoyed the events that unfolded yesterday, referring to the events of the Weird Route in Chapter 2, and knowing they could say it wasn't them. This hints to a side of Chris that is partially happy for the Weird Route to an extent, because it perhaps implies that they are detached from the player's actions. Sour Apple Studios drama. Earlier in 2025, the AU community was left in a bit of a frenzy when Sour Apple Studios, creator of HorrorTale, released some art on her Patreon of the main character from the AU, Eliza, aged up and having relations with Horror Sans. Upon this being released, many fans within the community were left divided, with some saying that as the creator of the AU and character, she was allowed to do anything that she wanted, while others were shocked and upset that the creator would do this. Some thought that she was a pro shipper, and some even threw death threats at her. One person claimed to have been responsible by asking this from her as a commission, which she supposedly was uncomfortable with, but Sour Apple Studios would double down, releasing more art of the aged up Eliza tanning. Toriel's alcoholism. Throughout media seen in and surrounding both UnderTale and DeltaRune, we see that Toriel has a bit of a habit of drinking, whether it be at the end of Chapter 4 or in the UnderTale alarm clock app. It seems Toriel does this to handle her struggles or to celebrate, though it's not in a very healthy way based on how characters from UnderTale describe it, and the reactions from characters at the end of the chapter, which further cement this scene's infamy in the fandom. Chris self-harm. There are a few points in the game that point to the idea that Chris commits self-harm, such as how there may be a blood stain in the carpet of Chris and Asriel's room, they always carry a knife, and while Chris is running the faucet in Chapter 2, Toriel will say that they do this sometimes, which could just be Chris's way of making sure that no attention is brought on them while they're doing their tasks, but could be following this interpretation. Chapter 4 Thornring scene changes. In one of the darkest scenes in the entire game, after forcing Noelle to equip the Thorn Ring, we cut to a black screen with some sort of red symbolism. The red symbolism has changed multiple times since release. When the game was first released, the scene cut to a rose wilting away, but was changed because of the backlash due to the unintended symbolism for sexual assault. It was then changed to a red dot on screen, before getting turned into an animation of a heart shattering. Tier 9. New Home or the Hired Artist. After a long time consuming information and lore about UnderTale and DeltaRune, you finally become a freelance artist. You have fun doing your job, and every now and then, think about Toby Fox's work, until you finally get a chance to work with him. And now, you've gained access to new lore. You're almost done with the Iceberg. Tier 9 will include rumors and obscure theories. It will also include theories talking about the future of UnderTale and DeltaRune, as well as have unused content for the demos of UnderTale. Karmic Retribution. Karmic Retribution is the idea or belief within Buddhism that every deed and action has consequences, and for every evil deed, it will bring suffering. When you fight Sans in the Genocide run, there's KR next to your health bar. Additionally, one of the most iconic lines from the Genocide run is the flavor text during Sans' boss fight, "You feel your sins crawling on your back." This gave people the idea of karmic retribution. However, while close, this doesn't hold much as KR just means karma with all caps. And there are lines in the game that use karma during the battle, not karmic retribution. Robot Husband Broken Promise. In the planned features section of the Kickstarter, it promised, "Become friends with all the bosses, hilariously bad dating sim segments. Seriously, you can literally have a robot husband. Unfortunately, you can never date Metaton or make him your husband." On January 8th, 2017, Toby tweeted a picture of Metaton dialogue that wasn't within the game and might have been used for the date, which read, "I cannot express my feelings in words. Please listen to this MIDI file instead." Living La Vida Loca place. Seeking refuge from the rainy weather, the child enters a cave and discovers an enormous hole. In the description for the UnderTale Kickstarter, it says, "Seeking refuge from the rainy weather, the child enters a cave and discovers an enormous hole." This could be referring to Frisk or Kara, but perhaps more likely the former. It's never stated in the game why Frisk falls into Mount Ebot, so this would most likely be the answer to it. However, the Kickstarter also mentions how you can date Metaton, so who knows. Origin of Photoshop Flowey Faces. The faces this entry is referring to specifically talk about the black and white faces shown on the TV in Omega Flowey's boss fight. Most believe the face to be Toby Fox, though it's never been confirmed, and while it is hard to see, the images don't exactly line up with public photos we do have of Toby. An alternate theory is that it came from the music video Banana Man due to how similar their features are. Happy Town Dictatorship. Happy Town is one of the songs found in the sound test room in UnderTale. The idea of this small theory is that they're all forced to be happy. Megalovania almost didn't happen. In the making of Radiation's Halloween hack, Toby said that Megalovania was gonna be used for Dr. Indonus' theme, but never got around to it, and as mentioned earlier, yelled whatever he yelled into the mic and copied it down. So it's possible that if Toby thought of something else, Megalovania wouldn't have happened, or at the very least, would not have been the same as it is now. The Woody Theory. This is a theory that never seems to die, and has pretty much become one of the biggest memes for the DeltaRune community. On Toby Fox's Tumblr, he posted a series of edited clips of Friend and Me. The most infamous version is the last one, which starts off normal, but then becomes an eerie version of it with Randy Newman repeatedly saying, "Friend inside of me. Friend inside of me." Now, it's common and normal for Toby to post shitposts and jokes on social media, but the fact that Toby made multiple versions of the song, for it to be specific, made people think that Toby could be teasing something else. This speculation would culminate in a video made by YouTuber Spooky Dude, where he talks of how a character based on Woody would serve as special inspiration for the secret boss of DeltaRune Chapter 3. Pieces of evidence include 1. In a newsletter, Toby talked of how the cowboy section of the game was in danger of being cancelled. 2. People thought that the wording was weird. And 3. Within the universe of Toy Story, it's revealed that Woody was the star of a TV show, which Chapter 3 revolves around. Then Chapter 3 came around and pretty much completely debunked the theory, with the knight being the secret boss. Well, sort of. With it being mentioned that Asgore's favorite show was a cowboy show, and it being heavily hinted that Chapter 5 will surround Asgore in his flower shop, it's been speculated that maybe this Woody-like character would be the secret boss of this chapter instead. Whiffing an attack on Mettaton Neo in Genocide. A rumor spread in the first few months of UnderTale that if you manage to mess up an attack in Mettaton Neo's fight, he'll give a speech as to how Asgore will easily fall to you, and the Genocide run would be invalid. This is based on a murder-heavy neutral route, and the speech is given by Mettaton X. The egg is a parallel to Adam and Eve. The egg could be parallel to the tale of Genesis of Adam and Eve, more specifically, the fruit. In the story, a serpent tempts Eve to eat the fruit from the tree of knowledge. She did so, and committed the first sin from humanity. In DeltaRune, Chris is offered an egg from an unknown man behind a tree. A lot of Christians believe that the serpent was Satan, or the devil, who took on a different form to fool Eve. It's especially more comparable when you consider that Gaster has ties to the number 6. Smell the pain referenced in DeltaRune. When checking Spamton Neo's check info, it will say, "You won't find higher attack and defense anywhere else. The smooth taste of Neo! Wake up and taste the pain!" This may or may not reference the smell the pain glitch in UnderTale. Temmie one-hit killing after refusing to sell the shopkeeper. There was a rumor in the early days of UnderTale that the Temmie enemy would one-shot you if you refused to sell to the shopkeeper. Determination Mandela Effect. The Mandela Effect is a phenomenon that occurs when multiple people remember the same false memory. Within the UnderTale community, there's a Mandela Effect where people think the word determination appears in red text, when in reality, it only appears with the white and yellow texts. Trust me, before I knew of this, I also thought determination appeared red at one point, but it never has. Even when the game says determination during the genocide route, it's white, not red. Mettaton Morse Code. A rumor was floating around that there was Morse code spoken by Mettaton within the files of UnderTale. If you translated this code, it would take you to an image of Flowey calling you a naive idiot. This, however, was a hoax made by a fan. Snowdon Town Genocide Music Different Variations. Snowden's music in the genocide route, like most of the music in this run, is slowed down by 75% after exhausting the kill count. Usually, in order for this to occur, you have to kill everybody by the end of Snowden Bridge. However, if you spare the bosses, you can get a new version of the song that is slowed by 50%. The Spade Queen. The Spade Queen was a theory proposed when Jevil speaks of an unseen character, the Queen, if you beat him with violence, and that she'll soon appear. The idea was that she was a character similar to Kane in Lancer, who was based on a Spade Queen playing card. Chapter 2, however, seems to have mostly proved this theory wrong, as the Queen that Jevil was referring to very much doesn't resemble a spade and is based on a computer. Copying save files is a gameplay mechanic. According to a theory, preparations are complete may imply that 3 save files will be needed to finish the game. Perhaps there will be puzzles to have you repeatedly move your save file to a different slot to progress. DeltaRune Papyrus is Beta Papyrus. It's a bit of a theory within the DeltaRune community that the version of Papyrus seen in DeltaRune, who we have not seen yet, could be the same Papyrus featured in the UnderTale art book and early sketches. Voice Headcanon's Hive Mind. Not a real hive mind, but this topic is a joke regarding how everyone's headcanons for a majority of the characters' voices are similar, not counting any VAs or fan-dubs. For Saiyans, people typically go for a deep Patrick Star-like voice. For Papyrus, a high Skeletor-like voice. And for Undyne, a strong, loud, and rough female voice. But sometimes, when you hear it not like that, it won't sound right. The tree represents Toriel. The theory behind this is based on the fact that Toriel tries to take care of the human children, but each time she fails, similar to how every leaf on the tree falls off. The tree could also be symbolism for how Toriel is a good cook but a bad gardener, while Asgore is a bad cook but a good gardener. The church is a cult. This is a pre-chapters 3 and 4 theory that speculates about how the church in DeltaRune worships the angel who created the angel's heaven, which the heroes may need to destroy, while the believers try to defend it. Sound test tracks in DeltaRune. Gaster's theme has been used as a leitmotif in UnderTale before, and we've also seen music and sounds from UnderTale in DeltaRune. So perhaps future tracks in DeltaRune will have similar leitmotifs from the sound test's tracks. Frisk could have given up their soul without dying. The fact that Chris is able to rip their soul without dying might imply that Frisk is able to rip their soul and live fine. However, we don't know enough about Chris to know if this could happen for Frisk or Kara, or if Chris is just an exception. Other Halloween hacks in future DeltaRune chapters. Megalovania started off as a song that originally came from a ROM hack before featuring on Homestuck, and then being released into UnderTale. With a lot of Toby's projects including a version of Megalovania, it's possible that Toby will use or rework songs from the Halloween hack into DeltaRune at some point. Perhaps he'll even recompose Megalovania for the game. Although something tells me that latter part might not happen. Chess theory. The chess theory is a DeltaRune theory created by YouTuber Ozzy Flowell. The first piece of evidence is that there is a lot of division between light and dark, which can be best summarized as black and white, just like chess. So the lightners could be the white pieces, while darkners are the black pieces. King and queen are the analogies for the king and queen pieces based on their movements and roles within the chapters. The theory went on to suggest that the other chapters would have antagonists that are analogies for the game in pieces. Now, with Tenna not being explicitly stated to be a bishop, many thought that the theory would be debunked. However, many would argue that while it's not explicitly stated, Tenna could instead represent the rook metaphorically due to his appearance and movements, and that Gerson is instead a bishop given the setting of the sanctuary and him moving diagonally, especially in a path different from others. Delta ending. Tumblr user SaveLoadReset proposed a theory about Undertale and its 3 main endings, and how they correlate with the Angel Prophecy. In the Genocide ending, it correlates with Frisk, Kara, and Asriel, all of whom have seen the surface, and how in the end, they destroy everything where they empty the underground. Despite this, we wouldn't know who the Angel is, and it couldn't have been Kara because they call themselves a demon. In the true pacifist ending, Asriel does absorb all the monsters except for Nabstabluk and becomes an angel-like figure. What's interesting is that Delta is the Greek letter for 4, so perhaps in the future, a 4th ending will be added which fulfills this prophecy. Shadow crystals show Chris a world where they don't exist. A theory regarding the shadow crystals is that they show Chris versions of an alternate timeline where they never exist, similar to the timelines mentioned by Goner Kid. The Red Jester. The Red Jester is a theory based on the fact that the characters from Chapter 1 were based on characters from a deck of cards. In a typical deck, we have 2 jokers or jesters, one of which is black and the other is red. And we've only seen Jevil, who seems to resemble the black Joker, so maybe the Red Jester would appear in one of the upcoming chapters. The Kickstarter hired Muffet. This is a small alternative theory that says how Gaster or the player could have hired Muffet due to the fact that she was added by the Kickstarter. Temmie ending. There is a rumor floating around after Undertale's release that similar to the annoying dog ending, there was also a Temmie ruler ending for one of the variations of the neutral ending. Naming yourself quote. This is a fake Easter egg made by Reddit user NiceRetops, which shows what happens if you named yourself quote. Every man is the knight. Tumblr user VGFM proposed a theory that states that every man is the knight. For one, his file name is Strange Man, and when we talk to Sham about the knight, they call them a strange knight. The word strange has been used to describe either the knight or Jevil. Jevil will also acknowledge the knight once you defeat him. It's also implied that the Spade King and the knight worked closely before he was defeated, and when he was, his cape flew away like a butterfly. Every man has also been associated with butterflies as he uses them in one of his attacks in Undertale. Along with this, both were related to Gaster and medieval imagery before chapters 3 and 4. DeltaRune checking if you've installed Undertale. After chapter 1's release, rumors spread that DeltaRune will check for save files, which is why he told you to play Undertale first. But this is not the case. Defeating Photoshop Flowey without the human souls. In the early days of Undertale, a strategy was proposed. That being, you can kill Flowey without hitting the act button in each soul phase. When this happens, it makes the phase loop over and over again until you press the button. Even if this was possible in the default version of Undertale, the strategy would take hours upon hours to complete considering how weak you are to him during this time in his fight. Papyrus survives his death. This is referring to a glitch that has the potential to happen in the Genocide route when you see Undyne for the first time. This can happen if you walk backwards instead of forwards before Undyne hears you in the bushes, where you can see his sprite standing still in the corner of the screen. This is likely because the sprite was intended for the cutscene, but wasn't removed in the Genocide version. This led to people thinking he either somehow survived, or that he's a ghost. Gerson knew too much. A pre-chapters 3 and 4 theory. Gerson was a wise old turtle in Undertale, and his age allowed him to know of things not a lot of people do. During the Genocide run, if you threatened Gerson, he'll say, "I've lived too long to be afraid of something like you. Try, kiddo. I know you can't hear. Knowledge like this is the only reason I've survived so long." This may mean that he knows for a fact that he's an NPC that cannot be hurt, which may have helped him survive, unlike in DeltaRune. According to this theory, his knowledge of the world led to him being killed by a superior just for knowing too much. Muffet in DeltaRune. Muffet is a character who we have not seen yet in DeltaRune, but there are plenty of spiders in the game, which could mean that Muffet may also be in Hometown. It's possible that the reason we don't see her is because she was created by a fan for the Kickstarter, and Fox probably didn't ask them in fear of spoiling DeltaRune. Mugsy. Mugsy was a name in the older versions of the UnderTale demo for the player's name. In later versions of the demo, Mugsy was replaced with a single space, and the final game has it set to Kara. This implies that Kara's original name may have been Mugsy. Muscles.ogg. The code for the song, Sans, is called Muscles.ogg. It was found that Toby had made the song before making UnderTale. It was originally made for a Homestuck project in October of 2012, under the name Muscles.mp3, but said project was never lifted. The Desolate Hope similarities. The Desolate Hope is a video game that focuses a lot on boss battles and is made by Scott Cawthon, the creator of Five Nights at Freddy's. A few have noticed how this and DeltaRune have similarities regarding the reusing of characters, having two worlds, and a conflict with the main character. Gaster made of Dark Fountain. Reddit user Gabriel_sub0 proposed on the UnderTale subreddit a theory they had regarding the possibility of Gaster making a Dark Fountain. Some evidence comes from how Gaster talks of the dark and shadows growing and cutting deeper in entry 17, and photon readings negative can imply that light is absent. Titty consistency. Within the code of UnderTale, there is a list of words that count as swears, with titty counting as one of them. What's also interesting is that its spelling is consistent in how it's spelled when Queen talks about bosom. Soul Knife. Some unused items from the UnderTale demo were found in the comments of the code. One of them was that the toy knife was called the Soul Knife. Other items include butter knives and ancient toffee. Undyne. The files in the demo support the idea that Undyne's name was originally spelled as Undyne, with an I. Object_fake Frogget. This object is the Frogget you first encountered before the spike path in the demo. It's unknown why this Frogget is different and why this has fake in its name. Object_sandbox. In the original UnderTale demo, the box's file was object_sandbox. Menu and 3 question marks. In the UnderTale demo's instructions booklet, when talking about what to use X or Shift and C or Control for, there's 2 texts that have been censored with 3 question marks. Official comics. In the UnderTale Kickstarter, the $45,000 tier goal had UnderTale extra comics and possibly another game. As of now, we have gotten another game that is still currently being worked on, that being DeltaRune. But we haven't gotten any official UnderTale comics. Sure, we have fan comics, but those are fan-made and not official. Considering that the UnderTale Clock app was cancelled, and that was another tier goal, it's possible that the comics have met the same fate since we haven't gotten any news about its fate. Guild. In the UnderTale demo, the currency was called Guild instead of Gold. Guild means to coat with gold, and likely refers to Gil, the staple currency used in Final Fantasy. Papyrus's cool song full version. In the UnderTale Kickstarter video, Papyrus mentions that if they donate $30, they'll get their name in the credits, the game, the soundtrack, plus a vocal track by Papyrus called Papyrus's Cool Song. With that said, we have never gotten a full version of the song outside of the clip we got, though some fans have tried to recreate it. Asriel and demo files. In May of 2013, the UnderTale demo was released, with the files containing many character names including BG_AsRealRoom. Other file names include Grandpa Semi, Dr. Alphys, Undyne, Metaton, and Asgore Game Over text. Toriel's eyes are a result of Kickstarter promos. Toriel's eyes in her battle and convo sprites is dark brown. It's not sure why this is, however, for the Kickstarter page for UnderTale is a section which has a talking Toriel sprite, and this sprite is in the same color as her dark brown eyes. So it's possible that the color of her eyes are a reference to the starter. What a credent, torturing such a poor, innocent youth. When you encounter Toriel in the demo version of UnderTale, she'll say, "What a credent, torturing such a poor, innocent youth," referring to Flowey when you encounter him. In the full release, however, she refers to Flowey as a terrible creature instead of a cretin. This line was likely changed due to how it didn't fit Toriel's character in the final game. A note from your friend. When you download the demo for UnderTale, it comes with an instruction manual containing Flowey and Toriel explaining the basics of the game. The last page of the manual is called A Note from Your Friend. It has Flowey in the center greeting the player and saying how he feels like they're already good friends. The manual changes depending on your actions in the demo. If you kill Toriel, Flowey puts a devilish grin and says,
You didn't even try sparing her, you murderer.
If you spare Toriel, Flowey is absent with the text, "Don't get too cocky," appearing on screen. If you start our genocide run, all except for the first and last pages in the demo turn into just the UnderTale logo with the words, "That was fun, let's finish the job," appearing below it. And the last page only depicts a faceless Flowey. Kara was sent to the underground, or is just the servant of a higher force. In Update 1.01, there was unused text that has wording similar to how Kara speaks. "Greetings. You have made yourself completely clear. Understood. I, your humble servant, will follow you to the utmost." If Kara is the one talking, then this might imply that they may have been serving something. Perhaps, according to the theory, they were sent to the underground to destroy humanity. Real knife based on demo hoax. In June 2013, Toby Fox went to Tumblr to discuss rumors he had heard, and talked about one regarding a real knife. Quote, "Apparently some person on TV Trope started a rumor about this. There's no such thing. This is a game for all ages after all. I just hate to watch people waste time trying to get something that isn't there." However, in the final game, we do have a real knife. It's possible that Toby got inspiration for this thanks to the rumors. Sans using ketchup as blood is imitating Chris. Noel has mentioned that Chris used to use ketchup as fake blood. This is similar to how Sans may or may not be bleeding blood at the end of his boss battle. It's possible that Toby added this detail about Chris as a reference to this part of the genocide run. Cucumber Quest is in the same world as DeltaRune. A small theory suggests the idea that the Knight would actually be Nightmare Knight, the main villain of Cucumber Quest. He can be released from an evil individual who wants to take over the world, only to then become a servant to Nightmare Knight. It is then hypothesized that Cain could have summoned the Knight, only to have been taken over by him, and that Nightmare Knight could have made Jevil who they are. The theory also draws parallels to the Dark World to Dreamside from Cucumber Quest, as they seem to share similarities as the Dark World draws on fake stuff, while Chris and Susie are real. Gaster talks to you at the end of the genocide run. A theory made by Sybil's GD suggests that the text you read after getting killed by Kara isn't from them, but instead Gaster, due to the tone of their voice. Gaster could be talking to the soul of the player and putting it inside of Chris, who could possibly be an experiment by Gaster, according to many theories. Gaster made the warp doors. Since Gaster seems to have connections to the Skeleton Brothers in UnderTale, and he may be in DeltaRune, and all three seem to have a connection in DeltaRune, Reddit user Aurora_off made a theory that states that perhaps Gaster could have created the warp doors seen in DeltaRune and the door we see in Sans' room. Each hero represents a route in UnderTale. According to the theory, each of the trio in DeltaRune represents one of the endings and routes in UnderTale. Susie represents the genocide route as she is aggressive and is eager to attack enemies in Chapter 1. Rouse represents the pacifist route due to how kind and caring he is, and Chris represents the neutral route due to their actions, choices, and behavior being based on the player's actions. Spamton is a ghost possessing one of the Addison mannequins. Spamton has a unique appearance when compared to the Addisons, especially because there's a mannequin that resembles Spamton. There's even a detail where you can try to insert the loaded disc into the mannequin and it wouldn't fit. According to this theory, Spamton was possessing one of these mannequins. There's also a few similarities between him and Mad Dummy. Spamton Neo will say,
Friends!
Chris? What are you talking about? You don't need
Friends!
I can make my hands into phones!
Meanwhile, Mad Dummy will say,
I don't need friends! I've got knives!
You can also hear the dummy motif in Big Shot. Chris and Asriel made a model of the god of hyperdeath for Rudy. There's dialogue in DeltaRune that says that Chris and Asriel made a figurine of an angel for Rudy, where the wings were so big that it constantly fell over. This is similar to Asriel's final form in Asriel's boss fight, as well as his computer which says Asriel was working on a game where the final boss has giant rainbow wings. Underbound 2. On Starman.net, Toby replied to one of his friend's posts with a joke saying that he was making a sequel to a ROM hack, Underbound, named Underbound 2. Neither of these ROM hacks exist, however the screenshots were from an early version of UnderTale. The forum post said, Bump. Because now that Coil Snake exists, I finally feel comfortable making Underbound 2, which is not only a direct sequel to the events of Underbound, but also a spiritual sequel to Freebound. I'm using a combination of HDMA and Mode 7 to increase the resolution of the SNES, though at the cost of the color palette. Here's some of the music, using some clever tricks to increase the audio quality, though as a result you'll need to expand your ROM to 256 megabytes. Flowey, a friendly flower. He will help you many times along your journey. Actually the reincarnation of Face from the original Underbound.
We're gonna be best friends!
Main character, young androgynous person who falls into the underground and must use the powers of love to save the world, / step-cousin of Squeezo from the original Underbound. There's no magical planet healing music in the sequel, but something tragic happens to your mom at least. That's all for now, stay tuned for updates. I'm programming the new battle system in CC Script, and boy are things way easier than they used to be. In the screenshots that Toby showed, it included a fight between two froggets, or test monsters. There was also a talk button instead of an act, a spare button instead of mercy, and an unused spell button. We also saw an animation of Frisk walking, only their outline is black instead of the usual dark brown. There was also an early version of enemy approaching in this as well. Cromer is exactly $1 US. In a donation on Games Done Quick, Toby talks of how they raised 1,997 Cromer. While the number is a reference to 1997, we see that the amount of American money donated is $1,997 US, potentially meaning that 1 Cromer is equivalent to $1 American dollar. You don't want to get caught when the sun goes down. When talking to Sham based on who you recruited for Chapter 2, you'll get some dialogue, all versions of which end with them saying, "By the by, it's getting late, isn't it? You should hurry home once you've finished your business here. You don't want to get caught when the sun goes down." It could be assumed that what Sham is referring to could be how Darkners need a fountain, which could be the light, in order to live in their dark worlds. It could also mean that something bad would happen if you remained in a dark world for too long. Us on the board used to have our own boss. Mr. Elegance talks about how back in the day, the board section of the Dark World had their own boss, who was pretty nice, but has now been reduced to King's Peon. It's never been said who their boss was, so we can only speculate. Flowey knows about Darkness. In Flowey's speech before fighting Omega Flowey, he talks of how once he acquires the player's soul and gains new powers, monsters, before displaying Toriel's face, humans, before displaying Frisk's face, everyone, before doing the spinning face, will be shown what this world really means. With the everyone part and the details of the face he makes, it is implied that Flowey is aware of the Darkness. DeltaRune line stickers give future plot details. There's a set of line stickers which were released, but some of them felt too specific and sort of gave out some plot details. For example, the most haunting Noelle sticker, where she's kneeling and saying, "That's not you," is very much in line with the Snowgrave route. The Thorn Ring is symbolism of the Crown of Thorns. A common theory regarding the Thorn Ring is that it represents the Crown of Thorns worn by Jesus during his torture before his crucifixion. This is further supported from both Spamton and Noelle, who may have a connection, having plenty of ties to religious imagery. Flowey mimics Gaster's face. Tumblr user Skeleton Dumbass Central pointed out something about Flowey. One face that Flowey makes when he's absorbing the human souls, and the face he makes after while laughing, looks very similar to Gaster's, which means he could know of his existence. Secret message on flight dashboard. Reddit user ItSaveGBLTPTA tried to see what the dots mean on the flight dashboard. They thought to translate this into Morse code, but that went nowhere. Then they thought if this could be notes for a song. It seemed to work. This song has a resemblance to the song Trouble Dingle. Wishing Room Echo Flowers quoting Noelle and Des. In the Wishing Room in DeltaRune, there is a series of echo flowers that talk of two people in the underground wondering about the surface. It's commonly theorized that it's Noelle and Des talking to each other. This is given even more evidence since we do know that the holidays do live in the underground according to the alarm clock. Undyne is a rock killer. In the early parts of UnderTale, it is implied that rocks are sentient, such as the talking rock in the ruins, a rock that disappears and reappears, and Sans' pet rock. In Waterfall, there's a scene where rocks are falling into the void endlessly, which is weird considering some rocks are alive. Undyne does confirm that she was throwing rocks, meaning she has a body count consisting of rocks. Undyne had control of the timeline at one point. This is a small yet somewhat well-known theory made by Tumblr user The Irkin Pony, which goes over how Undyne could have had the ability to save and reload. For one, it's been said that it has been a long time since a human has been found, and it was said that the most determined can control the timeline, implying that it changed when the sixth soul lost determination, and Flowey was only created fairly recently at the start of the game. So in time, between the sixth soul and the creation of Flowey, Undyne, the most determined of the monsters, could have had control of the timeline. When DeltaRune connects to UnderTale when installed, room_water_redacted will be updated. The theory proposed that once the entirety of DeltaRune is released, perhaps it would connect to UnderTale when they're both installed on your computer and be linked together in some form. Perhaps it'll connect to room_water_redacted and then reveal what it was saying. Gift Trot Photoshop Flowey connection and Photoshop Flowey foreshadowing. Gift Trot and Photoshop Flowey have some strange connections in terms of designs as talked about in Tier 7. Gift Trot's eyes, mouth, and antlers are thought to have represented Photoshop Flowey's body, as well as the photo on his forehead perhaps being a nod to the TV screen. What's also strange is that in the credits of UnderTale, the artist is credited as Magnolia Porter, and then parentheses, and Toby with 3 question marks. Perhaps, according to this theory, Toby made Omega Flowey first, and then asked Magnolia to design Gift Trot after him. But it doesn't end there. Originally, Toby seemed to have had plans to hint at Omega Flowey a lot more than in the final game, and Gift Trot could have been one of these hints. Another hint was best_drawing.png on the walls of Waterfall, but it was cut because it didn't make sense to have it there. Reddit user Carabiel_Watar had a theory that Toby was originally going to heavily hint at Omega Flowey throughout the game, starting at Snowden and then in Waterfall, but it ended up being scrapped, and Gift Trot is the only remnant of this cut concept left in the game. Monster Kid's word search came from DeltaRune. The Monster Kid's word search felt strange within the game. It's never mentioned again, and it shows a character never seen in the underground outside of this puzzle. Perhaps Sans got the word search from DeltaRune itself. Underbound post spoils Flowey's backstory. In the Underbound post, Flowey pretty much spoils the fact that Flowey is a reincarnated or resurrected version of a dead character. Chris Holmes Wingding's connection. Chris Holmes is an American typeface designer who helped in the creation of the Wingdings font. It's possible that Toby named Chris after the designer as a reference to him using the font in UnderTale. Gaster followers mistake motif. This is an old theory talking about the Gaster followers' living counterparts, and made many mistakes which sent them to be erased from time and space similar to Gaster. For Gunner Kid, it involves constantly tripping. For the donut guy, he spent his entire money on a donut. The orange guy forgot to make a reservation at Metaton's resort, and the striped bird blocked somewhere else. For the clam girl, it's possible that it could be that she misspelled Susie's name. Rousey broke the prophecy. The prophecy states that when the balance between light and dark shatters, the three heroes appear to bring back balance. However, when the three heroes form in the beginning of the game, it happens before balance is completely destroyed. It's possible that because of this, Rousey may have messed up the prophecy. DeltaRune is the bad timeline. In this version of the world, you have a few characters like Asriel, Sans, and Toriel who seem to be fine and arguably better off. But besides them, a lot of other people are arguably worse off than they were in UnderTale, such as Alphys not having a PhD and possibly being homeless, Asgore soon to be homeless, Gerson and the monsters who became the Amalgamates in UnderTale died, Undyne hasn't met Alphys and is incompetent at her job, Metaton is not famous, Papyrus is barely seen and doesn't have too many friends, and there may be an apocalypse that awaits our characters. The art book is censored. If you've read the art book, you may notice that there isn't much secret content on there. There's no info for Gaster and his followers, or the memory heads, or Sans related secrets. There also isn't anything on Kara. And for a short time on Fangamer, it said how there would be 258 pages instead of the actual number, which is 228. It's possible that Toby left this stuff out because he didn't want to confirm things outside of the actual game. Being evil is encouraged. This revolves around the idea of reverse psychology. UnderTale subtly tries to get you to do immoral options. It's a game where no one has to die, and that got people curious as to what happens when they die. Plenty of characters try to discourage you from killing people, which can make people curious and thus encourages them to do more wrong. Chris Me costume leak. In December of 2019, an anonymous 4chaner posted a list of characters who would appear on Smash Bros. As Mii costumes, sprites, and the stage, including Chris from DeltaRune. This never came, but the same user later correctly predicted the Violoth character in costumes. It's speculated that these were stuff being considered by Nintendo. The save point is the true original Starwalker. Starwalker looks so much like UnderTale's save point, thus making it the original Starwalker. Asriel lied to Frisk. According to Tumblr user Snowdecahedron, Asriel may be lying in his final speech to Frisk when he states he mistook Frisk for Kara, which could also mean him saying that Kara wasn't the greatest person was him potentially referring to the player. Golden Flowers haunted by Kara. There seems to be a lot of symbolism between the death of Kara and Asriel in their past and the golden flower beds throughout the underground. So perhaps these golden flowers are being haunted by Kara's presence. Flowey impersonated Asgore when Alphys called about evacuation. A strange part about the genocide route is that Alphys never seemed to have called Asgore about evacuation like Undyne said she would, and Asgore doesn't absorb the human souls either. It's possible that Flowey personated Asgore on the other line, and thus Flowey would benefit the player in genocide, and Asgore never got the call. Flowey kills the evacuated monsters. This was a theory first proposed on a livestream of the genocide run made by the late streamer Etika. The basic idea is that Flowey went on to kill any monster that the player didn't kill, including the evacuated monsters, Alphys, Monster Kid, Grillby, and more. Hence, why Kara says, there is nothing left for us in this world. There isn't any proof of this theory, but it's still some interesting food for thought. Stop it. If you keep mashing Z during Flowey's introduction cutscene, you'll get a hidden message from Flowey saying, "Stop it!" Here we are based on an old version of Alphys. The early version of Alphys was cut for being too reminiscent of a certain lab song from another game. The theme itself seems to share some similarities to the final version of Here We Are. Flowey face on tree in Switch trailer. If you look closely at one of the trees during the Switch release trailer for Undertale, you can see Flowey's menacing grin in the leaves. TrueLab Power Source. In the dark depths of TrueLab is a machine that at first glance looks like it's being powered by a human soul. But a lot of evidence points to this not being true, as it only powers the elevators, and of course, if the monsters already had a 7th soul, they would have most likely already broken the barrier. Snowden banner disappearing. After killing Undyne and getting murder level 20, if you backtrack to Snowden, the sign is completely missing. It's definitely one of the stranger details. Moldsmal using Froggett's attacks. Moldsmal will have a 4.5 chance of using Froggett's fly attack. Other monsters can use other attacks on rare occasions, such as Doggo using one of Snowdrake's attacks. PP variable. Hidden in the files for Sans' state is the PP variable. As far as I'm concerned, it does nothing. Differences in DeltaRune save files. The 3 different save files in DeltaRune are different in their own ways through Asriel's drawer. Each one will have a different detail as to what's inside. The top save file will talk of a school cross-country shirt with a tear in it. The middle will say that the drawer has a very old school ID with an embarrassing haircut. And the bottom will say that the drawer has a coupon book. Every coupon is for half off a large pizza. UnderTale can tell when you are recording. Some players thought that the monologue Flowey tells you near the end of Genocide is proof that UnderTale records you. More specifically, when he tells you to stop making that face. But this is not true, and it's just a rumor made by fans who never played the game. Ball on title screen. If you type ball on Undertale's title screen, you'll get a short sound clip which sounds like it came from an RPG. There's also a similar Easter egg in Battle Combat Falcon Revenge, where typing ball gives you a new mode. It's possible that the ball is supposed to be the emotion of excitement, since Toby's persona is the annoying dog, and dogs are famous for loving balls. 7 Days and 7 Nights. YouTuber KemiBoyG talked about how the night might not have been a singular person, but instead a title given to people who create dark fountains, with the title being short for the Night of this world, similar to how the president can be short for the president of this country, and the motivation of these nights being escapism. The theory also says that the Roaring Night and Strange Night are different nights, since it's weird that the night would have 2 separate titles, with the Strange Night being Father Alvin and the Roaring Night being Miss Boom, due to their connections with Gerson, who many speculate to have known about Dark Worlds, with the 2 trying to escape their grief of Gerson's death. The theory speculated that Chris would be the Knight of Chapter 3, nicknamed by the theory as the Quiet Knight, escaping the reality of their broken home. And Chapter 4 would have Susie dubbed the Dark Knight, Chapter 5 would have Asgore, dubbed the Horned Knife, and Chapter 6 would have Pizza Pants as the Pizza Knight, and Chapter 7's knight being Noelle, the Oh Holy Knight, due to how much importance and attention she's been getting from DeltaRune, concept art, and Spamton sweepstakes, and that she's escaping whatever happened to Des, her father's illness, and her mother's neglectfulness, and that this chapter would be her breaking point. Now, chapters 3 and 4 pretty much debunked this, as we see the knight, who is a singular person, but it's still interesting to see that it predicted that Susie would summon a dark fountain in chapter 4, and even though it's clear that this isn't true at all, I still think this is my favorite chapter 2 era theory for the future of DeltaRune. Maybe it's recency bias, but despite this tier currently being the least viewed of the original videos, I find this to be one of the more interesting ones for me personally, as it focuses on stuff around the demo, as well as how speculation was and is for the various eras of DeltaRune. As for additions, the original tier had 101 entries, though I am moving the Desolate Hope similarities to tier 8, and I'll be adding 30 new entries to this tier, increasing the number to 130 entries to tier 9. So let's see some predictions and speculation in the current era for DeltaRune. Blurry Comic Sans in demo. In the demo for UnderTale, the Comic Sans font appeared a bit more blurry than in the final game. Chapters 0 and 8 to 10. There are entry files for each chapter, which does include chapters 1 through 7, but there are also files for chapters 0, 8, 9, and 10, which may give the idea that depending on what Toby has in store in the future, the original 7 chapters could expand to have these 4 additional chapters, like chapter 0 being a prequel, or chapters 8 through 10 being a sort of sequel of sorts to the original 7 chapters. Chris is going to lose their hand. One of the biggest prediction theories for the fandom. Throughout UnderTale and DeltaRune, there's a lot of imagery surrounding hands. When it comes to DeltaRune, there are a few times where we see hands missing or detached, and the term hand said a few times, like when Susie says Chris will help as long as she has their hand, and Chris buying their hand if the player doesn't want to play for Susie. Because of this, it's speculated that at some point in the future, Chris is going to lose a hand. Penumbra Phantasm. Penumbra Phantasm is an unused song composed by Toby for Homestuck, and is considered to be one of his best works. The song has been a source of speculation, as there are many DeltaRune and UnderTale leitmotifs found, and many believe that it could have been thought of to be used for DeltaRune. Although the theory was debunked by Toby, as he stated that no songs composed for Homestuck or primarily containing Homestuck music will be used in DeltaRune. Transfeminine Ralsei. This is a theory and headcanon that some have held concerning Ralsei and the possible transfeminine traits he has, or him possibly transitioning later in the story. The main pieces of evidence comes from how Lost Girl, a theme usually for female characters, plays in a scene in his room where he denies his own personhood, he finds the mannequins dressed cute, which is common among transcoded characters, and his general lack of identity and distaste for his role. Ralsei is a Titan. One theory that has started to gain notoriety among fans is the idea that the reason why Ralsei is so special is that he himself is a Titan. This could explain how he isn't able to be turned into stone, as Titans will be unaffected during the roaring, and the knowledge that he possesses is far greater than any Darkner we have encountered. There's also the added connection of one of the Titans we see when Ralsei explains the roaring having horns, which Ralsei has, and eyes that are seen in the beginning of Ralsei's Dark World. The truth isn't a joke. When Sam gives us the key to his room, he says it was time for us to learn the truth. While in the game this is treated as a joke, saying how we got fooled, considering that this room gives us the key to Sans' lab, perhaps this was the truth that Sans was referring to, meaning that he wasn't completely joking about it. Noelle is the girl in the prophecy. A prominent theory about the prophecy shown in chapter 4 is that the second hero mentioned isn't referring to Susie, but rather Noelle. mostly because of how the girl is depicted in the images fitting Noelle more than Susie, and the phrase of finding love fits her more than Susie. The role of the protagonist will switch. This is a prediction theory that at some point in the future, the person the player controls is going to switch from Chris. A few predictions include Susie, Noelle, and the Vessel. Frisk and Kara are college roommates with Asriel. This is a headcanon held by some fans that suggests the idea that Frisk and Kara attend the same college as Asriel. It's unknown if these characters would appear with Asriel in the future chapters, or if this would even get confirmed, but it's still a fun idea. Shadow Crystal shows the weird route. One interpretation of the Shadow Crystals is that they could show the repercussions of the Snowgrave route. Gas pipe theory. This was a sort of joke theory from the Chapter 2 era that assumes that the ending of Chapter 2 was a fake out similar to Chapter 1, and that instead of opening a dark fountain, Chris breaks a gas pipe. Of course, this would get debunked in Chapter 3, as Chris did indeed open a dark fountain. Roots. This is a panel from the prophecy that features a house with 2 trees beside it, and displays the word roots above it. It's unknown as to what it could refer to, especially given the vagueness of the panel and its wording. Naked Rouse theory. This was a joke theory from the Chapter 2 era of the DeltaRune fandom. In each chapter of the game, Rousey removes a bit of clothing. In Chapter 1, he removes his robe and hat, and in Chapter 2, he briefly removes his glasses. This all led to the theory that Rousey would remove more and more clothing until he was in his birth suit. Obviously, Chapters 3 and 4 have shown us that this isn't the case at all. The Knight's hands are similar to Gaster's. Some have noticed that the hands of the Knights are somewhat similar to those depicted with Gaster, which led people to think that there was a strong connection between the two, and that he really is the Knight, and this could be the form he took after falling into his creation. Twisted Sword. Twisted Sword is a currently unobtainable weapon for Chris that can be obtained by fusing the Thorn Ring and Pure Crystal, the latter of which is unobtainable. It's likely both of these will become available in future chapters. Due to the Thorn Ring being part of the recipe, some speculate that this will be a blade that allows for Chris to kill Darkners. Chapters 2 and 3 were supposed to be released together. With there being weird route illusions in Chapter 3, and the chapter being very unique compared to the rest, and both chapters' credits having Until Next Time playing, there is some speculation of whether or not Chapters 2 and 3 were supposed to be released together before plans changed, similar to how Chapters 3 and 4 were released together. Negative TP. There's a pretty technically complicated way to obtain negative 1 TP. In the code, TP has a value of 0 to 550, with each percent in the game counting as 2.5%. So if using the right TP, you'll be able to get negative 1 TP, which stops you from using any of the act options. Ram was going to be a secret boss. Ram is a character who appears to have had a relationship with Chris, and seems to have a fixation on freedom, knows more than he should, and is unique among the TP World residents. Some theorize that Ram was at one point going to be the secret boss of Chapter 3 before plans shifted and we got the Sword route and the Knight as the secret boss. Angel's Haven is Noelle's Dark World. The theory goes that since Noelle has metaphorical ties to an angel, and the heroes from the prophecy must appear to banish the Angel's Haven, perhaps this is referring to a dark world made by Noelle at some point in the future. Chapter 3 Important Character. In one of Toby's newsletters that talked of development for Chapter 3, Toby gave us a list of all the things that have been implemented, on one of which had Important Character, Bosses, First Pass, 100%. Which asks the question now that the chapter is out, who is this character? Considering the large importance of the character alongside Bosses, you can speculate that this is referring to Tenna. Papyrus is giving you the eggs. This is a theory that's supported by how earlier, I mentioned that there was an egg in Papyrus's date, and how on the Underground Garden button-up shirt, Papyrus appears from behind a tree. Spamton is an ABC_123_A.OGG. The laugh at the end of the message sounds similar to Spamton's laugh, which may hint that he's one of the voices that's talking to us in the message. Dark worlds symbolized Undertale areas. This theory says that the Dark Worlds seen in DeltaRune parallel the Undertale areas but in reverse. Card World represents New Home, Cyber World represents the Core, TV World represents Hotland, and the Sanctuaries represent Waterfall, with Chapter 5 assumed to represent Snowden, and Chapter 6 to represent the Ruins. Rousey's glasses are made of shadow crystals. This is a theory that suggests Rousey's glasses are made from shadow crystals, which would explain how he's able to see and know more things than he should, as well as how he's able to traverse through Dark Worlds. DeltaRune is a time loop. This is a theory that suggests that DeltaRune is in a time loop, and the ending of the game would be us breaking that time loop. This is based on how Chris already has a save file, they're emotionally numb to everything, and Chris seemingly knows how things would go. The next world is DeltaRune. This is the idea that the next world that Kara says we should go for could be the world of DeltaRune. Rousey is a goner. This theory suggests that Rousey could be a goner similar to the Gaster followers, which could be how he knows a lot more than he probably should. 11 hours or 11 years. When talking to the Forgotten Man in Chapter 3, he'll say,
"Whether 11 hours or 11 years, DeltaRune will be waiting."
Which might be a meta reference for how long it will take in total for all chapters after Chapter 1 to be released. Gnosticism in DeltaRune. Many have pointed out at DeltaRune sharing some similarities to the religion, Gnosticism. One of the goals of Gnosticism is to seek knowledge about our true nature, which is a bit similar to DeltaRune. The Rapture could be compared to the Roaring, as both are the end of the world scenarios, with the Rapture being broken by 7 seals, and these seals could be represented with each chapter of DeltaRune, which has us sealing fountains. The Knight could be seen as representing the Lamb of God who breaks the seals, and the Titan in Chapter 4 could represent the chaos of the sea. Rudy is the Knight. While most members of the community speculate that either Des or Carol are the Knight, there are a few that speculate that Rudy could be the Knight themselves. The ribcage symbolism seen with the Knight could represent Rudy's illness, and some also just predict a theory where the kind and nice character is the twist villain. Snowgrave is the original prophecy. A somewhat popular prediction theory about DeltaRune's Snowgrave route is that it could possibly be the canonical version of the game or the original prophecy. Boss monsters are lions. A few people have seen Asgore's appearance and assumed that his appearance may have had inspiration from lions, meaning that the Dreamers could also be based on lions, which would be fitting considering the phrase, "The lion is the king of the jungle." Screaming Ape Theory. The Screaming Ape Theory is a joke and a meme among the fandom, talking about how the fandom will often weave theories with weird names that make sense in DeltaRune's context. What the theory is exactly never gets elaborated on, and is a joke of how everyone seems to know about it already, and some tie their own joke theories into it. What did the prophecy say? After defeating the Titan in Chapter 4, we see that there is a very important part of the prophecy that Rousey doesn't want us or Susie to see. We never get to see what it is, but based on how Rousey and Susie talk of it, it's a pretty big deal in a negative way, as Susie keeps promising how they're never going to let that happen, whatever it is. This of course asks the question, what did it say before Susie shattered it? Based on the wording beforehand, it sounds like something big like maybe a sacrifice or death must happen for the world and balance to be saved. Tier 10, The Dark World or Toby Fox. You are Toby Fox, creator of UnderTale and DeltaRune. In your life, you have made many things, both within the community and outside of the community. Your work has touched the hearts of many, and while there is so much to do, it's fine, because you'll know what to do with the information and plans you have. The final layer of the iceberg. It contains the obscure information about Toby Fox pertaining to the games, and other entries that didn't fit anywhere else on the iceberg. Papyrus is Gaster. There are a few people who have the theory that perhaps Papyrus is Gaster due to the fact that in entry 17, Gaster is seen speaking in all caps. This could also explain how Sans seems to know more than Papyrus often shows. Mount Ebot real-life location. Fans have been looking and speculating for years where Mount Ebot, the mountain where the monsters were sealed underground, could be, or at least what real mountain could have inspired it. The closest thing that could be the real Mount Ebot is Steinberg, Germany. There's also a Google Maps location for Mount Ebot, but this seems to be a joke. Essence. When monsters die, so does their soul, and what remains is their body, which has turned to dust, and contains some of their essence. The monsters have a practice where they spread the dust around the monster's favorite objects, and essence was part of how Alphys was able to create Flowey. Neither of them could fix the machine, no matter how hard they tried. In a now deleted tweet, Toby said, "You've all seen the happiest outcome. Neither of them could fix the machine, no matter how hard they tried. No one can." This most likely refers to the machine seen in Sans' lab, and the them could refer to Sans and Papyrus or Alphys. This tweet also raises a lot of questions about the machine, which seems to be completely unfixable in what it could do, and if fixing it could bring a happier or worse ending. Yuzi Inu. Yuzi Inu is the name of an anonymous artist who made several songs for Homestar Runner. No one knows the real identity, and some have speculated that it could have been Toby, given that the music is similar to Toby's. Yuzi Inu can be an abbreviation for Uzai Inu, which is Japanese for annoying dog, and Toby himself is a fan of Homestar Runner. Due to the anonymity of the artist, many imitators have come up claiming to be them. One that was well known was a SoundCloud artist who was also a Toby Fox imitator who posted various fan-made music of DeltaRune. Sarah. Sarah served as special inspiration for Mettaton. So the reason why this entry was so short in the original video was because I had no idea who Sarah was outside of being part of the inspiration for Mettaton, but thanks to the most recent newsletter, we do. She was someone who worked with Toby to help program cutscenes in chapters 3 and 4, along with testing and organization, handle localization, implementation, and patches in buildings, where she had to remake Noelle's house sequence 3 times. Outside of UTDR, she also makes journal comics and grows plants and various objects. Loneliness feeling. In an interview with Indie World, Toby Fox stated this: "I was going to make the cell phone a character, able to talk to the player. I felt the loneliness of the game was damaged because of it." The game itself is pretty lonely, and while there is a lot of characters, they don't start off as our friends, and you're the only human in the underground. And they never stay with you throughout your journey, even if you befriend them, and you leave them behind after your encounters. This is shown even further in the genocide route, as you are the lone human that goes across the underground killing everything, and turning the underground into a ghost town. Papyrus is the hardest boss in hard mode. This was a super small and obscure rumor that stated that Papyrus in hard mode was the hardest boss fight in the entire game, even more so than Sans and Undyne the Undying. This is spread by people who never actually played hard mode, because as we all know, hard mode ends with Toriel, and hard mode hasn't been extended past that since then. Birthday Overflow. One of the developers for DeltaRune, Taxi Derby, added a surprise for Toby during a quote-unquote bug report in Chapter 2, where typing in birthday boy on the internet creates the annoying dog with a birthday hat before spinning around before the game crashes. Flowey is the prince of the Dark World in UnderTale. There are 2 theories that relate to this. One theory states that Flowey could be the prince of the dark due to them being created from the darkness of True Lab, and the other from the fact that at times, Ralsei can be seen quoting Flowey, meaning that perhaps Ralsei is the Flowey of DeltaRune. The river person is Rousey. There's a theory that the river person's identity is either Rousey from DeltaRune or UnderTale's version of Rousey. The evidence comes from the fact that they wear similar robes, they speak similar to each other, they both sing, they speak of a prophecy of the DeltaRune, albeit in different versions, and they both have knowledge of a third species and a person that can travel between worlds. Kindred Spirits. Kindred Spirits is the first UnderTale AU to ever be created and completed, being written 7 days after UnderTale's official release, and hours before Dreaming Reborn was released. It was written by Quill Sparks, and is a short story about Frisk during their post-pacifist dialogue with Asriel, who they see as a brother, sharing part of their soul with him so that he won't turn back into Flowey. Hidden sounds on the TV at the end of Chapter 2. A now deleted Reddit user talked on r/Underminers about how during the TVC at the end of Chapter 2, they noticed some noises that's distorted through the static noise from the TV. They then looked through the files and found that the audio was distorted. At the end of the post, they linked an edited version of what this sound could be. Susie is Mad Dummy's daughter. When Clam Girl talks about her neighbor's daughter, it's possible that she's referring to Mad Dummy. It's also worth noting that Susie and Mad Dummy have similar eyes. Flowey.exe. Originally, after Flowey absorbs the human souls, the file, UnderTale.exe, was supposed to be renamed to Flowey.exe. This was likely not done due to how complicated this is, and just the fact that most systems can't have this happen. Knows E people like you. There's a gap between the syllables in the word nosy in ABC_123_8.ogg that may not be able to be heard at first. This is due to FL Studio's text-to-speech feature not being able to pronounce nosy correctly, so instead it was written as knows E. April 2012 is demoscene.oga. There's a set of songs made by Toby Fox intended for a Homestuck project. It consisted of muscles.ogg and a pitched down version of April 2012 called demoscene.oga/mp3. The Stable. Through a string of text within the code, it seems that there was originally going to be a horse stable at Napstablook's snail farm. The text in question states, "It's a horse stable. Do you want to go inside?" You jostle the door. It's locked. Suddenly, from the redacted, you hear a... More code indicates that you're supposed to look through the trash can to find the key to unlock the stable. If you do so and go back, the same character from room_water_redacted appears. Genocide ending is symbolic of the birth of Ahriman. The genocide ending may share in common the birth of the Zoroastrian deity Ahriman. The story of his birth tells of how Zurvan, an androgynous being, desired offspring to create heaven, hell, and the in-between. Zurvan would then sacrifice many things for thousands of years, until finally doubting if what they were doing was worth it. From the sacrifice, Ormuzd was born, while from the doubt, Ahriman was born and ripped through the wound to emerge before his twin brother. The Second Voice. It's agreed by many people that the vessel maker is Gaster due to their similar speech patterns and dialogue. This, however, may not be due to the Japanese translation. This is due to how different Japanese is compared to English, and there are two styles of the Japanese language used, formal and informal. In the Japanese version of UnderTale, all characters speak in an informal, childish manner. However, Kara is the one exception, as they speak in a formal manner. In the Japanese version of Chapter 1, the vessel maker speaks in a way that is confusing and mixed up, but that changes until they disregard your creation and say your choice doesn't matter, and proceed to speak more in a formal manner and in the same tone as Kara. This sort of leads into two voices in the intro. A theory goes that the voice you hear in the Goner Maker consists of two voices. The first voice asks you all the questions, and the second voice tells you that the creation will be discarded. The theory goes on to say that the first voice is Gaster, and the second is Kara's, and DeltaRune is a struggle between Gaster, who wants to create, and Kara, who wants to destroy. There's another theory out there that states there are three entities in Chris, with those being Chris himself, the Soul, and Kara. DeltaRune Tulpa Theory. Tulpas are thought forms created through imagination and meditation and concentration in Buddhism. This can be compared to DeltaRune, since the Dark Worlds are created through imagination and concentration. It's possible that the power of Lightners used the Tulpas to make these worlds. Light is hope, dark is dream. A now deleted Reddit theory talks about how light represents hope and dark represents dreams. During the legend in DeltaRune, light and hope are on the left side of the screen, while dark and dreams are on the right side. The light world is the reality we live in, where we continue to hope for a better tomorrow, while the dark world is a fantasy that is fantastical and has our dreams. And Susie and Chris are able to go into the dark world because the balance between light and dark has changed. Toby makes Silva Gunner rips. Silva Gunner is a channel that posts edited versions and different takes and rips of video game music submitted by various artists and composers. UnderTale and DeltaRune are some of the most ripped games on the channel, with more than 1,000 rips in total. Some of the artists are anonymous, and some rumors and theories speculate that Toby himself could be making some of the anonymous rips. Also, fun fact, during Spamton's sweepstakes, Silva Gunner donated $5,000 to have Spamton silenced. You just opened the gates to hell. This is the line that plays in the Japanese localization when refusing to give Temmie Temflakes instead of "can't blame a bark for trying" in a very masculine tone of voice. Toby lied about plans for magic. In a Kickstarter post for UnderTale, a user named Jay asked if there was anything extra planned for the combat system on release, like special abilities. Toby then replied, "Nope, no special powers or magic or anything like that." This is kind of odd considering concept art for the battle menu shows a spell menu button. However, it's also possible that this answer came after the spell button was scrapped in UnderTale. Real.deltarune.com. There's a website called real.deltarune.com. It's unknown by most whatever this website was, especially because nowadays, whenever you try to go to it, it redirects you to starman.net. Blah blah blah. There's a hidden link in DeltaRune.com where if you type /blah blah blah after the website name in the search bar, it'll send you to a page with a sleeping annoying dog. Clicking on it will play a lullaby song that sounds somewhat similar to the Uwa songs from UnderTale. @FlugRadiation. @FlugRadiation was Tubby Fox's original Twitter and Starman.net names. You can still find it in older YouTube videos like the UnderTale Kickstarter launch trailer and other social media sites. www.deltarune.com/him.png. Through archived links with the Wayback Machine, we can find that DeltaRune.com has existed since 2015. The entire page is black, but clicking the top right corner reveals an image titled him.png. The image is also black, but upon brightening it, it reveals wingding text that says, "3 heroes appeared to banish the angels' heaven." What makes the connection between this and Gaster even more is that in UnderTale's files, Gaster's theme is labeled as use_st_him, and the first song of the DeltaRune soundtrack is called Another Hymn. PS4 launch trailer weird vibe. Compared to other trailers of Undertale, the PS4 trailer takes itself more seriously. The game has a minimal amount of jokes, slow pacing, and critics praising the game, and as said earlier, the song Lantern was played instead. Hidden lore on backside writing of Toby's handbook. In multiple pictures that showed doodles in Toby's art book, the back can be shown due to the pens using ink. However, some of the things that can be read include Dr. Alphys is the creator of the technology, probably a mad scientist, Grandpa Semi fonts, among others. This is what got people interested in Grandpa Semi, and this seems to give the idea that Alphys at some point was probably a mad scientist and made some sort of technology, perhaps the machine in Sans' workshop, or maybe it's referring to the technology seen in the lab in True Lab. Unrevealed Canatine's characters. As stated earlier, the characters in Chapter 1 were based off of characters by the artist Canatines, but if you looked at the art, you may have noticed that some of them haven't been shown in the game at any point, a few of which are Spade Queen and the other queens who have never appeared. If you're kawaii and you know it, clap your hands. A pre-release image of Undertale consists of Frisk in a dirt land with the lava creatures and Toriel saying, "If you're kawaii and you know it, clap your hands." Sound test dystopian themes. A rather obscure theory or rumor is the idea that Undertale at one point would have had a darker story. In this, monsters would have been under a North Korea-style dictatorship, and people who disobeyed would have been thrown into meat factories, and the themes in the sound test could have been what was left of this story. Quantum Egg Theory. A theory proposed by Reddit user Aurora_off. To keep things short, the egg is an item given by Gaster with some special properties that are strongly related to quantum superposition. The egg is located in a combination of several places and can be seen at one of them upon observation. It is very likely that someone infers on the egg's final location, as it can remain permanently on a location. Similarly, the phone value also seems to be based on quantum superposition, through the many worlds interpretation, as the phone value represents different branches of the universe with equal chances to appear and collide with our timeline, resulting in fun events. Gaster and Co. are most likely the ones behind the egg's odd behavior, as some of them are hinted to have some knowledge or expertise on quantum physics. Finally, the egg is also a message in Wingdings, probably hinting at the knight's true identity. Sans Mii costume leaked, but no one took it seriously. The story goes that an admin for the Discord server, Forest Maze, Paragon, had heard of some information of Sans coming to Smash Bros. As a Mii costume, which also led to him believing that Frisk would become a playable character. A few other credible insiders also heard of Sans, but no one took any of these people seriously. Gaster created Alphys. This was an obscure TV Tropes theory that talked about how Gaster could have possibly created Alphys as an organic determination extractor, which could explain her affiliation with determination, and Undyne and Frisk, who both have associations with determination. Redacted and Mystery Man are Sans and Papyrus. Redacted speaks in lowercase with an asterisk similar to Sans, while Mystery Man assumedly speaks in all caps like Papyrus. This implies even more connections with these mysterious characters than what seemed to be a popular fanon. I also don't know if this is just me, but I kind of see a physical resemblance between them as well. Him.png is a Herobrine reference. One interpretation of the image's name could be that it's a reference to the website that popularized Herobrine, ghostinthestream.net/him.html, which contained an image under ghostinthestream.net/him.png and was formatted in a similar style to the website. I don't recommend looking any of these up in order to not get any viruses, but I will link a Wayback Machine archive for this website. GameTest_7. On May 3rd, 2013, Fangamer held a livestream where they played the demo for Undertale. The version used was a supposed version of the Undertale beta that was never found or was made before the demo's release, and what else it could have is a big mystery. The livestream is all on Twitch, which I'm also going to link in the description. The first piece of UnderTale fan art. The first piece of UnderTale fan art appeared even before the game was officially released. It was shown on Fangamer's demo livestream, and it was a drawing of Mygosp saying that he can grant wishes on a paper plate. TobyFox.net/msuix. This was an old leak where you can find unused or beta versions of songs that Toby Fox created. The directory wasn't meant to be there in the first place, and when questioned about it, Toby said, "I don't really care, it's just stuff I shared with my friends." Similar to the Herobrine website I mentioned earlier, this link does not work anymore, so don't go looking for it, especially because the link might send you to a place where you could get a virus. Unlisted Flug Radiation videos. Toby has some unlisted videos on his channel, some of which are for Homestuck, and some are YTPs. A lot of them have been privated due to YouTube's poor copyright system. Rousey planned before Asriel. In an interview with Toby Fox, he talked of how he and his brothers would come up with their own ideas for video games when they were kids, and when they found out about RPG Maker, they decided to use it for these ideas. They never got far with them, but Toby talked about how his big brother's game was almost professional by comparison to their games, and mentioned various elements, including a character very much like Toby named Rouse. He would confirm that he took Rousey's name from this. Susie cutscene based on Real Bully. In the 6th anniversary livestream during the scene where Susie bullies Chris in school, Toby comments how the scene was inspired by a real bully in Toby's life who knew his mother and wanted her to be nicer to them. Toby's first tweet. The first tweet that Toby Fox ever posted was on July 8th, 2011, which says, "The Edge of Shadow, where reality and dream meet." Every copy and playthrough of UnderTale are personalized. Yeah, this is mostly an Iceberg joke. The "every copy of blank is personalized" is a common joke among Iceberg fans and was inspired by one of the first Icebergs to blow up in popularity, which was the Super Mario 64 Iceberg, where it mentioned the "every copy of Super Mario 64 is personalized" conspiracy. And whenever they put this phrase somewhere, it's never meant to be taken seriously. So yeah, it's mostly a joke. DeltaRune was leaked before release. A few people have claimed to have seen an image of DeltaRune, which was a screenshot of the first fight with Lancer before its release. Toby playing enemy approaching on piano. In an old Homestuck YouTube video, we see a younger Toby Fox playing enemy approaching on the piano. Conversation Simulator and PP connections. On Toby's old website, there are links to a game called Conversation Simulator and a RAR file named pp.rar. When downloading the RAR file, it shows an RPG game, while Conversation Simulator used an earlier version of GameMaker Studio. Both were apparently made for Starman.net's Buttfest. Toby's website on Wayback Machine blacklisted. Toby Fox's old website, radiation.fobby.net/Halloween, used to have archives on the Wayback Machine, but no longer does. It's likely because Toby requested this, as it consisted of many things said by his old angsty self that he doesn't want people to see anymore, as well as some views that doesn't represent who he is anymore. The UnderTale website is the same thing, as there is a gap between May 7th, 2013 and June 23rd, 2013. This means that older versions of the demo are gone and cannot be verified. It's possible that this was because no one heard of UnderTale and thought to archive it, but it's also possible that Toby had influence over it. Lost demo removed content. Save Load Reset said that the sprites of Kara were data mined from UnderTale's demo, though it cannot be verified. Tumblr user Doge-W-AW-Bloge had discovered the Wayback Machine's blacklisting and believes that these sprites were never to be found, and maybe Toby wants to keep it that way. Except for Lost Demo Found. In a discussion post on r/Lost Media regarding the lost version of the UnderTale demo, a now deleted Reddit user linked to the best downloadable version of the demo from May 23rd, 2013. It contains some interesting differences compared to later versions of the demo and the official release of the game. DeltaRune Dreamers influenced by Toby's family. There are elements of the Dreamers that suggest the idea that they had influence in DeltaRune from Toby's real life and experiences. Whether it be a tweet in 2015 where he had pie possibly from his mother, or else a being based on a character made by his older brother. It's possible that these are just influences and not straight up inspiration, but it's still interesting nonetheless, especially when taking into account other things like how both Chris and Toby have played piano in church. The real reason why Sans has the most AUs out of every other character. So while doing research for this topic, I came upon an old Reddit thread where Reddit user AS Komeda was asking why Sans AUs are so popular, especially because he isn't the only popular character from the game. I'm going to link this thread in the description, and there are a few comments in there that I think explains it best, which I'm going to summarize here. UnderTale became really popular since it broke the mold for an RPG, had great music, had enough twists and choices to make it worth watching multiple Let's Players go through it, and perhaps most importantly to this entry, had compelling characters. They didn't decide to thirst over Sans because of the content pertaining to him, as well as the mystery, intrigue, relatability, and fans that revolved around him. Once AU started to become a big thing thanks to stories like Streamer Reborn, the most popular character started to get all the attention, and stories started to be made about him and the various versions of him, especially once the idea of them crossing over with one another became very popular. And to answer all the intrigue and speculation surrounding the character, allowing for many people to re-experience UnderTale through different ways, kind of like the Earthbound Halloween hack. And this was further pushed by the rise of the internet as a tool for fan content. This got to the point where Sans became his own fandom outside of whatever Toby Fox did in UnderTale and DeltaRune. We are now on the final entries of the Iceberg, and I saved these two for last because I felt like they were the most important to talk about. Lore is left ambiguous and up for interpretation. There have been many topics that have lore in UnderTale and DeltaRune that is left unanswered. And while DeltaRune has yet to have all of its chapters released and have all of its lore explained, there will be undoubtedly some secrets and mysteries kept with some stuff unanswered. But to give a few examples as to the various stuff that is unanswered right now, there's Gaster and his followers' identities, the origins of Sans Papyrus and their apparent connection to Gaster, the reasons for Kara and Frisk being at Mount Ebot, why Frisk would be dead without Sans's help, the memory head's identities, the river person's identity, who the G in the wrong number phone call is, everything. These are questions and mysteries that we as a fandom often think about and don't have definitive answers to. And maybe it's kept that way on purpose. Toby hesitated a few times throughout the English script when it came to translating UnderTale into Japanese, that he wanted to keep certain things ambiguous so as to not spoil the mystery. It's possible that this was done so that everyone could have an interpretation of how UnderTale went. Whether that's how the gender for certain characters are left up for interpretation, whether that's being one gender or just them being non-binary, many people like to portray Gaster as the father of Sans and Papyrus. Many have interpreted Frisk, Kara, and Chris in a myriad of genders and lore. Many people have speculated a connection between the river person and Gaster, and that his followers were his lab assistants, and have done so much to come up with their own interpretations of UnderTale's lore outside of what's already been established. Perhaps this is what Toby wanted, as other things he has done to keep things ambiguous has been how Frisk's bandage can be interpreted as a band-aid or a full-on bandage, the country or part of the world UnderTale could take place in, and he tried to hide which of the brothers was older, but we know how that turned out with the Japanese localization. Because at the end day, Undertale is all about the choices you make and the experience you have while playing the game, not the lore that was established and hidden from us. I spoke about how earlier every copy and playthrough of Undertale are personalized is mostly a joke. I say that, but in a way, I think it's kind of true that every playthrough of Undertale is kind of personalized, as it is up to our experiences, what we take away from the game, and the joy we experienced along the way. And we don't always share those same experiences. And in a way, there's something kind of beautiful about that. Some of my thoughts on this idea have changed since I covered it back in August. With certain characters like Chris, I do think now that it is very apparent that they are definitely meant to be non-binary, and probably not entirely up for speculation, especially considering they're supposed to be detached from the player. However, I also feel like some of the things discussed here are supported by the 10th anniversary livestream, where in it, there are various exclusive content to be found there, and Toby says that their canonicity is up to interpretation, while also acting as invitations for us to see behind the wall. And now we have reached the final entry of the iceberg. And that is Undertale and DeltaRune, or a retelling of Earthbound and the Halloween hack. To briefly explain the Earthbound Halloween hack, the ROM hack itself was made by Toby Fox's Ink's teen self and takes place in a scenario where the four main characters never existed. The hack, especially nowadays, doesn't have the best reputation, especially because of the dialogue surrounding Andonuts, and it's something that, as stated earlier, Toby Fox doesn't like talking about, calling it a bad ROM hack with swear words. However, it's also possible that what if Toby decided to remake the Halloween hack into DeltaRune, and that DeltaRune is to Undertale what the Halloween hack is to Earthbound. To quickly talk about some of the stuff, the hack itself went into the idea that asks if video game monsters truly deserve to die or not, as well as having the theme of a lack of choice. Toby describes how there isn't a lot of choice in-game, and that you're destined to kill Andonuts. And while there are two endings, they end the same way because it's all a joke about how the only real choice is to stop playing. And to stop playing a character who doesn't want to be controlled and is at this point dead, yet keeps going forward because of you. If it hasn't caught on to you at this point, these are very much the same, if not incredibly similar concepts in DeltaRune, such as how the main character is a puppet for the player, or how your choices seemingly don't matter. Similar to DeltaRune, as the player controls Chris, whose Dark World design could have been inspired by Varric, and doesn't want to be controlled. It also tried to dive into horror elements which weren't well done, but in Undertale, Omega Flowey and the True Lab are the closest things we have to horror in the game, and it's worth noting that Chapter 1 was released on Halloween. And the narrator in the Halloween hack also seems very different from the main character, similar to Frisk and Kara. One factor of the ROM hack is that it tried to tackle themes of people not being able to be themselves. Andonuts is a repressed gay man and tries to destroy his own life in order to repress this homosexuality. In contrast, Undertale takes a much more lighthearted approach to LGBT themes, and people are allowed to express what they want. The Underground has no homophobia or transphobia, people respect Frisk and Kara's pronouns, there is no shame among folks like Alphys and Undyne, and Madame Mew Mew and Metaton are transgender. But compare this to DeltaRune, and the positive direction goes into a less happy one. This includes Alphys and Undyne, who haven't been able to talk to each other, Metaton hasn't been able to transition, and how the game states that you can't choose who you are in this world. This leads the theory to believe that Toby wants to revisit all these themes from a more mature perspective. And the final and perhaps most important element of the ROM hack is that it's all based on nostalgia. Toby loved and grew up with Earthbound, claiming it dominated his childhood, shaped his preteen years, and it made him the person he is now, having taught him his sense of humor, how to read, and his sense of justice and courage from its lessons. So when he made the ROM hack, he made it out of nostalgia and to get more out of a game that had gone stale to him at that time. Perhaps DeltaRune is based off of the nostalgia of Undertale, a game which has given nostalgia and fond memories to the hearts and minds of millions of people across the globe. And perhaps DeltaRune's goal is to take and reshape the pieces of Undertale and reshape it into DeltaRune. After all, what is DeltaRune if not an anagram for Undertale? Man, the final tier of the Iceberg, Tier 10. The shortest of the original tiers, having a total of 58 entries. While I do wish there were more entries on this tier, I'm still proud with how it came out in the end. Luckily, we have 8 more entries, the shortest amount of additional entries this year, though only bumping it up to 65 entries due to Sarah being moved to tier 3. So, let's finish off the iceberg. Chapters 3 and 4 soundtrack leaked. The day before the soundtrack and game for DeltaRune Chapters 3 and 4 were released, the full soundtrack was leaked on the American Society of Composers, Authors, and Publishers website. Chris is dead. Some theorize that Chris is dead and is possessed by something like their own determination besides the soul. Some of this comes from how Chris moves, how Susie calls them a zombie, and how they can just remove the soul freely without anything bad happening to them. Temmie Chain singing. In Chapter 4, you can find Temmie in Alphys' classroom, and interacting with her shows that she's learning to sing, to which she'll sing the first 3 parts of Don't Forget.
When the light is running low, and the shadows start to grow, and the places that you know seem like fantasy.
The audio itself is bit crushed and sped up, with the origins coming from a video released by Temmie on October 12th, 2019, where Temmie sang Don't Forget for Toby's birthday, with the piano from the original being done by Easy Nom.
When the light is running low, and the shadows start to grow, and the places that you know seem like fantasy.
Spamton anagram. Believe it or not, by using the letters of Spamton, you can spell out the word tampons. 4chan leak. On 4chan, there was an image posted in May 2022, which had images for the 5 remaining chapters. While it's likely that this was made as a joke, the images associated with chapters 3 and 4, and maybe even 5, are pretty spot on, so only time will tell if this was either a joke image that accidentally got things right, or was a legit leak from someone working on DeltaRune, like Toby Fox himself. @DesHoliday. There's a Twitter account that has a handle named @DesHoliday that was created in September 2015, the same month as UnderTale's official release. What this could be about is unknown, but only time will tell. Toby Fox fansong playlist. 2 weeks after Chapters 3 and 4's release, there was a playlist that was public from Toby Fox's YouTube channel that consisted of various fan songs and trailers. Once people noticed, it was quickly assumedly privated. It's definitely cool to see that Toby enjoys the content and songs made by the fandom. Quicksand Rousey references Toby's college class. In a tweet from 2014, Toby tweeted about an image he took from class where in a lecture on Quicksand, it features an image of a Toho character sinking into it. In Chapter 3, it got referenced where if you throw Rousey into quicksand, Tena will say, "I hope the class was paying attention to the physics of quicksand," and showing an image in the corner of a Rousey plush sinking into quicksand similar to the original image. A cry for help. During the development for Chapter 4, Toby tweeted about how he showed a minigame being developed for DeltaRune to his friends and family, who described it as a cry for help because your game is not out. They would later clarify that it was a good thing, with one other friend saying they laughed for 10 minutes straight hearing him play it. As of now, it hasn't been clarified what this is referring to, but a lot of people assume this is referring to the Jackenstein boss fight. A part of me wants to believe that this could also be referring to the Mike minigame, but I more so lean towards the Jackenstein boss fight. And now, we have ended the iceberg and the video for the most part. When the original iceberg was fully completed, there were a total of 1,026 entries, and now, the newly updated iceberg chart has a total of around 1,250 entries. While we're here, I might as well explain a bit why this video took so long to come out. Originally, it was supposed to come out on the 10th anniversary date, but I overestimated myself, and during the making of the video, College also started for me, so I've had to juggle both working on that video and catching up on my schoolwork. On top of that, I also began working on other things that were also catching my attention, like making my own website, which may or may not be ready by the time this video releases, improving my own art skills, and more that I don't want to talk about on here. So because of that, it was hard to focus all my attention on the video, which caused it to get delayed until now. And then certain things also came out, more specifically, the 10th anniversary livestream. And I felt like I needed to also talk a bit about that in this video. While working on the video, I also felt like adding more entries on the list as I was making the video, but at some point, I knew I just had to get the video out, so there's a few that I didn't add on here, but I'll add them in the future. I'm very sorry that it took so long to get this out. I know a lot of people were looking forward to this video, and I wish I could have released it sooner. I'm glad, or at the very least I'm hoping, that at the very least, I was able to get it done by the end of the year. And I can still say that in a way, this is still an anniversary special. This was a project I've been wanting to do for a long time now. Ever since Icebergs became big, I've always thought about covering or making at least one for people to watch and see. And once I started seeing multiple Icebergs for UnderTale and DeltaRune, I felt like I wanted to get in on the action and do a big project for the 10th anniversary of UnderTale, and thankfully, this pretty much covered those wishes that I once had. I was originally going to talk at the end about how I came to fall in love with both UnderTale and DeltaRune, as well as my experience with the fandom, but let's be real here, the video is way too long already, so I'll leave that for another time. And with that, we conclude the video. Thank you all so much for the support on this series. Again, I'm sorry that it took so long for this to come out, but I hope it was all worth it in the end. As I've said before, these were some of the first videos I posted on YouTube, and I may do more in the future, but only time will tell. This is not the end of the series, as I plan to post more corrections, additions, and updates of the Iceberg for every UnderTale anniversary, and as more chapters for DeltaRune get released. Though none of those will be a full compilation like this. And even then, I have no idea if I'll be able to hold that release date promise. Also, shout out and special thanks to my friend, Lilani Loxy, for voicing Task Manager in the Tier 7 editions. I'll link where you can find them in the description. I'm not sure what the next video will be, nor when it will come out, but whatever that may be, I hope to see y'all then. But for now, thank you all for watching, and remember to stay safe out there, and always stay determined.